92 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's nowhere to go. This is going to be the pitch of the game coming up here. Full count, bases loaded, 6-6, bottom of the ninth. The 30th pitch coming from Brian Abreu. And the 83rd pitch in the last 3 innings from the Astros bullpen. That's the ball game. Abreu tried to spin a slider in there, and he left it up. And the Mariners score 4 in the 8th. And then Arozarena literally walks it off with a walk in the 9th. Devastating loss for the Astros, up 5-0 with only 4 outs remaining to get. So the Astros drop this series 2 out of 3 to Seattle. They end up with a 3-3 road trip.
I need Todd Callis to be more disgusted. I'm going to say right out of the chute. I'm just going to say that right. Todd Callis is excellent. I needed him to be more disgusted. That was disgusting yesterday.
Why
afternoon.
was he not vomiting on his desk?
Yes, on Blum. He should have just turned to Blum and projectile vomited right on Blum.
It was. I'm still angry about this. Hey, it's early. It's a regular season game. Sean, what the hell was that? What in God's green earth was I watching as the Astros, who should have been up by 12 at that point?
Yeah.
If they could they turn to dust when there's ever runners on base. God forbid you've got the bases loaded.
Yeah.
Pena, Jordan, anybody over the last few days?
Yep.
And then, Sean, for any of those of you who didn't get to watch any of this game, you have to understand that the Mariners were acting like they couldn't wait to get out of Seattle yesterday.
Yeah.
Their infielders were idiotically bad.
Yeah.
The runs that the Astros did score largely came by Mariners infielders and outfielders standing around and letting the ball drop on easy outs. It was or J.P. Crawford with horrible throws to first. It was unbelievable how much the Mariners wanted to gift wrap that game and give it to the Astros, and they just blew it.
Yeah.
They just blew it into smithereens.
Yeah, the Astros bullpen was like, no, we don't need this gift. Here, you take it. And they proceeded to jump out at me. By the way, good morning, everybody. Welcome in to Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. They put us in a bad mood yesterday, man. And that was one of those games like I spent my entire afternoon watching you guys, and all I got was this crappy T-shirt. All I got was this crappy loss 7-6 to the hated Mariners. The number that popped for me in the cut we played, the highlight we played coming in, 83 pitches in the last 3 innings of the game by the Astros bullpen. Hunter Brown threw about 90 pitches and was outstanding. He did exactly what we said he needed to do yesterday. On the heels of an opening couple of weeks where the bullpen has been taxed, on the heels of a 12-inning game the day before, where Fromber was excellent, but they needed a bunch of guys to close the deal because, again, the offense can't do squat. On the heels of Josh Hader really not being able to be used yesterday because 2 out of the last 3 games he had to pitch 2 innings just to bring the ship into the shore. We needed Hunter Brown to come up big, and he did. He was outstanding yesterday. That is the real tragedy of this whole thing, is that Hunter Brown was ace-level material, as he has been all year yesterday. He did exactly what you needed him to do. The only thing I could say that would have been better is if he maybe could have gone another inning. Maybe a little more economical with his pitches early on, and he can go 7 instead of 6. But that is nitpicking. This was not Hunter Brown's fault, not even close. He was the reason they were in this game. The bullpen, this is, Seth, to me, like sometimes you try to dig into things, and you're like, okay, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. You try to find a key. This is quite simply the areas of this team and the mode of operation of this team as they continually let guys leave that are expensive. It's gone from having good solutions to backfill those guys to extreme wishful thinking to backfill those guys. And the bullpen outside of Josh Hader is a key component to that. It is a bunch of dudes. And Brian Abreu, you are inconsistent, and I'm not throwing you in either bucket. You ain't in the Hader bucket. That's the good one. And I'm not going to put you in the bucket with the Okerts and the Taylor Scotts and the Controversies of the world. You're better than that, but you weren't yesterday. You were one of the key villains yesterday in letting that thing go. These guys they're trotting out in the bullpen right now. It's just there's zero trust in any of these guys.
It's one of those things. They put up the graphic with how impressive the relievers have been so far, and it's all smoke and mirrors at this point. You don't know these guys,
right.
and you don't trust them. And yesterday it was just it was just so bad. The fact that. And you combine that, though, too, honestly, with how miserable they are with runners on base and in scoring position. They left 12 stranded yesterday.
12.
There's just that was just a complete and utter collapse in a game where you had every opportunity to just slam the door shut. And, yeah, it's early in the season, this, that, the other thing. Hey, that's baseball, whatever. I don't know these guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hate all of them. You look around. The defense was great yesterday. They made some great plays for Hunter Brown. They made some great plays for Hunter Brown. And yet I look at this team. I don't know who any of them are. They're bland. They're boring. I don't like them.
Yeah.
I do not like them.
Yeah.
I am.
Just think about the ways the runs were. It was a 7-6 game yesterday, high-scoring game by baseball standards. And you would think you'd look at the box score and go, okay, well, the Astros probably hit a home run or two, a couple doubles to knock some things in. Every single run they scored was they scored 6 runs. They had 1 extra base hit. It was Pena's double in the top of the 9th inning, and he came around. He ended up scoring on a wild pitch. You're absolutely right, Seth. You look at the 6 runs. Go back and watch the Astros 6 runs, and I think it's emblematic of what they are. This is a team with zero juice. The Mariners are scoring their runs on grand slams and doubles, and the Astros are scoring them because the ball bounces off somebody's leg. It's a squibber through one side of the infield. It's all singles. The bottom. Kudos to the bottom of the order for doing something at least early in the game, but it was all chippy, squibby little base hits. Yeah, man, this team has zero juice right now. Zero juice. They are Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and Jose Altuve. That's the team right now. That's it.
And
they're
Jake
the
Myers.
only Jake and Jake
Hey, they're Jake Myers.
And thank you. That is emblematic of the amount of juice on this team. That I'm listing, that I'm power ranking the names, been the key reasons why the Astros have been able to scratch out 5 wins this year with this just jalopy of an offense and this janky-ass bullpen. And that the 4th reason, after Framber, Hunter, Altuve, is Jake Myers. Checkmate. That is the key argument for the complete lack of juice of the baseball team right there. That's not fun. You just hate them. I'm dancing around it. You're like, I hate these guys.
I texted you yesterday at some point.
Yeah.
After
you said I hate them.
I think Paredes made a good play. It was one of his plays. It was one of the new guys.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking around, and that's just what it kept striking me is, my God, it's so strange to just look at the infield and have all these new guys out here. And yesterday they were playing well defensively. And yet, I don't know this team.
Myers got a base hit, an RBI, and I texted you, Myers, machine. And you texted back, and I don't currently hate the new guys.
Yeah.
And then 2 hours later, bleep this team.
I hate them.
Oh, God.
I hate them for now. Just give me a reason to love you. Okay?
Yeah, that's it, man.
Give me a reason. Give me a reason to love you.
No, we'll bandwagon with the best of them. If you do something to make us want to jump on, we'll do it. But yeah, it's just I can deal with a 5-7 start if it's watchable. There's just been so many games. I'm like, God, this is boring. They are a boring baseball team right now.
The only guy I like right now is Okert. Okert's the only one that I
the guy
like.
Who
trust.
the guy yesterday.
Not his fault. Yeah.
Actually, no. Sorry, Abreu. He gave up the run.
Okert.
He gave up the grand slam. Yeah,
Okert didn't let it. Contreras let him back into the game, but then Okert came out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. I do hate Okert too, but at the very least, he gave me a little sliver of like, and come on in and clean this mess up, or just let up a grand slam.
And he saved the game the day before, so he gets a little bit of grace from us on that. Brian Abreu, you and I were talking before the show, and you had pointed out with Abreu that they did hit some pretty good pitches, which is true, but it's like, okay, but just don't give up three runs. You have to have a lot of bad luck for me to give you a pass on giving up 3 runs in a safe situation where you have a 2-run lead.
Plus, and there's still a part of me with relievers where I don't care how irrational it is. Like, all right, okay, they hit some of your good out of the zone stuff. Throw strikes. Yeah, go in there and be a man.
Well, you can't give up a walk. I don't care how you arrived at. I don't care how you arrived at 6-6, bases loaded. Whether it was any element of bad luck or whether it was a combination of bad luck and bad pitching, you can't walk the guy. You cannot walk a Rosarena in that spot. You can't end the game on a bases loaded walk. That's a disgrace. It's inexcusable. So the Astros got us in a mood today. Do they have you in a mood? Text in 713-572-4610. Someone said no juice because a minute apart. That person is a 52-year-old father of 4 who makes jokes in the car, dad jokes on the way to school every day.
I'll accept all dad jokes.
I will too. I'm just
snarky dad jokes.
I'm profiling.
Give them to me.
Yeah, I'm profiling.
I was with you though too. I thought of you as around about, when was it? It was while the Astros still had a healthy lead. Mm-hmm. They would never squander, of course. No. Where Blum and Callis were just kind of spitballing the World Baseball Classic rosters for the Astros.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Yes.
Yeah, think about all these guys and where they could play. And they would.
What the hell are you doing,
let's
Blum
get them
and
all
Callis?
Injured and banged up and broken thumbs and whatnot.
Thank you. If you miss, I'm sitting there in my living room. I'm going, what are you saying? They are slotting every good member of the Astros onto different World Baseball Classic teams for next year. And I know part of it is being played here in Houston. And I'm not anti-World Baseball Classic as an event. I am anti-Astros playing in the World Baseball Classic. Let me be very clear. So if Astros are going to keep playing in it, I'm going to call it stupid. But if they don't play in it, I'll be at all the games. I'll probably be at the games anyways. But I'll go to the games. I'll watch it, whatever. Do we not remember 2023 with the World Baseball Classic?
Do we not remember the sacrifices we made?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I mean, we have an army of people getting Tommy John surgery who pitched in the World Baseball Classic. Stop doing that. Oh, all right. That's the part that's really sad yesterday. They've got me mad at Callis and Blum, and I think those guys are great. But I needed more anger from Callis in that moment of that bases-loaded walk, and I need them to Astros into the injury deathbed that is the World Baseball Classic.
What'd you call Okert? What did you call him?
Timu
Stanek?
I called him Timu Stanek on the rundown. Yeah, he is. He got that long hair, but he sucks. Yeah.
Hey, but you got rid of Montero, so everything's going to be all right.
Who was paid more than all of these guys combined.
That's the whole thing. I don't like playing the whole... If you take every bad deal the Astros made and say, well, gosh, you could have re-signed Tucker for that or whatever, like, all right, that's a little pie in the sky. But when it comes to guys like Abreu and Montero versus just standard blue-collar relievers that you could trust, I'll play that game.
Silly.
Idiocy. You're still paying for idiocy.
Yeah. Someone says Christian Walker's been good at first base. At the plate, he looks like Jose Abreu. Yeah, He's a far better fielding Jose Abreu at this point, is what he is.
You like strikeouts, though? Moves the game along. There's one thing about Christian Walker is he keeps the game time down.
Moves the game along.
Yeah. Thought we wanted. Everybody wants shorter games, but then you're whining about Christian Walker's strikeouts.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's the best. All right. Let's circle over to the Rockets. I think we got a good idea as to how they're going to handle the last few games of the season last night.
No, I'm down on them, too. They made us look like idiots.
Yep.
They're probably not going to rest that many guys.
No, last night, we'll get to the Rockets. We'll get to headlines later on this hour. We'll do all that. By the way, Seth's Draft Day review, for those who've been waiting for it, 8 o'clock review of the Draft Day. I'm excited about this. Right now, though, I want to tell you about
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday, Payne and Pendergast. So we got a little glimpse into how the Rockets are going to play these last three games. They played the Clippers last night, mostly reserves and Jalen Green. They lose 134 to 117. Here are the names of players that did not play last night that looked very content to be in street clothes. Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, and Jabari Smith Jr. Those are 5 of your top 8 guys right there. Did not play in the game last night. Rockets hung around for a little while, and the game started at 9:30, Seth. This has been a rough week for late sporting events for guys like you and me and people. I think people up right now can empathize a little bit if you're normally up. You had the championship game and the Astros on Monday starting at 8 o'clock or later, the Cougs. Then you had the Astros on Tuesday night starting at 8:40. You had the Rockets last night, if you've cared to stay up for that. The bargaining I did with myself was I will watch this game until the Clippers get a 10-point lead, and then I'm going to go to bed. And because it would have been fun to see a bunch of a bunch of reserves beat the Clippers, who are all these teams other than the Rockets and the Thunder are playing for something right now.
Yeah,
in the
West. It
West.
would have been fun to watch a Clippers collapse.
Yes, that would have been great.
With six guys resting.
That would have been great. So, but I said, but if it gets to 10 at any point, I'm going to bed, and I did, and it was in the second quarter sometime. If this is how they're going to play it, because Ime Udoka was a little guarded on how he was going to play, both in game with Jalen Green. He was asked, "Hey, how many minutes is Jalen going to get?" It was kind of a "we'll see" answer, and then we're not entirely sure how things are going to play out over these last couple games. If you were Ime Udoka, how would you play this thing in terms of rest versus rust?
He's gonna play some guys because they'll have 6 or 7 days off between the regular season finale.
Their first playoff game will either be Friday the 19th or Saturday Friday the 18th.
Yeah.
And Saturday.
But I think it's probably heavily fueled by their GPS tracking data. And guys' injury situations and everything.
Yeah.
So Paramount will be, all right, get the guys that need to rest and recuperate as much rest as possible.
Yeah.
And then just go out there and in spells maybe play some of the rotations together to keep them fresh and sharp. He's very much in 17th regular season of the NFL mode.
That's a good way to put it. That's a good way. And I misspoke. I think the actual playoffs start that Saturday and Sunday of that 19th and 20th weekend there. So what's today's the 10th? You've got a long
6 or 7 days off of no opportunities to play competitive basketball whatsoever.
Yeah, for example, like a guy like Amen Thompson, who's been dealing with an ankle injury that every time he seems to land wrong, he goes down and is out for a little bit. I would play him at least like 15 or 20 minutes in these last couple games just to keep his feet wet playing NBA basketball, and then get him out of there before he twists his ankle again. Stuff like that.
Jalen Green's got a consecutive start streak going that I'm sure he wants to keep up, so I'm guessing he'll start the next couple games.
Jalen likes playing basketball. He's hard to bring out of the lineup.
And he's young, et cetera, et cetera. So he might start, but I don't know how many minutes he'll get.
Yeah.
I mean, they shot 50% from 3 last night. That was a pleasant development.
Okay.
Ride that on into the postseason. Just keep that up.
This is where I got to see.
If you can do it once.
Hey, I tweeted out before the game, take the over on all the Reed Shepherd 3-point props. He shot 10, scored 20 points in the game last night. 6 of his 7 field goals were 3-pointers. Now, Tari Eason went 2 of 4. That's somebody who's actually going to play minutes in these games in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'll take that one. Look, the weirdest thing about this is that the Rockets are the team that's treating these games against teams like the Clippers and the Lakers and the Nuggets as if they're somewhat of a minor inconvenience. If you had told me before the season, like, one of the 2 teams in these games is going to be load managing guys, and the teams are the Warriors, the Clippers, the Lakers, and the Nuggets. Those are the Rockets' final 4 opponents of the season. It's the Rockets in these last 3 games that are actually the ones that are like, we got to keep fresh legs. We clinched the 2 seed.
Yeah, and somewhere around midway through the last month, and really after they had a couple of these quality wins for sure, they've cemented themselves as there's no part in my mind anymore that says like, well, gosh, just remember what your expectations were at the beginning of the season and just be grateful for wherever they are right now. Like, no, now I'm greedy and I'm hungry for more.
Yeah.
And I have high expectations of them.
As you should.
So now I'm actually at some point during the season, we thought, man, even if it's a first-round departure, but they put up a really good fight in the series, then you gotta just recognize how much progress that is and how ahead of schedule they are. Those days are long in the rearview mirror for me now. Yeah. Now I'll be devastated if they don't win their first round.
Well, look at some of the teams that are odds. I pulled up the odds board, the latest
they're like
odds.
8th or 9th or 10th on odds. I still get and understand why they wouldn't be one of the favorites to win the championship.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, the teams that are above them I am actively insulted by this.
Thunder not insulted by that. Celtics, these are the top teams in order, counting in descending order. The Thunder and the Celtics are clear favorites to win the champ. Like the Thunder are plus 160 and the Celtics are plus 210. That means they're both hovering around 2 to 1, 1.5 to 1. Like it would be a surprise to the odds-making community if that's not our NBA Finals this year. Cavaliers, I understand because they've won like 60-something games, but the Rockets beat them twice in the regular season, and they have a much easier road to actually get to the finals than the Rockets do. The East is much easier than the West. The Warriors, okay, you got Steph, you got Draymond, you got Jimmy Butler. The Rockets just beat them 4 days ago. The Lakers are the ones in the West, other than OKC, that I clearly understand because the dynamic of LeBron and Luka seems to be clicking a little bit. Man, Luka just put it on the Mavs last night. That was wild to see. That was cool. The Nuggets just fired their coach. They're ahead of the Rockets. The Knicks haven't been able to get out of their own way in forever. They're ahead of the Rockets. The Clippers have star power, but the stars are old, and at least one of them is a reputed playoff choker. They're ahead of the Rockets. The Timberwolves have been like the 8th seed all year long. They're ahead of the Rockets. And the Pacers are ahead of the Rockets right now. That's 10. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 11th on this one. So that's, disrespect, man.
Disrespect, damn it.
Yep.
Where are you right now on, since we're gonna have a couple of weeks here where there's not actual relevant Rockets basketball being played. Where are you right now on a desire to have Kevin Durant on this team, regardless of price?
Yeah. I'm at a 2. I'm at a 2 right now. Yeah, I'm at a 2.
And one of the big things too is that I keep seeing this cited that hey, Udoka's got experience with Kevin Durant from his time with the Nets.
Great.
And let's remember that Udoka put the kibosh on the James Harden back to Houston discussions.
Thank God.
After having had time with Harden in Brooklyn with the Nets. So people keep pointing to this time with the Nets that somehow, Udoka knows Kevin Durant. I'd say there's just as likely a chance that he says, I don't think that Durant is the culture changer that we need. The culture. If you look at Durant, okay, he never fixed the culture in Oklahoma City. Not that I can blame anybody for not getting along with Russell Westbrook.
Right.
He didn't change the culture at Golden State.
Right.
He didn't change the culture of the Nets.
Right.
You could argue that he changed the culture of the Suns, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I don't think that this Rockets team and the way they play and the way they're composed, I don't think. Yes, they could use a better basketball player.
Yes,
every team could use a better bat. I don't want to give up a huge package to get a guy to come in and change a culture that I think is just fine.
Yeah, I think that if you're getting Kevin Durant, the culture's fine. Kevin Durant has to fit into their culture. There's no need for any sort of culture the culture is set. They've got guys that want to play. They've got dogs on this team. Their coach is a dog. They're good. The only reason you're going and getting Kevin Durant is if the reason you get knocked out of the playoffs is because you can't shoot and you can't score and you don't have a guy that can go get you buckets in a ratchet half-court offense, which theirs by statistics is. They're a bottom third of the league half-court offense. And you can say what you want about, Fred VanVleet is back and he's a better floor general and this and that. It ain't good with Fred VanVleet in there either. They're good at a lot of things. Half-court offense ain't one of them. What does Kevin Durant do really well? You just throw him the ball and he turn around jump shots the other team to death. So if the reason they get – my ceiling on getting Kevin Durant, Seth, to be clear, even after the postseason is going to be maybe a 5. I'll be maybe 50-50 on it. If they get knocked out of the Western Conference semifinals because they can't put the ball in the ocean, then I'll be like, all right, if they bring in Durant, cool. If they choose to run it back with this team, but maybe bring in a shooter who's like kind of a sniper instead of Durant, who's a future Hall of Famer, I'll be cool with it. I think the thing that makes me a little nervous, I skew way more towards the side of don't do it. I feel like still there's like Tillman Fertitta is kind of in the background now. It's Rafael Stone and Patrick Fertitta that are basically running things, and they're the ones that were able to talk Tillman into this rebuild. Thank God, and maybe even help talk him out of James Harden, who knows most Ime if I had to guess. But I do feel like there's still an element of maybe Tillman wanting Kevin Durant on the team, maybe wanting that level of a star in Toyota Center. Just because I don't think Kevin Durant torpedoes you or anything like that.
No. It's
but the constitution of the team changes though.
The compensation matters a lot.
Yeah.
I just don't want to. I don't want to spend the farm on Kevin Durant. Who and you know what? I'm giving him too much credit on even saying obviously that he changed the culture of the Suns or something. The Suns were a good team. Before the Suns had gone to the finals 2 years before he got there. I'm trying to figure out how spoiled I am right now, though, and Kevin Durant would change the half court a lot.
It's about what he brings as a basketball player, and there's no chance he's a negative for them, I don't think, and I don't think he's a cancer in the locker room or anything like that. We'll see. Shams Charania talked about this. Ben, let's hit Shams too, where he says the big key is the playoffs when it comes to the decision on Durant.
The biggest thing to keep an eye on for all NBA fans and fans of those teams, how does your team finish in the playoffs? How do the playoffs go? Because that's going to really determine who feels like they're a Kevin Durant away. And there's going to be – they might not get what they got back, what they gave up for Kevin Durant. You think about all the picks and the swaps, but they're going to get a pretty good haul back for a guy. He just finished his 12th year, Pat, averaging 25 points and 50% shooting, 12 consecutive seasons. I saw Tim Legler say on NBA today, Mike Jordan and Kawhi Leonard have 10 combined over the course of their careers. So Kevin Durant's done it 12 consecutive years. He's still playing at an elite level. The Suns could get a haul for him this summer. I expect those conversations to heat up, really is the playoffs and into the offseason, into the draft.
The irony in all this is that you're talking about not wanting to give up very much, Seth, or not. You're talking about what does the compensation look like? You don't want to give up too much to get Kevin Durant. The irony in all this is that the pick that could be the key to getting Kevin Durant back is the Phoenix Suns pick if it lands in the top four.
Yeah,
that's where the lottery is super important for the Rockets, not because they need yet another talented young player. It's because that becomes an asset that could prevent you from having to give up too much. Whether it's Durant, hell, the Rockets are the favorite on the board to land Nikola Jokic right now. If he wants out of Denver, they're favored over OKC. The Rockets are at the top of the odds board to get the Joker if he wants a trade after this season is over.
Okay, so right now with that Suns pick that the Rockets have, it's currently the ninth pick. Well, whatever, they're ninth in the order, right?
Pecking order,
before the lottery.
Yeah.
But right now they've got a 17.3% chance of getting in the top four.
It goes up every day.
Yeah. Now they're 2 games behind San Antonio.
Yeah.
Or I guess 1 game, 2 games behind San Antonio, and so there's not a whole lot of room for maneuvering there in terms of where they are in the probability. Mm-hmm. But if they get up to, there's a chance that ends up being a juicier pick than it is even right now. Then that's ironically enough extra ammunition. And
get Kevin Durant. That was part
just
of
to give the Suns their pick back.
They've got other Suns picks in the future too. They made that move in the middle of the year and God, this looks like a weird move. It's just a swapping of a bunch of picks. But Rafael Stone's playing chess.
As soon as they lose Kevin Durant, all those future picks value goes up.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll get to headlines. Trust me, we'll circle back to the Astros. What a disaster. We'll hear from Joe Espada. What did Joe Espada have to say about the complete implosion of his bullpen yesterday? And Luka's return to Dallas. Oh, my God. We'll get to it. I was going to say poor Dallas fans. What am I saying here? This is awesome, watching Dallas completely melt down. It's great. We'll get into that in headlines as well coming up next. But if you are a homeowner whose home or place of business suffered damage in the storms, whether it's hurricane,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Well, there's nowhere to go. This is going to be the pitch of the game coming up here. Full count, bases loaded, 6-6, bottom of the ninth. The 30th pitch coming from Brian Abreu. And the 83rd pitch in the last 3 innings from the Astros bullpen. That's the ball game. Abreu tried to spin a slider in there, and he left it up. And the Mariners score 4 in the 8th. And then Arozarena literally walks it off with a walk in the 9th. Devastating loss for the Astros, up 5-0 with only 4 outs remaining to get. So the Astros drop this series 2 out of 3 to Seattle. They end up with a 3-3 road trip.
Yeah, man, opportunity missed. They had an opportunity to come home 6-6, and they can't hit their way out of a paper bag right now. That would have been just the optics of being 500 coming home for a start of the season where they've basically the only things they've been able to hang their hat on are their 2 ace starting pitchers and their future Hall of Fame second base left fielder right now. That's about it. And Jake Myers has played above his pay grade as well. That's about it. And if you're able to come home 6-6, that feels really good. Now instead you come home 5-7, and the last taste in your mouth, Seth, is whatever that was the last 4 outs of that game yesterday.
A complete and utter collapse in a game which you should have been up by more than that to begin with.
Yes.
They left 12 runners stranded throughout the game, multiple opportunities to just step on the throat and do them incompletely. And so, okay, great. It was a better run out, better run production than we've seen most of the year out of this team. But they were lucky to have some of the hits that they did have.
Yes.
I mean, there was some bad fielding going on by the Mariners. The Mariners did everything they could to gift wrap this game, and then decided in the final couple of innings, we'll just go ahead and just let's just go ahead and start playing baseball.
Yeah,
today.
I mean, I guess against Luis Contreras, I guess we'll try. He stinks. We may as well try. Here's Joe Espada after the game saying, we did some good things.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We did a lot of things very well today. Got on base, 10 hits. We walked 7 times, scored 6 runs, and Hunter Brown was phenomenal. Our bullpen has been really, really good the whole entire first 10 games of the season. So, one of those games, stuff happens.
Yeah, they came into the game with the bullpen having the 6th lowest ERA in baseball.
Yeah.
They put the nice graphic up on the screen and everything. Yeah. But you depth chart here of the relievers and think, that's going to last, and they're going to just keep that up. Especially when you have these. Now they've had multiple extra inning games. They worked. The bullpen had 22.5 innings in the last 5 days.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be like this all the time.
No.
But when you're hitting the way the Astros are hitting, you just can't. You've got to be even better than what they've been.
They blew leads in all 3 of these games against they blew a late lead in the first game of the series. Taylor Scott did. Taylor Scott again blew the lead in the extra innings game that they won, and obviously yesterday was just a disastrous blowing of a 5-0 lead in that game. And some of you may say, well, it was Taylor Scott was two of them. Yeah, exactly. And he's viewed as your third best reliever coming into the season. Like you're leaning heavily on a guy whose ERA was mid-twos last year, but his FIP, which is what his ERA should be based on how hard the balls are hit, is over 4 last year. Like this is a lot of this with Taylor Scott is kind of coming back to roost. It's the regression to the mean of the whole thing. Joe Spada talked about the bullpen after the game.
No, really trying to stay away from 4 outs. Game 10, really trying game, just trying to be careful. I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and Oker has been really good for us since the beginning of spring. So, gave Abreu the ball with, had 2 runs in the 9th. It's a pretty good spot for him, but we just couldn't close the deal.
Yeah, this wasn't Espada's fault. I mean, he's kind of piecing things together because of the heavy workload. Like, that was the right move to make Brian Abreu closer for a day. He's your next guy in line after Hader to try to close something out. He just stunk. That's all.
Yainer didn't play yesterday after the extra innings the day before.
Yeah.
Just to give you an update that doesn't need an update, but just to he's 2 for 33.
Right.
And the other big thing too is that Sean, one of the big emphasis this year was holding runners.
Yeah. How's it working out?
Opponents are 17 for 18 in stolen base attempts.
Dude, it's just a pinwheel out there right now.
But Yainer is in the 87th percentile.
Don't you say framing? I'm going to slap the lips off
Listen, this is what you're supposed to do these days if you want to present yourself as a super smart baseball fan. You talk about pitch framing, okay?
Yeah.
87th percentile.
Yeah, okay.
Awful in every other catching metric, but still. And actually touching the ball with he's bad at touching the baseball with his bat.
With his bat.
But other than that, his pitch framing is immaculate.
You can sit here with the nerds with all your advanced stats. I'm going to stay with my old school pipe swinging, bar drinking dudes that talk about batting average. 2 for 33. Just disgusting. All right, let's move on. The Astros are off today. Probably a good thing. The Rockets lose last night, 134 to 117 to the Clippers. They sat almost everybody but Jalen Green and Tari Eason that matters on this team. So they'll play the Lakers on Friday. They'll play the Nuggets at home on Sunday. And then it's on to the postseason, man. So be interesting to see how Ime Udoka kind of manages things to keep the team long time between games if you're going to just completely rest guys. So we'll see. We'll talk more about that later in the show. We talked about it already in the previous segment. Have not talked about Luka's return to Dallas last night. That was big stuff. They played a 2.5-minute tribute video that had Luka bawling his eyes out during this thing. Did you see this, Seth? Luka with the towel on his face while they were playing it. And he's
emotional.
Sitting on the bench. Yeah, here was and Luka then went out and dropped 45 on the Mavericks last night. So he wasn't crying for long, but he dropped 45 on them. Real quickly, here was Luka after the game saying that emotions were running high.
You said that you didn't know what your emotions were going to be like tonight. Just what were you feeling out there on the court?
I don't know, honestly. Everybody saw me the way I reacted to the video. All these fans, I really appreciate it, man. All the teammates I had, everybody had my back. I'm just happy, this guy, I love these fans. I love the city, but it's time to move on.
Look, this is the best part of this game happened before the game, Sean, where Jason Kidd, who had nothing to do with this trade, at least, not directly, at least. Before the game, I don't know if you saw this quote or not, Jason Kidd brought up that some people have compared the trade to the Babe Ruth trade, and he said, that's kind of cool. Like, no, Jason, you're the Red Sox in this scenario. Curse of the Bambino trade, in which case you're the Red Sox. You got to fire him. You got to fire him just for his general his inability to analogize and his lack of sports history knowledge.
So
he said it's kind of cool.
So what you're saying is it's kind of cool that the Mavericks aren't going to win a championship for 86 more years.
Yes.
And not only that, and I can say this, I grew up a Red Sox fan. Not only that, but you're going to get tantalizingly close to winning one several times. and get it yanked out from under you. Oh,
Here's
God.
the direct quote.
Yeah.
Some are comparing this to Babe Ruth, which is kind of cool.
Can we give him a pass for this and just think the guy just doesn't know baseball? Like, he obviously
That's
didn't know
not
the
even
reference.
not knowing baseball, though. That's one that just that's
I mean,
kind
the
of universally
Curse
known.
of the Bambino is kind of famous, right?
Yeah. Especially maybe if you were in his 20s or something, then maybe it's not. Because this was a bigger deal. Kids, this was a big deal back before the Red Sox got really good at baseball again. The Curse of the Bambino was a big deal.
Yeah.
Like you could invoke this, and kid is old enough to know that.
Yeah.
You got to fire him.
45. Luka goes out, drops 45. I don't know that a fan base in the NBA has been kicked in the junk more times over the course of a. And I'm not saying, like, I know there's really awful teams out there, but a team that was in the NBA Finals last year traded their best player for one of the best players in the league for a haul that is not even close to value. And then that guy comes back in and after a tear-jerking tribute video goes out and goes 16 for 28. He led the Lakers in points, rebounds, and assists last night. Luka did. Yeah. Anthony Davis, by the way, 5 for 13 from the field for 13 points. That was the guy that you got who was going to give you a better chance to win a championship this year than the guy who took you to within a couple games of a championship last year.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, too, this is for him to break down in tears like that and be as emotional, he's going to get teased relentlessly about that back in Slovenia.
Oh, yeah.
So, that. Oh, look at the big crybaby.
Oh, the baby. Oh. Look at the baby crying.
Were you so overcome with emotion? Oh.
I'm crying at videos of me. Oh. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, we'll circle back to the Astros. There was one bit of good news, one sliver of good news yesterday for this juiceless team that we've got playing baseball for us, and we'll have that for you. Long segment coming up, too. We got some good stuff. Hey, at least the Astros aren't this team. Wait till you hear how one team lost a baseball game yesterday. One of the greatest calls of all time. We'll have that for you in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there.
Hey.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I am irrationally excited for 8 o'clock today because Seth is going to review the movie Draft Day, and he's got audio for it, and I'm looking at the audio, and I am so excited to relive the magic that is Draft Day through the eyes of Seth C. Payne.
I tried to watch that movie for the first time in its entirety, and I told myself beforehand, like, listen, just suspend disbelief. There's a lot of weird stuff, but whatever, it's Hollywood. And I was good. I was like, you know what? I like this movie afterwards. After going back through the movie, I despise this movie. Upon second examination, there's no way I can actually endorse this movie.
Do you despise the movie, or do you fulfill the prediction of our friend Garrett the Web Guy, who said that you would hate yourself for liking the movie?
It's a little bit of that. too. There's a little bit there.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
It's an emotion I'm comfortable and familiar with.
Yes. I would submit that even if you haven't seen the movie, that your review of it is going to be pretty good.
Spoiler alert, everybody.
You're gonna hear some stuff from the movie, so that'll be good. Welcome back to the show. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go here. The one bit of good news the Astros got yesterday, on a day in which they coughed up a 5-run lead with just 4 outs left in the game. They just had to get 4 more outs with a 5-run lead, and this bullpen couldn't even do that. Spencer Arrighetti, no surgery necessary. They're going to put his hand in a cast. He's got a broken right thumb that he sustained playing catch in the outfield. He got hit by a line drive. God, I guess it could have been a lot worse.
There hasn't really been any other detail shed on that I've seen, but usually they've got somebody out there kind of shielding the guys who are thrown around in the outfield during batting practice. So somebody from the Astros screwed up.
Right.
Somebody was asleep at the switch. That's my take on it.
Nobody yelled 4. Like 4.
Yeah.
So Spencer Arrighetti, it's not going to the broken thumb will not require surgery. They're going to look at it again in a couple of weeks. They're going to put it in a cast, take a look, and see where it is in 2.5 weeks. So hopefully you get him back. Starting pitching has not been the issue with this team, although Arrighetti's last start was not great. Ronel Blanco has not been great so far this year. They got these 3 performances in the Seattle series. They got 7 innings out of Hayden Wesneski. He gave up 2 runs and 3 hits. And they got 6 shutout innings and Hunter Brown, in which they each gave up just 2 hits.
Yeah,
and you lost 2 of those games.
Did you happen to see the graphic they had up about the stuff rating? It's not based on actual results by the pitchers, but it's just how nasty is their stuff.
Yeah, I did not see that.
Hunter Brown, I think, had the best stuff rating in MLB right now, and Framber was 4th or 5th in best stuff, and that matches the eyeball.
And they just like measuring velocity and the shape of the pitches and things like that.
Yeah, look, I can delude myself with the best of them and pretend that, if I were up there and I had some batting practice, I could hit that. I never say that with Hunter Brown.
No, not those two. Not according to their stuff rating, for That's sure. Right. So the new starter is going to be Ryan Gusto, who has pitched decently in his chances out of the bullpen so far this year. But I guess they got to get him stretched out.
They got to get him stretched out, yeah. He threw 3 innings Saturday, and they think they can work him up to 75 pitches.
Okay.
Relatively immediately was the quote.
Okay. I mean, here we are. 12 games in, and we're already in somewhat of a triage mode with the starting pitch. Not triage. I mean, guys get hurt.
When can you get those documents to me, Jenkins? Relatively immediately.
I love
great. That I feel great confidence in that response.
Worst overnight delivery company of all time.
Are you pregnant or not? I'm relatively pregnant. Yes.
Oh man. So Gusto will be the new starter, and then this amps up eyes on Lance McCullers. He's got his next rehab start. I believe I saw he's got another rehab start coming up.
I think late April would be ambitious right now. The latest I'd seen was Chandler had said early May. Chandler Rome from the Athletic.com.
Yeah.
Attribution.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker is going to get so much money. You saw Vladimir Guerrero decided to take our advice. The Toronto Blue Jays, the Payne and Pendergast.
What was our advice? My advice is if somebody offers you $500 million, by all means take it.
Yeah, and I agreed with you on it. So I'm jumping on the Payne advice bandwagon there. 14 years.
Learned that at Trajan Wealth.
14. Sign the deal and then give the money to
instructions.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a type of advice.
Somebody offers you $500 million, Seth. Just take it, okay?
Yeah, that's right. Those are the best endorsements, the ones where it comes up during the show as well, and you're like, Trajan Wealth would agree with you. 14 years, $500 million, and he is not as good a baseball player as Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is – I was reading an article yesterday where they were taking the Guerrero contract and then kind of going, okay, well, this is probably what Tucker's going to get. Kyle Tucker's a little bit older than Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 2 years older. He's a better player. I think as far as the premium of the position they play, it's probably first base and corner outfield's probably about the same. They're guessing Kyle Tucker's going to make well over $40 million a year.
Yeah,
he's going to be a at least $400, maybe $500 million guy.
Kyle Tucker. I mean, the biggest thing about him is his durability relative to last year's weirdness is something I think you can extend on into the future. Mostly because it doesn't look like he – I don't think you have to worry about a J.J. Watt scenario where he's working out so hard that he ends up being injured all the time.
No.
You don't have to worry about that with Kyle Tucker.
Nope.
And unlike Vlad Guerrero, there haven't been wild fluctuations in his weight either. That was the biggest thing I would worry about with Vlad Guerrero Jr. is it feels like at any given time, I could not identify him by his silhouette.
No.
Sometimes he's in immaculate shape. Sometimes he looks like the guy sitting next to you on the bus.
It's like when they paid Prince Fielder. I'm like, look at him. Look at his old man. Like his old man was fat. Yeah. So 14 years, $500 million. Yeah. Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's going to make a lot of money, and I've been reading and following Chicago a lot with because of Kyle Tucker over the last, really since the beginning of the season. And Cubs fans are all like, oh, crap. We're not going to pay this guy.
We're not going to have to say,
The Cubs aren't a cheap team relative to the other 30 Major League Baseball teams. They are a cheap team relative to the other teams that have the resources to go spend.
Right. It's not as egregious as if Tampa had pulled this off or something.
Right.
Tampa traded for Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
It would have been the dumbest thing ever. But it's a little bit like that. Nobody believes that they're actually going to retain Kyle Tucker. So it's all or nothing this year with him. So far, he's playing like a guy that could be the guy that puts them over the top.
Yeah.
But it's going to be an absurd amount of money.
Yeah, it is.
Now Cam Smith got 2 hits yesterday.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Yeah.
Cam Smith, if he can keep getting regular back him around, just give him. He's working on stuff. He's working on being more aggressive early in the count. It looks like maybe it's starting to pay off. So that's the big. That's what we need to happen for us to emotionally win this war against the Cubs.
He's played a decent outfield too. He's been fine out in right field. Like that's not his natural position. He's been fine out there.
Well, and since we're on the topic, Altuve's been just fine in left field. He had the error that was just a glitch of the transfer, which is something that he's still got to work on. But by and large, in the field, the actual tracking and catching of the ball, he's done well.
The 2 things he's been bad at, and I'll take this back to spring training, is the transfer from glove to bare hand of the ball.
Yeah.
That was the cause of his 2 drops in the outfield in spring training, and that was the cause of his error the other day. And then the timing of his jumps sometimes when the ball's hit deep.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's something he gets better at over time.
That's where I don't worry about it as much, just because usually at least those plays where he hasn't made the play, they were difficult plays at least.
Yeah.
But you feel like he's capable of more, and that'll come with reps.
Yeah, for sure. Someone says on the text page, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Altuve has a 0.1 WAR. That's not even on pace for 1.6 this year, and he's got a 912 OPS. Is his defense that bad? I don't know what the advanced stats say about his defense.
No, the outs above average and everything, I think he's right around a wash. On the advanced stats, he's been about like an average outfielder.
Okay. Yeah, that is one thing I'll say about the Astros so far is as frustrated as we are with the complete lack of offense, as frustrating as the last couple days have been because of issues with the bullpen, particularly yesterday. Defensively, they've been excellent. Like this infield defensively is really, really good. When they go with Paredes at third, Pena shortstop, Rogers at second, and Christian Walker at first. Christian Walker was a machine over at first base yesterday, scooping balls out of the dirt.
I'd say in a very, very small sample size, if you look at his run value as a defensive player,
give it to me.
Savant, he's right now he's at a +1. Last time he was +1 as an infielder was in 2022. So by and large, at least in terms of him being a bad second baseman defensively versus what he's doing in left field, he's hurting you. He's not hurting you, it's early. You can't read too much into it. But by and large, he's less of a minus defensively for sure in left field than he was at second base.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels too. Like he's been fine out there so far. Like it's not. I mean, you hate the error over in the previous series against Minnesota. I think it was against Minnesota that he had that error. All right. So the Astros lose a game in horrific fashion yesterday. At least they didn't lose it this way. Let me lay this out here for you real quick. So the Cleveland Guardians were hosting the Chicago White Sox, and the Chicago White Sox were the worst team in baseball. They were the worst team. They barely won. I think they won 39, 40 games last year, something. They were on track to be the worst team in the history of baseball at some point last year. I've stopped paying attention to see if they actually were, but they had, let me lay this out here. They had the bases loaded. They're down by 2 runs against the Guardians, and the hitter here, whose name I will pull up in the box score. You got a hitter at the plate who gets a base hit. I'll get his name while we're playing the highlight. Gets a base hit to left field that should score the tying runs in the 9th inning to at least tie the game and send it to extra innings. They're the road team, so it's top of the 9th, bases loaded, down by 2, 2 outs, and a runner pulls a hamstring. The tying run pulls a hamstring about 30 feet in front of home plate.
It all comes down to Miguel Vargas. Swings at the first one. It gets through to left field. One comes in, and we might have an injury. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Talkman comes up and can't score. He just came off of a hamstring tweak off the IL a couple days ago, and he was unable to get home as he rounded the bag at third, started limping.
It would have been a play at the plate, but he pulled up lame. It's 90 feet between bases. At about the 45-foot mark, it was like a sniper in the third deck shot him in the leg.
Man, yeah.
Stopped.
The most egregious example I ever saw that, it was rough, was Fred Taylor when I was on the sideline, as a teammate watching, and he tore his groin when he was still in the backfield. He'd taken the handoff. He was running to his left, if I recall properly. He was going to get to the line of scrimmage. Was going to get positive yardage on the play. Tore his groin mid-stride and threw the ball down while the play was still going on.
No.
Yeah, that was how much
so he fumbled
pain
it, basically?
Yeah, he threw either that or an illegal forward pass. I don't know how they ruled it. It was... He just threw it down in front of him, and it rolled out of bounds. But it was almost like him saying, "Okay, screw this whole sport anyway."
Yeah, I hate this sport.
Because that was when Fred was having a lot of injury issues and everything, and it felt like that's what it looked like. Even standing on the sideline, it looked like it all happened in slow motion.
Yeah,
because you're like, "What is going on here?" He threw the ball down,
like he's cursed or something like that.
Yeah,
I love the "oh no." Can we compare the "oh no's" in these? Ben mixed in the Andre Ware "oh no" into the playing of that cut. That's a phenomenal call. I'm assuming that was the White Sox announce team there that was calling that one. But give me a little of the "oh no" there.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That's a bad way to lose a game. But if you're the White Sox, you're used to it, man. We're the Astros. We're not used to all this, the rampant losing.
Yeah, well, at times that's at least easier to handle in terms of, okay, it's bad luck and everything, as opposed to various times when we watch Carlos Correa jogging to first.
Yeah.
And then the shortstop fumbles the ball, and Carlos is still jogging. I'm not going to fake hustle.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. So one thing I'll tell you, Jeremy Pena, I think, what's the over-under on when Jeremy Pena ever stops hoofing it to first?
I'd
say he's 35 years old.
You think? I don't know.
Yeah.
We got to see what happens when he gets big money, Seth. I never want to assume anything. He's going to get a big contract someday from somebody, and he may be like, nah.
You know what? Yeah, as long as since we can't be petty about Kyle Tucker, let's look up Carlos Correa, because last I saw him in the last series, he was still batting below 200.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can be petty about Carlos Correa right now.
Bregman and Tucker are really not cooperating with our desire to be petty.
They're really it's
reigning
it's
players of the week
more than anything.
Oh God.
Crap.
Yeah.
Correa's hitting Oh no, that's his career. He's hitting 163 right now.
Oh, good. Okay, he's the only one of those guys that's not. Springer's back doing things again, man. I thought Springer was dead. I thought we didn't have to worry about George Springer having an OPS of 950 or whatever anymore. Oh.
So at the very least, Jeremy Pena hasn't been hitting well either, but he's right there neck and neck right now with Carlos Correa, if we're comparing apples to apples.
Is Pena running? I know you have those. You don't have it in front of you, so don't worry about it.
Pena's at 186. He's crushing Correa.
I was going to say, is he running as fast this year as he has in previous years? Because he, my big thing with Pena, good that he's making better, he's making contact more often now, because if Pena puts the ball in play, every now and then he's going to beat one out to first. But he's had a couple this season so far that I think would normally, last year would have been infield singles, and he's gotten thrown out.
He's in the 89th percentile of sprint speed right now.
Okay, so he's still pretty fast then. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not matching the infield.
I mean, he stole third yesterday.
That's true.
And he didn't need a lot of speed to get home when he scored, but
on the wild pitch.
Yeah, he looked plenty fast stealing third.
Okay, not a 5-alarm fire or anything. I'll let it continue to play out. It's funny, that was a White Sox highlight we just played. Go ahead. Did you?
I'll tell you where Pena, honestly, just looking at the color-coded advanced stuff, the thing that really pops right now, his hard hit percentage is at 59.4%, and he's always, even when he's not hitting well, he's hit the ball hard. So he's at 59.4%. On average, his last 3 years, he was right around 35%.
Oh, wow,
so,
that's a major jump.
He's been making hard contact.
Yeah, that's a major. Okay, good. I feel good about my over 14.5 home run prop bet.
Yeah.
When you say that, when you lay it out that way.
And he's walking a lot more. He's walking at twice the rate he did last year, too.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean, he's evolving as a hitter. That's good to see. That's good. Now, hopefully the batting average catches up to it at some point here. You know who our best friend is, Seth, now in the sports talk radio industry, speaking of the White Sox? Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie Guillen, former manager of the White Sox and the Marlins. He is...
And one of the best moments that didn't happen on air ever was when Gallant asked the simple question of Ozzie Guillen back after it was on the heels of Ozzie Guillen, one of his incidents way back when. And Gallant asked the simple question. Ozzie Guillen flipped out on Gallant, and then I can't remember who one of the beat writers tore into Paul Gallant afterwards for ruining the press conference.
Oh my God, that's awesome! Yeah, no, it was Gallant asked him about. Ozzie Guillen said some positive things about Fidel Castro.
Oh, that's right.
And so Gallant asked him about that, and Ozzie Guillen flipped out.
And it was a fair question and everything.
Yeah.
Guillen flips out, and then classic case of where because Paul had asked a relevant question, but Guillen flipped out and left, which would be by far the most entertaining thing that happens on any given day in covering baseball.
Oh yeah.
Some crusty, annoying beat writer had to tear into Gallant for ruining the press
You know what
conference.
It probably was?
Sorry, I asked about an interesting topic.
If I had to guess, I mean, I'll text Paul about this and see. If I had to guess, the guy who flipped out on him was probably a beat writer for, I'm guessing it was the Marlins he was managing at the time?
No, it was an Astros guy.
No. Guillen was managing the Marlins at the time. Oh, it was an Astros reporter that flipped out on him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then I am wrong. I thought it would be a Marlins guy looking at Paul like, hey, man, you're the interloper here. Like, this is our manager. We're allowing you in here. I've got a piece that I've got to write, and I need 3 quotes from him about this piece. Now my piece is going to suck worse than it already was going to suck.
It is, and I think this actually leads into what Ozzie Guillen is talking about here. The clips we're going to play. One of those things, baseball especially, where not Ozzie Guillen specifically, but just in general, it stinks because they talk to the press every day, and you go to a new city a couple times a week, and so when there's some lingering issue, you get asked the same question over and over and over again in each new city that you go to, so you can understand why guys start to get testy after a while, because they have to answer they have to answer questions about the thing that they feel like, this is long in the rearview mirror. Not to this new fan base.
And to be fair, the audio is a little different than that topic there. But Ozzie Guillen does the studio show for the White Sox on TV.
Yeah.
Which has got to be, like, in terms of content, that's not an easy gig. Think about doing the studio show for the Astros back in 2013, right?
Yeah.
Like, horrible team. Ozzie Guillen was on with our sister station. He does a hit on the morning show on 670 The Score up in Chicago. And he, out of nowhere, on his hit yesterday, just started marveling at how hard it is. He thinks it's really hard to do sports talk radio.
I just talked with Ozzie yesterday when we jumped in the car. I said, bro, how does this guy prepare himself every day, put on with fans like me, listen to them every day? It's not easy. To me, it's easy to go manage every day because every day is going to be different. But it's just like, every day they got to wake up early, go to work, and you have people criticize you. You got people agree with you. You got people that think they're smarter than you. It's just crazy, man. That's because that day in and day out is not easy.
Hey, Ben, what's so funny, man? What's so funny? He's laying out the trials and tribulations that me and Seth go through every single day.
Yeah. And I felt like, Sean, that was a perfect lead into that audio because it speaks to like just as it is with Paul Gallant when he was asking those questions, he's got to do it every single day. Here's the key, Ozzie Guillen. The thing that it helped me realize it is just acknowledge that a lot of those people that think you're smarter than you actually are smarter than you, right, for one specific moment or whatever, and then it doesn't hurt so much. You're like, all right, look, like back in the day, you could be a sports talk radio host and sit up on your ivory tower and tell the masses how it is, because I know. Now, because of the internet and whatnot, on any given topic at any given moment, somebody's going to prove you wrong about something. Just accept it and move on.
Yes.
Get over yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Ozzie Guillen, for saying what needed to be said. That the service that we provide every day as a sports talk radio host.
The whole getting up early part doesn't that's not that hard because I've woken up at 3 or 4 a.m. almost every day of my life. So that part I'm kind of like I stumbled into the right profession.
For sure. And I like our schedule of doing it in the morning. You've been around a lot of people. What percentage of people who do you think do morning radio are like? That's a huge issue for them getting up early in the morning. I think
it seems like it seems like it starts to, if you're not naturally a morning person, I think it starts to wear on a lot of people around the age of 50 or so. Like,
I don't mind it. I don't mind it considering that you're done on the air at 10 a.m. every day.
I like it because it's such an easy excuse to get out of stuff at night.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, and then people think you're disciplined because of it. Like, wow, he's so disciplined. He adheres to that bedtime. Like, that's just
I need to be better about
sure
that.
Am. Am I committed? It's not that I'm antisocial whatsoever.
Right.
It's that I'm committed to the job.
Ozzie also said social media makes the job really hard.
Now with the social media and everything, people sit in the basement and listen to people and make comments. I mean, also you have to be careful what you're saying. You have to be careful what you do. When you work on TV, radio, or whatever it is, you have to do working in eggshells. You don't know exactly. Right now we have a rule because I work with a new station. My wife recorded every game. Well, she did it last year, but she did a few games. But she had to record every pregame and postgame show when I'm working, just in case. Just in case somebody else says something I never say or I never did.
Right.
Or they misunderstand me, just in case we have that. He said, hey, wait a minute. No. I have it in my house. Look. And my wife made me watching every day, not to get better, just to make sure we are right, because right now my wife and family is so scared about you say something, people people are so sensitive right now.
Ozzie keeps his own receipts. Cash thing probably.
Right, yeah. No, so she's monitoring to see if somebody perhaps is mischaracterizing something he said or something.
She records all of his games. She records all the games and the studio shows he's a part of so that people come after him on social media if they come after him saying, hey, you said this.
They can at least defend themselves that, like, no, this is what I actually said.
He's got it on his DVR there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's smart.
Yeah,
good for her.
That's a good woman right there. That's a good wife.
She's sticking up for her man.
Yeah.
She's defending him. She's watching out for him.
Right.
Wow.
Amy listens to every minute of this show, but I don't think it's to keep me from going off the rails or anything.
I feel like Amy and Brandy are just looking for ammo to use against us.
I know.
Most of the time.
You listen to every minute of the show.
Brandy's just waiting for me to say something bad about George Springer, and then it's just
you're good about that. You don't
no nookie for the next 2 months.
You don't do that.
That part, the walking on eggshells part. I don't know. I don't worry about it. That's part of the. Honestly, it's one of the things I've never wanted to really move outside the Houston market, partly because by and large, whenever anybody's ever accused me of saying something that's over, like, out of bounds or something, I get legions of our listeners sticking up for me, like basically saying, like, no, like, you're gonna don't try to race bait with Seth or something like that. That's not how he is or whatever. I feel like the listeners themselves stick up for you as long as you're not a complete D-bag to your listeners.
As long as you're not a complete D-bag to your listeners. It's exactly
I feel
right.
like I'm only a D-bag to our listeners, maybe be 3%.
Most, yeah. Question on the text page. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Have we gotten those torpedo bats yet? Okay, now that's interesting. They're supposed to arrive for this series against the Angels. The Astros are off today. Boy, that's a good question. I have somebody over there that we can text and see if the torpedo bats have arrived yet.
Well, the funny thing about the torpedo bats is it doesn't seem like it's been in the headlines much at all.
No.
I haven't followed up on it in at least
the Yankees
a week.
haven't hit 9 home runs in a game another time since last week.
Well, and honestly, this is one of those things where, again, like baseball media thinks very highly of itself, and they love to almost be gatekeepers for whether or not you actually know baseball. And yet, players were using these bats last year.
Yeah.
And they didn't know a damn thing about it. Like, they had to be hand-fed about, despite the fact that they're at batting practice every day and everything else. They were completely out to lunch on this.
Yeah.
So I feel let down by baseball media at large.
I'm not looking at it as a story type of thing. Like, if the torpedo bats arrived, we can talk about this on Monday or whatever. I'm looking at it from a standpoint of I'll try anything at this point.
Well, I'll try anything, but also if more and more players start to use the torpedo bats, okay, then the Astros can be one of the worst hitting teams in baseball, but with slightly better numbers.
Yes.
It's like when they changed the scale on the SATs.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I used to score, my old score is a 700. But now I'm 40.
Right.
It's still not a good score.
Yeah. We got $25 million in extra cap space. Yes, you and all these other 31 teams got it.
It's sticking deodorant on top of of BO. It kind of you disguise it and mask it a little bit, but it's still there.
Someone reminding Seth that and if those 3%, you just tell them to go die. That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got honestly. Do you think I could get away with one of my trademark phrases being "go die" if I were on ESPN or something?
Right,
No. That's the beauty of local sports talk.
Right.
You've got an audience and they're loyal to you.
They're loyal.
Remember that clown Twins fan that thought he was going to get me fired because I told him to go because I hoped he died in traffic that day? He sent letters to my boss and everything. And I'm like, good luck with that.
Yeah.
If anything, I got job security that day because the people of Houston loved it.
Oh, that guy, he was from Michigan, I think, wasn't he? I thought he was from Detroit.
Oh, no, that's right. That's right. It was Detroit.
Yeah, Minnesota hates me.
It was a Tigers fan,
Yeah. Why is it always a basement? Someone says on the text page. Why are people who are haters always in a basement? Yeah, Ozzie Guillen did put them in the basement. He says,
It's always somebody in their mom's basement or whatever.
I listen to you at work every day. I don't live in a basement at my parents' house. I own my house. He's not talking to you, sir. And by the way, I don't know of a single home in the Houston area that has a basement.
Plus, and not to mention, even if you do live, like half the kids who are making $1 million a year on social media are doing it from their parents' basement.
Odd, actually.
If we, there's no bigger tell anymore than when you make fun of somebody for being a nerd.
Yeah.
The nerds kind of took over. If you weren't paying attention, at some point, like being a nerd is not a huge knock against you anymore.
You know what they figured out how to monetize? Their mom's basement.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
So Cody Bellinger.
Mom's upstairs on name brand Valium that I got for her with the millions I make from her basement.
Right, with my TikTok that just got 8 million views. Exactly.
Me harassing my mom gets me millions of clicks per day.
There's got to be a TikToker out there.
Sick burn.
There's got to be one out there that's made millions with videos of harassing their mom.
Oh, no. There's one. Oh, it was for a while. It was huge. The guy. Oh, well, no, it was. Was it on Jackass? Those guys, the one guy that beat the crap.
He used to beat up his dad when he was sitting on the can.
Yes.
I just walk in and start smacking him.
That was so funny. I know what I'm doing next break.
Who was it? It was Bam Margera, right?
Bam Margera.
Yeah.
So that wasn't internet, but totally, I'm sure there's at least 17 accounts devoted to just that these days.
Well, I'm sure you can go back and find. Those old Bam Margera videos if you want to, as well. We love playing Mad Dog Russo audio. Cody Bellinger had to miss a game. Cody's on the Yankees now.
Oh, no.
As if you couldn't hate him anymore. He's a Yankee.
But he had to miss a game?
He missed the game because of food poisoning from a plate of chicken wings that he ate on the road.
Yeah.
This was those advice to Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger got sick on some chicken wings. Cody eating them. Why would you have chicken wings from a hotel? That's make yourself a grilled cheese sandwich and call it a day. I mean, geez. I mean, he got sick on a grilled cheese tomato on some potato chips and a glass of milk. That should carry you as far as that is concerned.
The best part about that is he's not making
yourself a grilled cheese sandwich at the hotel.
At the hotel, it's not prison where you make it on the radiator right there.
Glass of milk.
Yeah, like Cody Bellinger, like that's how they do it. That's what I hear, Seth. How they do it in the clink is they get a couple pieces of bread and a slice of cheese, and they wrap it in a paper towel and they put it on the radiator in their jail cell. He's staying at the Waldorf. Make a grilled cheese in your room.
Make yourself, you pay one of the equipment managers to bring your George Foreman grill on the road with you, and you make yourself a delectable grilled cheese sandwich. You run down to, yes, Mad Dog. What you do is run down to the bodega. Much safer to go down to the bodega, grab some expired cheese and some Wonder Bread,
Dude.
and then make
a tomato, tomato from a bodega, like food, like exposed food that other people have had their hands and germs on.
How the hell does Mad Dog Russo make it to this stage in his career and have all the success he has without realizing that, baseball players stay in really nice hotels and they get room service?
Yeah, those are good chicken wings he had. And by the way, horrible advice. Oh, your advice is to have him eat a ton of dairy and junk food. Yeah. Grilled cheese, chips. What are you doing? God. The best part
and then a chili cheese dog.
The best part about Mad Dog is he's dead serious. He's not even cracking a joke. I get a grilled cheese and a tomato and some chips, a glass of milk, and call it a day.
No, you don't get a grilled cheese. You make it.
You make a grilled cheese. They're not staying in one of those efficiencies. It has its own stove.
A hobo or something. You open up a can of pork and beans and you grill it over a fire in the middle of your room.
But even the ones that the hotels, if you have a stove in your hotel room that you're staying in, you're probably staying at a middle of the road kind of place. You know what I mean?
Which, by the way, I would prefer.
Yeah.
God, I love having a kitchenette.
No, I do too. I do too. But it's well below the star level of the hotels these guys are staying.
Right. Yeah. They tend not to have kitchenettes in the hotels.
No, kitchenettes. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Kitchenettes. Yes. Thank you. Someone says
the Suites hotels are by far the best deal in travel, I think. Because they're relatively reasonable. But you don't have to the money you save on food alone.
Yeah.
And how much more healthy you end up eating because of it.
Well, I don't know if it's for me. I don't know if it's healthy, but it is cheaper. You can go to the grocery store. Well, I went to the grocery store this week. I looked at my cart as I'm going through the checkout. I'm like, oh my God, I'm like a college kid right now. The stuff I was I had junk food in there. Yeah. I just had a junk food tooth walking into the store that day. It's all right.
That's the first thing I do is I go to the grocery store, on the way home from the airport, usually.
Smart.
And grab myself a bunch of Greek yogurt and stuff that keep me from going next door to the, and getting 70,000 calories.
Yeah, whatever sports bar is down the street.
Yeah.
Right. All right, mock draft injection time. Appreciate you guys tuning in here on a Thursday. We do a mock draft each and every day at 7:45 until the draft gets here. 2 weeks from today is the first night of the draft. Pete Prisco, an old friend of yours, Seth, from the Jacksonville area. CBSSports.com's Pete Prisco has a mock draft. This guy was the guy for the Texans early on. Back in the mix, at least in the eye of one NFL expert. We'll do the mock draft injection coming up next, but I want to get you guys your
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. We do this every day at 7:45. This will be a great lead-in to Seth's review of Draft Day, which is happening at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. I want to make sure
I've gone from grudgingly liking Draft Day to now actively despising it, now that I've gone back and watched it.
Is there any chance of you flipping back around to liking it again after you review it, maybe? Or are you?
It's going to be hard. You know what my biggest thought was after going through it and watching all of these awful moments from it the second time was, at the very least, if Al Pacino could have been in Kevin Costner's role, it would have been a much better movie. Because it's largely... It might as well have been a play as much of a movie. There's very little actual action in it. It's all dialogue and everything.
Yep.
I've got more. Sean, I could do 7 hours on this.
I know.
Yeah.
Right. Let's get into this mock draft injection so we get out on time in this segment and give you plenty of runway for your Draft Day review at 8 o'clock. Prisco, CBSSports.com. Someone you're familiar with, Seth. Was he covering the Jags when you were a Jaguar?
Yeah. He was crusty. He and Tom Coughlin used to battle.
Really?
And then Pete duped me into being an anonymous source once on in an article. He did the old. It was classic interrogation tech. He casually mentioned something like as if everybody knew it. About somebody who wasn't participating in the off-season program.
Yeah.
And he was just like, so everybody was there except Cersei, right? And I was like, yeah. And I didn't know a thing about it. And next day, it's reported, and I still wouldn't have known anything about it or it was a big deal, except that Coughlin reviewed the security footage and saw Prisco just ran into me on my way out of the building and had that little casual comment. And all of a sudden, I'm getting called into Coughlin's office about being the unnamed source in this article. Yeah,
Which
that
was
the last
true,
time
yeah.
I ever trusted anybody in the media for anything at all, including myself in this very moment.
In the media? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't trust myself.
That's why Sean, that's why I don't like having inside information.
I know.
That's why I don't break news.
Yep.
I don't like knowing things that I'm not supposed to know.
Oh my
and
God.
when I do, I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
The Jack Easterby era almost killed me. Because I didn't trust myself to handle the information properly.
Oh, my God. All right, so this is Pete Prisco, noted Seth Payne stabber in the backer.
That's right.
Yeah. This is his mock draft, and we'll dig in here. With the 25th overall pick in the Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com mock draft. The Houston Texans select an old friend in this mock draft process who we've not heard from in a while. But at one time, he was the favorite to become a Houston Texan with that 25th pick, and his name is Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman from the University of Alabama.
I think this will be received very well by the fan base at large. I think the draftniks would really raise an eyebrow because Tyler Booker did not test well at the combine, which I'm on record as having said, listen, I don't really care about that much when it comes to guards. But he tested so poorly that I think what a lot of NFL teams are probably doing is going back and really re-examining their assessment of Tyler Booker and thinking, okay, are we being diluted a little bit by the fact that he played at Alabama, the fact that people talk about him when it comes to character in a lot of the same way that they talked about Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
So, he checks off all the boxes in a lot of those things. His production on the field in college, all of that. It's this, when you look at some of his weaknesses and you realize, man, all right, he's really not that good an athlete. What's he going to do to overcome those weaknesses? And that's where people start to get nervous. I would still be excited about this because the one thing I would say just in watching Tyler Booker and the way he operates, by college player standards, he's a very efficient football player. He understands the angles. He keeps his feet working and moving. He's always looking for extra contact. He pick up games well. So that's a sore spot for us as Texans fans. It looks like he's an intelligent football player when it comes to picking up stunts in games and all of that. But, and this is the big but, and he's got a big butt. That's a positive. But the big butt in terms of a transition into this next phrase, he's got wide hands. He uses his hands, and he kind of mauls guys at times instead of really punching with his hands. Mm-hmm. And when you're going against college kids, you can get away with that, and you could absorb contact a lot. He's going to have to be more refined. and he's going to have to be able to show that he can make up ground with his feet versus really good athletes. And that's the part that's still a big question mark. The guys that can physically overpower people and use their size and girth. And he does have good technique by college player standards, but is it going to be enough at the next level? But I think that's why he goes 25th overall instead of in the top 15.
If you had to predict right now, I know that this question, you're operating blind because he hasn't even put on an NFL uniform yet, but if you had to predict, is he a week 1 starter for the Houston Texans?
I think for the Texans, I think there's a really good chance he's a week 1 starter for them. Yeah, I think a lot of the things that he needs to work on are very coachable. But that's sometimes not. That's easier said than done. It's not like lots of guys come into the NFL and never improve and make those improvements. Mm-hmm. He shows by virtue of the way he plays that he accepts coaching, and that I think a lot of his weaknesses are things that are more. He gets away with it in college, so there's not as much of an urgency. There's guys that get to the NFL and within the first 3 weeks they figure it out. Okay, I can't get away with this up here. I gotta refine my technique. I'd feel really good about him. I would still have his reservations, but I'll be honest. I have reservations about every single player they'll take at 25 because those guys fell to 25 for a reason.
That's exactly right. There's not 27 perfect players in this draft.
And I think Tyler Booker and Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State, are the two guys where I could see the Texans valuing them higher than some other teams simply because of their character.
Yes,
traits. Yeah. Especially on offense where you're trying to get some of that swarm mentality and that swarm mindset. They want and need a Will Anderson on the offensive side of the ball.
That's exactly right.
And I don't think they have a young guy right now that they can point to. Other than, Nico does everything that you want him to do, but he's out there on the perimeter, Like they need somebody in that front five who's a young guy that you feel like, yeah, this is the kind of guy that we want moving forward. And I feel like they're gonna think that way about Tyler Booker.
Texter to the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Kamari Lassiter didn't test well last year, so we know the Texans go based mostly on film. I think that is apples and oranges as far as position goes, but I do think as far as philosophy goes, that's a very good point.
That's a really, really good. I'm glad he brought that up. Thank you. That's a really good point because I didn't see before the combine that many people questioning his. Now they'll say, yeah, he's much more of a gap scheme power type of guy. In watching him, I don't look at him and think like, oh, he lacks athleticism. Yeah. And part of it is because he knows. It's that old dynamic of, the perfect guy for this was Sam Mills, the linebacker, who didn't test well in anything. Didn't even get drafted back in a 12-round draft.
He's a USFL guy.
Yeah. But he took really efficient passes to the ball. Yeah. He made the right read and got to the ball lightning quick.
Hall of Famer.
With Tyler Booker, there's a lot of that. Mm-hmm. Like, all right, he might be a half step slower than a lot of other guys, but through economy of motion, he gets the job done. Yeah. He mirrors real well, versus guys. He does things by offensive line standards that look plenty athletic enough for me. That's a really good point about Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, I like that. I liked it a lot.
And especially Kamari Lassiter, part of what they liked was he played at a program that's known for churning out guys that are really technically sound defensive players.
Yes. Okay, good text to close the segment on, considering what we're going to talk about next. Tyler Booker, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's a Draft Day reference right there, and that's what we're going to do. Next segment. Seth finally watched the movie Draft Day from beginning to end and has his review with audio from the movie. I'm very excited about this. We will do that coming up next, but first let's get you guys squared away for your Astros games.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The movie Draft Day is the ultimate guilty pleasure, and with the draft just 2 weeks away, I cannot recommend that you go watch it. Just for the sheer absurdity of the whole thing. It's very well filmed. It's got cooperation from the NFL. I think it's a very well done movie with a script that if you're a football fan, the bigger a football fan you are, the more outlandish the script is, I would say.
Okay, yeah, and that's the thing. And I went into watching Draft Day knowing that, all right, hey, this is Hollywood. They're going to get a lot of stuff wrong, intentionally almost at times. And if you take 6 months of draft season and compress it down into 12 hours, then a lot of the plot makes sense. But in going, so after the first time through, I went, you know what? It's a good story. You've got a desperate GM who's scrambling for his job and what have you. And by and large, it all ends well. So hey, I just went in with it like, nope. I'm just going to act like I don't even know anything about football.
Yep.
I went through a second time, Sean, and picking out certain moments, and my God, I can find very few redeeming qualities to this film. I hate and despise this film. Okay?
Okay, let's
hate
go.
And despise it.
Let's go.
Hate and despise it.
Let's go.
I couldn't get past. Okay, let's start off with near the beginning of the film, the owner of the Cleveland Browns decides to meet with his GM, Sonny Weaver, at a water park that he owns, an empty water park, and explains to him that, hey, basically threatens Sonny Weaver's job and says you have to make a big splash because people pay, for thrills like this at a water park, and we gotta put butts in the seats. Yeah. So he basically threatens him. But then in one of the creepiest moments and the creepiest lines I've ever seen in all of movie, the owner, who's played in this movie by Arthur Blank, says this is his parting words to Sonny Weaver, the GM.
Sonny. People pay to get wet.
Okay, gross. What the hell was that? What am I watching here? Gross.
That needs to be a hotkey.
So then Sonny Weaver is mulling this over. He feels the desperation. He's just found out by his girlfriend, who's the capologist for the team, Jennifer Gardner, who bleeds football. And they do a good job of presenting her as such. She's very serious about her job. Yeah. But who somehow idiotically decides that draft day is the day to tell Sonny Weaver that she's pregnant.
Right.
Listen, dumbass. Even if you don't tell anybody for the first 2 months, there's no urgency for you to tell them the day before the draft if you plead football. So there's a lot on Sonny's mind as he's driving to the stadium. Yeah. And then this just annoyed me. They got to do some exposition to explain to the people who aren't sports fans who are watching this movie, try to set the scene and everything. Yeah. But I could not stomach this Cleveland Sports Radio host explaining to Cleveland Sports Radio fans what it means to be a Cleveland sports fan.
We got our sports teams, and that's the only hope we have. Let me explain to you. Football was invented 20 miles down the road in Canton, Ohio. This is a football town. It's in our DNA.
No doubt about it. To me, losing the team altogether, having the team go and move to Baltimore, go there and win, that was so painful.
Yeah, that's so good. So now, good job.
Know,
I want to fire those sports radio hosts now.
No. I could see me doing a segment like that right there. I was connecting with those guys. I could totally see me explaining to Houstonians Houston football like they're stupid.
The one part that rang true about that statement is I could see, because some GMs listen, some don't, but at the very end when they basically say to Sonny Weaver himself, you better do something or you're out, out of here. Yeah. That part, they did a good job. And honestly, this is the part where if I didn't know anything about sports, like, okay, they're setting the scene pretty damn well. This is the part, Sean, as a football player, as a football fan, as a sports radio host, that I could not stomach. And yet part of it was kind of true. This was the strength coach explaining to Sonny Weaver how good their incumbent quarterback, Brian Drew.
Who's like a try-hard kind of guy.
Journeyman. He's Brian Hoyer.
He's Brian Hoyer, and they're trying to replace him. Who had a good year the year before, basically. Yeah. So, and this is, for those of you who haven't seen the movie, Sonny Weaver is contemplating whether to draft Bo Callahan, the presumed number one overall quarterback, taking the draft. Yep.
This is the strength coach explaining just how good Brian Drew looks.
Did you hear about Brian Drew? No, what about him?
He came in here yesterday, did a little workout. Guess how much he squatted?
He's not supposed to be squatting too much.
400. 4 bills. I know. And what's even more impressive is his arm. Your star wide receiver, Andre Bell, has been telling me about those secret workouts they've been doing together all winter. You know about those?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Andre thinks 15 yards deeper now. I didn't believe it until I saw what he benched.
What did he bench?
He benched 250 25 times. Just boom, boom. Translation, Brian Drew's in the best shape of his life. Yeah.
15 yards further.
I wouldn't have believed that a quarterback made an improvement in how far he could throw the football, unlike anybody's ever made an improvement in how far they can throw a football, until I saw him put a very unlikely number on the bar, 250. What the hell are you talking? He's throwing on the 2.5 pounders on top of 245? Like, that's a standard thing that you do? Like, they couldn't even say 225? Like, break it down into draft terms or something?
Yeah.
But that's what was confirmation. Sean, everybody knows you don't gain 15 yards on your deep ball unless you can bench 250 pounds 25 times.
Oh, my God. All right, keep this thing moving.
He's benching more than Tim Tebow.
These are the ones.
Proof is there.
The ones you have here are so good. I don't want to miss any of these, so let's keep going.
You know what the proof was? You know the proof that he can throw 15 yards deeper? I found the emptied syringes in his locker.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, now this is Sonny Weaver after disclosing to the staff, including his head football coach, who is Dennis Leary, playing a very not poorly disguised version of
Barry Switzer.
Barry Switzer.
Yes.
Had won a Super Bowl in Dallas. And now somehow was in Cleveland. Staff is. Most people ended up presumably to draft Bo Callahan.
They moved up from
with the
7 to 1.
Yeah.
They traded 3 first-round picks to move up from 7 to 1.
Really dumb trade, but to draft Bo Callahan. And Dennis Leary isn't happy about it. But this is Sonny Weaver after trading up to number 1 overall.
On draft
day.
This is what he
says. On draft day. Hours before the draft, this is what he says.
Until about 10 minutes ago, I don't think any of us thought this was possible, and I seriously doubt that we have looked at him the way we might have. That's my fault. All right, guys, that's on me. Now that's changed. So if we go ahead with this, if we pick him and find out tomorrow that he has got knee problems, he's got bedwetting problems, or he's got goddamn OCD, we're all going to be fired. What's beeping?
What's beeping? Okay, that's what annoyed me the most. What's beeping? It's the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
It's right there.
Yeah.
It's your war room phone.
Yeah.
What do you mean, what's beeping, you idiot?
Yeah.
Have you never run a draft before? Okay, so now we've look.
Now they scouted.
There's not a chance in hell they hadn't looked into Bo Callahan if they had the 7th pick overall in the draft and they weren't super 100% comfortable with the quarterback that they had.
Yeah.
They're not going to find anything that morning that they wouldn't have found already. But, hey, we're going to dig into it. At which point, all the people that he tasks with digging into it just start casually perusing his social media and checking out his girlfriends. So, like, that was a little annoying. So they dig into it. But meanwhile, everybody, the Vontae Mack, linebacker that wants to go to Cleveland, has been on the phone with Sonny Weaver at multiple times and implores Sonny Weaver to look into a game in which he had sacked Bo Callahan 4 times. And then they do this. They're watching the TV copy, by the way.
Yes, the TV copy.
In the war room. They're watching the TV copy, digging into the film.
Yes.
And then Sonny Weaver divulges something to the rest of the people in the room about Vontae Mack that maybe they didn't know.
He's showing off. Can't do that.
Sorry, Ben. Sorry, Ben. Vontae Mack was ejected from the game for handing the ball to a woman in the stands, and then he touched a referee in protest.
After they ejected him, he put his hand on his shoulder.
Big character check against Vontae Mack.
Right, huge,
He's showing off. Can't do that in college. Can't hand the ball to some girl. It's not some girl. That's not some girl, guys. That's his sister. She died about 6 months later.
I'm sorry.
Which was completely unknown to anybody in the room. This was the one that did it for me.
These are the stories that wind up on College Game Day the next week.
This would have been debated so hotly for the next 6 months. This would have been the story of the season. What the hell are you talking about?
Kicked out for handing the ball to his cancer-ridden sister.
Who died afterwards. And then, how many months afterwards? 2 months later?
6 months later. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't even know how the timing of that is. So she would have died just recently.
Yeah.
This is news to everybody in the room. But now one of the true moments, this is one of the more true moments when it comes to the way some guys are operating.
5 seconds later. Yeah.
Plays Vinny Penn, the Barry Switzer of this scenario.
Yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he's a crusty old football coach. This is how he reacted to that news.
She died about 6 months later.
Who friggin' who? We ain't running an after-school special here. We're running a football team.
That's right, Sonny. That happened in the movie. I'm like, oh, my God. This guy is an a-hole.
I thought they did a good job with his character because they pulled short of making him a complete demon.
Yeah.
Especially when he was sitting down with Jennifer Garner.
Yeah.
He did a little bit of light misogyny.
Yeah.
It wasn't like overt, like, you're a dame, you don't know what you're doing. But he did a little bit of, pointing out that she was the GM's boyfriend and all this stuff.
We should point out that there was an adversarial relationship between Dennis Leary's coach character and Kevin Costner's GM character throughout the entire movie. Like Dennis Leary hated all the moves that Sonny Weaver was making in this.
Every step of the way.
Every step of the way. He wanted Brian Drew as the quarterback. He wanted to pound the rock with the run game. And
going behind his back, calling the Bills, somebody with the Bills about it.
He tried to. Dennis Leary, the coach, tried to facilitate a trade with the Bills,
which is interesting too, because that's the part that got interesting was all the teams going back and forth with each other.
Yeah.
I'll admit to this. I'm picking nits here, and that this is something that I probably shouldn't have gotten upset about, except that I put myself in the same situation as a fan of a team. This is the Chiefs are talking to Sonny Weaver about Brian Drew, their quarterback, and just kind of casually disclosing that they've been tampering.
Throwing the ball a good 15 yards farther down the field.
Okay, just confirming. His agent sent over tape of Drew working out during the offseason. We like what we see.
He did? That's great.
You seem surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You just openly admitted to tampering, you son of a bitch. You're gonna get docked a first-round pick for that level of tampering.
Oh my God! What the hell? His agent sent over I forgot about that. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Holy cow!
So then you fast forward to where Sonny has made his decision. All kinds of pressure on him. The owner has, basically really just nailed down that you better get this right with his number 1 overall pick. The owner is getting all kinds of adulation and praise at the draft.
The owner,
Anthony Molina, played by Arthur Blank, is at the draft, and people are looking at him like he's the cock of the walk because they just pulled off the ballsiest move in NFL history.
He's standing off stage waiting for the first overall pick to be announced. The owner is holding a Browns Bo Callahan jersey. That's how invested the owner thinks the GM is in that player.
Oh, yeah, and then the one part of this movie that we haven't mentioned, but just that didn't pay off until 10 years later, was the fact that Diddy is the agent for Bo Callahan.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Played by Diddy. The role of whatever is played by Diddy, and he has so many creepy smiles.
Yes.
Every time, when you go back and watch, it's Bo Callahan, like, you're going to be a great addition to the parties. Yeah. This is how this is.
Yes.
This is, man, I can't wait.
That's true. That is one of those parts in that movie where you're like, it's more fun to pretend it's the actual person playing the role than,
This is the part where I got insulted on behalf of non-football fans who would be watching the movie. These next couple are ones that even non-football fans should be insulted.
Okay.
So Sonny Weaver puts the name in. They hand the name to the Cleveland rep, who's going to relay the message on to the commissioner.
Yeah.
This is how it goes down.
Sonny, yeah, thank God. Yeah, I was wondering what you were doing. Yeah, it's go time, boss. Okay, what name do you want the commissioner to say?
No, okay, for one, as a football fan, what name do you want the commissioner to say?
Yeah.
All right, okay, God. Do you have to explain every little thing to the non-football fans in this, like exactly how it's going to happen next?
Yeah.
But then what you can't see when you listen to that is zero look of surprise or anything by the Cleveland rep.
Yeah.
And he gives the thumbs up to the owner. played by Arthur Blank. Yeah, like everything. I feel like that was a cheap and unrealistic way to set you up for, oh, wow, they are going to pick Bo Callahan.
Yeah, right, because they gave him the thumbs up.
Yeah.
They end up taking Vontae Mack instead with the first pick there, and that's where all hell breaks loose after that.
And then this part, too, for the non-football fans, this annoys me to no end. This is Anthony Molina, the owner, getting into his car outside of Madison Square Garden, gets the news, trying to get Sonny Weaver on the phone. He ends up talking to Jennifer Garner on the phone.
Sonny just he defied a direct order from the owner to take Bo Callahan.
Yeah, so this is what Anthony Molina says.
This is Anthony. Tell Sonny I'm on my way to Teterboro, and I will literally be in his face in an hour, and he will talk to me then.
No, you will not. It's physically impossible for you to get to Berea, Ohio in an hour or less, and he does end up making there in less than an hour.
Dude, Kevin Costner picked Vontae Mack with the first pick. Anthony Molina goes storming off the stage out to his ride, which had to take at least 5 minutes to walk there, and says, I'll see him in an hour. He was in Cleveland in the War Room in Berea, Ohio by the 5th pick.
Yeah.
That's like he had to go to the airport, get on a plane, fly there, get off a plane, and drive to the Browns headquarters. There's no way. You and I Google map this thing. That's at least
it takes at least 20 minutes to get to Teterboro.
Yes.
Not to mention just then getting on the plane, taking
Runway,
off, the flight time, and then getting from the airport there to Berea,
It's
Ohio.
at least a 2-hour process.
Makes it there in less than an hour, which, okay, whatever. Hollywood, all of that.
Yeah.
The biggest thing, honestly, is a lot of people have quibbled about the trade value of various trades. There's so many stupid trades, and yet the one, ironically, that makes the most sense was when Sonny, because remember, even after they draft Vontae Mack, he's still got to dig himself out of a hole. The last middle linebacker to get drafted number 1 overall was Andre Bruce back in what?
That was from Auburn in the late 90s. That was like the late 80s, yeah.
And he was a huge bust, right? Away to draft, and remind you, he traded all that capital away to draft a guy that they easily could have drafted already with the pick they already had. And it still would have been a reach because he was in danger of tumbling out of the first round altogether.
Yep.
So that was all he had. But he does salvage it. The one trade, and I forgot to grab the audio for this one, was when he talks the GM, the brand new GM of the Jaguars, into trading away their number 6 overall for 3 future seconds.
Yeah.
That actually makes the value makes sense for the Jaguars in that.
Oh, yeah? The Jags won that trade?
And yet I feel like he would have gotten fired on the spot if he had made that trade.
Oh, yeah. The 6th overall pick. You're a new GM. You're trying to be – I mean, that is – I could see the magical Gladstone doing that. They're picking 5th in this draft. That would be so awesome if the Magic G traded the 5th overall for 3 seconds.
But then the other part that logically didn't make any sense is when Sonny completely pulls himself out of the morass to get back the value that he had traded away that day. Mm-hmm. He convinces the GM of the Seahawks, with whom they had originally traded for the first-round pick.
Yeah.
Remember, the Seahawks GM traded that pick away while sitting down with whom I'm guessing was the owner of the Seahawks, in that the owner was basically telling the GM, yeah, do it. You should do it. You should do it. Yeah, you should do it.
Yeah.
He does it, but then Sonny points out, hey, Tom, GM of the Seahawks, I've been in the chat rooms. People are upset with you.
Yeah.
And then the GM looks out and he sees people picketing. Yeah. At one point in the movie, he sees people picketing outside the building. The owner endorsed this trade.
Yeah.
What the hell? He had no motivation or reason to trade to get that 7th pick overall.
Oh my God!
Overall, I give this movie 1.5 out of 5 stars.
1.5.
1.5.
You're completely disrespecting this movie. How can you not enjoy a guilty pleasure like that? I thought playing all this audio might bring you back around, but no.
No, it's just cemented my hatred for it. I also think that, frankly, Kevin Costner is a fine actor. Because this was all dialogue-driven, they really needed somebody like Al Pacino to be in that role, just to bring more actual tension and drama to it. Another one, a little quibbling with the cinematography. Because it was all talk and not a whole lot of action in this movie, they decided to do all this cute little stuff with the split screen.
Oh, yeah, where some
which was very disorienting.
Yeah.
It'd be like the screen would be split, but Kevin Costner would still be like
his arm
in
would
the
be
foreground of the other frame. There was one. It was when he was. I think it was when he was on the phone with the Chiefs GM. He actually walked across the split screen over to the other side, and they shifted it over.
Like he went from Kansas City to Cleveland in 2 seconds. What happened here?
Yeah.
All right. I'll just
1.25 stars out of 5. I hated this
you just
movie.
knocked off another quarter star. I'll sum this up with a text. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I need more Seth Payne movie breakdowns like I need air. So there you go.
I honestly might do a 2-hour YouTube.
I'll watch that for sure.
Yeah. There were some redeeming qualities. I'll probably revise my star rating up into somewhere in the mid regions.
We got 15 minutes. We got to get in the good stuff, You
got a bunch of good actors in there. I mean, that alone.
No, it's well cast.
Movie.
Yeah.
They should have leaned into the comedy a little bit more.
Maybe. All right. Payne and Pendergast. As it turns out, a prediction made by a national talking head that we thought sounded incorrect at the time, and this has to do with the Cougs and the college basketball tournament, wound up to be wildly incorrect. We will have that for you coming up next.
Oh, boy.
Sandpaper.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a couple of weeks ago, Stephen A. Smith had this to say about the NCAA tournament when it was by and large favorites getting through to the Sweet 16. He was not the only one saying this. He was just the loudest one saying this. But I feel like this encapsulated a lot of people hand-wringing over the fact that, there's no 13 seeds that are scratching me where I itch in the Sweet 16. It's all favorites that are making it through. Here was Stephen A. Smith on the death of the NCAA tournament with no Cinderellas.
If there was no NIL, if there was no trade portal, Shay, right? And you have zero, the mid-majors go 0-6 in the second round. Please, we ain't sweating that. But when you're able to point to rules that have been implemented that ultimately shows itself to have inflicted upon the game itself, that's dangerous. Because what you don't want is a situation where nobody has a chance because those players from the mid-majors, like y'all said, you know what, we're going to get some money from Kentucky. We're going to get some money from UConn. We're going to get some money from some other program that we can't get them in. You don't want that to be the reason you have these kind of results in the NCAA tournament. If people continue to get to point to that, then college basketball as we knew it, which to me is all about March Madness, will cease to exist.
Cease to exist.
That's going to come up on the campaign trail.
Yeah, oh, God, don't get me started.
Did he say he's serious about running for president?
He's reiterated that, there's been plenty of stories about that this week, about him still open to running for president. But as far as this tournament ceasing to exist, hey, down the road, who knows? Maybe he's right. Maybe there's a shift in viewership habits and whatnot. But from what I can gather from this particular tournament, the very tournament that led Stephen A. Smith and many others to say, no Cinderellas, this is no longer interesting, and thus it is going to die. The final game between the University of Houston and the University of Florida averaged 18.1 million viewers, peaked at over 21 million viewers, and for some context, that is up 22% that's a huge jump, 22% year over year. It's the most viewers of the NCAA tournament since before the pandemic, since 2019. Mm-hmm. The Final Four weekend as a whole, the 3 games that comprise the Final Four, up 21% year over year, the most viewers since 2017.
So there's some things about what Stephen A. Smith said where I think, by and large, college basketball, as we knew it and as it was when we grew up with it, that's dead. It's completely different than it was before. So where Stephen A. Smith, I think, was really wrong was that it's not that the tournament is going to die and that's going to kill basketball. Basketball, as we knew it, was dead. But the tournament, so far, at least based on this 1 year, might be the thing that actually salvages whatever remains of it and like how we consume it and everything. And I try not to get too wrapped up in comparing different eras of basketball and everything. One of the greatest characters in American literature, Andy Bernard from The Office, had once said, "I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've." I feel like I don't think we're going to look at this era of college basketball at any point and say, oh boy, those were the good old days. We didn't even know it.
Yeah.
This is a massive upheaval in the way college sports operates, and I don't like it as much as I like the old way. I don't think it's just because I like what I grew up with or anything. But by and large, I think the tournament still provides a lot of those same types of moments that you got from the tournament back in the day.
I think those are all good points. I think that my feeling on this whole Cinderella dynamic predates NIL, predates one and dones, goes back to the 80s and 90s for me, which was my prime basketball watching days, which is that, in the moment, watching Valparaiso beat Ole Miss with Bryce Drew hitting a shot is a really cool moment. I don't need to see Valpo in the Elite Eight getting beat by 30 against whoever they're playing. That's the big thing. That, to me, is the biggest disconnect with the whole Cinderella dynamic of the tournament and the overall viewership of what people ultimately want to see in the Final Four. I think people want to see heavyweights like this, 4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four. That, if anything, that is the ultimate counterpoint to what Stephen A. is saying. Is look, this was the complete opposite of Cinderellas that we had in this particular Final Four. the exact opposite of what you could possibly have, the 4 best teams, and people were eating it up, 22% year over year. You want Cinderellas until you don't want Cinderellas anymore.
This is what he ignores about the fairy tale story, like with the Valparaiso, is that, if you write an epilogue to Cinderella, you fast forward Cinderella telling Prince Charming, like, why were you spending so much time with the princess from Spain last night at the event? What was that all about? What?
Yes.
Meanwhile, and she's got, she's let herself go. She's sitting on the couch watching soap operas all day.
Right.
Like, it's on, he's a fair, listen, Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Not everything's a fairy tale forever. It's one shining moment.
The movie Cinderella gets cut off at the equivalent of the Sweet 16. They don't show you the sequel. Yeah,
they don't even know if they're compatible sexually yet.
That's right.
There's so many ways that this relationship could go south.
Yep. I thought it was a silly take at the time, and now the numbers are in. And if you're a Coug, hey, I don't know that that's a consolation prize for the way that game ended, but boy, a lot of people watched that game, both your games in the Final Four this weekend.
I do think the Cougs being. It's not a Cinderella story, obviously. They were one of the favorites, but I think being a more relatable squad and a throwback in a lot of ways, the fact that their appeal was their lack of name brand appeal almost. Yeah. That as a story, like, hey, these are the hard fighting scrappers who work their butts off. The head coach is an old school coach. That there was a sentimental appeal to that side of it.
Well, list everything that the average college basketball fan doesn't like about college basketball right now.
Yeah.
One and dones, the whole AAU mentality coming into things. NIL, the Cougs do NIL, but probably not to the degree the other 3 teams. These kids don't work as hard at practice as they used to back in my day. The Cougs, they're rolling balls out and doing Oklahoma drills at practice. All the things that I think the average college basketball fan who just dips in maybe for February and March that have turned them off about college basketball, the Cougs, among good teams, are the antithesis of that.
Well, and not to mention just the nail-biting finishes, too.
Yeah,
that goes a long, long way.
Yep. Okay, there's a lot of people weighing in on your review of draft day. Next up, Seth destroys Gone with the Wind. There are people wanting you to make this a thing.
A staple? We'll run out of sports movies, so we could probably do it like once a month.
Yeah.
We could do a sports movie review.
Yeah, that's you put in a lot of work on that. This was awesome. Make a new segment weekly and have Seth dissect sports movies. That was great, LOL. My son is 7. This is the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line with these. My son is 7, listening to Seth's review in the car. He says, yeah, that movie's a 2.5. That's great.
Okay, I was a little harsh by the end of it because I'd worked myself up into a fervor. I will say I was emotionally invested, and I was on the edge of my seat when it came time for Roger Goodell to make the selection. That part of it was I did get wrapped up in it. It's a lot. It's just there's so much dumb stuff.
It's a lot of dumb stuff.
Part of it is they're trying so hard to explain the process that it's just so conspicuous to anybody that's an actual football fan. Yeah. Like when there's all this dialogue that's specifically to explain the way the draft works, and that started to annoy me. Even it annoyed me that they were doing it so much of the time.
Yep. People find the Instagram of some female student they showed for 7 seconds during a game, but nobody knows that was the star player's dying sister.
Yeah, that might have been the most unlikely thing that the GM, after doing some hardcore research, realized that the star linebacker giving the ball to his sister who is dying of cancer and then getting ejected because of it wasn't a news item or widely known in the 6+ months leading up to the draft.
Well, he knew about it already. It was the fact that none of his scouts knew about it.
Nobody else knew about it.
Yeah.
No, but it's not clear that Sonny necessarily knew about it right up until he didn't know about it because remember Vontae Mack said go back and watch. Vontae Mack told Sonny to go back and watch, so Sonny went and did the research that day, draft day, to realize all that.
Yeah.
That was annoying.
If there was some way you could get Nick Caserio to watch draft day and review it, I'd pay so much money to listen to it. We somewhat floated that to him during an interview within the last couple of years, like watching draft day or something.
There's what I'll see online sometimes? There's a former Navy SEAL Oh, it's Jocko. I can't remember what his last name is.
Yeah.
But he does real compelling content. But I know I've seen him sit down and watch military movies.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do it with the same level of emotion that I do it, which is good. I like the way he does it. But he kind of breaks down like what's realistic, what isn't. Is this how it would have happened and everything? It's really interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, to actually sit down and watch a GM breakdown.
Oh.
There are things in that movie that are amped up to make it Hollywood, but that are emotionally true. I mean, the desperate trades and the owner breathing down the GM's neck and everything like that. Yeah, there's some truth to that.
For sure.
When Sonny Weaver when Anthony Molina, the owner of the Browns, says he's like a son I never had, and Kevin Costner says, "You have a son." Yeah, I could see Jerry Jones saying exactly that, or Bob Kraft or somebody like that.
100%, 100%. Last one, and we'll get to the break here. Seth would not make it through a single Jack Bauer episode of 24 if he can't comprehend teleportation. That's from Irwin. Did you watch 24?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. You break.
No, and honestly, I fully understand. There's a suspension of disbelief you have to have in these movies. The problem is that Draft Day did it so awkwardly, and even when they did it in ways in which human beings don't actually talk.
Right.
Like the dialogue was so clunky.
Yeah.
And I'm like, even if I don't know
awesome.
football, this conversation isn't happening like this.
And that's why it's one of the greatest movies of all time.
It feels like the script was written by AI, and this was before AI was a thing.
Big point for AI. Yeah, exactly. All right. Adam Schefter is making a prediction here about one of the rules changes that got tabled. What does he think is going to happen, and which way do we think the Texans go on this? We will talk about that coming up next. But Texas Sinus and Snoring, Dr. Ben.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Adam Schefter was on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan, yesterday, and he's the first one I've heard put this out there. We know they tabled the vote on the tush push when they were at the league meetings last week.
Yeah.
They put some new rules in. That was not one of them. It was reported that 16 of the 32 teams are ready to ban the tush push that the Eagles are most well known for using, just taking two guys and shoving Jalen Hurts forward in short yardage situations. Schefter predicted yesterday that the tush push will indeed be banned in 2025.
Yeah, well, I think the tush push is on the way out. I think that when they table that, it's just a setup to get more votes to be able to overturn it and change the language on it so that, I don't think you'll see the tush push in the National Football League in 2025. That's my guess as we go into the May meeting in Minneapolis.
Okay.
So I guess, that's his prediction.
Yeah.
I don't know. This feels like kind of trying to predict an election when there's some key items. They need 2/3 of the votes to be for
75%. You need 24.
Oh, 75%?
You need 24 out of 32.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
So they need 75% to ban the tush push. And so a lot of that sways on, all right, it feels very political, people maybe calling in favors or whatever.
Totally.
For something that ultimately is still a relatively small part of the game. And it rubs me the wrong way, and I say this as somebody who does not enjoy the tush push whatsoever. I don't like it. I think it's boring. I thought in the NFC Championship game, it turned into an outright comedy down on the goal line there. I don't like it. I hate watching it. And yet I can't come up with a single valid reason that it should be banned, especially just because it's not that, hey, anytime you run a tush push, you're going to get the first down. There are teams that are better at doing it than others, right? And there's some teams that are perhaps better at defending it than others. It just feels wrong.
Yeah.
It feels really, really wrong. It feels like a bunch of people just like snarkily trying to take something away from one of the better teams in the league. And a quarterback who, by the way, one of the reasons the Eagles are so good at the tush push is that you've got a quarterback who works out like a demon.
Well,
and has since he was a high schooler.
Yeah, he squats a million pounds.
He's freakishly strong, and it's not all just because of natural ability. It's because he was a competitive weightlifter in high school.
Yep.
It rubs me in a push ban it.
Okay.
It bothers me.
And yet there will be a vote on this at some point.
Yeah.
So what are you rooting for? Are you rooting
I'm
for
rooting for it
you
to
hate
be
it?
upheld.
You hate it, but you don't think it's right.
Yeah, I feel wrong about the way that it's being handled.
Yeah.
And especially because it's a team that's been one of the dominant teams in the NFL right now. It feels like you're trying to handicap a team for doing something really well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like banning the greatest show on turf won a Super Bowl. We need to limit how far we can throw forward passes.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It feels like it goes against the grain of everything that you should want in a league, which is teams fighting to find a way to get an edge and to do it with physical football play that doesn't result in any more injuries than any other given football play.
It would be funny to know. I'm surprised The Athletic hasn't done something like this yet, where they are able to poll like 10 anonymous defensive coordinators or something at certain layers of the organization. Like I could see the higher up you go, that the owners, whatever, that they just want to ban it because they're tired of losing to Philadelphia or they want a better chance to win a Super Bowl. I would think that at a certain level, like once you get down to like the defensive coordinator and position coach level, that the intellectual stimulation and the game planning stimulation of trying to find a way to stop it would kick in. Like that's a challenge.
Yeah.
It's a challenge to stop it, and that's what these guys like. It's like solving a puzzle.
We went over all the people, the sports science people on the Texans staff. They've got over 15 people that are either analytics or sport, kind of a scientific bent to their job
What
title.
A cool challenge for them, you know?
Right, yeah. Like, what are we missing here? You bring in rugby people, to talk about it and figure out. And I'm sure some teams have done that. They've probably consulted rugby people because it's very much like a scrum or a ruck in a lot of regards.
Yeah.
So It really rubs me the wrong way. It feels ethically wrong almost that you're banning something just because people are good at it. The one argument that's a hypothetical, and yet I can see the validity behind it, is it seems like, at least with the Eagles, with the Commanders, like one of the strategies that teams are starting to do is just, we're going to torpedo guys at the line. We're going to try to time the snap count, and we're just going to turn them into battering rams. I could see where the potential danger is in all of that, but I don't know if that's the strategy. Then offenses are going to figure out a way to exploit that as a play action opportunity.
Yeah, just roll out on a naked boot and walk in.
If you're openly committing to we'll just go ahead and either take that. I don't. It just I hate watching the play. I think it's boring, and yet at the end of the day, it's about the most old school football thing you can point to.
Yeah,
and
strength on strength.
And to do it well, the team that just won the Super Bowl is the team that's best at it. It feels like you're trying to. You know what it feels like, Sean? It feels like the Colts whining every year back when Dungy and the Manning family would get together and lobby the league to try to change the rules to make the Patriots.
Because the Patriots are handsy on defense and whatnot.
Yeah.
Which way do we think the Texans would go? They're voting on this thing. Nick Caserio was actually on with us a week ago today. And Seth asked him about the tush push. What's his view on it?
When you look at the play in and of itself, in the end, it's a version of a quarterback sneak. And D'Amico and I have both commented publicly, so this isn't anything like groundbreaking information here, but you shouldn't penalize a team for a good execution. And it's not like all of a sudden, like Hurts just dropped out of the sky and is playing quarterback. So the guy's been playing quarterback for 4 years. He's got over 4,000 snaps, 600 rushes. I don't know how many times they've run the sneak. So now, all of a sudden, like, we have an issue with the play, but more than anything, what we should be doing is tip your hat to Stout and Nick for good execution. I mean, Jalen squats 6,000 pounds, so he's got good lower body strength. And when you actually look at the play, and I haven't done this, maybe we can have somebody out there in the Twitter sphere look at this, the number of times where the player, whether it's in proximity or close to the quarterback, is actually pushed to create, additional yardage. I mean, it probably doesn't happen on every play, because by the time, the quarterback takes a snap and he's moving forward, it's more about what's going on the offensive line. So, but is it we're going to penalize players in the NBA for the Euro step like that? We're going to make that illegal, even though so every situation. Look, if you find something that works, okay, sometimes you just have to tip your hat to good execution. I think you got to be careful about that. So again, I've probably already said too much. I'll probably get fined for some of these comments, but that's okay.
Yeah, didn't get fined. That's a couple interesting points there from Nick Caserio. If you want to listen to the whole interview, it's up on our podcast. We talked to him a week ago today, back on April 3rd, with Jalen Hurts, these plays that are classified as a tush push. Is he actually already gotten the yardage or the inches that he needs
before he even get to his
before he gets pushed? Right. Before he even gets pushed, because as you pointed out, the guy squats like 8 jillion pounds. He's already
and look, Jeff Stoutland, when Caceres says Stout, he's talking about Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach, one of the best offensive line coaches in the business. And they get really low and they get the leverage. And the most insulting thing to me was when the Green Bay Packers president,
Mark Murphy
said that there's no skill involved in the play.
Right.
Which that might have been the thing that cemented my position against banning it. Is that what on earth are you talking about?
Define
are you talking to me like
skill.
I'm an idiot?
Yeah, define skill.
Right. Yeah, like there's no skill behind the way that offensive line operates or anything else with that. Not to mention just the timing of the whole play, the fact that they do practice it, the fact that some teams are better at it than others. Like, show me the part of that doesn't involve any skill at all.
Yeah.
And it just feels like a witch hunt. It's a really weird campaign that the Green Bay Packers have decided to wage.
Yep, no doubt.
So I stand to you here and say, God bless the play that I despise so much and allow it to exist.
It doesn't sound like they're getting the Texans vote if they're trying to get it banned. It does not sound like they're getting the Texans vote at all.
What's a real world analogy to this? What's something that you really, really hate, but you understand that it has to exist and it's up to you?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Don't ban the tax. Just figure out a way to loophole your way out of it.
The bar closing. Oh, I get it. You've got to close at some point. That's mine.
Not everywhere. There's plenty of leagues where they don't close the bar.
It's true. It is true. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The Astros are off to a 5-7 start. Yesterday stunk. At least it did in the last 2 innings. The one huge thing that bothers me about this team, we will discuss that coming up next. I'll tell you one way to rectify all this. You want to wash the bad taste of a baseball.
apply. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm getting the requests for you to do movie reviews. Have Seth do Brian's song next.
Tear it apart.
Might be a
I
little
think
edgy.
I should do movie reviews except tear it apart. No matter what movie it is,
right?
Just tear it apart.
Yeah,
just tear it apart. Now that would be good if I really wanted to sell my soul for social media success.
That's what that would be.
Yeah,
that's what that would be.
I would like to go back and revisit the scene in Brian's song when Brian Piccolo uses the N-word to try to motivate Gail Sayers.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. That was like I can't remember watching that like as a teenager and being like, huh.
That might get you canceled in 30
I don't
years.
know if that,
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. That's something I would do. Okay. It was set back in the, early 70s or whatever?
Well, you know what? It's interesting talking to guys from the 60s and 70s when football was integrated.
Yeah.
And, obviously there were a lot of clashes, but there was kind of a spirit in talking to a lot of players in that era. There was kind of like an acceptance of like, hey, you're not like me, I'm not like you. Let's get to know each other.
Yeah.
And they were probably like, I don't know about that specific incident, but I think there were a lot. I think in sports especially, there was maybe more openness to a lot of people's, or I don't want to say acceptance of other people's prejudices, but when you're in that environment, that they were kind of in openly acknowledging that, like, yeah, I don't know, I don't know anything about you and your family and how you grew up, and vice versa. Let's go to eat at each other's houses and everything.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's be teammates.
There was a concerted effort on the part of the athletes, including in the Deep South, to really, and now there were some bad instances, but there's some really good ones, but where players would say, like, yeah, like we need to have these, we need to get to know our teammates.
Well,
I'm not going to be the jerk that, is angry that this guy is using our shower or something.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how to make this all work.
In football especially, man. Like in that locker, I mean, you know better than I do, but in football especially, that locker room, ethos. So the Astros yesterday, they lose 7-6 to the Mariners in a classic, I've been with you for 3 hours now, Astros, and it felt like we had a nice, easy win, and here you go, blowing it. They gave up 7 runs when they were 7 2/3 of the way to a win, and in the last 4 outs, they gave up 7 runs. They gave up a grand slam in the 8th inning and Brian Ryu comes in with a 2-run lead to try to cap it off and go get on the plane and go home with a win, and he couldn't do it. He gave up 3 runs, including walking a Rosarena, of all people, with the bases loaded to end the game. A walk-off, bases-loaded walk, just absolutely inexcusable. Here is Joe Espada after the game saying, yeah, this was a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We did a lot of things very well today. Got on base, 10 hits. We walked 7 times, scored 6 runs, and Hunter Brown was just phenomenal. Our bullpen has been really, really good the whole entire first 10 games of the season. So, one of those games, stuff happens.
Stuff happens.
Stuff happens.
Yeah.
The relievers had pitched 22 and a half innings in the last 5 games, and the stats on the relievers have been very promising going into this game. I haven't felt like it's a slam dunk confirmation that you should feel really, really good about Contreras and Okert, and not to mention Scott himself or any of these guys. I'm just kind of waiting to see how it all plays out. But I think yesterday was just confirmation that, man, you really need these starters to keep doing what they've been doing.
Yeah.
And because you can lean into that with the one codicil being that we just don't know exactly what we're going to see out of Gusto as a starter. He hasn't pitched this year. When he starts his next time in the rotation, he'll probably get like 70, 75 pitchers. You're still going to have to lean on the bullpen a good chunk.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I don't want to say penny pinching because they spend a lot of money, the Astros do. They haven't spent – it hasn't all been good money the last couple of years. But I can't complain about where Jim Crane has the payroll relative to the revenue they have coming in. Like he has a competitive payroll every year. Now, he treats the competitive balance tax threshold like a salary cap, but that's his right to do. He still spends a lot of money. But this is where – this feels like the season, Seth, where watching the guys go out the door – is coming back to roost on the offensive and everyday player side of things. They miss Bregman and they miss Tucker. Yeah. And looking at this bullpen, this may be where you're really testing the trust that you have in this team's ability to find guys to fill roles pitching wise. You look at this bullpen and it's Josh Hader making $19 million, and then you add up all the other guys in the bullpen and they're probably not making half of what Hader is making. You know what I mean? It's you have your closer, and you got a bunch of minimum salary arm guys and Brian Abreu, who's in like year 2 of arbitration. That's it.
Would this be – we haven't done a circle of trust yet. We haven't even floated the notion of doing a circle of trust yet. And this would be the most pitching-heavy circle of trust maybe that we've ever done before.
Without question.
I mean, right now, Altuve's in the circle of trust.
Yep.
I mean, Jake Myers, almost just by lack of any other viable candidates, might be in the circle of, he's still hitting like an average Major League Baseball player. Yeah, he's not hitting at the standard. He's the second best hitter on your team right now, but he's hitting like an average Major League Baseball player. Like by the standards that you have for the Astros, or at least what we've become accustomed to, Altuve's the only guy that's getting it done offensively.
Yordan has started to come around. It takes a major slump for me to not feel excited about Yordan Alvarez coming to the plate, and I would say through the first 6 or 7 games, that's where I was. He was awful. He looked lost. He's making more hard contact now. The fly balls are going to the warning track in the wall. I do trust, if I had to take just the everyday players, knowing that we weight this heavily towards offense, like Christian Walker's been really good at first base. Like this infield has been dynamite defensively, but the circle of trust to me skews more towards, okay, there's guys on base. How do I feel about this guy coming up big in this situation? I think the only 2 guys are Altuve and Yordan. For me, are Yordan and Yordan
that's
and
like, and circle of trust is more of a long-term thing. Usually, we're not doing the next day circle of trust.
Yeah.
So, it would be Altuve and Yordan. I'm growing defensively. I'm growing to. I'm not alarmed about Altuve in left field. I think there's going to be plenty of hiccups along the way, but by and large, he's been just fine there. And we'll see. Jake Myers is an interesting one.
Yeah.
That if we can get something out of him, but the number of guys who are batting below 150 with your starters right now is just alarming.
It's alarming.
And Pena's at 186.
Yeah.
The guy, let's say below 200, at or below 200 right now amongst your starters. Cam Smith, Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, Christian Walker, Mauricio Dubon on any given night, Yainer Diaz, batting 061.
He's 2 for 33. He's 2 for. I think Jake and Altuve are the only ones that are hitting over 200 right now. Among maybe Chaz.
No, Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan Rodgers too.
Paredes, Chaz McCormick, and Victor Caratini.
Okay, there you go.
He's not an everyday starter, but
yeah. That's right. Paredes had that. Well, Paredes. That's one of those take that 4-hit game out and tell me what his average is. You know, it's if a guy's hitting 250, I'd like it that he's hitting 250 like in a smooth pattern every day. You know.
Yeah. You know what's currently annoying me about Paredes?
Yeah.
If you ask me, hey, who's the third baseman for the Astros? I'll say Isaac Paredes. If I'm looking at the roster and I have to say Isaac Paredes' name, I'm saying Isaac. I can't get over this hump. I almost did it this morning. I was looking at my notes, and I almost said Isaac. I had to stop myself from saying Isaac Paredes. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
It's annoying me. It's annoying me.
I wish that was their only problem right now. I wish there was Here's my biggest thing, and I guess I teased this, so I should hit this here. My biggest thing with this team is they're boring.
They're boring.
They're
boring. I hate them for it.
They're juiceless. There is no juice with this team. You look at that game yesterday, and they have 6 runs, and you go back and watch the 6 runs they're scoring, and it's all scratch hits bouncing off of legs and wild pitches and ground balls. And there's some hard hit balls in there. Jeremy Pena laced a double down the line in the 9th inning, comes around on a wild pitch eventually. Yordan for an RBI. But there were so many runs they're scoring where I'm like, this looks like a softball game.
You know
this
who
looks
the
like
most
a beer
valuable player
softball game. Who?
You know who the most valuable player for the Astros was yesterday?
Who?
that notoriously fierce and bright Pacific Northwest sun. That it just, I mean, there were so many pop-ups that dropped between multiple Mariners defenders. J.P. Crawford weirdly sucking too that helped. That helped. Yeah, he did multiple errors, and it was fun that they had a healthy lead, and I honestly didn't expect them to lose that game. There wasn't I had a certain comfort level, despite the fact that, heading into those final couple of innings, they'd already left 12 runners on base or so, and it didn't feel like it was going to be that kind of a day where they completely destroy your afternoon, and yet they did.
They had those couple of innings with a 4-0 and 5-0 lead where they left the bases loaded, or one inning they grounded into a double play with the bases loaded, so technically you're leaving 2 guys on there, not 3. But those innings there, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I hope we're not getting too comfortable here. And then when Contreras becomes part of the equation, I'm like, okay, well, this is bad because we know they ain't touching Hader in that situation. And Brian King's pitched a lot lately. He's actually been very good too. The lefty. Yeah. Contreras comes in there and loads the bases, and they bring in Okert. And it was one of those, hey, man, swing of the bat, and all of a sudden the crowd's back into the game, and it's a game again, and
Yeah, that's the whole, the fact that they're bland is really annoying me. It feels like an arranged marriage.
They're boring.
I'm like, I guess this is who I love now.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
What are your 3 favorite movies? Oh, okay. Oh, your favorite color is green?
Right.
Mine as well.
Yeah.
They say geniuses pick green. No, I hate them.
No, I hate
Why
them.
am I stuck with them?
No, you're breaking the ice in conversations with weather talk with them. Like, so, nice day, huh?
Yeah. We're in the, like, hey, let's stay away from religion and politics phase.
Yeah.
No.
They're just boring. There's no juice with this team at all. It sucks. Here's Joe Espada talking about the bullpen being unable to close the deal.
No, really trying to stay away from 4 outs. Game 10, really trying just trying to be careful. I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and Oker has been really good for us since the beginning of spring. So, gave Abreu the ball with, had 2 runs in the 9th. It's a pretty good spot for him, but we just couldn't close the deal.
The issue I have isn't with bringing in Abreu. That's the play right there. And I don't have an issue with them shutting down Hader for the day. He's pitched 2 innings. He's had 2 inning outings over the last few days. Contreras putting his fingerprints anywhere near this game was really nerve-wracking to me. You just sent him down to Sugar Land a day ago.
Yeah.
And you had to bring him back up because you've got injuries.
Don't worry, Sean. The player to be named later in the Montero trade is going to be Montero. They'll bring Montero back in, and
oddly enough,
it's some kind of cap maneuvering. I don't know.
Oddly enough, like Montero's last outing he had as an Astro, he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I wasn't happy to see the salary go out the window. Although they're only saving like $3 million to get rid of him. They're giving the Braves, I think I saw it, they're giving the Braves 2 payments of like $3.8 million apiece.
Yeah.
So they're only saving like $3 million on this Montero thing.
Thank God they got rid of James Click, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it's just you don't. Would James Click have had the balls to let go of a player, then he never would have signed to that contract in the first place. Yeah.
Text messages coming in. So should we use the torpedo bats? We talked about that earlier. Yes. I mean, that'll be interesting to see tomorrow assuming that the shipment made it here. I would hope that when your owner owns a logistics company, that the shipment getting here for Friday's Torpedo Bat Fest, that the shipment arrived on time or will arrive on time.
I think the biggest thing about the Astros already lost that war in that, all right, the old Astros would have been all over the torpedo bat.
Yeah.
They would have
invented it.
They would have already done their research on it. They probably would have the most numbers of players using it already. They would have spent the entire offseason getting used to it, or at least all spring training getting used to it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they didn't gain that edge. They don't gain those edges anymore that they used to, away from the luxury tax items. The little edges in performance that you get where you're at the cutting edge. This isn't that team anymore.
Right.
And a lot of the things that you do with your pitching staff, other than all using the high-speed cameras and everything. So when it comes to finding every little edge, the Astros aren't that team anymore. So when they start using the torpedo bats, it's going to be as 29 other Major League Baseball teams start to use the torpedo bats. And if you're not hitting well, the numbers will be a little bit elevated, but they'll be elevated across the board. Like, okay, you're still one of the worst hitting teams in baseball. The numbers just look a little prettier than they did before, but not in contrast to all the other teams that are using the torpedo bats.
Dude, that is a topic that came and went like in the snap of a finger. Like the torpedo bat, they were talking about it on Good Morning America the Monday after the Yankees hit those 9 home runs, and you can't find a torpedo bat story anywhere since like Wednesday of last week. Like
I think baseball media, as they really started to dig into the story, realized like, oh, we're really late to this party.
Yeah.
We had really good batters using the torpedo bat last season.
Exactly.
And we didn't know a damn thing about it.
Exactly. Scotty Scheffler teeing off at the Masters. How do you watch the Masters? Is background noise for me early on, Tuesday or Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I have it on in the room while I'm doing stuff. And then, like, Sunday, I've got it on one of the TVs, and if it's close, then I flip it to the big TV. It's mostly back. I mean, people are into, like, obviously.
Like, I'm not huge into golf, so it's one of those things where it's my go-to if I don't have anything else I have to do on Sunday. That I try to plan for just sitting around and lazing around and watching the Masters.
It's good background
noise. It doesn't change my entire weekend.
It does fall into the category for me, something that I like having on TV in the background on Thursday and Friday because I feel like I'm getting away with something. It's a major sporting event during the day on a weekday.
Well, a lot of times we'll end up, there's a lot of times where we end up having, it's my niece's birthday this weekend, and we'll end up having like a family dinner on a Sunday. And my brother-in-law is a golf course superintendent.
Okay.
And then one of my other brother-in-laws is a big-time golfer. So I enjoy, when I have a chance to watch it with them, I kind of just sit and let them explain everything to me.
Falls on Easter Sunday sometimes, too, so you got family around for that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, 2 police blotter news items from yesterday, where my big question coming away with this stuff is, I don't know how these guys do it. I don't know how these guys deal with some of the off-the-field drama they've got going on. One in football, one in basketball. We'll get to that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, two stories yesterday we'll get to in just a second. Seth, you're doing that thing where you have a smile on your face and you've got your index finger up.
Well, we're going to talk about athletes' ability to compartmentalize despite various things going on in their life. Yeah. And it immediately brought me back to that movie that I've now watched way more times than I wanted to, Draft Day. Honestly, the thing that bothered me the most in terms of the unrealistic human things in that movie, because I've gone over the football things that didn't make any sense. That's fine. It's Hollywood. Listen. Sonny Weaver, the GM, his father was a lifelong football coach, legendary coach of the Cleveland Browns. Mm-hmm. So his mother was married to a lifelong football coach, an NFL coach. The thought that his mother, on the day of the draft, was going to make a big scene about having to go spread the ashes of the father on the field right then, hours before the draft.
That pissed me off.
I'm like, no. Yeah. There's not a woman who was married to an NFL coach for 40 years who, in that moment, is staging a big scene about how, no, this takes precedence over football, when the very ashes that she's going to scatter are of the man who would never allow such a thing.
Right,
yeah,
right.
That bothered me.
No, it should. Somewhere somebody has to have put together an organized chronological list of all these aspects of that movie.
I've read all of them.
You have? Okay, gotcha. You did a great job of laying out like 9 of them earlier, but you're right. They keep popping up, like mushrooms.
I should go over one where we talk about the truths of that movie, though, too, the emotional truths of the way football operates and everything.
Okay.
I was emotionally invested by the end of the movie, so it was a better movie than I gave it credit
still at a 1.5 out of 5? I feel like this score keeps moving.
And I told you that was in the moment. I'm going to change it. Okay. So it's by the time Roger Goodell was reading the name, I was in it.
Yeah,
I was
you were
invested.
In it? Yeah.
I was tense. Yeah.
The texturing was great. All right, so 2 stories yesterday where my big takeaway is I don't know how these guys do it. I don't know how Tyreek Hill does it. Tyreek Hill, who we've lost track of how many kids he has with however many baby mamas. But the one baby mama that he is currently married to, who I believe is Kenny Vaccaro's sister, the former safety in the NFL.
Yeah.
They had an incident reported to police earlier this week on Monday, a domestic dispute. Now, reportedly did not get physical, but Tyreek Hill threw a laptop down and grabbed the couple's daughter and took her, not violent her, and went somewhere else in the house or in the condo. It was an ugly incident, yeah. The Tyreek Hill's wife's mom, his mother-in-law, called the police shortly after 2 p.m. on Monday to report an assault in progress and told police that Hill was, quote, very aggressive and impulsive. She feared for her daughter's safety. She told the officers that the mother-in-law has been living with the couple since November, which is when Keita Hill, Tyreek's wife, gave birth to their daughter. The mother-in-law accused Hill of throwing a laptop on the floor after an argument, grabbing his daughter, walking toward the balcony of the residence. He was getting angry. He was throwing things. It happens somewhat frequently, apparently, according to the mother-in-law. They've been going to couples therapy, the two of them, and it's not working out. Not the mother-in-law, the wife and Tyreek Hill, Keita Hill and Tyreek Hill. And now, Seth, she is in the process of filing for a divorce.
So she's filing for divorce this time. Remember, in November of 2023, there was a couple incidents. One was there was a fire at his $7 million mansion that apparently was started by one of his kids playing with a lighter or something. But right around that same time, he had filed for divorce in court in papers that said that their marriage was irretrievably broken. Soon after that, Tyreek would go to social media denying that he had sought out a divorce, even though they had filed court documents already. He was trying to portray when he had actually filed papers seeking a divorce.
He ended up blaming it on somebody in his inner circle, whether it was an attorney or somebody, and fired them and called them a bonehead.
Yeah. So it's been a mess. But, this goes back to it's a long history with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And, he had the incident on the dock there with that charter, that fishing charter or whatever it was a year or two ago. Yeah.
Is he – and also lately he's been, like, kind of passive-aggressively agitating for a trade on social media. Have you seen that?
And then he said, no, I love it here. And just, it's a lot of drama all the time.
If somebody mentions him getting traded, he'll acknowledge it on social media, like either with a like of it or something like that. Tyreek Hill, man, pushing the boundaries of are you worth it? Are you worth the trouble with the Miami Dolphins?
Are you worth the trouble? And especially with, and the other big stuff in Miami that's going on now. I wouldn't typically jump into this stuff, but since it's the Dolphins, let's do it. Apparently, since Tua got his big contract extension, all that he's put up on social media
partying his
are
ass
various shots of him partying like crazy. No, not even putting on a show of a hashtag grind hard or anything.
Man, no.
It's just been him partying.
No. He's holding both sets of fireworks in each hand and mouth open, and they're pouring booze in his mouth. No, he's having a good time. Good for him, man.
Right after Stingley signed his extension, I was going back and finding some highlights of him, and I went to the Dolphins game, lo and behold, where he had his 2 picks.
Yep.
And they would flash to Mike McDaniel on the sideline after the interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
And in my mind, I just kept hearing Mike McDaniel gush about what a catchable ball he throws. and I'm like, it does look catchable.
Really?
Like, how is that last interception by Stingley wouldn't have been as easy by another quarterback who had maybe thrown it harder or deeper than what he did, but it was so catchable. It was such a catchable ball.
Totally catchable. And you know who would agree with that assessment? Derek Stingley Jr. Yeah, very catchable.
Very catchable ball.
All right, so that was Tyreek Hill. The other one is in the world of basketball, yet another person who's had some drama in his personal life, and that's Zion Williamson. The mother of New Orleans Pelicans star Zion Williamson's young daughter has been arrested for allegedly stalking, threatening, and beating another woman that's romantically linked to Zion Williamson. Police had to come to Zion Williamson's home, which is an exclusive New Orleans suburb of Kenner, Louisiana. He lives in a gated community, and the mother of Zion Williamson's child, who's the one getting arrested in this story, her name is Akima Love. Okay. First of all, she allegedly egged the home of Zion's new girlfriend, which is the most funny part of the story to me.
So far, I stand with Akima.
With Akima.
What's her name? Akima.
Akima, yeah. She threatened the woman on social media.
Sure.
She later went to Williamson's house and attacked her while holding a set of keys in her hands and punching her, ripping off 4 fingernails, and tearing out some hair.
You got yours. Yeah.
Zion is hers.
I stand with Akima.
You stand with Akima?
Damn it.
The funniest
part. What's this hussy up to that she's going after?
Let's
tell that side of the story.
They don't give her name, the name of Zion's current girlfriend. They don't give her name in the story. They do. This story points out this is hardly the first time that Zion's had issues when they did a birth announcement or a gender reveal for their baby, Akima Love. Back when they were together, Zion and Akima Love, they did a gender reveal. And out pops Mariah Mills, a porn star, to say, hey, whoa. I've been hanging out with Zion lately, huh? What about me? And Zion mentioned neither hide nor hair of Akima Love to the porn star.
The way you described that, I thought you meant that at the gender reveal, the porn star like popped out of a cake.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
The announcement
that would be
or something. That would have been baller AF.
That would have been known.
That would have been nice. I would stand with her.
Sadly, it was only Instagram she popped up on. Yes. Yeah. The funniest part of this story for me is the fact that as Akima Love, Zion's baby mama, is trying to figure out ways to exact revenge on his current girlfriend for whatever reason, which is best as far as we know, it's just that she's dating Zion. There's no elements to this story that Zion's current girlfriend did anything to agitate her that we know of. I love the part that she went and egged her house. In a story where she also went, smacked her around and tormented her on social media, that she grabbed 24 eggs and went over like a kid on mischief night before having your house.
Right.
Eggs.
That's why I stand with Akima.
Mm-hmm.
You know who had the all-time, since we're in New Orleans, you know what the all-time compartmentalization job was Drew Brees. Because you remember Drew Brees was just did not have a relationship with his mom, and his mom sounded like she was a piece of work and would just like use Drew Brees as, because she was a politician, was she not?
I think
or had
so.
some kind of public role.
Yeah.
And would kind of like use him as almost a PR piece against his will and knowledge. Like that's a dicey. I always felt like Drew Brees did a good job of keeping everything tamped down as much as it could, while probably being miserable in his personal life. With that, that's a tough situation.
Tyreek amazes me, man. His ability now, Zion's ability to compartmentalize is a little less impressive because A, he's kind of fat. And B, he's always hurt. So, like, it's not...
he might not compartmentalize all that well.
He might use food to compartmentalize, you know?
Yeah, Tyreek seemingly can kind of keep whatever dramas in his personal life away from his production on the football field.
And stay healthy at the same time. Yeah.
It was probably... I mean, Antonio Brown must have been like that right up until around the time he left Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that it was all of a sudden, that Antonio Brown just went loco because of the Montez Perfect hit or anything.
Right.
It was, Ryan Clark had said he was kind of dicey to begin with.
Sorry, Seth. Someone pointed out on the text page, eggs are expensive right now. I wouldn't want to egg somebody's house.
That's a good point.
Yeah. She's kind of showing off there a little bit. Like, it's like burning a $100 bill, egging somebody's house.
Looking at getting some chickens long before egg prices were such a big deal. Just because it'd just be fun to go out and have just fresh eggs every morning.
You know my feeling on that. Dirty creatures, those chickens. They're dirty creatures.
Do you not eat eggs?
I do eat eggs, yeah. The eggs get cleaned up by the time. I'm just talking about actually having the chickens in your backyard.
You know what? They eat up a lot of the little the ticks and lice and everything.
Do
ticks
they?
that might be in your yard.
Okay, yeah. Like
you don't want to get Lyme disease. Maybe you won't be just besmirching the good name of chickens.
I'm open to you defending chickens on my behalf because I find them to be delicious creatures. Once
you don't
they're
like that the
feathered
egg
and
comes
cooked.
out of the same hole as the poop hole.
I don't like how much poop they generate. I say this as somebody who, our neighbors across the street when I was growing up, they had a chicken coop in their backyard, and I always took care of it when they were on vacation. They paid me to do it, but man, the amount of poop you had to wade through just to get the eggs. And then my daughter had a chicken coop when she was in high school, I think as part of a science experiment or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so she, they're on an occasion I would have to help out with that too. Yeah.
When I was a kid, we had a rooster named Blobby that terrorized me. And I mean, it would come after me hard. It was like
just you?
Just me.
Yeah.
I was like 3 or 4 years old, and I'd be out on my big wheel, which I had a big wheel, but we had like a gravel driveway. It sucked. But so I'd be out on it, like trying to motor my big wheel around, and like all of a sudden I'd hear a little scratching of the gravel from around the barn, and then boom. I'm dreaming back into the house.
Trying to pedal away on a big wheel on a gravel driveway with Blobby, the steroid rooster chasing you.
It was every bit the thrill ride that Draft Day, the movie, was. And but the thing about this, Sean, is that my dad's a good dad. He's going to kill that rooster. It took my dad 3 attempts to kill that damn thing.
Oh, really?
He thought he broke its neck once.
Okay.
Threw it in a pile, and then lo and behold, I'm out there on my big wheel.
Dude.
A couple days later, and this demon rooster comes out from behind the barn, coming after me, like straggling along like this.
Dude.
So my dad shot it.
Yeah.
Threw it back into the same manure pile.
And?
Same damn thing.
Dude.
The thing came after me again, so finally cut its head off, and I'm pretty sure he's dead. I'm not sure.
But dude, I've been watching Stranger Things. They've been cutting heads off of Demogorgons in that movie, and they keep popping up again, man.
Blobby the rooster terrorized my youth.
Oh my God.
It was terrifying. It took me a long time to get over my fear of roosters.
Picturing you in the upside down on a big wheel getting chased by a Demogorgon rooster.
That's my hell.
Yeah.
That'll be my hell. I'm going to wake up one morning.
Yep.
And I'll be like, oh, is this heaven? And then all of a sudden I'm going to hear that damn rooster
Blobby
coming around the corner.
Here comes Blobby. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, final segment coming up. We got a taste last night of how Ime Udoka is going to play out a situation that I don't think any Rocket fan was planning for when the season started. Is this a tease as to what we're going to see leading into the postseason? We'll discuss. But first, West Point Lincoln. Yep, got to talk about West Point Lincoln and getting you into that new luxury vehicle. Chris Poulos.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We got a text earlier in the show. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Listening to the segment about whether or not we want Durant from earlier, I am passionately against it enough to send a text now, 2 hours later, and say no effing way. No way. Run it back. Run it back with chemistry, continuing to build on an almost all under 25 team where some of the players are still due for a freaking growth spurt. We're a scary team built right now and will be an absolute monster next year and years to come. No Durant.
He's a stretched out Ed Reed.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't need no stinking Ed Reed coming in here trying to teach us how to win. You know who knows how to win? Udoka, okay?
Yeah. That's our superstar, man. Ime Udoka. Ime Udoka last night, we'll talk about Durant in a second. He sat Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, and Jabari Smith Jr.
I'm out on Udoka.
He stinks. I'm okay with this for last night's game. I do need to see these guys get their feet wet a little bit against the Lakers. Gets one or both of those games. I'm not saying play 38 minutes or anything like that. I would like them to actually win one of these games too, so they're just not going into the playoffs without a recent taste of winning. You know, I'm being very picky here. I think, we know they lost last night because they started 3 or 4 guys who are usually coaches' decision DNPs. But I wouldn't mind them maintaining, some of what they've had going lately here heading into the postseason.
Yeah, and he's not going to rest them completely.
Right.
It's just they're going to have 7 or 8 days off between their final game and in the first playoff game. So let's see, what did he say? He basically said that I think there's an attention to detail and being specific about the game plan that's really improved throughout the season.
Yeah.
At one point, he'd mentioned he's going to play guys. It's just he's going to be careful about it.
Got to keep that muscle repetition going, I think, with this team. So they finish up Sunday, and the earliest they would play would be on Saturday. That's an underrated weekend, by the way. If you're a basketball fan, the first 2 days of the NBA playoffs where you've got 4 games on Saturday and 4 games on Sunday, all going from like noon until 9, 10 o'clock at night. That's a fun couple of days. Just a bunch of game ones of best of 7 series to open up the playoffs. So the Rockets will be obviously the Rockets for the first time in forever are going to be part of that. Are you in favor of at least the way Udoka is describing it right now, Seth? How would you play this thing in terms of the guys using these guys?
Yeah, like however he wants to use them. They've got all the access to the GPS data and whatever a guy's individual injury situations are and everything like that. I don't worry about them resting too much. Like they're going to want to keep some of the rust off. But largely it's up to him, and I don't worry about that being the driving factor into whether they win or lose the first series.
The Rockets are the favorites right now to trade for what would be the 2 of the biggest 5 names in the league, probably, if they were to become available. They are according to one outlet, a 2-1 favorite to trade for Kevin Durant. If Durant's on a team, not the Phoenix Suns next year. If he's on a team other than the Suns, the Rockets are the favorite to be that team at 2-1 over the Spurs and the Sixers. And Nikola Jokic, on the heels of Michael Malone getting fired a couple of days ago, Jokic has not agitated for a trade or anything like that yet. Durant has agitated for trades multiple times throughout his career. So I think people are just assuming that this will be the next one. But the Rockets are favored 4-1 over Oklahoma City to get Jokic.
Yeah, I think that a lot of this is really going to come down to exactly how they fare in the playoffs. I judging at least from what I see, it seems like most Rockets fans at this moment are thinking, well, no, we don't need Kevin Durant to come in and save us and teach us how to play basketball and to instill some kind of culture or something. I mean, Durant certainly didn't save Oklahoma City's culture. He went running off to a proven winner where it didn't quite mesh and vibe with a team that was already a championship team. So they kept winning championships. Great. the Nets, it wasn't evidence that, oh, wow, yeah, Kevin Durant's a magical elixir that can get everybody on the same page or what have you. Suns were already a good team. It's not like he took them to new heights.
Now they're bad.
They've been in the finals 2 years before he got there.
Oh, now they're bad. They were in the finals without him.
Right. So, I mean, yes, on a purely basketball standpoint, do the Rockets need to be better in the half court? Yes. And not saying they can't win a championship, but gosh, it would be a hell of a lot easier to win one if you were really good in the half court. But there's other ways to do that above and beyond just trading away your future. And not that you need those draft picks specifically for rookie players, but in trading for guys that can provide you more half-court offense, I'd rather do it that way, the old school way. The really fun variable in all of this is that Udoka is thought to be at least one of the guys that said, no, we don't need James Harden back in the building. We got to do this the right way.
Yep.
And he had time with Harden in Brooklyn. Not saying he hates Harden or anything. He didn't think it was right at this moment. But I keep seeing people say, well, Udoka's got time with Durant from Brooklyn, and that's one of the keys here. Yeah, but we don't know if that's a positive or a negative.
Yeah.
That was largely not a great experience in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I have a real hard time thinking Udoka in the back of his mind is thinking like, oh man, if only we could get Durant on this team, that's going to be the key to really being the team that we want to be.
Yeah. I don't want to do it right now. And part of it for me, and there was a time earlier this season where you and I talked about this topic, and I think it was in favor of trading for Durant. But since then, I mean, we're a few months removed from that now, and I think we've seen maturation with the Rockets over that time. I think the way they handled that 6-game losing streak, where they were the 2 seed before that, now all of a sudden they lose 6 games in a row, and they're pushed back into that blob, that pack of teams right there, and they get an easy patch of schedule after that, and they respond by tearing through that part of the schedule. You know, they lost 2 games. You know, before that Clippers game last night, they'd won 15 of 17 games. So I think you've seen individual maturation with guys, Jalen Green in particular. I think you've seen team maturation with the Rockets. And the other thing that I've seen is when they've played Phoenix, since that time I would have wanted a Kevin Durant trade, they've played Phoenix 3 times, and each time I'm like, okay. I mean, he's not been bad, but it's like you're watching. He's the leader of that team. And in the last game they played against the Suns, he didn't look like that. He was the leader of a team that just was – they quit. They lost by 40 in a game where Booker and Durant both played. So I'm not – I mean, I'm on like a 1.5 or 2 on a scale of 1 to 10 for a Durant trade, and I feel like my ceiling, even after the playoffs, Seth, even if the Rockets get knocked out of the playoffs because they can't knock down a shot or they're not getting open looks in the half court, I still think my appetite would be like a 5 at most, based on what I think the price might be for it.
Devil's advocate, checking our blind spots, how much of this would feel a little bit like the Texans turning down interest from we're going to ride or die with who we got?
That's an interesting question. Really interesting question. Boy, that is a great question. I think Peyton Manning was coming off a neck injury, too.
Yeah, I think that's the part when, and it's not like Peyton Manning, when they eventually won a Super Bowl in Denver with, ironically, Gary Kubiak as his coach, was it's not like he was vintage Peyton Manning.
No, he was an older version
Kevin
of
Durant's
himself.
closer to being vintage Kevin Durant than Peyton Manning was to being vintage Peyton Manning.
He is. Now, were we in the moment when, because how much did we know about them courting Manning before he actually chose to go to Denver?
The big thing was, I remember Bob Allen had reported that Manning himself was interested in coming to Houston. And that the Texans just declined that interest.
Yeah.
So I don't know about all the details of it, but just that there was some interest that just nobody ever really followed up on.
Look, if the Rockets get stuck in a rut for the next couple of years, and somehow Durant goes somewhere and actually wins an NBA championship, maybe to OKC or something like that, takes a younger team that can't get over the hump, ironically back to where he started his career in Oklahoma City, then that's a great analogy, I think. You know?
Yeah, it's weird because I think the Rockets almost played so far above and beyond expectations that you feel like, well, all right, yeah, at various points during this season, hell yeah, get Kevin Durant in here. It feels like that might be what they need. And now you look at the trajectory of the team, and I'm more inclined to just let's see how their current strategy plays out with having to bolster from without.
The other thing is, too, you bring up the price of what you'd have to give individual players I don't want to put in the trade. It's probably three guys at the most. Ahmed Thompson, no way. Şengün right now, I don't want to put in a trade like that. Jalen Green, I would have like 8 months ago, and now I don't because he looks like he's on his way to becoming something special. Outside of those guys, Jabari maybe is in that. Tari Eason. Okay, there's some other guy. You're going to have to give them something.
Yeah.
You're about to have a lottery pick here. Like you're about to. You're sitting on You're honestly you're sitting on a bunch of assets. Some of them can't even get on the court because your team is so deep right now. You know, like especially if this pick lands in the top 4. Now all of a sudden, maybe you trade that and one other guy and a bunch of other salary chum there to make it all work. So, yeah, we'll see. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they're in the building. I saw Reggie nodding his head a little bit right there.
Yeah, no, I think that's the thing that's tough is that sometimes we can get, like, draft capital greedy, but especially in a league where you only have 15 slots and with so much of it is top-heavy in the ways that, star players and star money can be made and minutes, rotations, and such. Like, you have been blessed with having the ability to stock yourself with all this talent, but we just saw a game last night in which you rolled out a whole second lineup of guys who can play and contend with some pretty good teams that just can't get burned. Like, this is what they call consolidation. You need to take some of that young talent that you don't have an opportunity to utilize and consolidate it into a better player. Like, I understand the people that maybe don't like Kevin Durant in particular, but I think this is a consolidation is coming soon. Yeah, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, and he feels like a guy that would mix in for a super uber duper star player. His style of play, I think, meshes. When he's not, he's a guy who has to have the ball in his hands 80% of the time. If you were trading for Russell Westbrook back in 2018, right? You're completely kind of changed, as we learned in 2019.
That's what they traded. It's like as you did.
Yeah.
Plus, I think also his mentality is one that fits in pretty well.
Yeah, probably so.
Which is a tough thing. Another thing to consider when you're bringing a player of that kind of caliber.
All right, I'm at a 3. I was at a 1.5. I'm at Reggie added a 1.5. By the way,
me and D&M Auto Leasing.
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, so fellas, question of the day. What is it?
All right, what's an event, sports or otherwise, that you have no business being invested in, but you just are? Because I think the Masters exists as that for so many people.
Yeah, we were talking about it like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm not a golf guy year-round, but I do dip in on the Masters a little bit.
I think we all do. Like, it's incredible the amount of marketing, I guess, is the way that I put it, that has gone into making this just a cultural, like an event in the cultural zeitgeist outside of just
it's more than the sport.
I've never been there, and I still am very pro-Masters because they only charge $1.50 for their
egg salad and
egg salad
sandwiches.
Cheese. Yeah, the pimento cheese. Yeah. I'm like, that's very big of them.
Yeah, you get a stack of them.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Seth would be out of control.
I wouldn't be watching the golf. I'd just be horking sandwiches down.
Seth would slap down a 50 and say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got mine. Do you have one, Seth, that fits that question?
Not that I can think of.
Mine is
off the top of my head.
Mine is definitely World Cup. And going out and watching it at various places around town whose customer base is tied to whatever country is playing. Very diverse city here. So it's easy during the World Cup to go find an England bar. It's very, very easy to find plenty of, Mexico and the, Latin American countries, find their bars. I remember doing this back in 2010, and I went to a bar where Germany, had a bunch of Germany fans there. That's fun because my dog in the fight is America, and I can happily find any place to watch America, but I like going and watching World Cup games.
Yes, that's a great one.
As a neutral fan in these bars that house the viewing parties.
You know what, Sean? That does remind me of a little bit something that I was completely just had no clue weighing in on or anything. Was I was hanging out with a bunch of rugby players one night, and they were all it was a few Scottish guys, and they started in on England. This was right around when Scotland was voting for their independence from England. And these guys, and remember, when you're talking to a Scot, you really only understand about 25% of what they're saying, especially when they're drunk. But by the end of the night, I was foaming at the mouth with my hatred for England and everything they'd done to the Scots through the years. Yes, I hated me an Englishman by the end of that night. Yes.
Did you drop the classic like American thing? Really, have you seen Braveheart?
Hey, no, listen, I get it, guys. I watched Braveheart.
I saw Braveheart. That's two things I want to do.
I didn't take it to Twitter or anything. I didn't weigh in on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Take it to Twitter.
Two things I want to do. Watch Draft Day with Nick Caserio and watch Braveheart with all these Scottish guys you were hanging out with.
Is Nick Caserio a movie guy?
No, he's not at all. But I think, seen him draft day, Reggie?
I haven't, and that's why I thoroughly enjoyed listening to Seth.
Okay, good. You're a great litmus test. Someone who didn't see the movie but enjoyed, and still, hadn't seen the movie but enjoyed all the audio and Seth's ranting on it.
It might just be I enjoy when Seth is rightly indignant. Like, it might just be that. I love it when, the blood gets boiling, even though it's probably not good for him.
I think the energy you had in that segment, Seth, is one of those things. There's certain people you're like, when somebody has a really good voice, you're like, I can listen to that guy read the phone book.
Yeah.
I think it's like you, Seth. Like, I can listen to Seth rant on any movie ever and taking us through all the audio. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Is that a segment? It's just like Seth rants?
Yeah.
It's like, create a rant, Seth. 5 minutes, go.
They're requesting a weekly movie review from him. So it's on the whiteboard right now.
It's amazing, though, how immediately, as soon as I decided to watch Draft Day and do a review on it, it sent me right back to high school, to where I was finding every excuse not to watch Draft Day. I'm like, oh nope, it's work all of a sudden. This movie that I would easily just watch on any given afternoon if it was on TV. Yeah. So I ended up watching it 6 a.m. on a Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many minutes in did it stop feeling like work to you?
When did it start feeling like church? You did say 6 a.m. on a Sunday.
It was. Yeah. I had a notebook with me where I was just writing down notable moments, and I was enjoying it.
Yeah.
And I did. I went into it saying all right, just go with it. Don't be cynical about this and point out every little thing that isn't accurate. And I was good after the first watching. It was when I went back to find the clips where I was irate. I was like, this is trash. Yep. I can't believe I ever thought that I enjoyed this movie. It's awful.
Garrett Heinrich nailed it. Garrett Heinrich, when Seth and I were talking about this earlier this week, Garrett texted two of us. This is before Seth had watched, and he said, I know what's going to happen. Seth is going to hate himself for liking the movie. And that feels like kind of what's happened in all this. All right, boys. Well, have a great show.
Thank you.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies and all the Rotten Tomatoes to you.
Thank you very much. I got to go see what the rating was for Draft Day.
Oh, Rotten Tomatoes is a trash website now, by the way.
Oh, it is?
I've been trying to use it as, and I know they had some kind of scandal about paying for reviews, positive reviews or something. Some of the movies I've seen now that have 100% critic ratings, but 43% audience ratings. Yeah. It's awful.
Is there a better site to go to for that kind of stuff?
I'm open to suggestions.
Yeah,
it seems like maybe IMDb or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But I've been very let down by Rotten Tomatoes lately.
All right, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Masters Day one to you. Golf is going, and happy Thursday to all you fine folks out there. Let's get going on and in the loop Thursday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you on the day. We will get you some buy or sell later in the day. And then also another day in which we are giving away tickets to see Brian Regan, if you are so inclined. That'll happen in the 1 o'clock hour for when he comes into town in December to the Bayou Music Center. So, yeah, we'll do that things, and we'll get going right now. Lopez, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic. And
I know you are, because it's the Masters.
Oh, my God. That is not going to be on my list. Spoiler alert, I watch golf every week pretty much, and this is like the Super Bowl. I'm watching it right now on my screen here.
Me too.
Well, on my personal computer screen.
Where's our guy Cam Smith?
Cam Smith, even through 7. Even through 7, Cam Smith.
We got to get a sounder.
He's hitting the ball the other way.
All right. Hey, I was talking about the other Cam Smith. What you talking about? The Astros Cam Smith.
Well, more people know the other Cam Smith, the golfer Cam Smith.
By the way, Sean, can you tap back in for me for a second?
Yeah.
What's up?
Did you hear this argument or debate that happened yesterday during Confessions? In talking about Cam Smith, Astros right fielder, John made the realization that, oh, yeah, that's right, there is the Australian golfer Cam Smith, and I think I'll let you kind of give off your take here.
More people around the world and in this country are familiar with him than are Cam Smith.
I'm not. I'm more familiar. I don't know who Cam Smith, the golfer, is.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
He won the British Open, finished second in the Masters.
That wasn't in America. I only pay attention to the ones that are in America.
Masters second a couple of years ago?
I Cam Smith, the Astros won. So your contention that...
No, I think it's actually...
You're probably right.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
The question I asked was, at what point does baseball Cam Smith surpass golf Cam? Like, what is he?
See, I'm a
of the
horrible
year?
person to ask because he's already surpassed him.
Fair enough. Yeah, you met his family and everything. Like, this is different. Okay.
So I don't have a great answer to that because number 11 for the Astros is already at the forefront.
But number 1 in your heart. I see you.
Yeah.
I feel you.
But it's a great day. Yeah. It's a great day.
Yeah, it's a great day.
Next 4 days.
Very good. We'll try and keep you updated as to what's happening in the Masters for those who are inclined, which it seems like it's everybody if you care about a ball bouncing or sliding or a puck or something. If you care about sports, the Masters seems to be on your radar. All right, what's also on your radar, speaking of Cam Smith, this happened yesterday.
Now back in there for the second straight game.
Number 1 in the world, baby. Keep going.
Take that, Cam Smith, Aussie.
Yeah, take that, mullet Cam Smith.
Where you going right now, you'll be on the fries.
Let's go. But you had a first inning in which you stacked a few of those singles together, and you got some runs. A little bit of offense came together.
Yeah.
I don't know how you rate the offense because it didn't happen a ton of times, and of course, free bases, free passes were what helped you get a lot of those runs on the board because you were able to get those singles with runners in scoring position because they got on base. But then the pen came back around and gave it away. I'm going to be honest with you, Lopez, right up front. I found it hard to lock in on this game.
Because it was so bad?
No. I don't know. I feel like it's probably a mixture of we had a day or two ago about are you having fun watching the Astros?
Yes.
And I'm not having as much fun. And then also I think just all the things happening yesterday, and then to take it away from that, I had some other things I was doing on the computer at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found it hard to lock in. How was it for you, especially seeing that it felt like early on, oh wow, the offense is here?
I was actually more locked in for some strange reason.
Well, to some degree, the offense is here.
At the end, because it was like watching a car crash. It really was. And that was my takeaway. With this game, we're all going to say it's early, but this was not an it's early type of game. And let me explain.
I think I agree, actually.
Yeah, this was not an it's early kind of game because one thing that's certain about this team, I think the vast majority of people would say it's certain about this team. This ain't your 2017, 2021, 2022 Astros. They are not equipped to just wet themselves in a game like this, no matter what time of the season.
So they ain't going to flip a switch?
Well, okay. Now, they flipped a switch last year, right?
Sure did.
That was a different
they
team.
flipped that switch in September.
That was entirely different team. Better pitching, better hitting.
They were fumbling around in the dark before they found that switch.
Yeah, they were.
It was September, and it was rolling.
Well, let me ask you about this. Can this team do that? Can this team fall? What were they at one point? 10 games back? 11 games back?
Oh, is it possible that they actually fall behind, or are you talking about
then flip a switch?
And flip a switch?
Can this team flip a switch?
Is Alex Bregman on this team?
No.
No, I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't.
Well, the tough thing about that is there's still a lot of juice offensively that this team is not tapped into, though. And then is really good, or has been pretty good at the very least at the top end with Hayden Wesneski as well. Even if Ronel Blanco and Spencer Urquidy have had a little bit ups and downs for themselves. Like you've had some good starting pitching, you've had good offense. Your infield defense, which is what you were looking for, has been pretty damn good. Outside of Brendan Rodgers, oddly enough, having some weird throws from time to time. I think that there's situations where, and I mean, we saw this. We had this in our minds that there's situations where you could be good, but I don't think. I think I would go with no, just based off of the idea that in general, coming back from that deep of a hole is not something that I should assume happens multiple times.
Even with great teams.
But this feels like a team that should not be far off from the type of team that they were last year. So in that vein, I would say yes. I just don't want to test it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want to try and do that again.
And that was my reasoning for this is not an it's early type of game, because this one's going to leave a mark. This one's going to hurt. I mean, Hunter Brown, nails, absolute nails. Was it 6 innings? And then just a pathetic performance out of the bullpen. Luis Contreras comes in. He goes boom, 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 gets a couple of outs, and you're thinking, all right. And then all of a sudden, gave up the salami. Okert retired, came in and gave up the grand slam to Arozarena. And then Brian Abreu, where did that come from?
That's the thing that's kind of dicey or scary, and you tell me if I'm wrong here. At least you would have hoped that you have with Hader and Abreu, you have the backstops that you feel like can get things in a part that's not hitter friendly, and for a Mariners team that's not particularly great at hitting. But you issue a couple of walks, you lose your command, and it makes me wonder how many guys do you feel great about in high leverage situations on the back end? Because you in theory you had 2, but I got questions about Brian Abreu if you are in those circumstances where you need him in the ninth, like you had to
last night.
Hader obviously has had those issues, particularly in like save situations, which those are situations where you really want him to be nails, right? I think that could be a real impediment to doing the things that you would hope an Astros team capable of doing.
Well, and that's the other part of why it's not an it's early game to me. There is no wiggle room. We always talk about margins. Sometimes it's used too much. But there is none at the back end of this rotation. And, as much as Ryan Presley, could have, been upset or whatever it was, and he's not here anymore, boy, that was a luxury. That was a luxury to have. And now you've got Abreu and Hader. Hader's already gone 2 innings, and you're going to put some more pressure on Abreu. And then what? You've got the bullpen. You have an injury in the bullpen already. You've got some arms that are maybe a little bit questionable. There's that. The offense, maybe that's gonna really spark and get on a real tear. But there are players that are just not performing at that much, at a very high level. Previous Astros teams could kind of shrug this loss off, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
this one cannot.
No, because this is why spring training was so intriguing, is because you're kind of charting a new path in some ways, right? You're dealing with, oh wow, I realized before I said it, this is gonna be such a dorky thing to say. Rock with me. Dealing almost with a little bit of a ship of Theseus type situation, right? If you're not familiar, it is kind of the, what is it, like a thought experiment of...
First of all, you throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Fair. I tried to get away from the drop by disclaiming it on the front end, didn't get it. But like it's a thought experiment of, all right, if you have a ship and you keep changing the parts on the ship, at what point
is it still the same ship?
Yeah, at what point is it still the same ship, or at what point is it just a new ship?
Yeah.
And you're kind of getting there with this Astros team where, so many of the pieces and the parts you've changed over time, which is natural for like a team, but how much of this can you also draw through as that same lifeblood of a team? And it feels like you're trying to figure out if this is that similar kind of Astros team as before, or if this is a whole new team that has to chart its path.
Yeah.
And I'm leaning towards the latter.
That's a really good analogy there.
Thank you.
It really is. Sorry if it confused some people.
I hope that somebody learned something at least.
The ship of Theseus is the term.
Sound like be an annoyingly smart person to your friends now.
Because
here's
the thing: if you still have Altuve and Jordan and Fromber, are you still the Astros if the other parts have changed, is what you're saying?
That's the question. And, obviously you're still the Astros, but like...
Well, those Astros.
How close are you to that portion or that kind of Astros team?
Yeah.
And I don't know that I feel comfortable with them, like, if they were to get in a hole. Again, we will do the typical disclaiming. It is indeed early, and I was moderately encouraged that you saw that they could stack some hits. It was something that didn't even happen. Stacking hits. They still need extra base hits in this. And
they tacked on a run late, and you're thinking, all right, well, that was trouble, but maybe they'll still be able to pull this out.
Right.
And then no. Abreu. What's the deal with this city and the last name Abreu?
Yeah. Although, do you feel like Christian Walker is exercising some of that with his defense at first? Because he has been phenomenal defensively at first.
He saved a lot of plays.
Like, when was the last time you had that level defense at first?
Well, I said it coming in. I mean, that's going to be one of the bigger parts. Now, we need his bat. But that's going to be one of the bigger parts of making the replacement and making do, so to speak, with this club and some of the losses that you have. But, yeah.
All right, so we were talking about the pen. Can we talk hear from a spot? I want to hear if you're agreeing with his perspective. This is a spot or two talking about Oker and Abreu's performance.
No, really trying to stay away from 4 outs. Game 10, really trying game, just trying to be careful. I have a lot of confidence in those guys, and Oker has been really good for us since the beginning of spring. So, gave Abreu the ball with, hit 2 runs in the 9th. It's a pretty good spot for him, but we just couldn't close the deal.
Kind of makes you want to run through a wall, doesn't it?
No, not particularly. From the 713, why no Van Way or Van Y? Is it Van Y? Yeah. Last night, he's a closer. He can close, do setup. Why aren't they using? There's gonna be some figuring out of this pen. How much belief do you have? Because some managers have that reputation of just knowing the right moves to make in the pen. Like, especially in a situation now where I don't know that you have absolutes when it comes to I select him and I put him in this particular situation and he does the job. How confident are you in Espada's ability to kind of make those selections in the pen? Because that's one of the big things that a manager does, is deciding when and which arms to utilize on the mound, and that it feels like that's going to become a bigger deal this season for the Astros.
I think it could, so I'm not going to give him a total pass here, but I think I'm not gonna focus in on that too much, because they've been pretty good, and his decision making has been pretty good.
And that's that was ultimately the question. So you feel pretty confident, relatively confident.
But last night was a bad day.
Certainly,
it was a bad day for him. It was a bad day for the pitching coach. It was obviously a bad day for the relievers. And I think more than that, it was just a night where you saw some more red flags here. I think they're so thin. Every MLB team is trying to bolster their bullpen. Every single one of them.
Certainly,
but they're real thin, I think, and especially when you go into 7, 8, 9. I mean, it's 8, 9 right now, and when Hader's not around, it's 9, and that's it.
Yeah, and the thing that really got me was the issuing walks.
Yes,
right. Like if maybe you're getting hit, or actually, is it better if you're issuing walks than if you're getting hit? Particularly, like either way, the result
not when you
isn't
give up
really
a
good.
grand slam.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So 5-7 Astros through 12 games at this point. Still trying to find themselves, and 2-8-1, fair enough. Like, I don't feel Espada is a real rally the guys kind of coach.
That's what I said.
Like he's very much, he's going to trust his guys and believe them to figure it out. Maybe that's where you'll feel the impact of losing Alex Bregman, is who are the guys on the team that get them to that space. And from the 9-7-9, no confidence in Jose's decisions, but it's not all in him. He was given a very poor quality bullpen to work with, and that's where you're at right now. Hopefully, like VNY will add into that, and depending on where they are, that's way down the line. But you'll see what it looks like, maybe at the trade deadline, and then also, hopefully if there's reinforcements that come back, we're still looking for the return to health for some folks. Like Arrighetti, we know is not actually getting surgery, so they'll revisit that in a couple of weeks and see if that broken thumb is in a better place. And then Lance McCullers, that's still a thing where hopefully early portions of next month you get another starting pitcher in, and then you can kind of have Gusto back in his place. He is going to be stretched out, mind you, Ryan Gusto, to be the starter, I believe. And of course, I forget it as soon as I want to go to it. But later on in the week when you face off against the Angels, so you'll have the day off today, and the Astros are back at it on Friday, rather. Today's Thursday, Reginald. On Friday against the Angels at Dyken Park. 3-3 road trip, and it doesn't feel 500. I'm gonna be completely honest. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there was also another team playing yesterday. It was the Rockets, but they decided to sit their guys. So it was the Stay Ready Rockets, and they competed with the Clippers. Was them competing meaningful, or was it just a fun story? 7-1-3-5 next.
Texans GM Nick Cassell.
last. Selection varies by location. See rebate form for complete list of eligible products. Offer excludes clearance and mistints and can't be combined with any other offer, promotion, discount, or coupon.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is. It means
Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez alongside me. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig making us sound good on a Thursday. Hope you're having a good Thursday to this point. We're going to try and have some fun with you as the Masters are going. Do you have the leaderboard up? Because I know you do. You actually don't?
I switched computers. I have it up.
We caught him slipping. We caught him lacking.
I switched computers.
He not tapped
I'll have it in less than a minute.
Yeah, all right.
He's one of those fans.
Yeah, casual.
Yeah, casual.
That's such a funny, pejorative to be levied now. It's
What a casual.
You casual.
Yeah, you casual. You ain't in these sticks. You ain't in these streets.
Aaron Ray, 4 under through 8.
Who?
Aaron Ray. Steven Yeager is second.
Where are you from?
Neiman. Scotty's already 2 under. Scotty Scheffler is already 2 under. He's right up there.
Shout out to Scotty out there. All right. We'll keep you up to date what's happening with round 1 of the Masters as we go. All right. But yesterday, we were talking about this before the Rockets, tipped off or before they, ended up playing against the Clippers out there in L.A. in Inglewood. And one of the things we asked is, how do you go about, handling these final 3 games
How do you play it out?
of the seasons now that you are locked into the 2 seed? You're locked, nothing really to, jockey for you. And it seems like the answer was pretty clear from Ime Udoka, at least when he put him on the court. He did say that they are cognizant about rust or what have you. But you looked at the court, and I think you had 4 of your starters were not playing, 4 of your typical starters, and I think was it 6 of your kind of typical rotation players did not get out there.
Yeah.
And so your starting lineup it consisted of Jalen Green, but then you also had Reed Shepherd, and you had who else did you have starting? Of course, I was about to say Jason Tate, but I don't think Jason Tate started. But regardless, it was you got out there with the guys that are frequently referred to as the Stay Ready crew, and they do a great job of staying ready. Whenever you ask them to step in, they do a good job, as evidenced by what they did last night against a Los Angeles Clippers team that has been playing really good basketball of late. They look like they a real foe to be concerned with when it comes to the playoffs. And the Rockets competed for a good amount of the game. They were only down 6 early on in the fourth quarter. They were down 11 with 3 minutes to go. Ultimately, they fall to the Clippers, as to be expected when you're not playing, most of the top of your roster. But was that competition that this Stay Ready crew had put up, is that meaningful, or was it just fun? Because it was definitely fun to see them play with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden and compete with Ivica Zubac on the block. Shout out to Jock Landale doing that. Did you find meaning within it, or was it just kind of a fun time?
I think it was both, wasn't it? Because we talked about this yesterday, and my stance was, I want to play them as, especially young, just sort of, finding its groove a little bit, its roles, however you want to put it. Locking in and playing a style that can win against any team, as was made evident in their games before this one, against quality competition. So I was in the group of let's just keep them going, even if it doesn't have to be a lot of minutes, keep them going. But so he clearly didn't do that.
Nope. Tari Eason, Cam Whitmore, Jock Landale, Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd, your starting 5 with significant minutes coming from Uncle Jeff Green, Jason Tate, and Folly Dante, a fun player, and then Aaron Holiday, obviously getting a lot of minutes as well.
But I still think there was value in not playing these guys and playing these other ones, particularly with Reed Shepherd. Watching Reed Shepherd last night, you really get the sense of they have big plans for him in the postseason. They're counting on him to play more significant minutes, more important.
You think so?
Minutes. I do. Maybe not a lot, but significant minutes here and there. He's shooting 53% from 3-point range since the All-Star break in 10 games that he's played. I think they see some value in maybe bringing him in, finding that shooter in certain situations. Not a lot of minutes, but I think they're going to value and increase his role. So that's one thing right there. The other thing is I think Jalen Green probably asked to play. Say, hey, I'm good. I want to go.
Yeah, I mean, he plays consistently. I think he has the second or third highest active games played streak.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a part of like his mentality, which I don't know that we give him enough credit for. Mm-hmm. Like, he doesn't come to brain as, oh, that's tough guy. But he's constantly like, and you know this, covering the league and covering sports for as long as you do. Like, ain't no sport where you play all the way through and you're consistently there where you're not picking up nicks and bruises and things that you easily could want to get some rest for. Like, there's a toughness within him that I don't think he's given credit for.
Well, I'll put it this way. If he finishes the season, starts the next 2 games, he'll be the first Rocket to play all 82 games and start all 82 games since Luis Scola in 2010.
I used to love Luis Scola.
In 2010. So that's
big old Argentinian. I love him.
And I think that's part of the reason that he wanted to go. He wants to play all 82. So that's good. He's going to stay sharp. He's going to be able to be that guy. So,
but even then, they only played him 15 minutes and let him sit his keister down.
Right. So I think I want to go, and that's kind of the path I was going. Get him in there. Get him going. Keep them doing what they're doing, and I think now he's going to play the next 2 because he wants to get that 82.
Yeah, I think if you find value within this, I think the biggest thing, the Reed Shepherd thing, but I don't think that I viewed this for this immediate postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I got there is, I mean, Ime had in the past been very comfortable playing very deep, playing 10-man rotations in a single game, maybe sometimes getting to 11 in a single game. He's tightened that up, which, I mean, as is kind of the MO for teams in the NBA. Once you get closer to the playoffs, you start tightening this up to maybe a 9-man, 8-man rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Some teams even get into the playoffs and they go real sparse to 7-man rotation where you're playing your best players more often than not because that's what you want, right? You get to that time, you want to play your best players consistently. Been on the side of that.
Yes.
And outside of, and it's just been like, maybe cleanup time or instances where you're just kind of like opening this thing up because of the competition that you're playing against. I don't know that they have designs for him in the playoffs. I think they have designs for how do we find a way to integrate him, especially if we do the consolidation thing and bring in a talent like Kevin Durant, where we're sending out some of these other guys that have been on the periphery of this rotation, and now you need to fill it back in and bring in the shooter that Reed Shepherd was drafted to be and is developing into even stronger.
Yeah, but what's one of the things that they have, they've been erratic with, and that's knocking down those threes.
They have, but I was
better
lately, and
one
of the things that I think is better lately to tie so many of these disparate threads back together, I think Jalen Green can be given a lot of credit for some of this. And the reason why I say that, Jalen Green, and I mean the entire offense in general, but Jalen Green in particular, because as he's gotten better as a playmaker over the last month or two, I think that has drawn defenses in. That's created driving kick opportunities, which I think in the NBA is the best way to not get 3-point shots off. And then on top of that, you get the driving kick, and this team has gotten a lot better at one thing that used to drive me insane earlier on in the season, which was you get the ball, if it's not immediately going up, swing that ball.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot better job of moving the ball quickly and getting open opportunities for these guys. And I think that's been a big reason why they've knocked down shots better with the guys that they play consistently, as opposed to having, let's bring in a guy who is just here to shoot, who also, with all due respect to Reed, you even still saw it in this game, he can be attacked. He can still be attacked. And I think when I go to the playoffs, I often think of the playoffs less about what you can do and what you can't do, and more when I say what you can't do is an attack. I don't know that you feel comfortable putting Reed on the floor right now in the playoffs.
I think they have plans. I think they're kicking the tires with. Did you see the shot he made on Kawhi in the corner?
Oh yeah,
that's Kawhi Leonard.
No,
that's Kawhi.
Agreed.
That's Kawhi Leonard.
Strong agree.
I think there's going to be a moment, and again, I'm not talking about 25 minutes. But we need some scoring. We need a shot. We need someone who's unafraid to put it up there. And again, 53% from 3-point range.
But do you see Ime doing something like that? Because Ime he's kind of that old school hard coach.
Yes, he is. But I could absolutely see him doing
if you ain't playing defense, you ain't playing.
Sure,
I could see him doing that. I'm not
especially in the playoffs.
The rotations are going to be tighter, but the adjustments from game to game are going to be significant.
And I think that Reed ends up being like a really specialized tool where
that's exactly what I'm saying.
But I don't know that. I think that he was probably in that place before this game. But I think I agree with you in that respect of, all right, if we're late in the game and we're going offense for defense or defense for offense, making those substitutions by times down the court, maybe you bring in Reed because you feel comfortable with him immediately getting the shot up. But I still enjoyed that game greatly. Everything I saw, I think, was more meaningful for next year. Guys like N'Faly Dante, a dude who is like kind of low on the depth chart, but you bring him in and you see like the immediate impact and the talent that he brings. And then obviously a Reed Shepherd. And I think also there's value in the future for, I don't think that anybody was sold or not sold on Cam Whitmore in the offense that he has. But I don't know that he has a future with this roster. But I think that he continues to impressive showings for potential suitors who might want to employ his services in the future.
No
you know
doubt,
what I mean?
No doubt.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It was technically a loss, but the Rockets still in a good place. A win of a day because the Suns lose again. And how
about the Warriors?
The Warriors. That was such a weird loss that puts them in that
They're in
7th
seventh
seed now.
Yeah.
So if the season were to end today, which it doesn't, there's still a couple more games for everybody in the league. They would be the ones that would be playing against the Grizzlies for the right to play against the Rockets in the first round. So that one gets interesting because I don't remember how you felt about the Warriors and how they match up. Did you like that matchup for the Rockets?
I'm a little bit nervous about it just because of what they have in terms of experience and such. But no, I wouldn't mind playing it.
Do you think the Warriors trying to lose on purpose?
No,
Get the Rockets.
And wanted Harrison Barnes to knock down that shot.
He think he Kobe out here knocking down the shot.
Yeah.
Or Black Falcon, as he likes to call himself. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day in honor of the Masters. What's an event that you have no business enjoying but still do? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
All right, let's talk about DNM.
Astros. We help, you save. Offer valid through 4/16. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Jaquan? For real?
This ain't no Jaquan.
Oh, no, this is
grinding, man.
Grinding. I went to Jaquan for some reason, which I love grinding as well. I don't know why I went there.
I could have told you it wasn't Jaquan.
Yeah, I know you could have. Everybody Nugent, Pharrell, and Neptune.
Yeah, we back in the lunchroom right now.
That's right. You got my pens on the table and everything. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into the question of the day. It is the first day of the Masters. First round is already going on. We already saw Bernhard Langer.
Bernhard Langer on
out
the
here.
leaderboard, 67 years old.
Yeah, probably his final Masters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the type of thing that more people than probably should tap in on, because the Masters is an event outside of just golf lovers. Everybody seems to rock with it. So
I got to watch that.
In honor of that, what's an event that you have no real business enjoying but still do? 713-572-4610. Because, I mean, like I said, the Masters is one of those. I mean, I know folks maybe that don't watch movies will watch the Academy Awards, stuff like that.
Lately, I used to watch a lot of movies and love the Academy. Now I watch it, I'm like, oh, I didn't see that, and that.
I use it kind of almost like a backstop. I try and watch some movies that I know are getting some love, and then if there's something that I'm like, oh, that's getting a lot of love, I wonder what's that about. I might need to go check that out when it comes to the Academy Awards. But with the Masters, obviously, there's some guys that you want to watch for, especially if you're in that space. The obvious ones, Scottie Scheffler, Rory McIlroy. You were mentioning Colin Morikawa, who is, constantly wraps up top 10 finishes, doesn't often win. Only one win since 2021, so he's up there. Jon Rahm, who, I think, what did he win it? A couple years ago?
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 years ago.
Some of the, usual suspects, Bryson DeChambeau, great driver of the golf ball, and he's actually a good touch point for something that has been very interesting, and I think that I don't know how many people know of with this Masters. This Masters is going to be the debut, or is the debut at this point as they've started, of a rolled back golf ball. There's a golf ball rollback that is happening with the PGA and the USGA. And what that is they basically made the ball less aerodynamic and less distance inclined, which is kind of wild. You think of golf especially, but all these sports, I mean, we see with the torpedo back, taking all of their, equipment and using it to improve performance. But this is one of the places, maybe akin to the way the baseball will sometimes seemingly, even though they won't admit to it, nerf the baseballs. This is them, and basically what they're doing is because they're trying to respond directly to the likes of Bryson DeChambeau and a lot of these big swing golfers who are basically just out hitting these courses, especially somewhere like the Masters that's not a crazy long, drive it long course.
Well, it is if you can, because it's a little more wide open on some of the fairways. But I think the impetus behind this is, number one, competition. It makes it a little more level playing field for everyone, kind of like what they were doing in baseball in some circles. The other thing, and I think a lot of golf people will tell you this, they don't want to have to keep redesigning courses.
Yeah.
Because remember when they tiger-proofed Augusta?
And then lefties were like, oh, it's time to shine.
Yeah.
Because we made it so tiger-proof for all the righties.
Yeah,
I bet all the righties were looking at Tiger like, what the hell are you doing,
That's
dog?
millions and millions and millions of dollars to read a course like that.
And especially if dudes are bombing it, the way that you bomb-proof it is making it even longer. And it's like these courses can't afford to do that necessarily. And when I say afford, it's not necessarily even the money. It's, are you sure that there's land nearby that you can get in order to lengthen the entirety of your 18 there? So I think it's an interesting thing, but there's a lot of players that aren't down with it. We'll see if that does affect some of the bombers that have Bryson DeChambeau, or what effect that has. So I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But yeah, the Masters clearly one of those. You said the Academy Awards is another one of these events. What's another event for you that
playoff hockey?
Is it really?
Yeah, playoff hockey. I'll get into it. I shouldn't even say playoff hockey. The Stanley Cup. not even the playoff.
Oh, you don't even tap in until the Stanley Cup?
Like, hey now, here we go.
You one of the people that tap in during the Super Bowl.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I got the Chiefs.
Exactly. Let me tell you all
here
you
for
need
the
to
commercials
know about this hockey team right here. For sure. And then curling.
Olympic sports.
Everybody, that could be any number. Somebody texted in gymnastics.
100%.
I like gymnastics, so wouldn't necessarily fall into that category. But curling, I'm like, oh man, he should have Should have put a little more left English on that.
That's
one.
right. I love the Olympics because you find yourself for a nice 3-week stretch out here talking like you're an expert on something you have no idea about.
Exactly.
Like I would have put it over here personally. I just can't understand what you were doing there. Like clearly, this is where you needed to try and go for your shot there.
Yeah.
Or gymnastics as well, as you were mentioning, where it's like, oh man, that was too tough a routine. I would have gone with something a lot simpler.
Figgy, do you have any? Because I think a texter just said one that might be yours.
Really? Okay. Is it tennis? Army, Navy. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, you're typically in on tennis, though.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't going. That wasn't on my list.
Okay.
But the ones I kind of think about, this is a little nerdy too. So you know how the video games had these different conventions or like premieres where they show you what games are coming next. Like, I kind of be into that type of stuff.
Really?
Like, I would tap into that just to kind of see the different new games that's coming out. And then the other one, this is really, and not to offend anybody because I'm kind of part of it too, but when Marvel always do that little event where they announce different movies coming in 2036.
Really?
Yeah.
That one gets you?
Yeah, that one get me. Like, I'm not really into that part until it happens, but they be sitting here like, oh, Wolverine versus Superman, 2055. And I'll be sitting there, all they do is put a graphic up. I'm like, ooh, I'm in on this one. But I would tap in with that.
You know what it is for me? And this one is really funny because I've tried so hard. It's cricket.
Cricket. Ooh.
Cricket is, for some reason, if it's on TV, I'll watch it just out of pure curiosity. And I'm telling you, I've read, I've gone through rule books. The rules still elude me to this day. Like I got
play for a day.
I got the basics. Yeah, when they get to test cricket, it's real crazy. They be in there 3 days playing cricket on the same game, and I'm still like, all right, so he's up to bat. Wait, but what's happening right now? Wait, that's the over? What's the over again? You could catch me sitting there for hours watching cricket, not knowing what the hell I'm watching, but every time still there.
The other one, like sometimes TV kind of conditions you to start liking something and watching something.
100%.
Pickleball.
Oh, you can't get me there.
Like when they have pickleball on there, I'm like, ooh, let's see what's happening here.
The one that got me, and we usually see this whenever we leave it on Space City Network or whatever. But that extreme tag or whatever that is,
yeah,
that one get me. I'll be like, man, let me see if he gonna get caught.
And then you go, oh,
like,
oh, good cut. Oh, he juked him.
Yeah,
he left him.
Oh yeah, he out of there. He out of there.
Which this is another one that's in that same place. High-Ally is one of those for sure. And the problem for me is I just watch it and I'm like, oh, look at all the corruption that's got to be. Like, I just think about the ways
it is so fixed
in which it is crazy. From the 832, how has no one said World Cup? So many casuals all of a sudden are soccer fans. And then rodeo. Rodeo is a great answer.
Rodeo is a great answer.
Because I do not be following no PBR. And what's funny is I was sitting in NRG hearing them talk about, like, you know, the people and like their records, and I was like, oh yeah, he's probably gonna kill. And I'm like, you don't know.
They have a great announcer at NRG. The actual rodeo announcer, he's awesome. I wish I could give his name. I don't know it, but he like explains everything. Like the one that gets me at the rodeo is the barrel racing.
Oh yeah,
dude,
that get out here with this clover. Yeah, man, that one's crazy.
No, it's funny. Me and Sean, last time we went to the rodeo, we were grading people on their last names. I'm like, oh, he was born to ride some bull.
Yeah. Oh, World Series of Poker every year. Every year.
I can't get into it.
Every year I watch that.
I think part of it is because I don't, but I can't get into it.
I feel like, all right, I'm starting to sense a little bit of a theme because some of these is just like, you know, having a big event. Because on the Twitch, Daytona 500, 409 said WrestleMania, which is interesting.
That's a good one for me.
That's now like a pay-per-view event. So like that's not even really, you just kind of, well, I guess that's probably always been a pay-per-view.
Yeah, it used to be a pay-per-view. You had to actually buy it, but now it's just on the streaming service.
That's true.
Where it's easy to access. So that's why I tap in a little more now.
That's interesting.
Because I don't really watch wrestling anymore, but whenever it's on, I'm like, oh, let me see what's going on.
And God bless you, because I feel like the 281 here, you probably got to be some level of soccer, so I'm not sure if this actually feels, but I know that they put it on CBS, big CBS, so maybe Champions League.
Yeah, well, that's the one that I watch all the time anyway.
Yeah, for me, but that's why I was like, if you're a soccer fan, you're probably already in, but I'm wondering how many non-soccer fans are just flipping through on like a Wednesday after, like in the middle of the day, and they're like, well, there's sports on at 2 p.m. and it's Champions League, so I'll watch it. Like, I wonder how many people get to that place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Bassmasters,
I don't get. I'm a saltwater guy, man. I'm a saltwater guy. I don't get into that.
See,
Yeah.
Do you watch anything fishing?
I watched
like,
the
as far as
Redfish
TV?
Cup. Or the Redfish World Championship.
You could have made that up. I have no idea. And then, this one reminds me of one for me. Drone racing for some reason.
I've never checked in on that.
Especially during COVID when there wasn't a lot of sports.
Sounds
drone
very
racing
interesting,
league,
actually.
It caught my attention. But then somebody said I shouldn't enjoy it. But Warehouse Games Blitzball League, they've made a cool production there. Okay.
What about the Puppy Bowl?
Puppy Bowl, the event where they just have the dog run off the end and just jump and catch something. That's fun.
Yeah.
Cornhole comes in. Formula One. All right.
Westminster.
Yeah, you can't get me on.
Yeah,
that.
Westminster. I watched. I was
Maybe
like,
I'm not enough of a dog person. I'll just be like, all right. So what are we doing?
The Cocker Spaniel should have won.
Yeah, I'm like, all right. Let's.
Yeah, I'll be like, man, that one look fancy. Fancy looking dog.
Right. It's like, all right.
That dog eat real food.
That's right.
He know
That's
dog
right.
food.
All right.
He's filet mignon.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL and let's hear a legendary, or maybe legendary is too much, but a very, very good NFL head coach bang on one of our division mates. We'll do that next. But real quick, guys, I feel like I want you to know this, especially if you have a high schooler, if you're in high school, the name to know is Suit Mart. Prom season's here, and you want to suit up with style with Suit Mart so that you can get prom ready at your prom headquarters. You can get a complete tuxedo package for just $159.99, or you can choose from the fashion tuxedo collection that they got for you. So, they also have an expert sales team that'll make sure that you have the perfect fit with on-site alterations. So you got to have the right fit, looking good, ready to go to prom. And if you want that style, that fit, that value, you want to make sure you go to Suit Mart.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
God bless John Harris, man.
He's the best.
So this is the thing. You guys know John Harris a lot better than I do. I'm getting to know him a little bit better. He's got a good sense of humor, right?
Oh,
all right,
yeah, he'll love that.
Oh, 100.
He'll love that.
If he was listening to the segment right now, he's probably belly laughing.
Probably is.
He wouldn't call us some jackass on the radio.
Well, no, probably some other people.
In the media? What does he say in the media? In the radio?
Yeah, some in the media.
Yeah.
In the media. Which, I mean, radio is media, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I think he was talking about somebody else.
Yeah, no, he was.
It wasn't us.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It could be. All right, let's go around the NFL. And I want to start here. Actually, George, who works with the NFL Players Association, they put something out recently saying that 75 to 80% of players respond to, you remember the NFL report card, NFLPA report card survey? And I found this interesting because that was a question that was out there. It's like, oh, this is interesting, but I wonder how much. They were willing to put out a specific kind of number. He said, quote, "We just had about 75 to 80% of response from players, and so you can't say that it's not scientifically accurate. In fact, the opposite's true. It's almost a census-like approach that the Players Association was taking, and the credibility of the survey was bolstered even more, and there were experts behind the scenes who were running the survey. It's not J.C. Treader or, just individual people going on a project. This is basically speaking to the veracity of what they do. And all of this seems to be in direct relation or in direct opposition to Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, who was the only owner, mind you, that received an F. He had come out when these things had come out, or when he had an opportunity to be asked about it at the league meeting, saying they were totally bogus. He said that the whole thing, was bogus. He said he took issue with how they collected information, all that, so on and so forth. Like, Woody Johnson, this doesn't help you at all, right? Like, this is not going to help you in your endeavor to be a better team.
I'm glad he came out with the kind of the facts and the research behind it, because this is in direct response to Woody Johnson, I think.
Yeah.
It's not just, hey, this is what we do. I think it's a reaction to what Woody Johnson said, which was ludicrous. And by the way, even if it was scientific survey, which scientific surveys can be as little as 1 or 2% of a population, especially like polls and stuff.
Yeah.
But generally, you like to get a good 10%, and that'll kind of reflect. This was 75 to 80?
Yeah.
That's impressive that they did it like that,
And I think what it speaks to is just how strong of a tool this has become for the Players Association. Like, we've seen teams actively, one, promise changes, and then two, actually make changes.
Yeah.
And I kind of love it, considering that the team owners typically have been able to, message the way that they want to and hold a lot of power. It's one of the things that I think people bang on the NFLPA about is, oh, y'all don't stand your ground when it comes to bargaining situations, and y'all get beat over the head. I kind of like this as a maybe not specifically a bargaining chip, but something that they could utilize to wrangle back a little bit of power from owners, because we've seen even the Texans, like, they're bringing back the sauna behind the Players Association. Well, I don't know if that's exactly what it was, but I mean,
it kind of was.
It's a fair line to draw, and we've seen other owners operate in a place where they go, okay, this is an opportunity for me to be better at meeting my players' needs. I just kind of love that Woody Johnson over there not doing that. Only thing I hate that for is Aaron Glenn, who steps into that place. Like, hey, your owner is actively making it harder for you to do your job, man.
Yeah, no, and that's what I was going to say. Even if it were just 5 to 10% of the players, as an owner, shouldn't that still get your attention? If this was 75 and 80, it absolutely should get your attention, and you should not say it was, quote, totally bogus, as he said. You should react to it, and I think you're 100% right. If I'm Aaron Glenn, I'm like, man, what have I gotten myself into here? Well,
I mean, I feel like he knew that getting an opportunity from Jets, but the only problem is that there's what did David Culley say?
There's only 32 of them.
That's right. And so you might have to take the one with the owner who gets an F and goes, nope, clearly someone graded this wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't fail this test. Someone else messed up. But yeah, best of luck, Aaron Glenn. That's not fun to have to be in that circumstance. We continue around the NFL, and I take you to this. John Gruden as we've established, is Sean Pendergast's best friend. And apparently he really rocks with Migos and an NBA YoungBoy. That's right. And with all of that, he has an interesting comparison. And I think this goes to show for me why I don't love player comps, because they can put you in tough places. He has a player comparison for Will Howard, the Ohio State graduate who's going into the draft.
He's drinking the Kool-Aid.
And maybe it's because Will Howard put him on the NBA YoungBoy, so we wanted to make sure to big up him. How do you like this as a comparison, as a comp for the quarterback Will Howard? Josh Allen, with a big dual threat quarterback, right? And that's what he talked about. He said the comp is MVP of the league, Josh Allen, real deal dual threat. You guys are the same size, man.
Well, part of me hates it.
He must be smoking on whatever Migos and NBA YoungBoy
well, we know what they're
on.
smoking on. Part of me hates it because I feel like Josh Allen is becoming the modern day Tom Brady. There's a big quarterback that didn't have great percentage numbers in high school. That Anthony Richardson could be Josh Allen. That Will Howard could be Josh Allen. Now, to be fair, Will Howard was better by a long shot
than Anthony Richardson.
By a long shot than Anthony Richardson. But it's just unfair. But I get it, especially from Gruden. But I think that Josh Allen is going to be like the outlier that everybody starts talking about like that.
And it was evident early on that was what was going to happen here, because he was the magic trick, man. He was the dude that was not accurate that all of a sudden became accurate. Yeah. That was something that historically you did not see happen with quarterbacks. And I knew, hey, this is you're going to find yourself in a place where a lot of dudes get fired behind trying to pull that same magic trick again. Anthony Richardson is the big one to talk about, because he very much was in that same place of, this is a lot of tools. And this is raw clay that we can mold. And, hey, you probably want it to be more molded than you've been in to this point. But I feel like that's kind of unfair to Will Howard, man. Now there's a level of expectation there that I don't think is fair. I don't know how much more you're going to wring out of Will Howard. And even if there is that to wring out of him, it's not an easy thing to do. So, man, more power to folks as we continue to get closer to this 2 weeks out from the NFL draft. And it does seem like people are really going to get themselves into places, twist themselves into pretzels to take players that I don't know that they need to in places that I'm not sure that they should.
Get them in the first round.
Well, go ahead and do
like
that. And push the players down to the Texans.
If that's Josh Allen, if you feel like that's Josh Allen, get them in the first round.
That's the thing. It's not just like a big, successful quarterback. It's Josh Allen. I mean, MVP, all this other stuff.
Nah, go ahead. In fact, you know what? My bad. I was going the wrong way. Team picks 24 and lower. Go ahead and look at that. There's a quarterback there for you. Go ahead and take that for you and push more players down to the Houston Texans. All right. We mentioned Anthony Richardson. Let's go to Bruce Arians. Bruce Arians, a very, very good coach. All right. I did use the word legendary. Is that too far?
Not in terms of his persona. Just as a guy, I think he's a legendary.
But you wouldn't say as a coach?
As a coach, no.
I would say legendary in the NFL circles.
Yeah, just as a guy, as a character.
Because if you could ask a lot of NFL players, they probably say he is a legend. But as far as overall, comparing to other coaches, say nah.
Yeah,
very good, very, very good offensive coach, and has had a very good eye for quarterbacks. And so you do not take it with a grain of salt. You do not take it lightly when he says something like this about a fellow AFC South player, Anthony Richardson.
Anthony, I think, needed 2 more years of college. As a passer, not as an athlete. He's a great athlete. But as a passer, I didn't see him coming out being able to beat anybody in 2 minute and third down. And that's where you win in the NFL. If you can't win third down in 2 minutes, you're just an average guy. And I don't care how good you run. You don't run the ball in 2 minutes. As a quarterback, you throw it. And you command the game. I think his growth this year is going to be huge. If he can't make it, the growth that I think he can make, and I think he's going to put the work in. He's got a great reputation as a hard worker. So, Daniel pushing. Daniel's going to really push.
Except when he taps his helmet to come out a third down. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
That's only.
You mentioned it. Forget head coach. Just as an offensive mind, as a quarterback guru. You take what Bruce Arians says seriously,
I mean, I do, and I find it interesting that he kind of put a little bit more of a timeline. I guess we probably all could look at it that, hey, you guys already went off, you went off on the opportunity to draft him, and you're putting your eggs in that basket. There's only so long that you can ride with that particular decision. So, that was to be understood, but the idea that this is the year, man. This is the year to put it together. Bleeper, get off the pot is basically what Bruce Arians is saying. I do appreciate that he threw in there. I think he can do it. But the idea that this is the year for him to do it, you feel Daniel Jones is the one to push him?
Well, no, but I mean, I think it is going to be a competition,
which probably says less about Daniel Jones than.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's tough. All right. Some more things around the NFL. Ian Rappaport, NFL media, said that the Steelers interviewing Shedeur Sanders was as much about sending a message to Aaron Rodgers as getting more intel on Sanders. You believe this?
I do. I could see.
I thought they wasn't worried about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that was last week, right? Yeah. That was last week. Hey, no problem.
Sound a little worried to me.
Yeah, we're confident. That was one of the buy or sells last Friday, I think. No, I do believe that. I mean, people are just sick of him if he wasn't so good, And they're like, all right, well, and not only, I think it's both things. I think it's a message to Aaron Rodgers, we're ready to move on. And then also, hey, if we're ready to move on, we have to look at this quarterback.
Do you feel like they're ready to move on? I think, hey, man, we would like to know so we can make plans. Because I do think that they could still be in very much a place where they have Shedeur and Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still think that that's very much a possibility because it's not like Aaron Rodgers is there for a good long time. Now, for me personally, if you're going to do to the Aaron Rodgers thing, you probably want to just I don't know that I want Shedeur Sanders because I've talked about it. I think that there's a particular ceiling on how high and how good of a quarterback he could be, and at that point, you might as well just wait and see if you can find a better quarterback and have the fullness of that rookie contract with him. But yeah,
maybe just a different way of saying the same thing.
Possibly.
Like, hey, we're ready to move on, but we'll take you. Like what you're saying is like, we need you, but if we're not going to get you.
Yeah, but we got to do something here, man.
It seems like they just kind of checking all their boxes right now because right now, currently, who's their quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Is it Mason Rudolph at this point?
Mason Rudolph? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that's smart to kind of bring in these different quarterbacks to kind of see everything because that is a need right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't really love the way that the Steelers have gone about their team building of late, which is kind of crazy because
it's very weird.
They felt like they had been a stalwart of team building. Mm-hmm. They've been one of those teams that you look at and they go, they have their way of executing things, and they do that to the best of their abilities, and they constantly come out here with a good team.
And it works. Yeah.
Feels like that's starting to fall apart for them.
Well, yeah, as Figgy said, it's just weird. They've kind of gotten out of their skin a little bit lately.
Yeah, speaking of falling apart in some ways, Tyreek Hill. Mm-hmm. And what is happening with old boy here, right? Like I am having real concerns about the wide receiver who then, Segway, and Tyreek Hill has always had various, off-field things that come up for him. But here's another one. As Tyreek Hill, the police was called on him. They were called to a domestic dispute is what it was called Monday. No charges were ultimately filed, but yes, this was a Sunny Isles Beach Police Department, a place that I had not heard of until today, or yesterday rather. But yeah, officers responded to a call from Hill's mother-in-law who told them that Hill was, quote, very aggressive and impulsive and that she was afraid for her daughter. Obviously, her daughter being Hill's wife, Keita Vaccaro. They got in an argument. Apparently, he threw her laptop on the floor and he grabbed their 4-month-old daughter and then headed to the balcony of their 35th floor apartment in Miami. I don't know, or in that Miami area. I don't know what that then implies beyond that. Ultimately, they said that it was not physical. However, and this is the thing that's always uncomfortable about this, officers noted a visible bruise on Vaccaro's chest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these are always the very uncomfortable places where you end up in a place. And this is why I'm always very careful about talking, or I try to be at least very careful about talking about like these domestic disputes and of such, because I don't know that you get the opportunity for a potential victim to be like fully honest because of the circumstances, because of the closeness, because of the opportunity of like, I guess, retribution or the feelings of attachment that are still there, right? They love that person. They don't want to see them be harmed by, the consequences of what could be their actions there, right? So I just look at Tyreek Hill and I go, dude, circumstance, again, especially with all of the things that you've been through in your career.
Well, that's it. We were defending Tyreek Hill. Remember when he got pulled over and all that stuff?
Yeah.
And just kind of reading that situation and the video, et cetera. But there's just too much smoke, man. I mean, there's just smoke around him all the time. I mean, just all the time.
The thing that's uncomfortable is also like this feels like it fits with a more recent pattern. And this is I'm doing a little reaching here, and I recognize that. Feels like it fits in with a little bit pattern of erratic behavior for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the time.
Yeah, but even recently, where obviously towards the end of the season, where he's kind of like breaking bad with his team, and then ultimately gets to a point where now he is on social media basically hinting at constantly the possibility of wanting to be traded, but then also like publicly not standing on that per se. It's a very weird place, and this is a weird cap off to it. The biggest thing obviously is like I wish the best for his wife, his daughter. Like there's people that are very vulnerable in this circumstance, and hope that everything works out there. But yeah, another very uncomfortable place, and it made me think of like I was at the house a couple weeks ago, and I heard yelling in the hallway. And like when I hear like domestic dispute that does not reach to the place of violence, like we are so bad in this country, in our society, of like knowing what to do. And I put my hand up in this as well. Yeah. I heard a couple arguing, but it did not seem like it like it was rising to the level of violence. But they were arguing loud enough that in my closed door apartment, I could hear them. And I was like, what do I do in this circumstance? Yeah. Like I don't know if I want to involve the police in this. Need to spend? Do I just leave it alone?
No,
like, what am I supposed to do here?
I done seen it a bunch of times just in my neighborhood back when I was a kid, where it went south when somebody else step in.
Exactly.
Because now both of them like, mind your bleeping business.
Yeah, both of them.
And then now they ganging up on you for trying to step in or do something.
Yeah.
That's a tough call, man.
It is. But in his case, it's just, you know, and she ended up reportedly filing for divorce as soon as the charges were dropped. So she had those papers ready, or at least the decision or whatever.
Wasn't they just on TikTok doing some stuff?
Yeah.
It's not surprising. Like that's the thing that makes all this uncomfortable. Yeah, it's like we've seen other players begin acting erratically.
Yeah, I just seen them like, dang, they happy. He got one.
Yeah, well.
We'll see. Is that a PSA? Grass ain't always greener over there.
100%.
Don't keep up with the Joneses, so on and so forth. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a little bit early to get into this, but I kind of want to, because you have quarterbacks who put together a pretty good rookie season last year, and I kind of want to look forward, especially after free agency. Which sophomore quarterbacks have been set up to have a slump or just to have a jump? We'll break that down next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores day after tomorrow.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard a big voice man, Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on this Thursday. Masters still going. Someone else stepping up top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Steven Jaeger. Steven Jaeger, 4 under. Already made the turn, so he's in good shape. Aaron Ray, Joaquin Neiman, Scotty Scheffler already tied for second at 2 under, and we'll keep you updated, of course.
Definitely really early is what's happening there at Augusta National.
Will Zalatoris, he's in third.
Not far, yeah. Morikawa, not far either. So, yeah, some of the names that no one expects. Jordan Spieth, or as I like to call him, Michael Jordan Spieth, not too far there either. Also, all those guys, 1 under. All right. I kind of wanted to go through this experiment, right? We were looking at free agency, the free agency period, and how people have kind of handled it. And, that was a conversation for C.J. Stroud, not locally necessarily, but nationally is he having a sophomore slump or what have you? And I think we got a pretty good rookie quarterback year last year in the NFL, right? When you talk about Jayden Daniels, obviously won Rookie of the Year. Caleb Williams was pretty damn good, even though the circumstances around him were rough. Bo Nix, I mean, that was well above what I could have expected. I wrote him off. I'm gonna be completely honest. I just thought he was older than the rest of the kids in college.
I thought the Broncos was stupid doing that. I'm like, what is y'all doing?
And apparently we're the ones that are stupid. And Sean Payton's smarter than everybody, it seems. So because he had a good season. And then Drake May looks like he might be a real bona fide quarterback. And they fond with them to see what they can get out of him, right? So now let's do this. Especially before the draft, and the draft is going to be important, especially for some of these teams. Like you look at the Patriots. That draft is going to matter a good amount. They might be able to add Drake May, a big-time offensive lineman to protect him. But before we get there, who's set up to have a sophomore slump or a sophomore jump? And so I'll start with the guy who I imagine is probably the hardest to have a jump off of is Jayden Daniels, who had, a phenomenal season. They go to the playoffs. Hell, in fact, they go to the conference championship game with a really well-put-together team around him, and his play was phenomenal. I don't think he ever really looked like a rookie in that season. Do you go slump or do you go jump?
That's a jump all the way.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that's
he didn't even say push.
Yeah. Well, okay, so maybe they won't go to the conference final. I'm talking about his play.
No, of course. That's of course what we're talking about.
I'm talking about his play.
But his play was incredibly high for a rookie.
They're just equipping him, man. They're doing everything they possibly can.
It's because they went and got Laramie Tunsil, huh?
They got Tunsil. They got others. They're
It's like they got Laramie Tunsil. It's nothing but up from here.
Yeah, no, look, the Commanders are doing everything they're doing what we think and have seen the Texans try to do here.
Yeah.
And you got this dude. Okay, let's go.
But the thing that I'm ultimately bouncing back to is like, how much room do you have? Ultimately, that's the question I'm asking here. How much room does he have to continue to
I'm sensing better? You think it might be a little step back.
Man, development's not linear, and I think that you get to he was phenomenal. I think that you get to a point where teams take the offseason and have an opportunity to say, hey, make this more difficult on him. Does he get the C.J. Stroud treatment where, all right, we believe so strongly in you, because that was the comparison in his rookie year was, oh man, he's doing the C.J. Stroud thing the year after C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud last year, teams decided, all right, no more of that fun stuff over the top. We're taking that away and we're making you do the really hard, the things that we make really good quarterbacks do, we're making you do that. We saw that kind of hamper him in some ways. Obviously, the bigger hindrance was the offensive line. But I do wonder if that happens to where people are having a similar conversation that they had with CJ, even if they don't fully understand that, hey, some of this is circumstantial rather than him as a dude.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought about. I thought about CJ and his step. I don't want to call it a step back, but kind of a down year last year. But in the same sentence, I think they got a better offensive coordinator in Washington.
With Cliff Kingsbury?
Yeah, compared to what was Bobby Slowick. So maybe he won't take a big step back.
Yeah.
But maybe he'd be a little more consistent.
I think what's helping him more so is they're really helping the defense. They've made some. Now we can talk about Laramie Tunsil, but they've made some moves to bolster the defense. In other words, okay, now we know what we have. The offense, like we mentioned, Tunsil, but also they've added some other things. Obviously, the draft is about to happen, but they're focusing on the defense. So they're saying we got a squad. Let's make sure it's a whole squad.
Okay. Yeah. All right. The first quarterback taken last year in the draft, Caleb Williams. Slump or jump?
It's got to be jumped, doesn't it? Everything they're trying to do around him, too?
It does feel like it.
Yeah.
Because that's another circumstance where Shane Waldron, man. Not really loving what they were doing last year. And it seems like you said, they ported in an entire interior of the offensive line. They're giving him more talent. It seems like they're going to really focus on. That's the objective of Ben Johnson coming in, is I'm going to make you the best version of yourself. That's why you hire that dude. So it does feel like if it is a slump, we got real questions about Caleb Williams. So I'm leaning on jump for sure.
Yeah, and I think we do have some questions about Caleb Williams right now, but they're doing everything they can, including the head coach.
All right. Bo Nix.
That's a tough one to me.
Right?
That's a really tough one to me.
It gets to a tough place because it feels like they'd done a lot of like maxing out what the possibility was for him, but he rose to the standard. And I think one of the interesting things with a Sean Payton offense is that it really is built to be, if you can do these things that I ask you to do, your life should be good. Like now, he's asking tough things of his quarterbacks. Like we saw that with his tenure with Drew Brees. Like you need to be a certain type of quarterback to be able to, and not just certain type of quarterback in your skill set, but a certain type of quarterback in your acumen and being able to understand what we're going for, being able to execute it to a certain degree. Bo Nix has demonstrated himself to at least be some level of that. Like, what happens if you can then not just be implementing this in year one, but what happens if you're starting to build upon this and maybe add some talent to what you're executing?
The talent would help. The more experience would help. But I think he's a lot closer to his ceiling than either of the first two that we talked about.
Agreed.
Right? So that's why if I had to pick one or the other, I would say maybe a slump.
I would probably say a slump too, and I know I keep bringing it up every year, but that's a tough division, man.
It is.
So I can see him being on the downside a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Drake May.
Another tough one, but I think they're going to have a lot of resources.
You think this is tough?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't exactly. Do you know what Drake May even is at this point?
A big, strong quarterback who has some mobility and had no real talent around him, and now they're going to put talent around him.
And
I
draft
feel like
picks.
I'm fine, Diggs,
buddy. I'm buying this stock.
Are you?
I think it's a jump here for Drake May, and maybe I'm just buying the hype. But it does seem like when we saw him play, like when the Texans went to New England early on in the season. It was like, okay, I think there's a little something here. And it just showed more and more as the season went along. In what, like, he is the rose that grows through the concrete, right? Like he looked pretty good in a circumstance that's not really advantageous for it. I think as you give him more fertile of a circumstance with the team, I think he's going to continue to produce there.
Well, they have the resources. They have the obviously a coach, and we'll see how they play it. I just don't know if I've seen enough yet. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the question that I wanted to ask is actually, because those are the guys that were starters. Those were the four that starters. How do you feel about the two guys that were drafted last year that now are going to get real opportunities to do more? And that is Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, Michael Penix Jr. I've liked a lot, since before he was drafted. But I do think it's asking a lot, and there are still some questions, or at least some pressure, on the quarterback position there. There's some pressure for him to live up to being the guy, And I just don't trust the Falcons that much either.
Well, I mean, you can always if you circle back to around to I don't trust the Falcons. I go, well,
you're going to be right more often than not.
Yeah, it's like I get what you're doing there.
Yeah,
it felt like the Falcons had so many like talented players in Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, that they still have not utilized to the maximum potential. And one of the things that was tough for Kirk Cousins is that they had a lot of pressure on him. And so I'm interested to see what that looks like. I know it's not really a slump or jump perspective, but if I was going to be like more optimistic than pessimistic or more pessimistic than optimistic, I'm more optimistic on Michael Penix Jr.
I love him. I really love his game.
And maybe more importantly,
I think they're asking a lot.
They seem to love him.
They seem to love him.
Like, of course,
to make that decision alone.
Yeah. But I mean, that decision, and I mean the decision that you're talking about is to
go with him,
have him go with him, and not sit Kirk Cousins or move on from Kirk Cousins. That one was actually not that tough of a decision considering how poorly Kirk Cousins looked or played rather, and then the injury circumstance that maybe factored in or maybe didn't. Regardless, it didn't allow him to be useful for the team. That felt like an obvious, you got to go here to this place. But also, I mean, if they felt so strongly about Michael Penix Jr. that they got to a place where, like, we gave him big money to Kirk Cousins, but we see this dude and we think he's our
just
guy.
Better.
It feels like that's
the one drafting them that early.
Yeah,
100%.
and drafting him.
But the most interesting one to me is J.J. McCarthy.
Me too.
Because that team, one, Kevin O'Connell does a fantastic job scheming up offense, one. But you had Sam Darnold there who played well above what I think a lot of people believed his capabilities. But he showed a little, the pumpkin turned back a little bit to a pumpkin at the very end of the season, and he's no longer there. You decided to not be the team that gave him big money, and you're going to go with your young guy. Are you more optimistic or more pessimistic about now bringing in J.J. McCarthy? Mind you, a quarterback prospect that wasn't beloved when he was drafted as well. Like, this was already a thing where people were kind of waiting and seeing. And now you're dropping him into a context of a Vikings team that has some higher expectations because of a 14-win season.
Keep in mind, they're also saying that he's not penciled in as the starter, even though that's total.
Correct.
You know what? I'm optimistic. I am optimistic. I mean, he's already set up, presuming there's not any big dropbacks, from other, key positions, namely the defense. Certainly the offensive line has to get better. But I'm actually optimistic on J.J. McCarthy. I don't know. What does that mean? Is he going to have that type of start like Sam Darnold had? Probably not, as essentially a rookie. But I think he's going to have a really good year.
Funny enough, like I'm more optimistic, and it's not because of J.J. McCarthy. I was low on J.J. McCarthy coming out of Michigan. I am just like, that coordinator looks like he can do this.
Yeah.
He looks like he could do this in a real way.
No, that's the major part, man. I feel like he could do something with anybody.
Yeah,
that's what if you can do some things, and I do need to give Sam Darnold his respect. Like, he did play well in the system. He did the things that was necessary. I think you pay numbers in the way that this coordinator will set up for you.
100%.
And you will be able to be fine. I'm not going to say that he's going to be great, but you'll be able to be fine. And I think that meets the standard of more optimistic than pessimistic. All right, a little bit of slump or jump here for the sophomore quarter. I want to revisit that maybe later once we see what the teams are looking like in training camp. But I thought that was an interesting exercise to undertake. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just reminding you that today we're giving away a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Regan at the Bayou Music Center on December 4th. That'll happen in the 1 p.m. hour that we'll give those away. So keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including another Masters update. But also, hey, are you really broken up about the name change on the building that the Astros play in? We can get you a little bit of you can get you a little bit of memorabilia off that. We'll tell you what's up with that next.
The Sports Radio 610.
Line visit.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
There you go. Let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And after all that fun, let's bring it back down to, or I don't know, I feel like we've gotten to a place with the Astros where we kind of understand, but it was still heartbreaking to see this happen.
That's the ball game. Brady tried to spin a slider in there, and he left it up, and the Mariners score 4 in the 8th, and then Arozarena literally walks it off with a walk in the 9th.
All right, so yes. A walk-off walk after a 4-run.
That's the worst walk-off there is.
That's what I was about to ask. Like, is that the worst way to lose a baseball game? What's the worst way to lose a game, period, in sports? 713-572-4610. I'm kind of interested. Is that the worst way to lose a baseball game?
Yes, at least the first one that comes to mind. Or, even an error, sometimes the ball's hard hit, whatever, trying to make a play. You're walking to do it. And by the way, he threw a slider on our fastball. Just go with your best pitch. Challenge them, try to make it happen that way. That was a bad night, man.
I think the worst way to lose a game wasn't that game yesterday. But it did happen yesterday.
Oh,
do we have the audio?
Yes,
is that a mixtape special?
No, we can do it right now.
All right.
That's the worst way to lose a game.
You're right,
man.
but it doesn't happen a lot.
It's classic White Sox way to lose a game.
All right, so let me see if I could set this up properly because I got to remember all the people involved. Oh, my God. All right, so this is White Sox Guardians, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I want to say the bases were loaded with 2 outs.
And
and they were down by 2.
Yeah.
And I gotta see if I can find the parties involved, but it's a hit. There's good contact.
It was a hit. Somebody was coming around from
tied ball game, baby.
Somebody's coming from second.
Tied ball game.
Yeah, it would have been a tie ball game.
Oh, what happened?
It would have been a tie ball game, but then this happens.
It all comes down to Miguel Vargas. Swings at the first one. It gets through to left field. One comes in, and we might have an injury. Oh, no. Talkman comes up and can't score. He just came off of a hamstring tweak off the IL a couple days ago.
Well, he's back on
and
it.
He was unable to get home as he rounded the bag at third, started limping.
Man, that was the worst.
Brutal.
Man, the game would have been tied.
Yeah.
And they probably could have won the game.
Mm-hmm. Brutal.
Man.
Pulled a hammy coming down, rounding third.
Yep.
Went through the whole game, the Sammy that he had just come back off of. Like, damn, dog.
He was out by a mile too. Like he didn't even he came up limping.
Oh, he knew it. He just went to his knees.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man.
So okay.
There's that
doesn't happen a lot, but that would be the worst way to lose.
713 said the national championship game it was the worst way to lose.
That just happened this week.
All right. Damn, why are there so many of these recently?
Let's go there since we're kind of in a miserable state right now.
I don't like that. I don't like that we're steering into the skid right now.
You know what?
I really
the national
don't.
championship, that might be the worst way to lose a game. Just not getting
the ball
a shot
just
off.
Sitting there, bouncing and dribbling.
You didn't even get a shot off, man.
If only we had audio of the Spanish call of this game, because
please be better, because usually the Spanish call makes me feel better.
It was good. It was really good. He even was talking about, he can't touch it. You'll hear it. Spanish.
You're giving me a lot of credit.
But he even was saying, he can't touch the ball. In Spanish, it was a really good Spanish call until the very end.
Lo va a esperar Richard. Cruza la media cancha, 14 segundos por jugar. El campeonato en juego para los Cougars. La tiene Yusan por la derecha, recogió el drible y ahora le quedan 7 segundos. 5, ahora crash. ¡Ay! Caminón no puede tocar la pelota y la va a recuperar, la va a robar Cóndor y todo ha terminado. Houston, you have a problem.
Oh, now we gonna speak Spanish, dog?
Oh, no.
Campeones Universitario por tercera ocasión.
But now he's English?
That was a better call in English, to be honest.
It was a good call. But
until the very end.
God.
So you going to break your Spanish out, or are you going to break away from Spanish to say that?
To say that.
See, I got English for you right here. You jerk.
Yeah.
J.R. Smith in the finals. They didn't even – wait. That game went to overtime and then they lost it.
Yeah. No, he could have won up and took the lead.
Right.
I want to say. Yeah, took the lead. We tried to run out the clock like an idiot.
Worst way to lose a game, second Hail Mary.
Yeah, but you kind of feel like that might happen.
That Hail Mary Chicago did. I want to say it was Chicago, right? Or against Chicago. Last season.
With Tyreek Stevenson was over on the sideline talking
so much, man.
He's like, oh, I got to get back in this play.
Oh, that's right. We still playing. My bad.
We got this. Oh, it caught the ball on you.
Oh, kick six is a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the missed field goal, 109-yard return. That's tough.
But we said baseball.
Well, no, I mean, I opened it up.
I know, but like baseball, outside of the pulled hammy, maybe a walk.
I'm with you there. That's the worst way to lose.
Maybe bases loaded balk if you don't even get the pitch. Maybe that's it. That's a good one that comes in. But unfortunately, Brian Abreu put up one of those and a loss for the Astros. They're back in action tomorrow against the Angels, back at now Daikin Park. Your expected pitchers are Ronel Blanco on Friday. Gusto is going to be your they're going to stretch him out to be your starter on Saturday. I'm super excited for that because he's been pretty good when he's had the opportunity. But it's a different stretch out. See if we can get like 5 out of you, right? Like I think it looks different there. And then Hayden Wesneski will get Game 3 on Sunday. And I said it is Daikin Park. However, if you want to relive the feeling of Minute Maid Park, it seems like there's an opportunity for you. The Astros are auctioning off signs from Minute Maid Park, quote unquote, on the team's online auction site. So they opened up. I think it opened up yesterday in the morning.
It's going to go, I think, till the 27th.
It does. It goes through the 27th. So if you're one of those people like these fellas who are like, oh, it'll never be Daikin Park. It's always Minute Maid Park. Go ahead and get you some stuff by going and seeing if you can win some memorabilia there.
Or just memorabilia from the World Championships.
You can get a collection of oranges from the train. Now, I do wonder.
It's not the big oranges, I don't think.
Yeah, but even then, like, is there something that distinguishes them as oranges? Am I just going to have that as a fruit bowl in a fruit bowl in my house, and people are like, oh, can I get an orange? Like, no, you can't have one of those. Those ones is from Minute Maid Park. You know what I mean? Like, is there going to be something specific that denotes?
Well, you got to display it right.
That this is something special.
Yeah. Right now, the thing that's being bid on the highest, again, it goes for another 2 weeks and change, is the logo sign from the Union Station atrium. It's going right now at $2,550.
Yeah, and the large ballpark signs, like the one on Hamilton Street and Crawford Street, they're selling letter combinations. Clearly, they're not selling the big thing, but you can get the MI, you can get the NU, you can get, you get the point. And so, you can get, wow, it says the approximate dimensions of the 2 M letters that are from Hamilton Street, 173 inches.
Ooh.
That's a pretty solid.
Big.
Like, you're going to have a TV-sized M in your house.
Good for a man cave on a wall.
Just a giant M. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's something that you can do if you are so inclined. Some other things that are popping. Did you see what happened in Dallas yesterday?
How could you not? That was a tap in for sure. You had to check on that one because it was everything we thought it would be and more.
Luka Doncic, now the Lakers returning to his former home with the Dallas Mavericks. And we were talking about this yesterday. The Mavs did the thing where they had all the seats covered in thank you for everything shirts, but written in Luka's native Slovenian. And they did a tribute video. And I'm not going to lie. First and foremost, I was like, oh, okay, so we're showing the tribute video on the national broadcast? Cool. But then I watched the video and I was like, this video would be incredible if not for, the fact that they traded him for no good reason and then talked crazy about him.
It would have been good if he was like retired. And, sitting in the stands with his family or something like that, where it's like, I remember this back in the day.
Or late in his career, moved to another team, comes back, like the Astros have done.
Like his last run.
With some player. Yeah, like his last run. Man, the thing that got me is not only the chanting, which got to a fever pitch.
For good reason.
Of Fire Nico. And that dude is just standing there, just like, looks like he's looking at death.
Well, I mean, what's he supposed to do?
No, yeah.
At that point.
But
you made your bed, you got to lay in it.
But it was a home game.
Yes, for the Lakers.
It was a home game for the Lakers.
There's a point in time where, during a timeout or something, you have the Lakers standing in front of their up the crowd, and the crowd is going with them. Like, they were killing them.
And those were Mavericks fans.
Well, they were up until they might have been Luka fans at this point.
Yeah, the crazy part is whenever Luka touched the ball, the crowd start cheering. And it's usually the opposite. Whenever somebody come back to their old spot, they just boo 'em whenever they touch the ball. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Speaking of worse, like, that's got to be the worst, like, trade in sports history. And, like, that organization, man, I don't think they're ever winning them folks back. Like, not as currently constituted.
No.
Like,
it'll be a long, long time.
Yeah, nah, you might have to get rid of it.
Do you hear how loud do you have it? How loud the Fire Nico chants were at the end? It was incredible. Dude, that's 17,000 people. All of them. And he's standing right there in the middle.
Yeah.
Serious question. How do you keep him?
I was wondering, like,
how do you keep him?
Well, this is the tough part. I think even if you fire him, you're going to have a hard time because the ownership has gotten out and said crazy things in the time period, in the intervening time period. So, like, it's going to take a large change from that organization for them folks to agree with them, which sucks to suck, I guess. Like, that is a rough place to be. And you know who I felt worst for in that moment was the Mavs players who were just out there like, look, I'm doing what I can, and they were out here getting cooked by a dude whose heart didn't look like he was in it. Like, Luka Doncic is a dude who will talk. Like, he'll talk to the fans. We saw him get a tech this weekend for talking back to the fans. He'll show it. He gave him a smooth 50 points in a way that looked like he didn't want to do it. He looked like he was putting down his dog.
Sorry, I got to make this. This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
Yeah, he looked like Nino Brown when he was about to put down G Money.
Yeah, man,
it was wild.
That tear coming down as he shot that shot.
That was wild. So what a thing that happened yesterday. A surreal thing to see in sports. And a reminder, man, like, I'm so happy to be where you are with this Rockets team, where all of their moves have been validated, man.
Yeah,
they look incredible. They're going to the playoffs. They have what is now a pick that has the 9th best chance of moving up into those upper echelons of the NFL or NBA draft, right? It's guaranteed to be in the draft lottery now. Man, the Rockets are in a great place. A lot of great talented players, and you're even competing when you don't play your starters, right? Like that's where the Rockets are. So that's a good space to be in. And they will be facing off against those Lakers tomorrow, correct? On Friday. And so the season continues on. A couple games left, and then they off to the playoffs for the Rockets and the rest of the NBA. Some other people weighing in on various terrible ways to lose. Routine base hit rolling under an outfielder's glove to score the game-winning run. Somebody said losing a drop strike 3 and throwing error.
Oh, yeah.
Losing a game by throwing a pick at the 1-yard line on the final play when you had Marshawn Lynch. You could have run the ball. Matt Hasselbeck versus the Packers. Oh, the Chris Webber timeout.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a bad way to lose, too.
Why do we
timeout you don't have?
Why do we do it to us? Like, there's the incredible moments, but there's so many moments where sports is just like, hey, how about you want to be invested in this thing and then you lose in a very comical way?
We had a texter just yesterday, maybe it was the day before, said his wife told him as they went to bed after the UH game, I hate sports.
That's right. Yeah.
I hate sports.
It's the greatest thing, but it's also the dumbest thing. I don't know why we do it, but also it's incredible. It's very fun. Somebody said wife said no, it won't fit in my apartment. Speaking of the Minute Maid signs.
Yeah, man.
Fair
Go
enough.
for it.
Someone else mentioned that the buying a sign from Minute Maid Park is good, but stealing signs is better. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
I feel like
Good luck with that one.
We got to watch you. You out here wilding. Said they still have the opening day giveaway baseball from the first game from Enron Field still in its original package.
I do, too.
Do you really?
You've seen it. It's in the cellophane, whatever it is, sitting on my right by my desk. Enron Field.
Is it bad that anytime I see that Enron logo, I can't like feel the excitement of the Enron Field?
No, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
I just think of all the badness.
Yeah.
That's all I think of.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there is 2 weeks to the day till we get the NFL draft going. And with that being the case, what's your pet cat? What's the player that you're just like, this is my guy? I ride for my guy. We'll talk about that and more next.
Area 45 with Bijani exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie.
Well done, man. Y'all really jumped in on the question that I asked.
Kind of organic
about the worst worst way to lose a game, a ball game of some sorts after the White Sox lost in magnificent fashion, and of course the Astros had a very frustrating loss in their own right with the walk-off walk that they issued. And some various other ones have continued to come in. And I love that you guys have gotten real detailed. The 832 wrote, losing Game 7 of a playoff series when you're down 2 with bases loaded and your MVP candidate and best player strikes out looking.
That is oddly specific.
From the 832, having a 35-3 lead. Game-ending pitch clock violation. They said strike 3, which pitch clock violation I imagine would be a walk-off walk as well, just in a different fashion. But I feel like it'd be the batter with 2 strikes and not addressing the pitcher in time. What was it, 8 seconds left on the pitch clock?
Yes.
Or is it 8 or 10 or whatever? If you don't address, and that would make me the most mad. Like, what you mean you're not ready to hit?
Yeah.
You got
Game
2 strikes.
Game over.
Yeah. What about the wild pitch? Just a wild pitch walk-off type deal.
Wild pitch does upset me.
It ain't great.
It does upset me.
That's
but
borderline just a walk.
Yeah.
Someone said missing 27 threes consecutively with bad calls on top of it. Now I just feel like
sound familiar.
That was on the list.
We're just in a bad place now.
Yeah.
So let's pull out of that.
We just naming bad moments.
Yeah, let's steer out of this at this point. All right. 2 weeks till the NFL draft begins. Night 1 of the draft on the 24th. 2:30. And so I want to get into it. Like, let's check in. Where is your pet cat? Who is your pet cat? What is the player that you have looked at? You're like, I really like this cat, whether it's just like, I really like this cat for the Texans, or you're just like, hey, this is a guy that I really enjoy. And we'll pair that with, apparently, was it The Athletic put this together? I think also ESPN had.
Yeah, ESPN had the one I was looking at.
Had one as well. It seems like a lot of people are in that same place. Of some of the more, what's the right word here?
Polarizing.
Polarizing is such a good word. Thank you, Mr. Word Man Lopez. What's some of the more polarizing players in this draft?
Well, for me,
your pet cat or your polarizing player?
My pet cat, I really kind of really started liking the prospect of the Texans getting this guy yesterday. The more I dug in, and that's the Missouri running back Caleb Johnson. Iowa running back Caleb Johnson. I dug in a little bit on him. I'm like, why is he not higher on a lot of boards? And he's not low, but why is he not higher on a lot of boards? He's a big dude, zone scheme, but he's on both these lists. They have him on the polarizing list as well.
This is really interesting because I had not seen him particularly this high. I think I am very fond of Dan Brugler and his work.
Well, it's getting late in the game too.
It is getting late in the game.
Yeah.
He's put out his Beast, which is his really comprehensive draft guide. When it comes to running backs, right? We know Ashton Genty is running back 1. Where do you think Caleb Johnson falls in the running back hierarchy? Like, which number running back would you assume?
Consistently around 4 or 5.
Right, like over there, around there, talking around like the Ohio State guys, right? Because there's Omarion Hampton in North Carolina. I think a lot of people view him as the second best. Some people have him on the same level with Genty in an interesting fashion. But then you have the Ohio State running backs, Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, that, they're usually 3 or 4 or 5 in that same space.
Yeah, generally it.
Dane Brugler has Caleb Johnson as the 3rd best running back.
Okay.
In this. So, you would probably need to use that 58 if you were trying to get Caleb Johnson, a player who has come in for a visit this week.
And that's what got me going. That's what I was really starting to dig in. The big polarizing aspect of it, the comment is that it has to be the right fit. Not anything off field or anything, that he's just sort of a not a one-trick pony, but he's best in a big zone blocking scheme, downhill, that kind of thing. I really like him. Starting to really like him.
Yeah, I mean, the strengths that has runs square, physically put together with power throughout the frame, consistently carries tacklers for extra yards, backside cuts, reads very well. You talked about zone. That's one of those things that definitely shines in those instances. Light feet, 0 fumbles, also so protecting the football, but not a home run hitter, right? So he's just one of those guys that's strong. He'll do the job.
I'll take it.
Not crazy elusive, but kind of in that place for Pet Cat. It seems like on the text line, fair names that have come in and names that we've heard a lot. Matthew Golden, wide receiver for Texas. He, for a lot of people, they're wide receiver 2 or 3, depending on how you view Travis Hunter. If you're going to talk about him as a cornerback, or even in any ways like as just in a different situation of his own, like by himself. But Matthew Golden, probably after T-Mac McMillan from Arizona, he's a guy that's there, and he's a guy that just seems like he does everything well, right? Like he just does everything well. I know that he had some drops in his career early on, but like this is a dude that seems like he fits exactly what the Texans would need, and a lot of people are excited for the possibility of him in the NFL, and hopefully if he falls to these Texans.
The wide receiver that has really sort of intrigued me the most lately is Trey Harris, the receiver from Ole Miss. He started out at Louisiana Tech, and went to Ole Miss and really excelled, like immediately excelled. But he's listed like in the 7-8 cat. I don't know where Dane Brugler has him, but he's listed like 7-8 on the thing. The guy's like 6'3", 6'4". What is keeping him from being higher is he's a Z receiver. He's a stretch the field guy, not known as the best route runner, but he just gets open deep, even though he runs like a 4.5, which wouldn't be one of those things that people, really gravitate.
Not immediate speed, doesn't have suddenness, and then you mentioned those drops. That comes up. He's the 8th wide receiver.
Yeah, I've seen him usually 7-8, but I mean, talk about someone who all he does is make plays. No, I'm not saying that, but he does produce.
This is I'm in here on the text line. Pet Cat Tyler Booker, and I imagine some of that is just like big, strong dude, physical, but like he talks the talk, right? This is one of those guys that I imagine if you were to talk about Pet Cat for D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, he could come up, because what's the thing that it seems like they want to do and they want to add specifically to the offense?
Well, they got to add speed. They got to add speed. They got to add playmaking.
Well, there's that, but I think more than anything, you can maybe take to mean.
Well, they're going to protect CJ. It's their number one priority.
Sure, but you could take the Laramie Tunsil move to mean they really want to add some swarm. And if there is a swarmy offensive player, it feels like it is Tyler Booker, right? It feels like that guy absolutely exists in that place. He talks about wanting to make dudes quit behind playing that football. Like he wants to be in that place.
Want him to give up football.
That's right.
To love football less.
So that's some of the Pet Cats there. Let's talk about these polarizing players, because your Pet Cat falls into this, does he not?
Yeah, he's one that is in both those lists. But I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
Both you. Why is Cam Scatterbo not mentioned more? Is it just the size? Is that because that's what they talked about in terms of he's a polarizing player all of a sudden. Very, very, as you heard from John Harris yesterday, very, very deep running back class. Maybe that's part of it as well. That dude is awesome. I mean,
there's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
Yes,
but that's the problem. He's not that at all. He's just a dude who is gritty. Like he's one of those guys that I kind of look at and I go, is he just a running back? Because he just kind of got the job done. Like it's not like there's crazy speed. It's not like there's crazy shiftiness. He just did a little bit of everything, and he did it with a level of gusto that makes you feel like, all right, man, that's great. He's the 12th running back for Dane Brugler, for whatever that's worth, with a grade that's in 3rd or 4th round, that kind of situation. Yeah, man, like that dude is just kind of.
Where do you fall on him?
I mean, if you end up getting him later, like if you get him in the 4th or 5th round, cool. But I don't know. Like I very much look at him, as I said earlier, he might be like a great college running back and then just another running back that you have in the room, like an also-ran. I don't know that there's a thing that he does particularly great. And so
he gets extra yardage. Like he gets extra yardage, when he's bottled up. I mean, we saw what he did against Texas,
He might be one of those players that he got to be in the right situation, like Baltimore or Kansas City, like a place like that where he's not necessarily the star or the starter, but somebody that's very important on a team like that.
He does a little bit of a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, that's cool. But I mean, if I'm like that, that's cool if you're getting just another guy that you want to add talent to a room. I don't know. I think that at the top of it, you're looking for guys that do something special, and it feels like he doesn't have anything particularly special outside of just like that willingness. Like he just kind of has a want
and
to.
gaining.
That's why he might be kind of special, like in the later rounds.
Yeah.
Somebody that's not like focused on one thing.
Maybe for a team that already has a number one running back.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I wonder what team fits that role.
Okay, but if you were looking, because, I mean, now we're back down the running back role. And somebody says, say it, no one wants to draft a white running back. That's not true. You'll end up in a bad place if you're doing that. Like, this is one of those things that I believe strongly in. I think oftentimes it shows up in, like, when we're talking about coaching hiring, especially coaches, minority coaches or coaches of color or what have you, whatever you want to term that. This also works with right running backs, and I'm very, you guys notice about me, I'm very pro to let that white man play cornerback. It's just, the more that you limit your the more that you limit your talent pool based off of particularly arbitrary things, the more you'll find yourself in a place where you do not add talent that is possible to you. It's not because he's white. It's like the type of player that he is an interesting one. Like he's a great dude. Like he has that great I guess he's got the great work ethic and mentality. I just wonder, like, does he do anything special enough to make him like a running back that you want to utilize, or is he just kind of cool at everything? And does that then translate to a higher level where everybody's fast in the NFL level and everybody hits hard in those ways? So.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, I hate to say, all he does is make plays. All those cliches. I saw him just against really good teams consistently gain yards, gain a lot of yards.
Yeah. Somebody said he could be like Peyton Hillis that played running back on the Browns.
Oh, yeah. Don't say be on the cover.
Yep, that one man cover. He had a great year. He did indeed have one great year.
I think him in the first round now.
Yeah.
I mean, I very much jumped on the Josh Connerly Jr. train.
There you go.
I very much jumped on that. I am in that place where I really like what he has. One of the polarizing players that's come up falls in line with something that we have not talked enough about, although it's kind of there for the Texans, is the possibility of like a defensive tackle, and Walter Nolan comes up.
Yeah, he's on the list.
In this?
Yeah, he's on that list of the most polarizing, as is Shamar Stewart, as are obviously Shedeur Sanders.
Shamar Stewart is the edge rusher. Shamar Turner is the D tackle, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah,
right.
Stewart is the one that I've talked about multiple times. I saw him play every game. Incredible physique. He's going to be probably drafted in the first round. He had 1 sack, or 1.5, whatever it was. The production is the question there. Walter Nolan as well. We know the story with Shedeur Sanders. Those are some of the more polarizing players that are on the list, but have all the physical tools to do it.
Now, Walter Nolan is a place where it'll be interesting to see if you were even in that space to select him. But one of the things that keeps coming up with some of these players when we talk about polarizing is when interviews come up, because we know how valuable personality and getting to know who that person is for these Texans in particular. According to an NFC executive, quote, impressive traits, and we were fine with his interviews. Multiple scouts have maturity concerns, it pops up, reflect his history of practice field mid-session due to frustrations. Like, how much does that play in an organization? But someone ultimately came around, a coach said that your hands will be full and you'll need a real plan for him. I have a hard time thinking that he falls out of the top 20, so that's not necessarily in the space. But if he does fall, he is the type of talent that you have there.
Yeah.
Do you feel like putting him with a veteran-laden locker room like you have could help him in that circumstance?
Yeah, I do.
If you were inclined to get a D tackle early, because that's something that we have not talked a lot about in this draft.
He's one of those guys that, boy, if you draft him real high, you've got some real work to do. If you draft him later, 25, 30, 35, whatever it may be, you almost can. It's worth the risk, especially if you get him into the right locker room. So I think that's one that he's polarizing for a reason, and they just laid it out.
Yeah. So
yeah.
A little pet cat check-in. So you're Caleb Johnson. You're on
Caleb
recently.
Johnson. I'm intrigued by Scattaboo, just because I'm amazed that he's. Is it just the size? There's a lot of 5'10" running backs. A lot of them.
Yeah, I think some people use that mindset. Oh, you could get a running back in the later round or something like that.
I am some people.
Yeah,
I am very much some people.
I think that's part of it too.
Is it bad that I have is it bad that I have the first rounder up here? Do I have to have like a later round pet cat as opposed to like having?
You got Connerly?
I mean, yeah, I'm really engaged with what Connerly is and like the upside that he presents while also being a dude that seems like he can start off the jump, like early. Like I'm very interested in what that looks like. All right, you're in the Loop 10. Come next, about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do those next.
All right, let's get you out to that.
Eagle.com 773 network.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this is a tough one for me. Sometimes your confessions hurt. They hurt inside, Figgy. They hurt you inside.
What, like diarrhea?
Well, that too, but maybe not exactly.
Diarrhea
like
hurt?
I mean, at least the bubble guts that lead to the diarrhea, right?
Yeah, the little twisting and turning.
Actually, my bad. You know what? It's called lunchtime confessions. Y'all might be eating. I have to issue an apology right now. That's my bad. That was a real unforced error by me.
And this is it. I don't miss Tiger. Like yesterday in the lead up.
Get the bleep out of here.
It's a call to confession. It's my confession.
No, you're right.
It's my opinion.
It's like my opinion, dude.
It's my opinion.
Thank you, Big Lebowski.
Look, I'm not saying I wouldn't have been, trained in a little bit. But
okay, so that's what I was going to ask is like.
And he's not here.
I interpreted this a different way. You mean like if Tiger was just going to play
Tiger
right now?
in Augusta this week.
Okay.
Oh,
fair enough.
I thought you were saying period.
Yeah.
And when you think Tiger, you think about the prime Tiger.
Or at least somewhere near prime Tiger.
Right. Oh, it was must watch. No, I mean, you absolutely. But like in the days leading up to the Masters starting today, at the Masters, I saw somebody mention, this is what made me think about the confession. Tiger Woods again, which we knew he wasn't going to play, but mentioned it, and I came across it. I'm like, I don't even miss him. Like, this is a captivating stuff, and he hasn't been good in Augusta really in any major for several years now. I'm like, this is wild. I don't miss Tiger.
I understand, especially in this modern era. Like, I don't expect Tiger to compete. Like, one of the things I hold very strong to is that it is incredibly rare. In fact, it basically doesn't happen for players to win multiple majors on either side of 35.
Yeah.
And that is to say, man, golf is such a strenuous sport that we think about it as the sport that you could play until you're old and dry. But really, at the highest competitive levels, if you're a great when you're young, your body's going to be cooked by the time you're older. And maybe you can get out there and play, but you're not playing to that highest level.
Yeah.
So, like, I appreciate like what we got from him. However, I cannot deny, even as the Masters is kind of must see or must watch just from an American cultural perspective, it's so much different, and I'm locked in a different way. If Tigers and
times in the last couple of years at Augusta, did you go, oh hey, he's even through 5, and then he's 4 over through 16, and you're
right.
like, you know what I mean?
No, you're right,
Yeah.
and so. I think you're right if I set the cutoff as within the last 4 or 5 years. Before that, like just the presence of Tiger,
not even close.
And I can't shake that feeling. That's where I went.
He was the guy.
Yes,
he was the master.
That's part of what made this even buzzier than on top of the gorgeous scenes. Like that's one thing that we were talking about yesterday with the par 3 tournament when we had it on. You look up and you go, oh, there's no score bug, there's no crawl, nothing is on the screen. All you're looking at is gorgeous green grass and whatever is happening here, and it's just built different. And I hate to be the one that's out here just like licking the boots of Augusta National, but damn, they do this really well.
They do it well, and it's wild. It's wild to me. That's why I made a confession. I'm like, oh, that's right, he's not here.
You sure ain't.
So do that pretty much explains how much of a golf nerd you are, though?
But I think a lot of people, and we'll see from the text board, 713-572-46. This doesn't diminish. The Masters is as magnificent as it's ever been, even for the guys that just check in. Once a year.
Yeah, because I was kind of that way with tennis when Serena Williams retired.
Yeah,
I was kind of like, hey, I'm still watching it regardless. I still think tennis is strong. But you do have some people that's like that checked out when Serena checked out.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I have to admit, and I understand that, especially with basketball, it's a sport where we talk about the ramp up, and there's no way to simulate game ball.
Yeah.
However, I'm very, very happy that Ime went the way that he did. Sitting a majority of his guys, and then playing Jalen Green in order to continue that streak. Right, I'm assuming in order to continue that streak, but limiting his minutes to 15. Because I don't subscribe to the rust theory. Like I just like every time we get out here and we do the rest versus rust, I don't subscribe to that rust theory. Even if I understand that, hey man, keeping yourself at a certain shape or whatever, that's cool. Nah, man, like I'd much rather allow you to have the fullness of your capacities, like be as well rested as as you can be, especially because we know that all these sports, even the ones that seem like they're not as taxing, we were just talking about it with golf, they wear on you. And so any opportunities that you have to sneak a little bit more of your capabilities, like any opportunity you have to be the strongest version of yourself physically, I'm taking that. I'm jumping at that.
I'm generally with you, but in this case I wasn't, but I see the value that they're getting, as we talked about earlier.
For sure. Like but I'm definitely in that place where I'd much rather have those guys fully, especially some of these other, like Fred VanVleet. Yeah, man, go ahead and get off your feet, brother. Like you see the difference between when Fred is kind of hampered in some ways and when Fred is full, and especially with how much he means to your team, how much Alperin has taken, like banging down in the post, like how much beating he's taken, how much you've had to manage Steven Adams. I almost called him Stephen A. Smith. That's crazy. I think that all those things, getting that rest is so much more important than maybe getting an opportunity to beat the Clippers late.
These are my confessions.
So I got to apologize to the city of Houston.
Oh, wow.
So I want to apologize for the Astros loss last night.
You did something?
You're apologizing.
Yes, because they had a walk-off walk. Was a walk-off walk.
Correct. Yeah, you're right.
So remember around this time, I was talking about the Chicago White Sox.
Yes, you were.
And how they lost.
Yeah.
And they had lost this exact same way. And I was kind of poking fun at it. I was laughing at it. I feel like I'm to blame right here.
That's
because
right.
this is the same way the Astros lost. And I feel so silly because I was sitting there like, I was pointing and laughing. Only the White Sox could do this.
You were texting fast and furious.
I was like, so that was 2 days ago, and then yesterday the Houston Astros lose the exact same way.
It was bad juju, man.
Yeah. So I will take this on the chin. Right here.
Okay, so we can blame Figgy.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna blame you, Figgy.
Hey, I would take that blame, man, because I was pointing and laughing at the White Sox. I had no idea the Astros would do the same thing a day later.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but my confession. Okay, so first of all, let me give you the little bit of news. Lorne Michaels, Saturday Night Live, is going to be involved in Saturday Night Live, London. Live from London, it's Saturday night.
But then it'd be in America Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon, correct. But my confession is, it slid, and everybody knows that. I think I'm going to kind of like the London Saturday Night Live more. I think they're going to be a little more raw. They can get away with a little more. In terms of not just language, but just the things they do. They're going to be very political.
Wait, how are they broadcasting this? Is this not going to be on NBC the same?
It's going to be on Sky Studios, Sky
Sports. Okay. So it's actually going to be all the way over there.
They're actually doing their own.
It's London, live from London, Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. So kind of how you got The Voice UK or
yes.
Oh, so this is like a whole new. I thought that you were talking about like a special where they.
No.
All right, this is how you know I'm very NFL pilled because I thought this was just. Oh, so they're doing the thing where they take the Jaguars over here. But they're just going to take SNL over there. Okay,
no,
my bad.
And it's going to be British, comics and young actors and all that stuff. I think it's London, like some of those London comedy, shows and films and stuff are really, really good. I bet you I might watch this one even more than the one here.
So you're here for like the dry wit a lot of times.
Yes, absolutely.
But also, they don't already got something like that?
But the gloves are going to be off.
Like they don't already have like a sketch comedy thing that they do because
they don't have an SNL though.
They don't have SNL.
How bold are we to be like, whatever y'all got over there, that's fine. We bringing ours over here.
No, it was them that brought it up with Lorne Michaels. It was Sky Studios.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's going to be pretty dang good.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of my confessions too. It's hard for me to get into a lot of like British comedies or shows. Sometimes the accents be so thick, man.
Oh, is that what does it?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard for me because I watched a couple shows like movies and stuff like that. But sometimes, man, it's so hard to understand what they saying, man.
No, that's fair.
I do think it will be a little more witty, a little more gut
a little more raw.
I feel, but honestly, I feel like Mexico, man. Like I feel like Mexico is. I feel like those shows be way too raw.
They
I
are.
be like, is this a real show? It be only aired in Mexico or something. I'm like, man, they be a little raw, especially with the dating shows and stuff like that. They be going crazy.
That's one of the funniest things, especially if you do not know Spanish, to like just put on one of these game shows or one of these daytime shows that is fully Spanish and just watch it. And you're like, I don't need to understand this because this is entertaining.
It's a hot girl in a bra.
Yeah,
this
like
is the most raw version of entertainment that there's ever been. Like, I don't understand what they saying to each other, but I also understand exactly what they are saying to each other. So, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it was a clip going viral, too, about I think it was like a Spanish dating show or something like that. One no reality show, kind of like a Love's Island.
Yeah.
And one of the people on there, I guess they was cheating on their significant other. Of
course.
And they were like showing they were showing like the little night action video.
That's wild.
I was like, is this a real show? I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, I need to learn Spanish, man, so I can hear about what's going on. They had the brother there crying and running.
Their novellas, their telenovelas are awesome.
Man, it's crazy.
Somebody said you need more Benny Hill type comedy. Yeah, it feels like that's a real like, you know, you're either on one side where you're like, nah, I'm not trying to hear all that dry wit, or you're like, give me all of it. I'll be interested to see what that looks like.
These are my confessions.
I think we all have blind spots in various ways, but I don't know, like a blind spot kind of in some ways implies that you just kind of didn't realize it. I've realized this about myself and I just haven't like fixed it, which is we were watching SportsCenter a little bit earlier here in the studio, and they were showing like, you know, really all the homers of yesterday basically was the segment.
Yeah.
Christian Yelich upped about, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's right. He's with the Brewers. What's happening over there? And I remembered the central divisions, particularly in baseball, they don't stick in my brain at all.
In both leagues.
Like both AL Central, NL Central. Like I just be like, whatever they doing over there, they do over there. Like I'm just like, oh, really? They're doing baseball? Like if it's not like Ellie De La Cruz, everything else, I'm just like, oh, what's happening over there? Oh, for sure. And I know this. It's not like, hey, you know, I'm actively, or I never remember to look over there. It's just like, oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They're over there. And
what you need to
I don't
look
care.
over there for.
That's fair. There hasn't been anything to look over there for. Although, let's
especially
see.
in the NL. I mean, no, I have no reason to look in the NL unless it's a player that I'm.
There's some players. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, the Royals were really good.
But the NL, though.
Yeah, the NL
National League?
No, for sure.
I don't give a damn unless we get to the World Series.
Yeah, but the problem is the AL Central, too. I'd be over there like, the Indians, what are they doing? I don't care. So, yeah, this is all about me and how I have not calibrated that properly. But every time I do, I just look up. It's like how, you know, sometimes you'll hear a song and you just never, like, you always miss a verse because my time is me with Drake's verse and Poetic Justice. I just like, oh, that's right. He was singing. That's right. That's me also with the central divisions in baseball. I don't understand why it happens. Hopefully I can fix that soon. But yeah, there you go. All right. Those are your confessions here in the loop. Actually, a little pseudo confession. Sean Pendergast agreed. He's not here for any of this British humor. He actually is out on Monty Python, which that's a spicy one because people, even if they don't like British humor, they love them some Monty Python. So best of luck. With that from 713, are you guys allowed to talk UFL? Sure. What would you like to talk about with the league that doesn't really have quarterbacks? We can do that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That was mean. I shouldn't have done that. Coming up next, it's a Thursday, so we do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various people in sports are selling? We'll do that next.
The Cougs came up.
the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, I was mean last segment. I was.
Man, don't let that beat you up, man.
I'm not beating you up, buddy. Not letting it beat me up. But what I am trying to do is offer knowledge, olive branch. Let us know on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer!
My bad, Jim. I didn't mean to do that to you. Would you like Roughnecks updates at times?
What is the latest with the Roughnecks?
I don't know yet. But I'm just asking, is that something that you would like?
Who's the quarterback right now?
Buddy.
You know that guy. Was he number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, something like that?
Somewhere in there.
Watch him be number 1.
Yeah. I don't know.
So I think that's your answer. Something big happens, we'll let you know.
Well, I mean, we got to go to a game one day.
Oh, I went to a couple. Didn't you go to one with me?
Yeah. I went to the very first one.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
Let me know. Let us know. I'm trying to do what's right for y'all. I will put my own personal situations aside and get to that place for you. But let's do a little buy or sell, Lopez.
Let's do a little buy or sell. And the first one is Astros related. Are you buying or are you selling this? So Dana Brown was on MLB Network?
Yes, he was on MLB Network yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to play the audio because this is the I don't know if I'm buying that. Let me ask the boys. So he said moving Altuve to left field was done because, quote, we wanted to give the roster some flexibility. Wanted to give the roster some flexibility. So in other words, it wasn't his defense. It wasn't, anything else. It wasn't Bregman. It wasn't all that. We wanted to give the roster some flexibility.
Sell. How are you more flexible? It was kind of like hearing, oh my goodness, what's my guy's name on MLB Network? It's Kenny. Man, I feel bad.
Not Kenny Mayne.
No, I forget his name and I apologize. But dude on MLB Network was asking him, like, you made this move.
You mean yesterday? Okay.
Yeah, he was asking him, and he was, basically like, yo, this basically takes Jordan and makes him an all-time DH, does not give you the opportunity to utilize that as much, and that type of stuff. Basically asking the question because it has less flexibility, which, yes, you have less flexibility. You were locked in for the most part at DH. You don't have an opportunity to move people around that way. And so it does not give you flexibility. I think ultimately Dana was like, gives you the flexibility to sign Brendan Rodgers, and I was like, word?
Yeah.
Like, I appreciate that Brendan Rodgers has been better defensively, and he's finding a little bit of offense. Hopefully he can ultimately tick up as well with when hopefully the rest of the team ticks up. But you're not selling me on the idea that this is roster flexibility. Absolutely sell. Brian Kenny, thank you, 713.
Yeah. I'm selling it too, man.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds silly a little bit. Bad defensively, Jose Altuve was.
Well, yeah, that, but also, I mean, it's Jose Altuve at second base. If it wasn't because of the defense, he'd still be at second base.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
It's not about flexibility.
Yeah.
It's about the defense. All right. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, flexibility? That's a good way that's a good little, contortion there to get it done.
Why don't you put Jeremy Pena at second base since it's all about flexibility, or put him in the outfield?
Yeah, it's all about versatility, mixing hometown teams here. Hey, y'all remember Deshaun Watson, right?
Yes. Ooh. Yes, I do.
Came out, I think it was yesterday afternoon. He was talking and said, quote, everyone is doubting me. Everyone doesn't believe in me. Everyone doesn't think I can get back to where I was, but I know, ... I know I'm going to be way better than before. Way better than before.
Oh, I'm selling it. I am selling it. And I appreciate the self, what's the right word? Like the self-belief.
Confidence,
and self-confidence that you have and that you kind of just have to display if you're in this place and you want to try and do it. However, I don't believe it, man. Like, clearly, I am part of everyone there, and I will not run away from that. I don't believe it, dog. I was looking at it as the possibility of could Deshaun Watson be a better version of himself. Was it the injury that was holding him back? He came back after missing all that time. I was like, all right, in theory, he should be healthier.
Yeah.
Looked like he stunk to the same exact degree. And I'm entirely done with that experiment. And that's outside of all the other stuff that you could put in there with Deshaun Watson. And so if it's not the, like, physical things that seem to be holding him back, it's the mental stuff. So maybe you could tell me that he knows that because he's dealt with that mental side of things and he's found a way to get himself like in that place. I am not certain that he has figured that out, and I don't know how you could get to that place, especially without like some major shakeups in the way you go about things. So more power to you that you have that kind of self-confidence, because I don't have the confidence in you, big dog.
Is it fair to buy this because he can't be worse than last year?
Well, let's read the quote again here. He said, "I know I'm going to be way better than before."
Way better, like before.
Way better than
before talking about last season.
Yeah, see, that's a little bit vague, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, even if you're talking about, like, I'm taking it from, like, the best interpretation from his case, which is, yeah, you have stunk recently and way better than stunk recently, and I'm still not seeing it, personally.
Yeah, because I did see a lot of people say, hey, he can't be worse than last year. That's like the go-to right there.
But he can be just as bad.
I get where you're coming from.
I know.
But I think he's talking about, like, before, as in when he was in Houston.
Yeah, I'm going to still sell this, man. I think it's over, man. Yeah. I think mentally, I don't think it's no coming back. And just all the injuries in total, man. I just don't think physically he could get back to where he was, let alone better. I don't think he could be better than ever or anything like that.
I do love the person that on the text line said, in Figgy's voice, for real?
All right, we got a couple. I think we might be trending toward a lot of selling today, but maybe not.
Oh, maybe the market's as such.
Do a little quick turnaround here. Josh Kroenke, you're familiar with him?
Yes, son of Stan Kroenke.
Yeah, and a Nuggets owner. He said firing Michael Malone was not because of anything but a necessary step to allow us to compete at the highest level right now.
That is, yeah, I'm selling that.
They're selling, Mortimer. Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to buy that.
You ain't buying it.
No, sincerely, I'll buy that. And the reason why I'll buy that is I still think it's very, very weird, the timing. But all of the conversation and reporting around this is that the relationship between Calvin Booth, the general manager, and Michael Malone, the head coach, was tenuous. And then also, there's been reporting that the team was not did not believe in Michael Malone's direction of the way things that he was
playing
doing,
favorites and
playing favorites and choosing
Westbrook.
Yes, choosing to start and play major minutes to Russell Westbrook instead of playing some of these other guys. And if you're looking at the rest, losing your team, you're not going nowhere, right? Like that is the thing in basketball. That's the thing that you'll remember David Blatt when with the Cavs, with the LeBron Cavs or whatever. When he got out of there, he's a smart basketball coach. But as soon as them dudes in there don't believe in you, you got to go, dog. Like, it's too small of a locker room for you to be able to, like, do your job if they don't believe in what you're talking about. So, yeah, I think that Michael Malone, I think that you can get to that space where you believe Kroenke in this way where he's like, yeah, we need to be able to compete. I still don't love it, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of selling this one because, like, we say all that to say this dude is still a championship coach, man.
Yeah.
Been there for 10 years. And I just don't understand. I think it was more to it. I think it was definitely some back and forth going on, maybe some broken relationships or something like that where they felt they need to make a move right now with it when it's like 3 games left in the season.
Yeah.
To me, I just don't think that's a way to I don't think they were sitting here thinking like, you know what, we can make a push now.
Yeah.
I think it was more to it that we probably won't ever find out. I just don't see them doing that as a way to, a way to win.
Right. I thought I was going to be an island on this one. I'm buying it because if you listen to his words, listen to my words, as kindergarten teachers say. He said a necessary step. The necessary part of that was it was toxic. It was necessary to make that move. So I'm going to buy that.
Lopez been listening to Britney Spears.
Boy, have you heard the latest?
Yeah. You informed me earlier today.
Stephen A. Smith. How about that?
Okay. I'm prepared.
I am going to, quote, entertain the possibility of running for president.
You want to know what my answer is?
Yes.
I'm going to break the game. It's not a buy. It's not a sell. It's an I don't care. I really and truly don't. Like, this is what it feels like. This is how he wins.
Yeah.
This is how he wins. because he's setting a run or whatever. What he is doing is he is engagement farming.
Mm-hmm.
He is attention seeking. Like, this is as plain as I have seen it, that he is like doing it to this level. And I'm like, dog, I really don't care. And it's even more frustrating that I know it's going to work to get the attention. Because I really don't I don't want you in this. I don't want you in that space. But even if I did want you in that space, I really and truly, because at this point he's doing the maybe I will, but maybe I won't. Like, he has been Roethlisberger for years saying I might retire, but I'm thinking about retiring, but I'm not going to make the decision or don't.
But I need you to shut the hell up.
But this was the first time he actually acknowledged he's entertaining the possibility of running. He's talked about it, kicked it around, but I forget what show he was on.
Bleeper, get off the pot at this point. Like, I don't even want you to do it, but bleeper, get off the pot. I'm tired of hearing about it up to this point.
You're going Aaron Rodgers on him.
Yes. Please.
Figgy?
Another Steelers quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm selling this. I'm selling this because I feel like he's trying to come up with a different angle because he's been on a lot of political shows. He's doing way more than I thought he would, and he's trying to dip into that. I feel like he's angling to try to get one of them shows on one of those bigger news networks.
He might be.
Like, I know he just signed a deal with Disney.
Good point.
But I think he's angling, trying to dip his toe in that water to eventually have a night show for like Fox or CNN or something like that. I think he's just trying to dip into that where he gonna make a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah. One of the things that he has grand aspirations on continuing to grow his media empire.
Yeah, he's not trying to stick to sports. And that's what his personal YouTube show is about. It's just talking about everything.
Can you imagine the State of the Union address?
Dude, I'm buying it. I'm not saying he's going to win a nomination. I am saying one way to get that show, one way to engage more people, to both of y'all's points, is to run for freaking president. I think he's truly entertaining the possibility of running.
What a sick place we're at.
Like you're saying it's because of the engagement, and you're saying it's because of the incentive to do other shows. One way to get both those things is to actually do it.
So are you saying he's entertaining to run, or will he try?
I think he is seriously considering running for president. And if that happens, I mean, he might get some backing and actually do it. But I think this part, seriously entertaining the possibility, buying it, 100%. One more that is, again, just sort of sports adjacent here. You're familiar with that entertainer Kanye West?
Who?
Yeah.
You know Kanye, right?
The old Kanye for sure.
Yeah, the old Kanye.
This new Kanye, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much I know him.
Like him.
Not familiar.
So he was asked why he's never performed in a Super Bowl halftime. And his answer was the Taylor Swift movement. He blamed Taylor Swift and all the people that are behind her.
The movement.
Yeah.
I actually was going to say, I was actually going to buy that, but because of the Taylor Swift moment that happened, what award show was that?
He said the movement. Yeah, it was, I guess, the Grammys. I don't know, maybe American.
Yeah, I think it was the Grammys.
It was the Grammys.
And I say that to say, if there's one thing the ended is uncertainty in what's going to happen during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right, like they want to have something where they have they're fairly comfortable and confident.
We know exactly what's going to happen.
That this is going to work well, that it's going to be entertaining, but nothing too controversial.
We need to trust you too.
That's why I was super surprised they even put Kendrick up there, like with all things considered, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that they would put George Bush doesn't care about black people, Kanye West on the Super Bowl, absolutely not. Are you crazy?
Biggie? Yeah, I'm selling this. I'm selling this. I think it's more to it than just the whole Taylor Swift
thing. You think?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll say it. Oh, word?
I think it's a little more than that. I don't think they seen the Taylor Swift, him taking the award away or whatever, and they say, you know what? Nah, we can't have him. I think it's a little more than that, especially now.
All the things that Kanye has done, the Taylor Swift movement is the way down on the pecking order, so to speak.
Yeah. It doesn't hurt though. I bet there's a lot of Swifties that are like, absolutely not. That is my enemy forever and ever and ever. Amen.
Yeah. One more quickie here. Tony Brothers.
Oh boy.
He said Luka was thrown out of that game against Oklahoma City because, quote, he looked directly at an official and used vulgar language.
I mean, He was thrown out because Luka has a reputation. Like, we know this about the NBA. You can get reputation texts, you can get reputation ejections. And weirdly enough, you can get reputation non-calls because that apparently Draymond Green gets that after instead of getting thrown out for clapping in people's faces. Yeah. So yeah, I'm
He said something.
What do you mean?
Luka. Did he say something in a different
No, he was.
Or is it English?
No, it was in English.
Okay.
They were America swears, but they were just supposedly directed at a fan.
I was about to say, how do they know what he said?
Yeah,
in
he can say anything.
Language? Yeah.
Didn't they used to? Wasn't this a Hakeem thing where if you was out here speaking a different language, they would take you up because they would assume that you was cussing?
I can't tell you for sure, but that sounds vaguely
I'm pretty
familiar.
sure. I know it was a player that had another language under their belt, and I think it was Hakeem. He took to, if my memory serves me correctly, and it might not, but I know that it was one of these NBA players that they took to swearing in a different language because they thought they could get away, and so the NBA was just, or those officials like, nah, we just gonna take you up anytime you speak a different language.
I always thought about that, especially in like soccer, like especially playing, like World Cup. Like how do you know what they're saying?
You don't. Most
gotta let it go.
Most of them do not. Yeah.
And we context clues.
Yeah.
He looked mad at me.
Yeah.
Beep.
Or unless you one of those officials. I know what you said. I speak that language too.
Even though they
Here's
don't.
a red card.
Even
buddy.
though they don't.
Hold that, buddy.
Yeah.
Go talk to somebody.
I understand very well.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we are still giving away a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Regan at the Bayou Music Center on December 4th. So make sure that you stick around for that. But also coming up next, Lopez has got a hunch, and he's more convinced than ever about something when it comes to the Texans and the possibility of a new stadium. We'll talk about that more next.
Yeah, I'm looking at my underdog.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Tula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
We got to share it now.
All right, so we're laughing because we're checking in on the Masters. It is day one of the Masters, a tradition unlike any other. And, of course, we're looking at the leaderboard at some various other people. By the way, the field's still pretty tight, packed tight together as, some people have gotten done with their rounds, but, the leader's still largely on the course. Terrell Hatton is number one. Is at the top. He is an Englishman. But I'm going to be honest. I said that for Lopez's benefit. The way that I say his name, that's Tyrell Hatton.
Tyrell Hatton.
He Tyrell Hatton to me.
And I said, what are you going to call him? I shouldn't even say this.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I was like, or is it Terrell, like Tyrod Taylor? It's not Tyrod, it's Tyrod. So it might be Terrell.
Reggie put an apostrophe in there.
Tyrod. Tyrell Hatton. Tyrell Hatton
I'm sure he got that a lot, too.
No, not in England.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if he got it in England. Now, if he was playing some of these tournaments stateside, depending on what it was, he might have gotten a little. Hey, what's up, Tyrell? How you living? But yeah, Terrell Hatton, 4 under. 4 under through 12. Morikawa is tied with Scheffler and a few others at 3 under. And those guys are on the back nine as well. It is the.
No, they're not quite yet on. Well, some are, but
no. Morikawa and Scheffler are. But what is? I know the Masters and Augusta National. They do this.
They always 1 through 18. Unless it's rain.
No, I know, but they want you to call it something different. They don't want you to call it the back nine. It's the.
Well, they have all kinds of weird names.
They got this.
They're not fans. They're patrons.
Of course, absolutely.
The patrons.
I'll figure out what I'm supposed to say. Until then, what we're supposed to talk about here is the Texans here, Lopez. You seem to have become more confident in an assertion that I'm interested in diving into.
It's peer pressure, man.
Oh, really?
It's the Joneses. In this case,
specifically the Joneses,
in this case, not the Joneses per se.
But, okay.
Who owns the Rams?
The Rams are the Cronkies.
The Cronkies. That's right. Same Cronkies.
Because remember,
that's right.
So they own some Denver because they own the Nuggets. They own the Avs, but then they also owned what was then the St. Louis Rams. Then they were the ones that moved them to Los Angeles and shelled out quite a bit of money, personal money, to help get SoFi Stadium built. So, they've got money, which is why it's funny that they are a little bit cheap with the Nuggets. That's neither here nor there. They do have the Rams, and they're also not being cheap there, are they?
No, and I'm more convinced, not to bury the lead here. So I saw what the Rams are doing with it was a couple of days ago now.
Yeah.
There was a first look of the Rams' new headquarters. Now, keep in mind, the Texans are talking about moving their headquarters away from NRG and practice facility, et cetera. So the Rams are moving it to Woodland Hills. And if you don't know where Woodland Hills, California is,
Let me do the Googles.
It's practically smack in the middle of L.A. I mean, it's not L.A. proper, but it's like 20 minutes from downtown L.A. So this is prime real estate, like very prime real estate, as in $10 billion worth of real estate and construction. And they're going to be building a venue with 5,000 seats, and they're going to have all their headquarters, sports and entertainment district.
Yep, that's the part that I found interesting.
Yes,
like that is actually keeping up with the Joneses, as in like Jerry Jones and what they do up there in the DFW area with their Star, their Ford Center, where they have they have retail and they have offices and they have workout facilities for general patrons and the public.
Yes.
Yeah, they're trying to make this a destination place outside of just the stadium that they have.
And that's
as well.
That's what kind of struck a chord with me. You don't think the McNairs, who are already kind of thinking about moving out and on the record of moving out of their facility to another place, want this? Of course they do. Think about what's happening around the NFL, keeping up with the Cronkies, keeping up with the Haslams. The Browns are doing all kinds of new stuff. What's the Bills' ownership? It's the Bills are redoing things.
Oh, what is the Bills' ownership?
Keeping up with the Bills owners. Keeping up with the Joneses, as in Jerry Jones. I'm more convinced.
It's the Pagulas.
It is?
Yeah, because I was like, they own the Sabres, don't they? And it is the Pagulas.
Okay.
I would have never guessed that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying here, we can pretty much bank on the Texans moving their facilities, at least to this degree, and maybe even wanting something like this. If it could even be a compromise of sorts from raising the Astrodome and building something here. I think that's still a priority on their renovation, but it could be something of a compromise. Like, I'm more Texans are doing this. At minimum, they're doing this.
Yeah, and that one felt like when it was thrown up there, I was like, okay, that seems like a no-brainer, right? Because, again, I think this is the type of thing that it would be fairly easy to shell out the money for. Like, this is one of the things that also, to tie it up into something that we were talking about earlier around the NFL, when you talk about the NFLPA's report cards, these are the types of things that players look at, is like having those dedicated facilities that are state of the art, and having an opportunity to do this in a way where you separate it from the stadium. I think also takes it away from the traffic of whatever stadium events that you have, and maybe you can even put it. And I hate to put it in this way, in a part of the area that's a little bit closer to the nicer parts of the area. Like where you'd be inclined to have richer communities and more expensive housing and those types of things, in the same way that you see right in this situation. Right? So what I'd be really interested in is if they try and make it a destination in that same way.
Well,
that's the thing I'm really interested in.
I think that's what the plan is going to be. But this is where it gets real interesting to me. They work in partnership, almost lockstep on a lot of things with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I think they could do this. I also think they could use this type of move, whether it's to East, Edo area or wherever, Woodlands, whatever.
You think they do the practice facility downtown?
I think you could. Well, keep in mind, Woodland Hills, that's L.A., man. I mean, that's prime. They can absolutely do it here. But what I'm saying, in the suburbs or here or Sugar Land or whatever.
Yeah, I'd guess.
One of those.
Yeah, but also Woodland Hills is next to Calabasas, dog, and not far from Thousand Oaks.
It's like a half hour from downtown.
Yeah, I don't
do Google Maps.
That's what I'm looking at right now. Like,
do you think it's smart, like in our situation, having that downtown Houston like that?
I think they would benefit from it. The Texans would have more of a say. They'd have what's one of their big gripes is they can't even fix the plumbing without going through hoops, for the county. And then maybe they have some investment in the properties itself, whether it's the restaurants, the entertainment district, the venues, or whatever. So that's one thing they can do. And
Lopez, I'm sorry, I'm fighting with you on the idea. I mean, we're out closer to Malibu than we are Los Angeles.
Malibu is right there.
What you mean right there? You gonna talk about Southern California and talk about right there?
Dude, I've been to L.A. a million times, but we'll get to that later.
The way you set it up, I thought they was playing next to the Staples.
You know what I'm saying?
Crypto.com.
No. I said it's about 20 to 30 minutes. I said it's about 20. Have you been to L.A.? 20 to 30 minutes is like a walk in the park, for most people who live in L.A. But not to get off track too much, they could do that. I think the other thing they could do is use it as leverage with the rodeo. Like, hey, man, we're going. We don't want to leave the rodeo hanging here, because then the rodeo would be upset. All of a sudden the Texans leave their facility and they're kind of leaving the NRG for the renovation is still going to be a part of it. But the whole idea of renovating with a destination point entertainment district here, at NBA window.
I don't think so. Like, I think that those two things can coexist. I think that would serve to try and honestly grow what the Texans have available to them. And I don't view it as leaving the rodeo out in the lurch, right? You create more space in that stadium that is currently there, that if you do Reno, now you have more of that space to dedicate to forward-facing, fan-facing things, and maybe even that's to help the rodeo have more dedicated space in there. Like, maybe you do it in that vein. But I could easily see like taking those facilities out and making the stadium more focused towards what the commonality and the common goals of these two organizations, which is being able to present the best experience for patrons, but then on top of that also have it better situated for bringing in other revenue-producing events to NRG Stadium, including, like you're talking about, like a district around. In that, I think that this actually fits lockstep in there. The thing that I find interesting is like just maybe you can find some jealousy, I think, in what you're talking about, for lack of a better word. If you do have, hey, we want to build a kind of an entertainment district in the NRG area, but then also wherever we do
That's
build
what I'm saying.
whether it's Pearland, whether it's Sugarland, what have you.
Right, because the Texans what they really want, both of them, is right here. Get rid of the Astrodome, build the entertainment district, boom, let's go. Renovate the stadium, we're good to go. if the Texans do this, and they are already talking about it, you think they're going to pitch in over here?
I think they might. Because you know what's better than one entertainment district? Two.
Yeah, that's a
right,
lot
in
of
two
money.
parts of two parts of a really big metro area. And yeah, it's a lot of money, but these are the types of investments that nowadays, like, if you have like real estate investments, especially ones next with nice hubs that are going to generate that that foot traffic and stuff, I think that is a particular appeal. But that's a whole different level. If they go to the Rams level of doing that whole thing, they could easily just go, hey, we want to make a state-of-the-art facility that serves our team, but then also gives us the space to really lean in further on the NRG renovation.
Yeah.
And I think that even still is a good thing. I view the idea of separating out those facilities as just a pure net positive for the Texans and their ability to put on what they are hoping to put on.
I do. I think
for
it's
fans.
I do too. I just think the McNairs are not going to just say, well, let's just build something. No, let's look around the league. They want to build this, and I think they prefer it, here, but they're looking at, away from the NRG Park.
I would kind of like to see what their mindset is when it comes to like relocating, because you can either do the thing which is build it downtown and kind of have that downtown feel to it.
What, the practice facility and headquarters?
That and possibly a stadium, or either keep it kind of in an open place where you could build that whole big community. Kind of like how the Cleveland Browns are doing right now.
Yeah, they'll get all the tax breaks. They'll get all probably breaks on the land and everything else if they go out somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, the company line is committed to that Reno. Committed to the renovation. So
I see them working.
Okay, all right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio stuff. I mean, I'm so intrigued by what that looks like. And honestly, the biggest thing is I want to take them at their word that they're doing this in a way that's geared towards fans. And if that's the case, I'm super excited what the possibilities could be to help that experience and what that can mean for a Texas team. All right. And somebody said, how you think the Texans are moving their headquarters and not going to build a new stadium? Because you move that headquarters out and you give yourself more space to do the renovations that you have within the place that you have. And it's also, like, again, that you have the associations that you have with Harris County as is.
But I don't see the NRG Park being what they both hope it would be if they build somewhere else. They might chip in, like you're talking about. There's incentives, but they're going to be focused on that, whatever that is.
Okay, I mean, that's interesting. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Actually, let's do this now. How about it? Call number 6.
All right,
right now to 713-572-4610. We'll win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Bayou Music Center on December 4th. You'll win those tickets now just by calling in 713-572-4610 and being caller number 6. All right, coming up next, it's about the time where we hand it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, we got a stalker on the loose, and an NBA player should be a little nervous, or should he be a little nervous? Plus, what are some societal rules that people think we should quit? 713-572-4610. I got a list of them. I want to see if y'all down to quit these, or we should keep these going.
Oh, this should be fun. We'll do it next.
With Bijani and Creighton.
This was a real.
$5 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So I don't know if you guys seen this. Reggie probably seen it. But
why me? What I do?
Yeah, you be in these Twitter streets too, so you be seeing a lot of the same stuff I be seeing. But an NBA player, alleged stalker, Akima Love, reportedly assaulted a romantic rival inside his home. And I'm gonna do a little quick test after I read this. I'm gonna do a multiple choice test for y'all. So
I'm offended that you don't know I was in on this.
No, I know.
Did you hear about this?
Oh yeah,
I actually didn't. So
I did.
Oh really?
Figgy was wrong.
See there? You're profiling.
Okay, so
damn,
so Lopez should pass this test.
I'm going to pass this test.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this alleged stalker named Akima Love allegedly against this young lady in the house, tearing off her nails and threatening her.
Oh my God.
And she said, quote, "Count your days. It's going to be your head next time when I drop this baby."
I was all about it, man. I was dug in.
All right, real quick. Count your days as a threat. Good threat.
I think it's pretty solid.
Count your days.
I'd be scared. That's a little scary.
Yeah, I'd be scared.
If somebody was out here, count your days.
Yeah.
Count your days feels a little old school with me. I feel like you need to get something a little tougher. I'm not all that scared on somebody.
It's
that
kind
says
of
count
mob
your
style type of thing.
Yeah. That would work on me.
Your days are numbered.
Yeah.
All right,
so who do you think this NBA player is? I got multiple choice right here. A, is it John Morant? B, Anthony Edwards, who's been into some kind of situation.
Well, I feel like is she pregnant? Because if it's not, then she's probably not Ant.
C, is it Zion Williamson? D, Kevin Love. I threw Kevin Love in here just to kind of.
You're not supposed to put it in there and then immediately go, that one's not. That's
a little diverse. A little diversity right there. Got to add a white guy in this one.
Who is the white guy most likely to be in this? Because it's not Kevin Love. Kevin Love is like happily married.
Tyler Hero.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. That is the answer. That is the one.
I scratched Kevin Love. I'll put Tyler Hero.
Well, I know it's not either of them. Thanks for that.
Who you got?
This feels like a Zion Williamson exclusive because he be messing with the wrong ones.
So you got C?
Yes, I have C. Give me Zion Williamson.
Oh, I know it's Zion Williamson.
You damn right. It's Zion Williamson.
That young man.
Let's go. Let's go to the story a little more from WDSU News.
In Jefferson Parish, a woman named Akima Love arrested and charged with several crimes: stalking, battery, and a couple of other offenses related to that. According to a police report from Kenner PD, she allegedly went to another woman's house, first off egged it, then made what were somewhat threatening comments on social media, and then days after that went back to that woman's house in Kenner and, according to a police report in Kenner, allegedly attacked the woman. That's where the charges stem from. But a well-known basketball player's name is now involved in this because Zion Williamson lives in Kenner. He lives in a gated neighborhood there. And the woman, Akima Love, according to law enforcement sources, was picked up at a home where Zion lives.
Of course she was. Of course she was.
The NBA got to do something about this.
What about Zion?
Yeah, where you see the type of women he's been attracted to?
Yeah, what happened? Did you not listen at the rookie symposium? Also, where's your OG? Like, where is your vet?
Yeah,
somebody. This is the real problem with not with all these teams trying to just throw out a whole bunch of rosters of just young dudes. Like, where's your vet? CJ McCollum, what are you doing?
Yeah,
as the old head on the team, why are you not helping the young man and taking him under your wing and saying, "Hey, look, young fella, I need you to, get on the straight and narrow, brother. Like, I need you to. You can eat what you want, but you need to be a little bit more careful and more selective with who you out here running with."
I just don't understand the women's selection, man. Because it'd be one thing. Like, I know Anthony Edwards kind of been in the news a lot because of his decisions with women. But at least you could look at the woman and be like, oh, she kind of fired.
I get it.
You like his eyes working though. I tell you that.
Yeah.
The brain might be making some decisions that are a little off, but the eyes are working.
Oh, these women that Zion been involved with.
Yes.
I wouldn't talk to them now if I was single.
Wow.
I would stay away from them now.
Because they are beneath me.
I'm nobody. I'm not.
That is wild.
I'm not the guy that's sitting here saying, "Oh, Kim Kardashian ain't attractive" and all this other stuff. No, these girls right now in this moment, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good with what I got, man. I'm not risking it for nobody, for them.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what this dude is doing.
The only question I had, and maybe you know the answer to this, is because I read the story and I still didn't get this. Like, she was a stalker, apparently, or some sort of, I guess, a romantic interest.
It seemed like she was involved with him at
and
some
then
point.
started stalking him.
Yeah, she's pretty much. I mean, I want to say the same thing, but this is pretty much Mariah Mills all over again.
Yeah, she went wild about him too.
Yeah, she started going crazy, kind of stalker-ish.
Right.
Like, why you not answering the calls, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of doing it more on a violent level.
Right. But was the other one like a true romantic rival? Is why they used it. Like, was she involved with Zion, or just she thought she was, or
it sound like it was the one that she beat up.
Yeah.
How much of this deeply fair, and I acknowledge that on the front end. How much of this is like New Orleans different? All right, like New Orleans as a tourist is just a place where it's like this is incredible music and food and what a wondrous place.
I think this is more of a Zion.
Yeah. I'm not even buying that because it's a lot of NBA players in smaller cities and stuff like that be flying these girls out. They look on Instagram, they fly that girl to that city.
Yeah, that is fair.
No, it's hard.
You are not confined by the geography of where you are.
It's not. It's hard. Hell, Donovan Mitchell got Coco Jones.
Yeah.
God bless him, by the way.
Yeah. That's a good get.
That's a good get.
Good catch.
Yeah, that's a good catch.
How do we score catches? I need you to teach me something here, Lopez.
On her?
No, I'm just in general.
As
when it
far
comes
as
to when you
NBA
fish and how
players.
do you score catches?
That's a keeper?
Okay.
Is that all it is? All right, very good. I was like,
that's a trophy.
Are there points here?
No, you got keepers and you got trophies.
Okay, I was like, is there a point system? I'm thinking bucks. I'm thinking that. All right, my bad.
Yeah, but man, I don't know what's going on with Zion, man. He might need to sit down somewhere. I mean, he out for the season, which only played 30 games. So I think he's been doing nothing but sitting down.
Oh my God.
He need to do something, man. This is disappointing.
Shout out to him though. He picking ladies with at least a little bit of money. How many eggs did they say she threw at that house?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
She got egg money?
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's a new term.
Egg money.
He's got that egg money.
He got egg money?
He's got that egg money.
Good for him.
He got to do something. But let's pray for my man. I think he like him crazy. So made up societal rules that people think we should quit. 713-572-4610. So somebody I guess somebody made up a
societal norms.
Yeah, so list of random things that we all say that's the unwritten rules, that type of stuff. And I wonder if some of them a little outdated or some of them just plain old silly that we should not go by. I got a list. I'm going to go through this real quick. The first one on the list is the no double texting rule. How do y'all feel about the double texting?
I'm good with it.
You okay with doubling back?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I think you should double text if you need to. Yeah.
I'm okay with it because sometimes, like, I'm guilty of missing a text. And sometimes if you double text and I see that, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know you.
Yes, exactly. That's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why.
Yeah, it's not, to me, I don't care about the whole looking desperate type thing. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
What about the respect your elders thing?
Always. That needs to stay around.
See, I agree.
Wonder why you say such things.
See, I agree with that.
I believed it when I was 10, I believe it now.
But see, I agree with that statement, but I feel like you should respect everybody.
Agreed.
Like, yeah, but a little not reverence, but sort of just give them benefit of the doubt.
No, I'm in on being respectful. I think also though, just like the way that we view respect is interesting though, because sometimes it's like that respect your elders turns into do whatever to somebody that's older than now.
Or sometimes it be elders that talk to younger people crazy, and it's like, oh, you can't say nothing bad. You got to respect your elders.
Yeah, it ends up being something that they hide behind.
Yeah, I respect people that respect me.
Fair enough.
So I try to respect everybody as much as possible. What about this one? Expecting people working in food service to always be happy.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
That is tough.
To me, that's my favorite one because whenever I go to like a food service, especially if it's like a lower tier, like a fast food spot and stuff like that, I'm not sitting there pissed off because the other person wasn't smiling. Or might have a bit of an attitude. You could tell they kind of stressed out a little bit. I'm not about to sit here and say, hey, where's your manager at? I kind of understand the deal. So I just try to get through it and do my part and smile.
For sure. Right. Like, especially understanding and having worked in food service and stuff, you get an understanding of, man, them jobs are not easy in the way that some people would like to try and purport them to be. And on top of that, like, not everybody's always, it's not always a good day at work, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes people have bad days. I want to leave room for that. However, I also acknowledge, damn, it feels nice when somebody's really happy to see you.
See, that's what I think.
Like, it does feel nice when that service is in a good space.
I think this is almost case by case. Like, you can understand, maybe a fast food and everybody's there's a rush. I'm not expecting them to to say my pleasure, or whatever. Shout out to Chick-fil-A. But you do expect some sort of courtesy. Now a restaurant almost all the time is back there in that kitchen. I've been in them too. It's wild. People are yelling, they're cussing. You get out to the front, you got to put on that happy face, man.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
And see, that's where the thing is, where the whole tip thing happens. Yeah. Where it's like, should this person get this much for a tip or that little for a tip? That's where that kind of play in. So
that's a societal norm I'd like for us to change, man. I'm sick of having to figure out how much to give you.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of that's what's on the menu, that's what we paying. Like, that would be very nice to take a little stress off of me personally.
I think that stuff will help a lot if they get paid a little more.
Well, certainly, of course.
I'm talking about as far as like the servers and stuff like that, because that right there is a joke itself.
Agreed.
Yeah. What about people that say the women should be polite to be more considered ladylike?
That one might be the first one where I think it's a little antiquated.
Yeah, because we don't really say that about guys.
Yes.
It's always like, you need to be more ladylike.
Manners are manners.
Just because she drinking the beer watching sports or something like that.
Yeah, manners are manners no matter if you're male or female.
Yeah.
Ladylike is a little bit.
What about it should be acceptable to respectfully decline gifts?
Oh, I have never thought about that.
I don't know if I would. I think
so. The whole pretending to like something,
yes,
to take
I
it
think
home.
That's just.
Is
courtesy.
it fair to say, nah? I don't really
like that.
This.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
It logically that feels like it would make sense, but some within me just don't like it.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
That's one of those weird places where I'm like, logically, it would make sense. Like, I appreciate where you're coming from with this, but I don't like this. Seems like logical. I could never get myself to do that, and I just don't understand what that is. Right? I'm just in there like, nah, I would just take it, and we'll figure out what to do with this later.
Yeah, I'm the same. What to me is all, I know this is a cliche, but it's all about the thought. It's the thought that count, that you actually thought about me by giving me something. But if it's something outrageous that I don't even use, like a cigar or something like that, and I don't smoke cigars, then I'm like, oh, thank you so much. I don't really smoke, but maybe I tried, or I try to beat around the bush a little bit.
Give him a little bit of hope before you pawn it off to myself or Lopez.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, do y'all want something? But
because I will take that cigar, I'll tell you that.
What about this one? You can't eat in front of your friends unless they're eating too.
I think that's stupid.
Sure you can.
Bump that.
Yeah,
sure you can.
I never understood that. That seemed like that's more of a little kid's thing.
Is
like,
it?
If you got something and the other kid don't have it,
oh, you got to share.
Yeah, you can't you can't bring it around Tommy because Tommy don't have anything.
Yeah,
screw Tommy.
Way to do. Wow.
Screw Tommy.
Damn, I don't know Tommy, but
like, it's my bag of chips.
That's crazy.
I ain't got to share everything.
Screw Tommy.
Yeah, no, I think it's just the idea of like a certain level of equity or whatever. But hey, man, we not all hungry at the same time.
Yeah.
But what's funny is I say that I still will wait at a restaurant if one person's food comes out before the
that's
next one.
different.
Yeah.
Even though most people I think nowadays are like, go ahead.
Yeah.
I just feel weird. Also because, and some of this is just like, the way that things time out. If I start eating now and then you get your food later, it feels like if we're all eating at the same time, we'll largely get done at the same time. And then the talking commences. I'm not having to talk to you through food in a way. Like, it gets real awkward when that happens.
Yeah. What if that is rude to read a book at a function or event? How you feel about people that do that?
Function or event?
Let's say you had a cookout.
Yeah, function or event are the key words. Like at a game, I get it. If you take someone who doesn't really into that team, they take a book. But a function or an event, don't be reading. You know what I mean?
You probably need to be present.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. No, I'm down with that. This is a key one for me. I kind of live by this one. Some people don't. That is unacceptable to date your friend's ex.
Ooh, that one's tough.
That is a hell no for me. You can't date your friend's
That
ex.
one's real tough.
I would never do it, man.
That was real nasty.
There was a time when I would never do it. And of course, I would never do it now.
Yeah. I was like, where are you going right now, brother?
Where my mind would be, I would never do it. Now my mind would be where, as long as you ask, tell the dude or tell the girl, hey, would you mind? You know
yeah, but that's kind of a jerk move, too, because what they supposed to say?
Well,
because they look like the jerk if they go, absolutely not.
What if they say no?
If you're friends, they could. And you'd be like, you know what? You're my buddy. I won't. You don't have a relationship with this person yet. You're just like, hey, man, I'm kind of interested. Nah, man. All right, cool.
Yeah, I could. To me, I always go back to that thing. I always say it's more fish in the sea, man. Like I ain't got to focus in on this one girl that you was involved with.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? She's fine, but I ain't gonna do it, man. I'm gonna just leave that alone. Yeah, just leave that alone. What about this?
Somebody said I had to figure out why my friends like them. You're not a good person.
When y'all, I see why y'all.
Yeah, I get it now. My bad, dog.
I get it now. What about placing the napkin on your lap?
I always do. That's mama.
Is that kind of outdated?
Nah,
probably, but I do it anyways, just in case.
Yeah, you always do that.
All right, and the last one, blessing people when they sneeze. That ain't going nowhere.
Nowhere. Always.
It just feels nice.
It does.
Yeah.
Like I think Roy Wood Jr. put out his latest comedy special is all about like human connection and how we have less and less of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the little things that we have that are just niceties that help us like remain somewhat close as human beings.
Mm-hmm.
I want as many of those to remain, just because it is kind of crazy. We are losing that human connection, interconnectivity. Just like the opportunity to just talk to each other about sports, man. That's one of the beautiful things. Is like no matter what, especially if we're all at this game together, at least we know that there's this one thing that we could stay in these bounds and have a lot of fun and be able to connect as humans on a human level.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I'm very much with the go ahead and say bless you when somebody sneezes. Now, I can understand if they start sneezing and they get that repetition. Once we get to like 3
or 4, then all right, you got it. God got you. I said my part.
We got it in there already. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. It's Sean Bijani and Luke Morrow in for the fellas. We'll talk to them next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake, the Texans have to draft offense in the first round.
Real as it gets, man.
MastersMotors.com or the Masters app on your mobile device. Sponsored by IBM.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Hope that you have also enjoyed and had fun with us. A little bit before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive today, it'll be Sean Bijani and Luke Morrow in for the guys, and T-Mill, of course, still at the helm of that thing. We'll talk to them here shortly, but is there any way that we've been jumping out the gym with these Astros? I know that feels like a wild thing to say. Just offensively, they're slugging the worst in baseball. I mean, obviously you had what was one of the most frustrating ends to a game yesterday with Brian Abreu walk-off walk.
That was rough.
That ultimately gave away a game in which you saw crooked numbers up on the board for the first time in a little while. Like actually seeing a first inning where you get some free passes and you get some singles, you stack them up, you add some runs on top of that later in the game, and then ultimately give it all back at the very end. But am I doing too much here, Lopez? Because, I mean, there's been a decent amount of frustration, and a lot of us, a lot of you expressed the same thing on the text line about, how this is a rough watch and it's frustrating and almost like expressing anger. But this a come deep rule. Like, this is not all too unfamiliar, the ways in which April's happen. Like, consider last year in 2024, Astros record in April.
That was notorious last year.
10 and 15, right? So that's notorious. In 2022, you remember World Series, 14 and 12 in April. 2021, 14 and 12 in April. Like, starting off kind of so-so and relatively close to 500 in April is not something that is entirely unfamiliar to the Astros. Does that give you any solace? Am I doing a little much, or is this somehow different?
I don't think you're necessarily doing too much. I mean, those numbers, even though 14 and 12 isn't like off the cliff like last year, it's still not exactly the start you would expect from an eventual world champion. What I think the difference is this is just a different team, man, in terms of how you feel. Like, we're getting texts right now. Like, it feels different. It feels weird watching this team. Lack of confidence and everything. And I think a lot of that has to do with there's not a lot of margin for error anywhere. Like, you could make up for a slow start offensively last year, and you did because you had Bregman and Tucker and all the usual suspects, et cetera. You had a bullpen that went, the back end of the bullpen went 7, 8, 9 very strong. You had a starting pitching staff that was, really, really good. All now starting pitching staff, I think it's still going to be, pretty good, but the bullpen is extremely weak. The back end of the bullpen is, as we saw last night, you had Presley, you had Abreu, Presley, and Hader, and even though it might not have been the best, in terms of what they all wanted the role they wanted to play, that was rough. Well, last night, all you had was Abreu, and he spit the bit in the 9th inning. So the margins are so much smaller. And then offensively, I think they did a really good job bringing in a Christian Walker at first base, but his offense hadn't been there. It'll probably come up. It has to. But
Jordan's,
yeah.
I mean, Altuve has been there offensively, but, Isaac Paredes also, I mean, maybe a couple of blips, but not there in full. Like, there's a lot of places where it feels like the offense still has an opportunity to go through. And do you agree with this sentiment then from the 832? The Astros don't have a leader this year, or at least it has not demonstrated.
We talked about it.
Yeah, we did talk about who could step into that role, and the names that we had, I kind of threw up the idea of Pena, especially for some of that continuity. Christian Walker is the answer that you gave, and I think it's a good one, but are we seeing maybe the limitations of that where early on you still need to find the ability to have your leadership, be successful, and then have your leadership land? I think Chandler Rome wrote an interesting piece about how for Christian Walker and Brendan Rodgers, two guys new to this clubhouse, like trying to find the ways to fit in, even if you go through spring training, it's still like it's a difficult terrain to navigate in some ways.
Absolutely. And that's kind of where I was going. Like, all these margins, even the leadership, and I didn't even mention that. Leadership, offense, and let Perez and Altuve stays hot and all that stuff continues to happen. Can you count on the 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in the batting order like you could last year. Because how much is Myers going to, be hitting like he is now, or McCormick even, and Pena, we were expecting a bigger year on him. He's a little streaky. I would suspect that he's going to pick it back up. I'm just saying, like, all those little elements that combined made this a very, awesome team. They're all weaker. They all look a little weaker now.
In a weird way.
Yeah.
And part of me for like what feels like it's going to be a wild whip around here. That almost points to like the concerns I have with the offensive line for the Texans, right? Where if you go, hey, there's a lot of these pieces that we expect if it goes well, it comes out in the wash. But what happens if various pieces or all of them are not operating to the maximum potential?
Actually, that's very accurate to me.
You know what I mean? Like that's been my concern all the way around with the offensive line. It's like, all right, you got guys that are veterans and that are starters. Well, you could say some similar things when you talk about this Astros team, but if you don't have, and obviously I'm not saying that a lineup works exactly the same as an offensive line. That'd be asinine to say, but I do wonder if like that ends up being some level of, analog for the concern that I have that, hey, you're assuming that all these things are going to hit. What happens if they don't? And of course, there's still a lot of time. It is indeed early, and I know someone was like, "Yes, you are wilding," because they'll contend when the time comes. When it comes around to April, they'll be good. But that's something that I thought about in the moment. About is this possibly what it could look like, or like what the worry is or the concern is with the Texans line?
And I'll always go back to how Figgy put it. The boogeyman. There was always that factor with this team. Even last year with the slow start, you're like, well, they still, come May, I was thinking they were done, as many people who were listening know, but they weren't, because they did have that boogeyman factor. They did put it all together. They're not that right now. Like, they're not. They're not scary to other teams. I mean, they're not going to do it, because they could easily do it, but they're not that scary entity that they've been for 8 years.
Interesting text comes in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
When pitchers come to pitch against the Astros now, they don't have to worry about Bregman or Tucker. I don't think the players we replaced them with have the same mental effect on opposing pitchers.
Maybe.
Then they went further to say, I don't think umpires have the same amount of respect for the replacements when calling balls and strikes.
Now, I don't know about that.
That's deep in the sticks.
Yeah, I was like, how much do you buy that? And I'd be interested.
Bregman had a lot of respect. That's why I said it's interesting. It's not necessarily right or wrong, in my view, but Bregman's eye was so good, he got a lot of respect, a lot of calls, etc.
I'd have a lot of interest in what these two gentlemen, the fellas that we welcome into our D&M Auto Leasing crosstalk here.
Hello,
Sean Bijani and Luke Morrow, a couple of baseball guys joining us. You guys holding down the fort for the drive. Like, what do you make of the idea, or what do you the assertion rather, that not having some of the guys that have been replacements that have come in for Tucker and Bregman in the lineup? Maybe they expect amongst the league when it comes to pitchers, and maybe also even for umps.
I understand it. Definitely more so with Alex Bregman, because he's been around for 9 years doing his thing and is probably one of the most, if not the most, respected eye at the plate of any hitter. Certainly in the American League, I would say. Tucker, you hear less about, but you see him play, you see him hit, and damn it, he's doing a lot of that this year.
Yeah, he is.
And so I think you can make that assumption, but you got Isaac Paredes. Like, who's seen more pitches in Major League Baseball than him, the past year plus? Christian Walker, he's a late bloomer, but the guy can certainly hit, and he's, been striking out quite a bit, but he's also been hitting the ball hella hard, just right at people. So I don't know that that's really fair, whether it be a small or even a large sample size, because the large sample size says otherwise in terms of Paredes and Walker's career. But it's hard to compare against, the bias that we all naturally have for guys like Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker.
Right. Well, and the totality of what that team was. Bregman, Altuve, Tucker, Jordan. I mean, just down the list. That's why I was saying, are they even the boogeyman anymore to other teams?
No, I don't think so. There's an element, though, for us, and I think the rest of, baseball fans too, is that, hey, man, the nucleus has been severely affected. In one off season, there is no Bregman, there is no Verlander, there is no Presley. And, to some degree, too, another familiar face, Hector Neris. That was a key cog in the Astros bullpen various times the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very different, but you got some pretty good ball players to kind of take their place. And so I think there's a little bit of like an element of like a fear of the unknown. Like we don't know what really to expect from the Rockets in the postseason with Jalen Green and all these young guys, Amin Thompson. But they're damn good.
Yeah.
Well, these guys are damn good on the Astros. They haven't been damn good together yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair. How in are you on the Masters, fellas? Like, are you? You're a big golf guy yourself,
yeah,
right, Sean?
I'm a nut.
Luke?
No, I'm casual. I'll pay attention on Sunday. I like these first few days. I mean, it's nice to have. I'll pay attention since it's on here in the studio. But typically, no, I'd be watching baseball over the Masters the first couple rounds.
Come on, man.
I feel like you're a big Masters guy
all year round.
Would you agree with this? Like for the below average to non-golf fan, the Masters is like the Indy 500 or the Daytona 500 or the Kentucky Derby. Like it's a big event. You might not know or care a thing about it for 364 days.
It's March Madness.
But you're going to watch.
Yeah.
Like if it's on TV, you're going to watch because you know who the world number one is. You know who, the favorites or the underdogs are. That for me should get anybody and everybody involved to some degree.
Yeah. That was actually part of our question of the day earlier today. We're like, what event that you have like no business enjoying? Masters is that for a lot of people.
I like that.
But we got into some fun spaces like for you, I think the Academy Awards
I used to watch all those movies and then watch the Academy Awards, and I watch no movies and watch the Academy Awards.
Oddly enough, I feel very passionate about that subject because 2025 and probably the previous 7 years just suck in regards to like movies.
Agreed. Agreed.
I don't know what movies are out because they're on Netflix, they're on Peacock, they're on HBO, they're on all of these platforms.
We need good trailers again.
Yeah.
We need blockbusters again. There aren't really good blockbusters
A reason
anymore,
to
man.
go to movie theaters. When you're sitting at home watching TV, bam, during the commercial breaks, the preview of the badass movie comes on. I don't see that anymore.
No.
Does one of those come to, like, do you have like an event like that? Like for me, I was talking about it. Cricket, weirdly enough. Like if there's a cricket match, but I haven't been able to get the rules down yet. Like I have bits and pieces here I can basically follow, but I really don't. There's no reason for me to enjoy watching cricket as much as I do.
Yeah, it's not every year, but curling. I love watching curling
I mentioned
in the
that
Olympics.
one. Yeah, I watch curling.
That'll get me to
Why
the
would I
Come
have
on,
you
put some more
pegged?
spin on that.
Why would I have Luke pegged as a guy that would enjoy curling? I don't. Like you were that guy.
Yeah.
Cricket's one of I had to call do PA for a Dartmouth and some other Ivy League. God bless, who was it? Women's college lacrosse was at UH the other day. I had to do PA for him. Never watched lacrosse in my life. That is fun as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I want to take my boy, to go watch a lacrosse match, and I, in 2 hours' time, know about lacrosse.
I'm looking forward to you divulging all you learned about lacrosse.
I won't be doing that.
No? Okay, all right. Well, I'm sure that you guys will talk plenty of Houston sports. Excited to hear it. In for Clint Ron, the fellas. Sean Bijani, Lou Morrow, T. Mill, of course, here with you. We're done. We'll catch you tomorrow in the loop. You're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Appreciate you, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, coming with the really good topics, off-the-wall topics to start a show. You get me thinking and going in a different direction. I will not spend even 4 seconds talking about lacrosse, particularly women's college lacrosse.
I don't know. I hear the Ivy League's going to be pretty good this year.
Oh, really? Who's the favorite to win it all?
Cornell.
Cornell.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I'm trying to figure. It's going to bug me. I can't think of the other team that played in the game that I had to watch and do the other day. It was fun. But one of those, I don't want to say once in a lifetime things, but once a year, I'll do that. Mm-hmm. If it pays money, I'll be there. That's the way that I roll, man. I was disappointed to learn today that we were not going to be on location. I saw Tyler put something in the rundown as I'm going through his very color-coded, multiple font Google Doc that he's constructed for Ron Hughley in the Drive.
That's my ADD brain on full display right there for you fellas.
I saw from Sugarland, Spectators Bar and Grill, Premier Sports Bar, and Crawfish Circuit continue Oh yeah, let's go.
Mud bugs, baby.
I was like, I got to drive out to Sugarland, but if it's driving out to Sugarland for crawfish and doing a show, I'm all about it. But that is not us today. We are in the studio. It is going to be you tomorrow, correct, Luke?
Yeah, I get to reap the benefits.
You're going to be in with Ron Hughley?
That's the plan.
All right, cool. So enjoy. Are you a crawfish guy?
We'll find out more so tomorrow, I guess.
Have you not had?
No, I have.
Okay.
I think only once, though. So,
just don't be that guy wearing the gloves, man. Don't be the guy wearing the rubber or the latex gloves as you're peeling your crawfish.
You've seen that before.
Oh, yeah, and I judge the hell out of you.
I have not ever seen that before in my life. The only people that I've ever seen wear rubber gloves outside of a doctor's office is the freaks during COVID. Like, you wore the rubber gloves and the masks everywhere. Like, oh, my God. I went to BB's up by our house the other day. It was, let's see what, the Cougs beat Duke on Saturday night. I went and celebrated Sunday afternoon after church, and everybody at BB's was wearing rubber gloves eating crawfish.
Dude,
I'm
stop
like,
that.
what in the hell is wrong with you people?
If you are a grown-ass adult, you better not be doing that because you have no idea how embarrassed you actually should be. It's a damn shame.
I don't like to get my hands dirty.
Well, then crawfish, sir, is not for you.
I know. I don't like to work for my food. So.
You're like Patrick. Patrick, he likes crawfish as he claims. Done for him already.
Right.
Like, as in, it needs to be in an etouffee or it needs to be in a gumbo or something like that. And the way that I understand it is he will eat it, but somebody needs to peel it for him. And I say, what are you, my wife?
Kidding me?
Like, what's happening here?
Same.
PC.
I love lobster rolls, but I don't want a lobster where I got to crack it and pull the meat out, all that stuff.
Oh, you divas.
Yeah, that's right. Give me the food prepared.
You divas.
That's why I go boneless wings with a fork instead of having to deal with the holding them.
Luke and bougie-ass PC.
Disappointment, man.
I need it peeled for me. I need it prepared.
Can you peel my seafood?
Hey, we're going to break you of this tomorrow. Somebody's going to break you of this tomorrow.
Bring the gloves for me.
God, no. Don't do it.
Don't do it, man.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
You know what? I'll make the compromise with you. Put the damn gloves on, but just peel your own crawfish, okay?
All right.
Peel your own crawfish. Have fun. Go out and see Luke Morrow and Ron Hughley and everybody tomorrow. They'll be in Sugarland at Spectators Bar and Grill for the 610 crawfish circuit as it continues. So looking forward to that. Hope you guys have a great time. Go join them. If the weather's going to be like it has been the last few days tomorrow, then man, what are you doing? It's a Friday. Go eat some crawfish without gloves. Live a little. YOLO. Yeah. Don't be all bad and bougie like Luke is planning on being. And I would imagine, Ron strikes me as a rubber glove guy, too, by the way. I'm just saying.
Ooh.
He does not strike me as a guy that is going to get his hands dirty.
You say that. I want to say the first time we were introducing when he had got to Houston, I think he was exploring the idea of bringing some gloves. And I had to kind of pull him aside and say, Ron, listen now. We don't do that.
Yeah.
The drive isn't going to be about that.
It's frowned upon. It's one of those things you will get made fun of in public if you do it.
Oh, yeah.
Hit us up, man, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. I opened the phone lines, Tyler, so the people can call. Or you can text the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. We like to hear from you if you want to talk a little crap during the show, add something to the show. That's how I roll. Love to hear from you. Call or text. I've got Twitch and YouTube pulled up. Well, I lie. I don't have Twitch. Luke has Twitch. I got the YouTuber pulled up and the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line if you want to be a part of the show that way. We can definitely do that. Now, who brought up the Masters in the crosstalk segment? It was either you or Reggie.
Reggie, yeah.
But I heard you guys discussing this yesterday between you and Ron, like the Masters. I think Ron asked some sort of a question like what it takes for you to be like really invested or something to that effect, right?
Yeah, what would get you to the TV, say, on Sunday for the Masters?
To me, the only person that would ask that question is a person that needs something to, be interested in. Like, yeah, you know who Scotty Scheffler is. You know he's been the world number one, but for how long? Well, I'll tell you, 98 weeks. It's been a while now, going on nearly 3 years. So For a lot of people that are like average, mediocre to even non-golf fans, like, you know, maybe the significant other of a big golf fan, wife, husband, whatever, it's got to be the underdog. There's only one right answer. There has to be an underdog in the race, or everybody's favorite, Tiger Woods, has to be in contention. Or I'll even put a third one in there. A has-been that is in contention. Like, if there is a Fred Couples type.
Ernie Els.
Ernie Els, like somebody that you least expect, you know, to be in contention. And I've been hoping for years it would have been a guy like Fred Couples, because he's badass, usually at the Masters in the first day or two. But then kind of flames out the last, you know, like on Friday, maybe misses the cut, or makes the cut and then just has a womp Saturday kind of a thing, and he's not really in contention.
Yeah, it's kind of like Mickelson with the PGA Championship in 2021 when he won that, and a lot of people got into it.
But yeah, well, and it's weird because there were a lot of people in it, but I think there were also probably a lot of people like hate watching Phil Mickelson.
Oh, absolutely. At that point, yeah.
You know, like you're watching, hoping for him to fail.
Right.
And I don't know why. I can't even describe my dislike for Phil Mickelson.
Oh, dislike.
Maybe it's the Tiger-Phil rivalry kind of a thing. I don't know. I was obviously very much more of a Tiger guy, but Phil, he has one of those punchable faces, I guess.
I think so. And I am a Phil guy, not as much in recent years as I was. I can see that still.
That surprises me, Bijani. I love Phil.
Well,
love old Hefty.
It's funny because in recent years, I've taken a little more liking to him because I like some of the stuff that he does on social. He's actually a funny son of a gun. You know, the videos that he takes, he's a wisecracker. So, like, in that regard, yeah, he's become a little bit more likable to me. I just don't know if I really want to see him succeed so much on the golf course.
I just think he's very relatable. I think that was always the appeal. A guy that liked to gamble, maybe even get into financial trouble because of it. A guy who struggled, we can all relate with that.
He's golf's Charles Barkley.
Yeah, right. He sort of is.
Gambles and loses his ass.
Yeah.
Got
a good personality, has shown that personality more so in the last, say, 10 to 20 years. So, yeah, I just think he's become relatable. I think that's the appeal for him, or was before some of the more drama in recent years where he's put his foot in his mouth at times. But for me, getting back to that question, because I am like an average golf fan, I think for me it's either Scheffler trying to go back-to-back, which we haven't seen in almost 25 years, or Rory trying to get it done on Sunday. I think those are the two things that would get me really locked in. I'm going to check it out anyways. Or, like you said, yeah, some sort of underdog, even like a newcomer who they always struggle at the Masters. But if there's somebody that's trying to win, like in their first event or whatever it is, a guy that hasn't won a major before, that'll get me going too.
I like the amateurs that have a really good first round or second round, and you want to see them do it. You know, the amateur, if they win the Masters, they don't win a damn thing.
Yeah.
You know, you get the pat on the back, you get the trophy, you get the shake of the hand, but I don't if you win the Masters. That's what I've always heard, at least, and I think that's to be true.
Yeah, it removes the that amateur status.
Yeah, Hiroshi Tai is tied for 10th in a long list of people tied for 10th. He is the lone amateur near the top of the leaderboard. Our guy, Scotty Scheffler, who's trying to repeat, as you mentioned, having a really good first round through 16. He's 4 under and in a tie for second place, along with Tyrrell Hatton and Corey Connors. They're all 4 under par. The leader, how about this? And it's early for him. Just through 10 and 6 under for the day is Justin Rose. That's pretty impressive right there.
That is a name I have not heard in quite some time.
Right. Justin Rose having a really good day. Some other familiar names maybe that you would know. Jason Day, he's in a tie for 5th, 2 under through 16. Bryson DeChambeau, tied for 5th. He's also 2 under. Very early for him. I would not be shocked at all if that guy's at the top of the leaderboard. He's only through 6 holes today and already at 2 under. So
I got some money on Bryson.
You have money on him to win it?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Threw a little at it. Threw a little.
Cameron Smith up there. He's 1 under and done for the day. Also done for the day, my guy Fred Couples finished. He's 1 under.
Okay.
He's one of those guys that's in a tie for 10th. Yeah, he's there. I really look forward to watching him. Colin Morikawa's in 10th. Brian Harmon in 10th. Cameron Smith in 10th. We'll keep you up to date on the board if you are interested, and I know many of you are. It's one of those events, like I was telling Lopez, whether it be one of the Triple Crown races, one of the car races, NASCAR, IndyCar, whatever the case may be, not something that you ever even have on throughout the course of a year as background noise on your television screen, but you know it's a big event and you just want to see what happens. You want to be involved in it. And when you live in a city like Houston that has experienced fantastic weather the last few days, that in and of itself in the month of April signals Masters. Like, it looks outside like it does at the Masters in Augusta, Georgia, and it just, you're in the vibe. You're in the feel of it. And that's the way it is for me. And I want to go play golf. I played golf yesterday. It was fun, and I enjoyed it. And I was terrible, but
jealous.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think that's the adult version. Like my buddies and I, and I'm sure I'm not unique in this, we used to play our pickup football games every Sunday because you'd be watching the NFL, and you'd be like, man, I want to go play football. And we go outside after the games, and you go play. In the winter, my brothers and I loved watching basketball. My dad had to put a hoop in the garage because where I grew up, it was cold. And we would go out and play because we're watching the NBA thing like, man, I want to do that. And then, that's the one thing as an adult where you don't go out and play football anymore. You don't go even play pickup basketball often. But this is the one event that you watch the Masters and think, man, I want to go out there and do that. And you can.
Somebody on the text line, 713-572-4610, said, caught me off guard, said, why'd you call Phil a cracker? Not nice. It's like, oh, yeah, I called him a wisecracker.
That's what the whites used to do.
I was going to say.
I was like, hold on, wait a second. Oh,
it's all right. It's a cracker on cracker, so you're good.
Yeah, I guess I did that. Kind of. I don't know. I'm kind of like a coconut.
Tough to crack?
Brown on the outside and white on the inside.
I was not ready for that one. Bijani is kind of like a coconut.
Kind of like a coconut, yeah. I don't know. There's
like it.
Probably a better analogy out there somewhere, but that's the best I can
Ogres are like onions. Bijani's like a coconut.
Oh, my goodness. T-Mill, do you need to get things officially kicked off today by doing something? You usually show the good people some nippies.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. It's officially a
For
Thursday.
your viewing pleasure.
If you are not thirsty, you should be by now after seeing that on YouTube and Twitch.
Rod, the show does say the drive does not officially get started until I show my nips.
Yeah.
So we're off and running, baby.
Off and running officially. There you go. You feeling the positive vibes today after yesterday's? Let's see. The Astros had not started yesterday by the time you guys had come on air. Did you guys get a chance to
the Grand Slam happened as we were signing off?
Oh, yeah. God, what a horrible thing.
It was a nut punch.
Horrible timing.
Punch right to the nuts.
Randy Arozarena is one of those guys that would deliver such a cheap shot. A grand slam as you guys are going off. Absolute kicking Dylan Brooks, you guys. The Dylan Brooks who tried to kick that fella in the nuts the other day really missed and kicked him in the gut. So shout out to him.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
It was a great sell job by that guy who fell to the floor like LeBron James had gotten sniped from the
You ain't
levels.
never lied.
Yeah. LeBron blames. The Astros' dumb 7-6 loss. Is that still stuck in y'all's craw a little bit, or have you gotten over it?
It's a brutal loss. I mean, especially when you consider it's the Mariners. They were up 5-0 with 4 outs to go. And maybe I should take some responsibility. I sort of jinxed it on air yesterday, although Ron was saying similar things. Yeah, we were both saying, there's no way the Mariners can score 6 runs and win once you get that 5th run.
You went and did that?
Well, Ron did that. I said something similar. I don't remember what I said exactly. But
this is not good.
Yeah, so maybe we're responsible. But the thought being, not only you lose a game like that, but you do it to the Mariners in their ballpark where that team can't score, and they erupted in the last not even 2 innings. There was already a couple of outs in that 8th inning, and Arozarena hits the grand slam, and then the way the 9th goes, Paredes tries to get the tag at 3rd. That kind of screwed things up. You had a missed strike 3 call from the umpire. That didn't help, and that's a brutal loss.
I'm not joking at all. I'm a very, I won't say very, but I'm superstitious.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the whole jinx thing because on Area 45, I do it all the freaking time.
Recall,
with my words, with my thoughts, because we do the H-Town postgame show.
Mm-hmm.
And PC likes to do and likes to say. And if I even have that thought, and now PC's even on it because he needles me. He's not a very superstitious guy. He will say, happy recap coming up, kind of a thing like that. And I'm like, you screwed it up. Well, so you are a self-proclaimed jinx yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Tyler is to blame as well. I think Chris Santiago, our producer on Area 45, is just as culpable. And I even had the thought, boy, it's going to be a badass Wednesday show. We get to start with the H-Town postgame show, a happy recap. A lot of really good things had happened in the game yesterday for the Astros. They had four guys with a multi-hit performance. Cam Smith had another really good day. Hunter Brown was fantastic. Jeremy Pena come up big. I'm probably forgetting, a couple of other things, but it was going to be a series win. There's something good and a successful road trip. You could have gone 4-2 instead of 3-3. And I thought immediately, what a crappy week this has been. I blame John McClain for getting it kickstarted because on Twitter, the night before the Cougs played Florida in the title game, John said, boy, I hope Lorenzo Charles isn't wandering around somewhere tomorrow night.
Well, sorry.
I confronted John about that last night. He was on Area 45, and I in not so many words, I told him he was an ass for doing that. And because the only legitimate comparison that you could make to the Cougs losing the way that they did to Florida is 1983, Lorenzo Charles and NC State, and that whole thing. Week.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Yeah. Hey, you were there.
Yeah.
You
Monday
were
night
there.
at the
Now,
National Championship, yeah.
Are you Florida alum?
No.
You're a college basketball fan?
Yeah, I just figured it's down the road. How often do you get to go to a national championship game? And then Houston's in it, so go represent the city. So, yeah, just took the opportunity to go to the game.
So maybe you're a jinx like Tyler.
That's true.
Maybe
who?
You.
How about jinx?
Because every live sporting event that is, relative to the city of Houston, important to the city of Houston, you go to, they lose.
That's not even true. It's just the away games for these damn Texans, brother.
You're like
that
Ted
is
Cruz.
all it is.
You're like Ted Cruz.
No, get the hell out of here.
Ted Cruz was there, by the way, the other day, so it didn't help. You were there. Ted Cruz was there. Tyler was watching.
BS. It is strictly the away games that I go to watch these damn Texans, and I own it. There is some sort of curse or jinx or something right now with that. But, my friend, that is not true.
Add it to the list, all you conspiracy theorists out there, of things that we cannot allow happen in the city of Houston for Tyler, Luke, or Ted Cruz to attend or even watch or talk about or think about. Rat bastards. All right, coming up next, we'll stick with a little Astro convo. I thought of this earlier today. You guys tell me what you think. We can discuss. There's 4 things that I saw and have seen in the early portion of this Astros season that I think could be a sign of things to come. In fact, a positive sign, since some of you think we are far too negative in discussing the Astros 12 games into this season are the most sustainable. We'll discuss next at The Drive, Sports Radio 610.
Houston, what's good, baby? If you like football, there ain't no doubt about it.
is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, and for both Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley today, I'm Sean Bijani, and he is Luke Morrow. Your boy Tyler Milner's still here. We, of course, are taking you up until 6. You got Texans All Access later, then Area 45. Still doing its thing tonight with PC and Chris Partee in from 7 until 11. So looking forward to that. Good full sports day for you right here on Sports Radio. Astros today, they are off. Thank God, man. You need a day after that disaster yesterday. 5-0 into the 8th inning, and then the A-bomb went off. Like, literally, Randy Arozarena. That dude is a pain in the ass. One night, he can just be terrible, and the other night, such as baseball, sports, hashtag sports, he can, rip your guts out like he did yesterday.
And he enjoyed that trot around the bases, too.
Yeah, well, you remember the night before, I can't say like he directly cost the Mariners, but it didn't help the situation. That triple that Cam Smith hit down the left field line, Arozarena was waiting for it to carry him off of the wall, and it didn't. It died right there at the base of the wall, and it was almost like he was kind of like Juwan Roberts and every other Houston Cougar the other night after Emmanuel Sharp went up and then promptly came down without basketball in his hand, and it bounced once and twice and 3 times, and everybody just like froze and was like, what are we doing? That was him. And it allowed Cam Smith to get to third just in front of the tag. It allowed Yainer Diaz to easily score. I think it was Yainer that scored on that. And look, that was a huge play for the Astros. What was it, like in the 8th or 9th inning, I think it was. And then he comes back the very next day, grand slam, and then the walk-off walk. There you go. All of that negativity aside, though, Luke, I feel like it was almost a microcosm because I saw stuff in the series. But I've got 4 observations, 4 things from the Astros that I think are a positive sign of things to come this year for the Astros and maybe beyond. And I want to know if you guys agree or disagree. 713-572-4610. You can call or text the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. I'll just start with this since I mentioned him. Cam Smith. I'm encouraged by Cam Smith. I think he's heating up. I think he's shown some resolve. I think he's shown some maturity and that same energy and excitement that we, quickly, I think many of us fell in love with Cam Smith for in spring training was the energy and excitement and the passion that he plays baseball with, like in a meaningless March 24th, 26th game, whatever it was, at Dyken Park where he hits that RBI triple. I think it was a 2-run triple in the first inning, his first at bat at Dyken Park, and he slides into third base, and he jumps up and, kind of pounds his chest, and you could freeze frame that and say, caption it, 2025 Game 7 World Series, but no, it was a meaningless exhibition game in 2025 for the Astros. That's awesome. That's the guy that I've seen even through the 2-for-18 slump that he started the season with. Now, in his last 5-6 games, he started to pick it up a little bit and be productive out of that spot. Your thoughts? Like, that is one of the things that has encouraged me. Is that sustainable? This mind.
For sure. I think he's only going to get better. You certainly hope he's only going to get better as the year goes on. I mean, the guy's had 25 big league at-bats. It's too soon to even pass judgment on him yet or to criticize, or I know people are already frustrated. He's had 25 at-bats in his career. And you could go through the long history of baseball, find guys who, like Willie Mays, started 1 for 25, I believe. There's plenty of examples of guys getting off to slow starts. Dustin Pedroia hit like 160 his rookie year and then turned himself into a near Hall of Famer. So you got to give a guy some time to progress at the big league level. And the last 2 days have looked really good. Just 1 strikeout in the 7 at-bats, where before that he was striking out about half of his at-bats. He was looking a little overmatched. Had the 2 hits yesterday, drove in a run in each of the last 2 games. I think for me, the next step in the progression, though, is seeing some of that power at the big league level. He has yet to, according to the analytics, has yet to barrel up a baseball. He's only pulled, less than 10% of pitches.
Yeah, it's been a lot of opposite field stuff.
Opposite field, 2/3 of the stuff on the ground. So opposite field on the ground, that sneak through, whatever it might be. So I think that's the next step that I want to see is show some of that power just occasionally. Because we know he has that natural raw ability. But is this sustainable? Yeah, absolutely. He should be a lot better as the year goes on, and by the end of the season, very well could put together some good numbers this year. But I think the last 2 days were promising signs of that progression for a young guy figuring it out.
Astros general manager Dana Brown was on MLB Network yesterday and was asked about Cam if they believe in him to deliver in the early going.
Yeah, I mean, we think having Cam Smith for these 6 years that we're going to have him, we think this has got a chance to be really big. He's got huge upside. I was very fortunate to see him in the draft last year when I was out seeing players that we may consider in the first round. I really like the upside, the talent, the makeup's pretty special. He's taken to right field very well. He made a nice play coming in yesterday on the ball. He's been out there really grinding through it. And, look, we feel like this guy at some point in his career will really take off, and getting those years to control. Also adding Wesneski, who had a great start the other day. He's up to 97. And, we know, what Paredes is going to be. He should hit his 25 home runs, and have a pretty good OPS. He's been playing very well at third base. And so, look, to get this kind of control for, 1 year of control with Tucker, not knowing if you were going to sign him, we think it's going to end up being a good deal for both sides. I really feel that way.
Since Dana Brown mentioned Hayden Wesneski, that is another guy on my list of the 4 things that I am encouraged by and that I think could be sustainable for the Astros. Even as Dana Brown said with Cam Smith, they got control of him for the next 6 years. You're going to have Hayden Wesneski for a little bit as well. He's off to 2 really good starts in his Astro career, combined for 12 innings of work, just giving up 5 hits, 5 earned runs, for an ERA of, I believe, about 350 or 375. Really good stuff from Hayden Wesneski, Luke. He's given the Astros, like Hunter Brown, an opportunity to win.
And I like his profile, I guess I'll call it. I like his potential. And I like the move of moving him into the starting rotation. It's sort of similar to the New York Mets went out and got Clay Holmes this offseason, and he was the Yankees closer, and the Mets turned him into a starter. And some people are like, why are you doing that? He's been a reliever. But
because he couldn't close last year.
Oh, he was ass.
Too.
Yeah. It's like, you'd be more valuable as a starter than a middle reliever. So, but the idea for the Mets, we'll see if it works out, is because he has such a large pitch arsenal that you're kind of wasting him in the bullpen. He can go through a lineup 2 or 3 times or give you 6 innings because he's more than just a fastball pitcher. And so anyways, point being, to bring it back to the Astros, is I see the same thing with Wisniewski, who has a 6-pitch arsenal. And that was kind of the idea on him this offseason, where people were saying, like, this guy's better suited as a starter. Instead of just wasting him for an inning in the bullpen here or there, he has so many pitches to mix it up. He can face guys over the course of innings or go through a lineup twice. And then you factor in just the Astros' track record of developing starters or bringing guys in and getting the most out of them. So that was quietly one of the part of the deal. Everyone focused on, like, hometown kid, feel-good story, but I think he could be a pretty valuable part of this rotation. He's not going to be a Cy Young, but I think he can be a reliable back-end starter through the course of the season.
The question ultimately is how sustainable is it? And amongst the other candidates, I've got Jose Altuve in left field, Hunter Brown's start to the season. Which of all of those, from Wisniewski to Brown to Altuve to Cam Smith, is most sustainable? I would say not from a performance standpoint, but Hayden Wisniewski, one of the bigger question marks to me because of the versatility that the Astros have with their pitchers. Wisniewski, bullpen guy, turned starter now. Ryan Gusto, bullpen guy. They've turned starter now. Ronel Blanco, bullpen guy. He's a starter and has been, for the Astros. But, Lance McCullers could throw a wrench into that. And, maybe this is closer to months, unfortunately, instead of weeks down the road. But if Luis Garcia can come back healthy, there's another starter. And so the Astros have options with guys that they are currently entrusting to start for them that maybe they are able to put into the bullpen and really create a dangerous not just rotation, but bullpen against the opposition this year.
That's a good point, because I think the bullpen's going to need help. At the start of the season, I was saying, the bullpen was the biggest concern for me, but I felt good about the rotation because of the depth. Some of these injuries have certainly impacted things here early on, but it is a long season. You get some of these arms back. I think they have a handful of options in that rotation, and to your point, if that bumps some guys to the bullpen, then it really strengthens the entire pitching staff, because to me, that bullpen in the offseason so far, 2 weeks into the season, that's the biggest concern for me.
713-572-4610 if you'd like to give us a shout. Phone lines are open. You can also text the show, the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Very active as well. We'll get to some of your reaction. We'll continue with a little Astro convo. Are the Astros more interesting now? Luke has some thoughts on that. We will discuss next. It's The Drive, Sports Radio 610.
Sports 2610 Crawfish Circuit continues tomorrow. Join the
pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner out. Sean Bijani, Luke Morrow in with our guy T. Mill. We'll get to Rockets coming up next segment. They are back in action tonight. And just in the extra season will begin, and it will begin with your Rockets as a number 2 seed. Who the heck would have thought about that preseason? Just hoping to get in and not as just a play-in.
Let's go Rockets.
But we will we'll get to them here next segment at the top of the hour. 713-572-4610. 572-4610. You can call or text the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Luke, you had a question before the show asking if the Astros are more interesting now. And I want to know why you're asking that question, what your reasoning behind that is. But I'm just going to go and tell you right off the bat that a texter from the 346 ain't feeling it, no matter how you couch this, I think. And this is really in response to last segment when I played the Dana Brown audio. He says, Dana Brown, no, we have a problem here in Houston. He didn't do anything about keeping Kyle Tucker here, and look what he's doing right now. That was a major mistake. I don't want to hear about all the prospects and all that kind of stuff. They messed up by letting Kyle Tucker go.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
I mean, I would say it's good to get something for him, because I don't know if they were going to re-sign him or have him come back, and they got a pretty good package for him, potentially, for the next few years, as opposed to just, letting him walk a year from now. I think it's more of an ownership thing, though. I think Dana Brown did the best with what he had to operate with. I think it comes down from the ownership of we don't want to sign this guy to a long-term contract. We don't want to commit that money. So Dana Brown figures, well, I better get before, just wasting a year and letting him walk away.
It was a long play, I think, for the Astros. Not really for the Astros, but for Kyle Tucker. I think a very fair assertion, at least right now, for Kyle Tucker, as he is without currently a long-term contract. That's going to change between now and the start of next season, I would presume. And the question becomes for Kyle Tucker is, what's it going to look like? Because a dude that at one point in time did not look at all like he was going to be long for Toronto, and Vlad Guerrero Jr. signs a 14-year, $500 million deal to stay there. And the immediate question is, well, if Vlad Jr., who's a couple of years younger than Kyle Tucker and obviously very productive, in fact, more productive than Kyle Tucker has been, which is not a slight to Tuck, but what's Tuck going to be looking at? He's a couple of years older, but he's probably not going to get a 14-year deal, but maybe, 10?
Such time is coming.
To 12? And at one point in time, in the last 6 months, dude, a $300 million contract was kind of like, whoa, can we pump the brakes a little bit on that for Kyle Tucker? And then it became 4. And now the ceiling is at 5.
Yeah.
To me, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is to Kyle Tucker's future contract as Max Fried is to Framber Valdez's future contract. Fried just got paid this past offseason, 8 years, $218 million. Had arm issues to this point in his career. Framber, knock on wood, has not. Yeah, a little older. 31, going to be 32, I believe, going into the offseason is Framber, but that dude's going to get paid. Probably more than Max Fried.
Yeah, that one's interesting. He's going to get paid. I don't know how it'll compare to Fried. Both guys are going to get paid. Kyle Tucker's going to get a huge contract to what you were alluding to. And I think that's why you have to try to move him and get what you can. And by the way, for the Cubs, they better sign him to that contract, because otherwise, what were you doing for just a year of his services? It's kind of like the Yankees with Juan Soto last year. They did that trade just to have the opportunity to be the first at the table to negotiate with them, and then didn't sign Juan Soto. He went to their crosstown, quote-unquote, rivals, and they gave up a bunch of prospects for him. Same with the Cubs. Like, if you don't sign Kyle Tucker, what did you give up Cam Smith for 1 year of Kyle Tucker when the Cubs right now, they're not expected to win the World Series or compete for the NL this season?
Yeah.
But that's a whole other story. But I think that goes into my original question of the Astros being more interesting is seeing how these things play out. And it kind of started ruminating in my mind when I heard earlier this week, I think it was on In the Loop, with Reggie and John talking about like not having fun watching this Astros team. And I get that because, they're losing more than they're winning right now. Yesterday was not fun. So maybe the timing of bringing this up isn't great after watching that team yesterday. But I would say no question. I think this is the more interesting version of the Astros, I would say, that in a number of years. Like during this great run of the last almost close to a decade. Because it's interesting to see how things are going. I would almost compare it to, I have a lot of friends who are Patriots fans. And I think the Patriots, like post Tom Brady, became a lot more interesting. Because with Brady, Belichick, you knew what you were going to get. They're going to win 13 games. They're going to win the division. They're going to play a certain style. They're going to go to the playoffs. And it's fun to win. Winning's the best part about sports. We all want to see our teams win, and we enjoy that. So ideally, you want the Astros to also win this year. I get that. But I think they're more interesting now to see how Cam Smith develops, to see Altuve in left field, if that works or how long it works for, to see if Lance McCullers comes back at some point and can bring something to the table for this team, to see what you get out of Wisniewski in the starting rotation or bullpen, whatever. Whatever's going to happen with these relievers. Is Paredes going to be some sort of third baseman of the future that can belt 30 homers because he's playing half of his games in Houston? And then also seeing the manager, where we talked about this a little bit yesterday, which also led to this question, where I think Joe Espada has to do more managing now than the previous two managers.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah.
He has to massage this roster to
I don't
try
disagree
to get
with that. I don't
as much as he
disagree with that
can.
at all. I think that's a really good point. But, I mean, hell, did your friends who are Patriots fans, in your analogy, like, were they interested when they were winning 3 games, 4 games, 5 games in a season, post Tom Brady? Like, it might have been, it was interesting, intriguing, like, maybe in the months following that, like, hey, what are these guys going to do post Tom Brady? And then now, obviously, post Belichick. And the reason why I'm asking that is because they, to me, and maybe there's bias here, but I think to people that do have the bias, that should have the bias, that are Astro fans, that follow this team, that live and die with them literally on a day in and day out basis during the regular season, is that, do you find this team more interesting now? To me, it's a no, because I was always interested. To me, it's interesting when you're contending legitimately and favored, and then you go out and do it. Get to an ALCS every single year, 7 straight years. Like, I understand the question. Now, hey, it's not served up on a silver platter for you. It's not maybe the expected thing for you. You look at the Yankees, or you're looking at a Rangers resurgence, or you're looking to see what can happen in the AL Central. Is it going to be Cleveland? Is it going to be Detroit? What have you. Whereas, hey, the Astros are trying something different. The nucleus has been severely altered, that we've been very used to for the better part of a decade here. Now, yeah, let's see if they can continue to keep this window open with some of the elder statesmen, so to speak, and some of the new guys and younger guys. I get that. It's always fear of the unknown. In sports, we hold on to that hope in years and in off seasons that we have no business holding on to that hope for. Whereas our vision is blurred sometimes, where we should see an obvious rebuild, an obvious retool, an obvious teardown even at times. And we think, boy, yeah, they could still do it because XYZ players got a really solid track record. And I don't know that a lot of people believe in that right now, at least not given the outcomes in the first 12 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I just think it's too early to make or to change your opinion on it. However you felt in the offseason about individual players, even the team, the roster itself, I think you should still feel that way today. And I think when you look at the Astros, I do think they're more interesting than, say, 2 years ago, where you had all that stuff figured out, where you're trying to figure some things out. And now, of course, winning cures all. And like I said, it's not, if the Astros lose 85 games this year, it's not going to be a very fun season, of course. It hasn't been fun for the Angels fans in recent years.
Text line said that. Winning trumps interesting.
That's fair. I won't disagree. Yeah. Absolutely. But let's assume, they were expected to win 86 games in the eyes of Vegas this offseason, right? Like, let's assume they do meet their expectations, or they are a wild card team at least, or they make the playoffs, and they do it by piecing this new, as you said, like this new nucleus together, this new group, and you see what you have with your new third baseman and your prospects that came up and your Hall of Famer out in left field. I think there's a lot more storylines to this team. I think there's a lot more, obviously, to figure out. And I think that makes it more interesting than just like 2 years ago where, hopefully Bregman's slow April, ends before we get to May, something along those lines, where you had all that stuff figured out. There wasn't a lot of interest outside of actually winning the games. I think there's a lot more storylines with this roster for not only this year, but also, beyond into the future for this franchise.
713-572-4610. What do you guys think? You can call or text in regards to that. I don't really disagree. Look, I'm going to live and die with this team no matter what. Went through those very lean years in the early 2010s when you couldn't even watch them on TV at all for the first year or two that Jim Crane took over. But yes, it's interesting, and I've come around to the business of sports more so here in recent years. And look, I'm 42. It took me a long time, but I always wanted my teams to stay together, for better or worse. And if you were an Astro, a Texan, or a Rocket, especially, I don't care about you getting up in age. I don't care about your game sliding a little bit. Like, let's add and develop some other pieces to put around you, not, see if we can get out underneath of this contract before it's too late kind of a thing. I never thought about it in a business sense. And I think you have to, obviously, in this day, in sports culture, in business culture, you have to do that. And those are the decisions that maybe are easy for the organizations to make, but very difficult and almost impossible at times for fans to accept and swallow. And I think losing Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, certainly one of those. But I said this to PC the other day, dude. To me, this is a rarity. In an offseason in which you can lose Justin Verlander, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and it's their decisions to do so. We know they tried, to retain Alex Bregman to a degree. They even offered him a record deal under the Jim Crane era, maybe as Astros record deal, 6 years in terms of length. They made their decision. Ultimately, it's a rarity that you can still go into a season and be thought of as a competitor within the American League after losing so many great players. Franchise icons, even Verlander and Bregman, and maybe a future one in Kyle Tucker. I think that's impressive. And so it's interesting in that point of view to see if the Astros can actually do that at season's end. We'll get back to a little more Astro convo later on. He's Luke Morrow, Sean Bijani, Tyler Milner. It's The Drive in for Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. Coming up next, the Rockets. Are they the most disrespected 2 seed that we've ever seen? We'll discuss next.
Fellas out there, if you're struggling.
are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 3 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610, in for Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. You've got Luke Morrow, that is him. I am me, Sean Bijani, and Tyler Milner until 6 o'clock. The Rockets, I might have misspoke earlier. I feel like maybe I did, but they're off tonight. They are back in action tomorrow against the Los Angeles Lakers, and maybe more on them later on, as it was Luka's return to Dallas last night that was made for a couple of really fun moments, interesting moments, and for Luka, one of them was a very emotional, sad moment as he got the video tribute and all that good stuff last night. Not so much for Nico Harrison, maybe also a sad moment for him as 22,000 people were chanting, "Fire, Nico!" That was fun. That was fun. We're going to enjoy that a little bit later on, I would imagine. The Rockets, Luke, entrenched as the 2 seed coming out of the Western Conference as the regular season comes to a close here, just a couple of 3 days remaining. Believe it or not, and I don't really focus too much on the Eastern Conference standings, but from a Rockets point of view in the West, they are only one of a handful of teams in the entire NBA that have their seed sewed up. There are still 15 of 20 playoff/play-in seeds that need to be determined with just a couple of days remaining in the regular season. You talk about interesting. That's going to be interesting. It has been, even just here in the last week, as tight as it's been.
Yeah, hopefully it provides some interesting games, because the problem is half of the league has no interest in winning right now and are tanking. And so you get a lot of, as we were watching earlier in the commercial break, these clips of, what was it, the Bulls and the Trailblazers, whatever that game was.
Yes, it was.
Horrendous basketball, because there's these teams that just don't want to win. So NBA basketball this time of year can typically be pretty brutal to watch. Hopefully we get some interesting games, especially figuring out the seeding in the West here down the stretch.
You know what that was? It was the 5-on-5 version of NBA Jam, right? Back in the day, like when you're playing against the maybe somebody else or the computer, the NES, and it's just like failed alley-oop, boom, failed dunk,
right,
launching a 3 from half court, turnover, dribble it off your knee. It was just that kind of a back and forth. It was wild in that Bulls and Blazers game the other day. It looked like an NBA All-Star game, to be honest with you. But, for the Rockets, they're the 2 seed, and nobody saw that coming pre-season. Like, chance Rockets, if they were able to put things together, they could get close or maybe even win 50 games. PC pounds his chest saying, I told you they'd win 50, and I'm happy. That's great. I thought there was a chance they could too. Boy, I tell you what, after they lost Fred VanVleet, times were looking very bleak in their chances to do so, and they have since climbed out of the hole that they had dug themselves from an injury-related standpoint, and they've done it. They've entered to a curious portion of the season for them, though, and I understand that Jalen Green played last night in the Rockets' 134-117 loss. He only played 15 minutes, by the way. He was the only one of the regulars that did play in the game last night. Cam Whitmore got 32 minutes of action. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about what Ime Udoka's plan was going into that game, then I don't know what to tell you. But just a couple of games left, and your schedule is the Lakers and Denver. I think the Rockets are probably going to need to try and keep these guys as fresh as possible while also staying as healthy and rested as possible. Maybe you're taking it easy with guys like Fred VanVleet, maybe Alperen Şengün, with the back that he's been dealing with. But all that aside for now, are they the most disrespected 2 seed that we've seen? Do you have other examples in mind that could help me with context here?
I don't really, because I don't know if there's some. I'd have to keep digging further back, but just in my memory, and maybe this is recency bias, I don't have anybody that compares. Because, for example, The context I would provide is the fact that the Rockets right now are 11th in championship odds. Odds to win the championship this year. You would figure as a 2 seed, theoretically, and even based off of winning percentage, they have the 5th best record in the NBA. So theoretically, they should be around the 5th best odds, and yet they're 11th. Like the Clippers are ahead of them, the Nuggets are ahead of the teams that are behind them in the standings. I think the Warriors are ahead of them, who might be in the play-in round.
They're scary.
They are, but they're going to have a tougher path. Doesn't mean they can't pull it off. But so just that idea of typically if you're a number 2 seed, you're higher up in the odds. And I look back even in more recent years, like we didn't have this conversation, I don't believe. Maybe I'm being a prisoner of the moment, I'm misremembering, but even like the Grizzlies were the number 2 seed multiple times in recent years where they were a young team, unproven in the playoffs, kind of like the Rockets. I think that's the one thing people hold against the Rockets is not only exceeding expectations this year, so people have a hard time buying into it, but also just we haven't seen them in the playoffs. We haven't seen them win playoff series.
That's it. That's it for me. It's maybe disrespected. Like I understand the question, but I wonder, if is it possible? You tell me, and Tyler, you can weigh in as well. Is it possible to be giving them the proper respect while not expecting a whole lot just based on the 0 track record that you're using in postseason? This is the first time the Rockets are playing postseason basketball since 2020. This is the first time they've been this good in a regular season since the 18-19 season when they won 50 games before. And we've got expectations for Jalen. We've got expectations for Amen and Alperen Şengün. And I asked the question weeks ago, like, as the Rockets were really kind of starting to heat back up. And at the time, they had won 4 straight out of what would become a 9-game win streak and now has grown into winners in 15 of their last 17 games. One of the hottest teams last night, notwithstanding, but it doesn't count because you didn't play anybody, in the entire NBA. And Jalen Green has been that closer at times during that stretch. You've seen the value, how incredibly valuable to this team Fred VanVleet is. And so knowing all of that and not forgetting, you cannot forget, don't discount, because you're asking the question, are they the most disrespected 2 seed? Yeah, maybe. But are they just outright disrespected in general? I feel like they have been. And ever since they'd lost Fred VanVleet, people had forgotten about like when this team was whole and they were in that stretch of playing 14 out of 18 games on the road. And they'd won most of those games, and you swept the Cavs. You swept the Grizzlies. You beat the Celtics on the road, and you beat the Lakers during that stretch too. But that last game when you beat the Celtics on the road in their house, late game, Alperen Şengün, the go-ahead and then the clinching bucket in the final few seconds, I think ever since then, as soon as the Rockets had put themselves on the map with that performance, they took themselves off. And it was because of injury. People said, same old Rockets. Maybe it's too early. They're not ready for this. They're not built for this. And now I wonder if just their performance within the last week has kind of changed people's minds. And maybe if that can stick, if you can get another performance, another big win over the Lakers, or who knows if that Nuggets game is going to mean anything. I mean, both of these teams may not have anything to play for in a couple of days. Maybe more seeds are sewn up. I don't know. But I think they can continue to make you feel confident enough going into the postseason that there's a better feeling than just you're playing with house money.
I think the last week or two should certainly help. And I might be speaking out of both sides of my mouth because I don't think the Rockets are going to win the West. And in a playoff series, the Warriors are probably more threatened. But it's that idea of respect, because I don't know what more you need to see from the Rockets, especially now they got those big wins recently, beating a couple of good teams and really, giving it to the Thunder and doing a great job defending Golden State and what they can offer up with their lineup, especially with those 2 bigs, using Steven Adams now. But if you go and you look, any way you slice it, like the Rockets have the 2nd best record in the West against winning teams. They have one of the best records in terms of 10-point games. So they have some of the most blowout victories in the West. They have the 2nd best record in one possession to win games, something even Oklahoma City hasn't done. The Thunder are 1-4 in one. They don't play a lot of close games. So when they have, they've lost those games.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a young, inexperienced team. So that's the thing where we talk about the Rockets being young, inexperienced. The Thunder are young. Their starting five's the same age as I believe it was Auburn's starting five.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's a true fact. That's not me trying to be funny. That's true. And the Thunder, like, what have they done to show us in the playoffs that they can go win the West? I know they've had this dominant regular season this year, but I go back to even the Grizzlies as that 2 seed that I referenced earlier. Like, they had no track record. They had a young star in Ja Morant. I just don't remember the conversation being the same around them as it is the Rockets, where everyone's just immediately like brushing. We don't need to worry about the Rockets. They're not going to be a real threat in the West. Like, the Nuggets, the Clippers, the Warriors. These are the teams we have to focus on.
It's a great analysis. But I think while it's a factual point by you in terms of like the age, the inexperience, for the best team record-wise in the NBA this season and the Oklahoma City Thunder, like, I'm sure they're one of the favorites to win the NBA title. That's ahead of the Rockets, who are, as you say, ranked 11th right now, and they should be. But it's almost like until that old guard, those teams, those players that are on those teams that have been a pain in the ass to teams just trying to break through, like the Lakers, like the Warriors, just the Nuggets in the Western Conference alone, until they're knocked out, they're the team that you always have to side-eye and worry about. And I think they're doing that with the Warriors. And I was listening to Nick Wright, a couple of days ago, maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember now, talking about it's the time of the year now. He's a LeBron guy. The Lakers, watch out. Good luck trying to knock them out and beat them 4 times in a 7-game series. Not going to happen. No team is built to do that. Well, I got to see it. Now, we haven't seen the Lakers' iteration of LeBron James and Luka in a postseason, but we're about to. And I don't know if it's going to be, as a, are they? No, they're not entrenched as a 3 seed now, are they? They've clinched a playoff spot, but I don't know if their seeding's entrenched. Maybe it's a 3, maybe it's a 4, maybe it's a 5. I mean, they're all muddled up within a game and a half, or a half game of each other. That to me is like what it comes down to. The teams that are battle tested and have been for years, as opposed to a young Rockets team and even a young Oklahoma City Thunder team that's been battle tested in the last couple of weeks. What wins out? Mm-hmm. We know the answer more times than not until it changes.
By the way, someone on the text line, because I have been trying to think of examples that could compare, and someone said the 2015 Hawks, who won 60 games, were the 1 seed in the East that year, but everyone knew LeBron was going to run through the East. And I went back and I looked. The Cavs were the favorites to win the championship that year in 2015, but the Hawks had the 4th best odds.
Yeah.
And they did make it to the conference finals. And that was a team that was under 500 the year previously, the Hawks were. Came back the next year, won 60 games, so talk about overachieving. People knew they were fraudulent. They saw the 4th best odds where, again, I don't think this won a championship yet. But like the Timberwolves have better odds than them to win the championship. We trust the Timberwolves more right now than the way the Rockets have played?
I can't get there.
Right?
I can't get there. And it's not at all an apples to apples comparison, but kind of like the texter, he took a 1 seed. Look, the Rockets are going to play a 7 seed. Don't know who the 7 seed is going to be. Okay, Rockets as a 2 are going to play a 7 seed. I remember it was 17-18 New York Knicks team, and I think they did it again in 18-19. They went into the postseason as a 7 seed and in an 8 seed, back-to-back years. Both times played the Miami Heat, obviously as a 2 seed, and beat them. And in whatever year it was, I think it was 18-19. Did the Knicks go on to that year play the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Finals? They ended up losing, and I think, if memory serves me right, fairly, handily, the Spurs took care of them.
Oh yeah,
in the finals, but
the strike shortened season.
Yeah,
right. The 99 finals.
Was it 99?
Yeah,
and I don't remember. What the 2 seeds odds were, in winning an NBA title. But look, it's not very often, that a 7 seed upsets a 2 seed in the first round of the playoffs. It's happened literally a handful of times in the last 40 years. So it's one of those great sport/NBA anomalies. Are the Rockets, I think you consider that when you are a little tepid about the Rockets and the expectations that you should have for them going into the playoffs. or, not very often, it has happened where a 2 seed loses in the first round to a 7. I know it may be a little different this year because that 7 could be a Golden State Warriors. It could be a Memphis Grizzlies team. Could be a Clippers team, and I think many of you want it to be a Clippers team. But, we'll see. It'll be fun. It's going to be a fun follow in the coming weeks. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you'd like to weigh in on that, you can always do so on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Coming up next, you know what time it is. It's the turd list. Tyler has formed a turd list. He does it every week, and he will award bronze, silver, and gold medals. I've got maybe some honorable mentions, too, that I can throw in, that unless Tyler's awarded them already. We'll have some fun with that next. It's Sports Radio 610.
You want to win up to 1,000 times your money, turn $1 into $1,000? Sounds nice, doesn't it? You can
Go and listen to With the First Pick on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcast.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress. Handcraft and guaranteed for life. Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. You know my voice, people. Drive family, as we like to fondly refer to you as. I'm the producer of this wonderful radio program right here, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, the name Tyler Milner, and every week on Thursday, right around this time, we do Turds of the Week. Got a full podium, and if you're watching with us on YouTube and or Twitch, you see the glorious Golden Turd Trophy in my hand.
Glorious.
Glorious. Ready to be given away right there, baby. Someone's getting the Golden Turd. Somebody's getting it first. Bronze medal as we start each week. We'll start with the bronze on this turd podium. And man, I don't know if y'all saw this. Bijani, I know you did because I heard y'all talking about it on Area 45. The best damn late night radio talk in Houston, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
I heard y'all talking about this, but this week's bronze turd medal, it's going to go to whatever the hell his name is, this NBA referee the other night that tossed Lakers Lucas because he just didn't understand what the hell was actually going on. Luka was not talking any ish to this zebra. He wasn't talking any crap to the ref on the hardwood. He was having an issue with a fan at this Lakers game. Yeah, he was probably talking a little ish, but his issue was with the fan. Luka promptly gets teed up, ejected from this game by a ref who was too soft and in his feelings and paranoid enough to think that Luka was talking to him. and had a quick trigger. That's the bronze medal. What do you think about this contestant, sirs?
I think, you might have been able to go a little bit higher on the scale, but he definitely needs to be recognized. The referee does. The NBA afterwards came out and rescinded the technical that was given to Luka in that instance, which makes it even worse. Like, the NBA is basically saying, hey, this ref's a dumbass. That shouldn't have happened. Luka, you're well within your right to talk crap back to a fan. So I think it makes it worse in that sense. And so I would have considered giving him a even silver medal.
I thought about it. About it.
But maybe you have somebody more deserving.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I might have gone higher, too. I'm also curious on this whole topic is what's worse, if a player is talking trash to a ref or talking trash to a fan?
That's a good question.
Well, because we're all worked up, like, how could he throw? He thought he was talking to the ref. Is that better?
Well, the refs.
It's better it was.
Flashbacks to Malice in the Palace. Flashbacks.
But they're not talking crap to the game. Fans are. And so you should be able to have, like, some back and forth,
That's fair.
Player to fan. Like, could you imagine, like, I don't know, Tony Brothers be like, dang, brick. Terrible shot, Luka. Like, dude, you suck tonight.
You're really off tonight, Luka. Damn.
Could you imagine if, like, refs could talk crap, like, during the course of a game to players?
That'd be awesome.
It'd be like the Little Nicky, bit of a deep cut with the Adam Sandler.
I would sign me up for that, though. I would co-sign that. That should be a thing.
That is something I would co-sign as well. That's glorious. And that's the bronze medal for this week on Turds of the Week right here on The Drive, Sports Radio 610. You are listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. No Stoerner, no Hughley. The voices you hear with mine, Tyler Milner, your glorious producer. We got Bijani in. We got Luke in. They're handling the drive for the fellas today. Got the bronze out of the way. Now we got a silver turd medal on this beautiful Thursday in Houston. And this silver medal for a turd around the world of sports this week, it's going to a fellow who was one of the real inspirations for this very segment, this very conversation we're having, these turds of the week. It was birthed, if you will, by a few different athletes, one of which being this week's silver medal winner, James Harden. James Harden! He's an ultra turd.
Yeah.
This is multiple medals now for the beard, for James Harden. If you didn't know, he's with the Clippers now. That's who the Texans. That's who the Rockets played last night on the hardwood. And man, with the last Clippers game that he took Cam Whitmore out.
It was wait. That was last night.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
As you know, Cam Whitmore does not play basketball for the Houston Rockets unless, the 6 regulars don't.
You look at them minutes for Cam Whitmore, you know something went on. But no, James Harden gets the silver medal this week because if you missed it, James Harden, he's dribbling the ball around, trying to relive his glory days. We all know he's fell off. It's not a big deal, bro. You just got to own it. He's handling the ball. Handling the rock. He gets pickpocketed by the Rockets. Fast break. And it ends with Cam Whitmore, young Cam Whitmore, on the ground because he gets clipped by Harden as he's going up for a layup or dunk. James Harden earned this one just like he's earned all his other turd medals since he's been on the podium multiple times. What do y'all think about James Harden in that play with Cam Whitmore and him getting this silver medal?
Now, I would have maybe put your bronze medal as a silver, for that referee.
You would have flip-flopped these?
Unfairly given a tech to Luka the other night. But when I first saw that play in real time, I thought Cam might have sold it a little bit.
Yeah.
But when I slowed it down, I was like, he's mid-air about to jam a ball home. And Harden just clips his feet with, like, his hip and his left elbow. You could tell very easily, like, it threw Cam off of his trajectory mid-air, caused him to miss the dunk, come down hard, and Cam got up. And knowing Cam, I don't know how much it took for him not to punch Harden in the face. Harden went right over to the bench
my God.
And just sat there and, like, I didn't do anything wrong.
Bro, I would have bought a Cam Whitmore jersey, like, last night if he would have socked James Harden in his crap lousy face. That would have been glorious.
Yeah, I do think it's properly slotted for silver.
Yeah, it's a legacy award apparently. for Harden. That's the worst thing you can do is when a guy is in air like that, if you touch him in any way, if you undercut him, it's the worst thing you could do on a basketball court. It's such a dangerous play. But, yeah, I'm good with it. I mean, you could even give him gold because I tailed your picks last night, but I got Harden at 9 under what was it, 9.5 assists?
He still went over that.
And he went on. I got hooked. He had a stupid assist in like the last 4 minutes of a, 15-point game.
He had a good night against the Rockets, 2s and 3s. Congratulations, Harden. And by the way, you'll never win more hardware than what Tyler gives you. A la no NBA championships.
I got to actually learn how to play basketball.
Yeah. So that is your silver medal right there, one of the original turds. James Harden, silver medal for undercutting young Cam Whitmore. Bronze medal, of course, was the NBA ref tossing Luka, who just wants to enjoy his life with some hookah. And gold medal time, YouTube and Twitch, you see it, Golden Turd Trophy. And it's one of those moments. It's happened periodically during this segment, Turds of the Week. But it's one of our own, boys.
Whoa.
The gold turd this week is going to one of our own. Not just Radio 610 family, but a member of this very show.
Right now, today?
Right now, this second. His name's even on the show, actually. Clint Stoerner, former NFL quarterback, old dirty red Clint Stoerner, the guy who doesn't use a washcloth whenever he showers himself. You, my friend, I love ya. You earned the golden turd. Because if you've been a part of this Drive family, this show for a long time, you've heard us talk about this potential golf match between Stoerner and I, in which we all know I'm going to whoop his ass up and down the links. Clint Stoerner has been dodging me, boys. I've been trying to get this golf match between me and Clint so I can whoop that ass. Been trying to get it on the books, on the calendar for literal months. And I can't get this guy to commit. He wants to talk all this ish, but he cannot commit. He can't make the time to come out to the golf course and get his ass whooped. That's why Clint Stoerner's getting the Golden Turd Trophy this week. How y'all feel about it?
Is he a self-proclaimed, good golfer? What does he say his game's like?
I'm not sure he would say he's necessarily good, but he sure as hell talks that ish that he thinks he's better than I am.
He asked me the other day, when the last time I filled in for Ron and we did a show together, he said, "You and Tyler play golf the other day?"
We did.
And I said, "Yeah, we did." And he was like, "Is Tyler any good?" Kind of putting
scouting.
the feelers out there. Yeah, so he's scouting.
Oh, so
I connect the dots now. I didn't know y'all had this going on between you.
Oh yeah, that just adds to it, Bijani.
Yeah.
It makes me feel even more solid about this turd trophy, this golden turd going to old. He's doing econ.
That's why I asked you, if he's saying proclaiming to be pretty good, and maybe he's. Here's what I think, ultimately. I think Clint doesn't want to show anybody that can call him out on the public airwaves.
Oh, and I would.
How poor of a golfer he probably is.
Wow.
Because as a former pro athlete, it's got to be a little...
and a big old brutal one like him, too.
Yeah, it's probably a little disappointing, if he shows people that he's not maybe very athletic on a golf course.
Yeah, he's a big clunky fella, big old clunky ex-football player. He's got that big old ass, that big head. I can't imagine him being too lucid with his swing and such. I know I'm gonna whoop his ass, bro. Stop dodging me, Clint Stoerner. Stop being scared. Let's go play. Let me whoop that ass.
Since Clint's not here, I'm on your side. But I was also very disappointed to see you not show up with the visor yesterday. That was promised.
So I actually got it ready in my closet, had it set out with my outfit for the day yesterday. But then I thought, you know what? I'm going to wait on Golden Turd Clint Stoerner to return from this vacation, and I'm going to wear it for him.
All right.
So I did you a favor there, too, Clint. Stop being scared. That's your Turds of the Week, boys.
All right. That's Tyler's turd list. You know what I just realized? We were supposed to do that the next segment.
Yeah, but it's all right.
All right, so we'll just do a little flipperooski. I was like, what do I have coming up? And it was like, no, it's not time for Dirties Daily. We'll do that. We'll talk poop in honor of Clint Stoerner. He usually tells a good old poop story. No, I'm not going to do that to you guys. What we will do is ask a question that I cannot wait to hear Luke lay this out and explain himself. But do the Houston Cougars and their run give you any more faith in the run that the Rockets maybe could make this postseason? We will discuss next. It's The Drive, Sports Radio 610.
I know there's a lot of y'all out there that's living with that chronic joint pain, man. And at the end of the day, there's nothing about it that's good, man. You can forget trying to enjoy your spring, your summer. You can forget trying to get out and make memories with you.
when you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, I'm Sean Bijani, Luke Morrow with Tyler Milner. Want to remind people, Luke, along with Ron Hughley, tomorrow they're going to be out in Sugar Land at Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugar Land, where the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues. They'll be doing the live broadcast 2 to 6. As always, right here on Sports Radio 610. If you want to go out tomorrow and see those guys, do it. Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugar Land. Luke eating crawfish for just the second time in his life. Please make sure, if you see him wearing rubber gloves and doing so, that you scold him appropriately.
Yeah, bring your gloves, please.
Bring your gloves, please. Holy smokes. All right.
Do not represent the drive that way, Luke.
Not only are you going to have some explaining to do if that actually happens tomorrow, and I have a feeling there's a strong possibility it will, but you need to explain yourself with this question that I saw from you in the rundown. Does the Cougars run, does the Houston Cougar basketball team run give you any more faith in the Houston Rockets as they approach the postseason?
And let me first couch it by acknowledging this might be apples to oranges, because in the NBA they are series as opposed to single games. But obviously we know Houston made that great run to the national championship the other night. And as I was watching the run, after one of the games, what was it, Elite Eight? Or maybe it was after they beat Duke. I think it was after they beat Duke, and the guys came on, Barkley and Clark Kellogg and everything, and they were talking about it was more about will over skill. Because I think you can acknowledge on paper, Houston didn't have the more talented roster. Duke certainly did. And sure, Duke also kind of coughed up the game late. There was, both sides went into that. But Houston found a way to win, as they did throughout most of the season. They had a great year. And then even against Florida. On paper, Florida's the more talented team, I would say, based off of recruiting, all that sort of stuff, NBA projections, so on and so forth. But Houston had that game, up 12 in the second half. They outplayed Florida for at least 30 minutes. Back to that idea of will outdoing skill. And so as I was watching Houston, my whole thing with the Rockets this year, even through the great season they've had, I've always said, they're obviously a hard-nosed, good defensive team. My concerns have been on the offensive end of the floor. They have been a little better here later in the season, but they're still bottom 10 in half-court offensive rankings. They don't have a go-to star. They have some talent on the roster, but they don't have like a LeBron. They don't have a Luka. They don't have a Jokic. They don't have somebody who's done it in the playoffs or is that top 10 scorer in the league, if you will. They're more balanced. So my concern for Houston has always been, when it comes to the playoffs, can they compete with, say, the Lakers when you match up against a LeBron and Luka, where the playoffs is all about the stars? You can play great defense in the regular season, but then everybody plays defense in the NBA playoffs, or more so than the regular season. I think in the NBA regular season, you can will your way to a lot of victories just by trying harder and using more effort. Look at Tom Thibodeau and the Knicks the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But then that changes in the playoffs. So that was my thought on the Rockets all year. Then to, again, bring this back full circle, as I was sitting over the weekend watching Houston, I was like, this kind of reminds me of another team. Oh, the Rockets, where they might not have more skill than some of their opponents in the NBA playoffs, but they probably will have more will. They'll probably play harder. They'll go after those 50-50 balls like you saw of the Cougars. Again, maybe apples and oranges, because it's a one-game series in college, where in the NBA, you got to try to beat maybe a better team 4 times in a row. But after seeing what Houston did, getting all the way to the national championship, should have won the national. Does that get any more hope in that, this Rockets team might not be the most talented on paper in the West, but maybe it is that will over skill could be enough?
I think it's one of those, topics or conversations that we can have in sports that we arrive at the same point from different avenues. Because when I saw that question, from you, I was trying to think All right, where are you going with that? How are you going to approach this? What do you mean? Because it very much is like an apples to oranges, on the surface level. To me, it's like, what are you talking about? You mentioned it, like it's not a series, and we're talking college to NBA. But here's how I ended up approaching it, like in my mind, is in sports, especially, with two organizations within your city that you like and you're a fan of and you follow, if one of them can kind of prove its doubters, its critics wrong to a degree, and look, the Cougs, they were one of the best teams in the entire country all college basketball season long. They were expected to make a run, maybe not as deep a run as they did to get to the title game, but they're expected to vie and be competitive within a Sweet 16 and an Elite 8 and a Final Four, and then, hey, the chips fall where they may, as they did, unfortunately. But I think when you see a team that can overcome the doubters and the critics, the way and got so damn close, one shot away maybe from winning the title, that should give you hope that if you think everything there is to know about a team, like I'll take Ocho, like one of our loyal listeners and texters as an example. Talk crap all year long about the Cougs. They can't shoot. The offense is horrible. Typical Kelvin Sampson team and yada, yada, yada. He does the same stuff every year, and he's not really wrong. The offense is very frustrating. It is a that is an identity of a Kelvin Sampson Houston Cougar coach team, and it has been for the last 11 years, right? It's not one of the best shooting teams in the league. It's not a team that's going to average 80 points a game. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to do it because of what you said, will and effort and toughness and physicality. And those are a lot of qualities that I think the Rockets do have. And so, yes, they're a 2 seed. Similarly to the Houston Cougars being number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and maybe number 1 team in the nation at various points of the season, you're up there because you have a really good record. What do people really expect from you? I think a lot of the national pundits, analysts, experts think they know what to expect from a Houston Rockets team in the postseason, because a lot of them have never been in the postseason before. And the ones that have, a Dylan Brooks or a Fred VanVleet or a Jeff Green, either play a less significant role or are not your aforementioned LeBron James types, Luka at fourth. And so it does kind of give me a little bit of reason, because I know a lot of people, and we spend time talking about it, like this week in particular with the heartbreaking loss of the Cougs and a couple of frustrating Astros losses. Houston, in and of itself, from a sports perspective, is not a stranger to heartbreaking defeats, but we're also not a stranger to being the underdog and overcoming. We're not a stranger to shocking the world. We're not a stranger to pulling off the upset. And so for that reason, the answer to your question for me is yes. I think the Cougars run should give you a little bit more reason to maybe believe that the Rockets can too, to a degree, shock the world. If that means you're beating a seasoned veteran opponent in the first round, maybe the second round, yeah, I think it's possible.
Kind of like my parents when they'd say, your brothers are getting A's, why can't you get A's, right? You want to believe that the close proximity, you can do the same.
You're like, he doesn't sit next to me. He doesn't sit close enough in class.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't see his paper, Mom.
Yeah, that's why. But yeah, I just think the two teams are built in similar fashion, like you just laid out. I mean, they're defensive teams that at times can struggle offensively, certainly the Cougars, but the Rockets in that half-court set. And they're teams that, as great of a year as Houston had, the Cougars, the collegiate version, in order to win a championship, you knew they're going to have to beat a quote-unquote better Duke team. They're going to have to beat I think it's the same with the Rockets, where they had a great year, like you said, 2 seed, but you're probably going to have to beat a Warriors team in the first round, or whoever, maybe the Clipper, whoever they get matched up with, and then maybe a Lakers or a Nuggets team that on paper look better. And you have this Rockets team that is better on the defensive end than the offensive end. And is that a winning recipe? A lot of times in series, the better team does win. That's the one thing that kind of ruins my comparison here, but I just think they're two teams that are built similarly. We saw it work pretty well for Houston, and if you're a Rockets fan, maybe you take solace in the fact of, hey, they just did it. We could use that same MO to try to beat some tough teams in the playoffs as well.
Yeah. Texture says from the 832, they have nothing to do with each other. We know. I mean, it is literally on a surface an apples to oranges, but in terms of like how you fan and the emotions attached to it and just Houston sports, like look at it from that perspective. As I just said, you know, Houston is no stranger to disappointment and defeat in sports, but it's also not a stranger to, you know, shocking the world and pulling off an upset and doing something that nobody else thinks you can do. And because the Cougars, you know, beat a team like Duke, a blue blood, a team that was more, you know, superiorly at some various positions, you know, more talented, and certainly bigger and stronger than the Cougs were. Yeah. And a team like Florida, that in a lot of regard, you know, was maybe more athletic and more proven at certain positions. And the Cougs, you know, took him to the brink. And yeah, should have won that game. But, you know, I think it was Shireen Williams, that disappointing loss on Twitter, was, you know, the Cougs won a game maybe that they shouldn't have and lost a game that they shouldn't have. You know, and it was hashtag sports, man. That's one of those things. But we can kind of carry like the sentiment of this segment a little over into the 4 o'clock hour, because it's time for Dirty's Daily. Grab your wolf killers, man. Let me tell you, I'm going to talk about some poop here. It's going to be really fun. No, I'm not going to do that in my Clint Stoerner voice. But I don't know. Maybe I'll do it in the voice. I think we need to talk about some things, you know, in Dirty's Daily that pertains to, Houston sports and the landscape within it. And somebody that a texter mentioned earlier in the show, and we talked about a little bit, Kyle Tucker. Dana Brown weighed in on Kyle Tucker. Dana Brown weighed in on these mammoth contracts that are happening right now in Major League Baseball. We'll tie it all together, make it make sense as a part of Dirty's Daily in the 4 o'clock hour. Stay there. It's The Drive.
You're going to get hard if you play us.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues tomorrow. Join The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dirties Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, or visit MokaramLawFirm.com.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL Stir.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirties Daily.
Yeah, look, I felt like I've mentioned this before. We want to be competitive in the future and still remain competitive in the present. And one of the things with, trading Kyle Tucker, we were able to secure 14 years of control with the players that we have. We feel like this is going to be big upside for us. And look, it's tough to lose Kyle Tucker for a year, but ultimately, we feel pretty good about it. And we think it's going to be a good trade for both sides.
That's definitely the hope. That's Astro GM Dana Brown on MLB Network yesterday. He was asked literally about all of the pertinent topics, conversations that we have had. I think it was Brian Kinney who did the interview with Dana Brown.
And it was like rapid fire. It was kind of wild. Like, it was kind of impressive.
Yeah.
It was like 7 minutes, but like 9 questions. Like, it was just boom, boom, boom.
Well, Dana's had 4 months to prepare for them all.
You bring up good points.
As all of these things have kind of, transpired for the Astros and the moves that he's made, the ones that he hasn't, he should be well prepared. He did a good job. It was really, really good stuff. And, I wanted to play that audio because I thought, from the perspective of Astro fans, yeah, it sucks losing, one of your best players. And then losing 2 of them in the same off. And then, damn it, if they don't both win AL and NL Players of the Week in the first couple weeks of the season, God, that just sucks. It's like, where was the hot start for Alex Bregman, at any point in the last 9 years? But, that's sports for you. That's the way it kind of breaks down. And I thought, it's an opportunity for a player like Cam Smith. It's an opportunity for a player like Isaac Paredes. It's an opportunity for a player like Jeremy Pena and even Brendan Rodgers. They're all directly impacted by the Astros' moves this offseason and what they have shipped out and what they have brought in. Brendan Rodgers, pretty much a career utility guy, is now getting an opportunity to start every day at second base for a contending Astros ball club. It's an opportunity for Isaac Paredes to really have a chance to, do what he's been doing, at the big league level, but have a resurgent in his career after a down year last season and do it for a team that is contending. It's a huge opportunity for a player like Jeremy Pena going into his 4th year as a big leaguer. And Joe Espada said something in the off, and you might have actually been here in part of this conversation. Joe Espada had something to say this offseason when asked about, hey, with Bregman being out, who steps up as that vocal leader, that clubhouse guy? And the first name out of Espada's mouth to MLB Network was Jeremy Pena. And I've been very excited about Jeremy Pena, and you never know what a stage can do for a player, an opportunity can do for a player when a window opens that allows somebody that maybe is ready to be a vocal leader or a leader by action on and off the field. You never know what that does for a guy, and I think Jeremy Pena is built for that. And while these guys hurt going out, it's opportunities for ones that either have existed here as Astros before or the new guys, Christian Walker, who became a leader in Arizona the last couple of years. It's an opportunity for Isaac Paredes to maybe spread his wings as that kind of a guy. That's how I look at it. And it just got me thinking of your question in a conversation that we had earlier in the show. Is this Astros team more interesting now? For all of those reasons, the answer again is yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say before you put the exclamation point on it there. I was gonna say that sounds pretty interesting. Those sound like some interesting storylines for this team, which is why I do think they're a lot more interesting now than they really have been throughout this run because of maybe more questions. You hope it leads to the same amount of winning or close to the same amount of winning. We'll see, but certainly a lot of interesting storylines for this team. I think Dana Brown did a great job handling that question and all the questions thrown at him, but I think he's obviously, I think he's the face, if you will, covering for the ownership. I mean, even Montero, who probably doesn't deserve a spot in that bullpen, that's fine. They shipped him out, and the reports were because they want to stay below the luxury tax. Like Ryan Presley, and I know a lot of Astro fans were down on Presley, but that was really just a financial move as well as getting rid of him to get some money off the books as well and helping to stay below the luxury tax. And so Kyle Tucker's similar, where we can argue whether it'd be smart to give him some sort of big contract or not. Someone's going to do it in the next few months, but it's another one of those moves where you just don't want to spend that much money on a player. So I think Dana Brown did the best he could in getting a return for him and now giving these other guys this opportunity. Brendan Rodgers, if he can return to what he was in, 2021, he had a really good year. Cam Smith, now a slot's open for him, their top prospect to get these reps to the big league level. Paredes fitting into that ballpark in Houston. To get this stuff back, or this combination of things now in the lineup for Kyle Tucker, we'll see. The high end, if it works out, could be a really good move for the Astros when you factor in all these different parts compared to just the one. But I just think Dana Brown's going to be the one on the firing line, always going to have to answer these questions.
Definitely.
But I think he was just operating at the orders of the ownership, who's been trying to make sure they're not spending too much money, where I said this throughout the offseason. I've always said this. The Astros, I think, are at a point now where forget that luxury tax. They should be in that same ballpark, no pun intended, as the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, teams that spend the highest amount of money every year, because I think based off of the past decade, that's the ballpark, again, to use that phrase, that the Astros have put themselves in.
574-610. If you want to weigh in on that, you can call or text the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. We got a text from a 979. Contending? WTF you talking about? I said contending. I didn't say World Series contending. I didn't say ALCS contending. I didn't even say division contending. But that's the interesting part. One of the interesting parts about this Astros ball club this year is yet they're still expected to be a contender. And I haven't looked at recent World Series odd boards, but I would imagine that the Astros are at the very least still very much inside a top 10 as having the best odds to go to the World Series and maybe even win a World Series. The Dodgers and the Yankees are clearly the top two favorites, and you would get no argument, really, from any other fan base. But having said that, what am I talking about? What are you talking about? So you lose Bregman, you lose Tucker, you lose Verlander, you lose Presley in an offseason, sure. But it's not like the Astros, sat by the wayside and did nothing to try and replace the production that you were losing in all of those guys. In fact, they did the opposite. So what I'm talking about is I'm not going to be one of those guys that, because, as we're picking teams here, the opposition picks all of the best players and leaves me with just some other dudes, but some pretty solid guys. I'm not going to take my ball and go home. I'm going to play the game. That's what I'm talking about. Don't give me the crap about, what do you mean contenders? As in, you think this is a team that is closer to tearing down and not going to be competitive within a division that is maybe the most winnable in all of baseball? Show me something that GIF, that meme with a stick figure that's poking, using the stick. It's do something.
Do something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting. Do something. The Angels are one of the best teams in maybe the best team right now in the American League West.
Just until Trout gets hurt.
Yeah. But I mean, come on, like, Rangers, do something. Come on. Everybody's predicting them to have this resurgent type of year and get back to that World Series contending form that they were 2 years ago. Like, kiss my ass. Like, hey, don't tell me that the Astros aren't going to be competitive this year. Based on what?
Say it with your chest,
Based
Sean.
on what? Like,
I like this.
Look at all the players at the. Why didn't you just give the Rangers the division last year? Because they have all these high-priced players and all of these proven guys. Like, no, I'm not going to buy that at all. Like, the Astros, they went out and paid a first baseman. They went out and got a third baseman for the present and the future. It's not at all like I would. Like to see the outfield at this point in time. It's not at all like I would like to see the bullpen perform at the time, but they were 12 games in. Like, hey, you can miss me with that.
Bada bing, bada boom, Bijani.
Boom.
That was strong, baby. I like it.
Just saying, bro. Just saying.
I don't get the whole jumping ship. It's been 12 games. It hasn't even been 2% of the season. And they're 100 or one win below being 500. If they won yesterday, you're 500. You win a series on the road. You win a road trip. You feel a lot different. So I know people are upset based off of how yesterday's game went, but this was a team that was picked to win the division in Vegas preseason. So
you get all this little funk.
For sure, it's a contending team, and whatever we've seen through the first 12 games should not change your opinion. The lineup is not going to bat 199 for the entire season. I would put a lot of money on that.
Oh, God, that would be very bad.
I would be record-setting, right? It's not going to happen. So you can't base the rest of the season off the first 12 games. However you felt before the season started, good or bad, you should still feel now. Your opinion should not change based off of 1.5% of the season.
No.
That's Luke Morrow. I'm Sean Bijani. For those of you wondering where Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner are, we work here as well, and we're doing so today with Tyler Milner, who is the show's badass producer called The Drive. You were asking the question earlier, and that's why I wanted to bring it back around, because we got a lot of response from then to now. Are the Astros more interesting? And Ocho texted into the show earlier, and he says, they're boring to me now, even when they win, because they don't have an identity. And I just thought, one, you'll never talk Ocho back in off of the ledge. You'll never really change his mind. And that is, Ocho knows I'm joking, but I'm also being truthful when I say this, like playfully, like pointing out a fact that he is a troll. Can be many times on many topics. And I think isn't being one on this one, you're just not going to change Ocho's. They're going to have to change Ocho's mind. The Astros are going to have to, find their identity this year. But 12 games in, when you lose a significant chunk of your nucleus that has existed for the better part of, the last 9 seasons, no Bregman, no Tucker, no Verlander now, and certainly no Ryan Pressly, all very impactful, important pieces during the Astros dynastic run. Like, when you lose that big of a nucleus, I think there has to be a grace period, a period of time in which the elder statesmen that have been here in lesser roles maybe, and the new guys, Paredes and Christian Walker, and maybe a Hayden Wisniewski type, like just literally all of the new guys that have assumed much larger roles with this team and larger roles than they've ever maybe had in their career, respective to their positions. You have to allow them to kind of grow into that and to prove themselves, which takes me back to my Joe Espada point in him pointing out one guy that he expects to take a big step as a leader in the clubhouse this year in Jeremy Pena. Dude, 4th year in, that's a young player. Guy's still very much in his mid-20s that has a lot of promise, great skill set, great athleticism. Somebody said the other day, and multiple people have said it really, this team has zero energy, no juice. Do you watch Jeremy Pena play? Do you watch Cam Smith play? Do you watch any of these guys, like, play with energy and passion? Like, you haven't seen a lot of it, maybe? 12, hadn't been a lot of reason to show it.
You remember when Cam Smith, a few weeks ago, he was basically asked, he did some in spring training on the base paths with a hit, whatever, and he really showed some emotion. He, jumped up. It was his first game at Minute Maid during spring training. Mm-hmm. And after getting that hit, and I think getting to third base, he jumped up, was showing a lot of emotion. And they asked him about it after the game, and they were like, is that what we should expect from you in your career? And he was like, yeah, I'm a guy who's going to show it. I'm the guy who's going to get pumped up. I'm going to get amped up whenever good things happen for this club. So,
you know what he was doing 12 months ago? That playing college baseball. You know what I mean? Like, and how
What
excitable
am I doing with my life?
How excitable are like college baseball players? You know, I mean, they know how to celebrate. They know how to kind of get it going, and so he brings that young, energy. I just think it's sports fan negligent to discount so quickly individuals and certainly teams after slow starts. Did you not learn anything? It took till June 18th last year for the Astros to not be ass.
It's a loser-ass mindset, Bijani.
Yeah.
It's a severe case of a weak-ass loser mentality. That's all it is.
Yeah,
100%. I think Reggie referenced it earlier, but obviously we know the slow start last year. They were 10-15 in April. 2 years ago, 14-12 in April. Year before that, 11-10. Year before that, 14-12. So, we've seen this now 4 years in a row where they play 500 baseball in April, and right now they're 5-7. It's way too soon. I referenced yesterday that, because I do gamble in the NFL, I pay attention to with their preseason projections, and then you look at the spreads each week, and the Jets are one of those teams last year where Vegas was very slow to adapt on, and the Jets were favored week after week, and you're wondering, how are the Jets still yeah, this team's terrible. But it's because they do so much work in the offseason, Vegas does, and they put out that win total that they don't move off of it based off of 1 or 2 weeks. And I would say the same thing with the Astros, that we talked about these different guys. You have the expectation for Christian Walker, whatever they've done in the past, and Vegas even puts out their expectation that you don't just erase all of that in 12 games. I need a much larger sample size to ignore the bigger sample size of the last couple years or the plan this offseason, whatever. You don't just, after 12 games, pack it up and say, it's not going to work out. We were wrong. Paredes isn't going to fit this ballpark, or Christian Walker was a bad acquisition, whatever. We just need a lot more than 12 games. I'm one of those guys that it's early, right? So it's too early to freak out.
By the way, what was the win total preseason for the Jets last year? Do you remember?
Good question.
And why didn't they move off of it if it was so high?
I know. They take a long time.
Sometimes blind faith is BI.
They need a larger sample size, to change their opinion. I feel the same way about the Astros right now.
I definitely feel that way about the Astros. All right, coming up next, we'll take a trip around the NFL, and I don't know, it might sort of sound more like a soap opera. We'll explain why next.
Rock and roll, meow. Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
This was a really good series for Cam Smith.
That's something we talked about. Need to see Cam Smith start to get going. Need to see him make some adjustments. The Astros were not sending him.
AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, Beck'sPrime.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Sarah Jessica Parker, man, she's always done it for me.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Hughley.
I got to give you some more material than the Sarah Jessica Parker.
She's pretty, man. I mean, you got good taste. You got good taste, Bijani.
I'm glad you agree with me. Appreciate that. Like, not that I needed validation, but I mean...
Sure.
I know it's not like she's not the most popular amongst other people, which is fine. I'll have her all to myself. All to myself.
You're damn right.
Little Sarah Jessica Parker, little Jennifer Aniston, little Jessica Biel.
We're just throwing that camo on and going cougar hunting, baby.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm stuck in the 90s, early 2000s.
Nah.
And they have to be named Jessica, apparently. Oh, no, you did say Jennifer. Okay, they have to be named with a J.
J's.
Or have a J in there.
It happens that way,
Sarah
I guess.
Jessica. Yeah.
I never thought about it that way, yeah. Maybe there's a thing. Maybe there is a thing.
Yep, Joy Taylor, there's another one.
Joy Taylor. Well, that's yours.
Yeah, you're damn right it is.
I wouldn't kick
Better
her
get
out
a
of bed
job
either.
at Fox Sports then.
Womp womp.
Someday.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I told you we're gonna take a trip around the NFL. Kind of. It's maybe more so like a soap opera. Like, what was that one? Was it called? Not Days of Our Lives. Not a different world, but
As the World Turns.
As the World Turns.
Damn, I'm kind of scared that I just hit that nail on the head.
You used to watch it.
I don't think I did, but I had it.
Well, like subconsciously, you probably did. Growing up, like maybe your parents had it on in the background.
Yeah.
Like grandmother did. You know, I had to unfortunately go through all of those. A different world. Not a different world. That was a good show. I chose to watch. But Days of Our Lives, General Hospital, all of that mess. I feel like that's what the NFL is during the offseason. It's just a lot of drama. And, you know, Deshaun Watson is usually embroiled in a good portion of it. And he
feels that way.
Did you guys see his recent Instagram post?
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't think
did
so.
not?
No.
So Deshaun Watson, I think, what is it, like, Tyler, help me out, in the last month or so has gotten engaged and has put a lot of stuff out on social, you know, about that stuff. Like, he's feeling himself very much about his personal life nowadays, more so than anything he has to show for his professional life as a football player, because, I don't know, in the last 2 years, he's maybe got like 10 games to show for it, and it's been ass. Hasn't been very good.
Very ass. God, I'm so glad. I can't believe it took till 4:30 to get our first Bijani ass.
Well, I've subtly dropped them here and there, but I haven't felt like the passion for it yet, like I did here. Watson, as you know, has been rehabbing his ruptured right Achilles tendon, not for the first time, but for the second time now. It's a diagnosis and a situation for him that's probably, if I was to guess, keep him out for all of this upcoming season, if I'm guessing. Deshaun Watson recently put out an Instagram post with a message to all of his doubters, if you will. Here it is.
You know, the performance comes when, you know, your back is against the wall. It comes better because you kind of got to really lock in. You know, you don't have anything pretty much to lose. And I feel like that's where I'm at right now. You know, everyone's doubting me. You know, everyone don't believe in me. Everyone don't think that I can get back to where I was. But I know and I believe the work that I put in, what I believe in myself, the peace that I've been, you know, channeling these last couple months, I know I'm going to be way better than before. I'm prepared. And I think before I wasn't prepared because, you know, I was kind of going with the flow of how the world was seeing me. But, you know, when you kind of get knocked down to the ground and you got to stand back up, and walk through the rain. That brings out another fire, another challenge, another grit that you have inside. And the biggest thing is really just mental. My mentality, the things that I got to deal with the outside and not taking everything.
It's more I'm more interested, Tyler, in the soundtrack that's playing in the background.
Yeah.
It's really more so in like the forefront of the video. Maybe that's done that way on purpose. I don't know. But that's clearly a response to Browns owner Jimmy Haslam in his admission at the NFL annual owners meetings a week ago when he called the acquisition, the trade that he made for Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago, quote, a big swing and miss.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Yeah. He's trying like hell. He's trying like hell, like almost to like convince himself. But who is he talking to other than his camp? Because nobody in Cleveland, I have to imagine, like, I'm going to say nobody, but like the general fan, not rooting for Deshaun Watson, I don't think.
Oh, my goodness.
Is he the most unlikable, like, professional athlete? Certainly one of them.
He's up there.
Going these days.
A lot. Yeah, he's up there for sure. Also, I want to know who is he literally talking to, because I haven't seen the video. Mm-hmm. Like, what's the back? What it sounds like such like.
It's like he's walking around, narrating, showing him, kind of working out, walking around at the facility.
Yeah, it sounds like something like Russell. I would expect from Russell Wilson. It just, even listening to him recite those lines, it just sounded so like what's the word I'm looking for?
Disingenuous?
Yeah, that's a good word. Yeah, just like, that he practiced what he was going to say, and the whole editing, they have the song in the background, and like
it's a production.
It is.
At its surface level,
yeah,
it is a production, and maybe there's nothing more to it than just that as a PR-related response to somebody that is literally responsible for writing you checks every week during a season that doesn't believe in you anymore. Does not believe in you anymore, thinks you are going to be washed. And most people, I would say, and I'm pretty close to being one of them, like, that said Deshaun's done. To what extent, I don't really know what that means for a lot of people, but Deshaun being done for me means, I think,
yeah.
But two things. I don't think he's going to be very good, and I don't think he's going to be playing very much NFL football.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Not because of, I'm anticipating future injury, but I don't know that he's really going to be able to sustain any level of long-term health, because you tell me the last professional athlete in any sport that has had not one, but two ruptured Achilles tendons that is trying to get back to that level of athleticism that Deshaun showed as a Houston Texan. He will never, I feel very confident in saying that, he will never be that version of himself again.
Oh, I'm with you. A different sport, but Mike Soroka's the first athlete that jumped in mind that tore his Achilles twice, pitcher, and essentially has ended his career. He was a good pitcher for the Braves before that. He's bounced around since with a bad ERA. I don't think Deshaun's ever going to be a quarterback you can rely on as an NFL team or build around for your team moving forward. And could you imagine, not that you need to feel bad for Deshaun or defend him, but could you imagine if your boss called you while you're still working there, a big swing and a miss, and then you have to go to work every day with your knowing your boss is like, this was a huge mistake hiring this guy, but we're stuck with him. We can't do anything. He's under contract. It's like George Costanza in when he worked for Play Now in Seinfeld. And they couldn't fire him because they thought he was fake. He was fake handicapped. That's why they hired him. So
that's
they couldn't fire him.
Yeah, when he had the little roll-around scooter.
Exactly. So they were trying to do all they can to get rid of him. It was so awkward. George knew, like, these people don't want me here, but I'm not quitting. They have to keep paying. Now playing out with Deshaun, where he knows, like, oh, man, even the Browns, who gave me this ridiculous contract that no one else would, even they don't want me anymore. But he's under contract. He's going to, when he's healthy, he's going to keep showing up, and we'll see where it goes.
Is he like Milton in Office Space?
I think the Browns wish he was. Just like go down to the basement. We don't have to deal with you or see you again. And whenever this contract's up, we move on. But we don't want to deal with you.
My stapler.
Have you seen my stapler?
That's not a bad one.
Contrived is maybe another good word. I
Yes.
agree with the texter from the 832 in that lame video production for one Deshaun Watson. There were a couple of other NFL notes. Maybe we can get to them a little bit later. But coming up next, I got to ask you a question. If you hate this guy as much as Luke Morrow does, we'll explain next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or fake, the Texans have to draft offense in the first round.
click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I love Kevin Harlan. Let me tell you something, man. He's awesome.
Stop that man.
He's drunk. In Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, I'm Sean Bijani. He is Luke Morrow. T-Mill still here doing his thing. Appreciate you if you're hitting us up on Twitch and YouTube, watching the show, interacting on the chat. Do it. Text us, 713-572-4610. What are you doing, Tyler? 572-4610.
Just got to keep the YouTube viewers on their toes sometimes, you know?
Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. Holy smokes. Get a load of that, YouTube and Twitchers. That is the one and the only Tyler Milner. All right, so want to remind people, you can see Tyler do all that foolishness tomorrow as well, though not there, but still online, when the guys are going to be out at Spectators Bar and Grill, Sugarland, for the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Luke Morrow will be trying crawfish for just the second time in his life. I didn't even ask you where you had him the first time, so it really might be your first time. If
he won't be wearing gloves.
If you tell me that it was at like a disappointing establishment or outside of a grocery store or something like that, enjoy them. Enjoy them in the best capacity you can, minus the rubber gloves tomorrow, and you will thank me later. Now, when the first time you ate crawfish, quickly, did you eat the whole crawfish? Did you have the whole crawfish experience?
No, I didn't have the experience because, as I said, I don't like to work for my food, so I'd even do the whole.
Oh,
no, I'm not peeling it. No.
Oh man. Well, I guess you're not sucking the head.
Say what now?
I knew I was going to draw a reaction out of one of you.
You gotta suck the heads, bruh. Got all the flavor in that.
You do know that's a thing, right?
No, because I don't do that. I don't.
In all seriousness, it is. I
put it on the plate
heads.
and put it in front of me, and then I'll eat it.
I mean, I should have known because he won't peel it. He's definitely not going to suck the head. But
yeah, that sounds enjoyable. I can't wait to go out to eat, drop a lot of money so I could suck the head of a fish.
It's where all the juices are, bro.
It's a crayfish.
Put food on my plate so I can eat. Please and thank you.
Yeah, I apologize, but I had to ask.
Craving this
you'll have
now.
fun tomorrow. Make sure let Ron know to make sure Luke has the full crawfish experience tomorrow. Go out and see him, Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugarland. Now, Luke, as much as you maybe dislike the crawfish eating experience, is it greater or less than your disdain, your non-enjoyment of this one notorious, infamous baseball spectator, a la fan that is very much known for, and I think has a Guinness Book of World Records, because God forbid anybody else try to do this or has the time to do this. We've all heard of a man named Zach Hampel. He is world-renowned for his ability to just be at the right place, the right time, and catch, if not steal, rob, or interfere run balls. He's done it thousands and thousands of times. And he was in Tampa yesterday. I forget who they were playing. The Angels.
Yeah,
because the Angels are whooping their ass today. At least they were. Boy, I wonder if he's there today or if he's been banned. There was a rumor online that Zach Hampel had been banned from Major League Baseball parks after what occurred yesterday. The Angels, I believe, beat the Rays. I don't know if it was extra innings or not. 4-3 was the final. And Hampel happened to catch another home run ball. And he robbed an outfielder. I think it was in like left center field, the power alley.
Yeah.
He robbed the outfielder from catching the home run ball. But if you look at the video, and you can check Twitter for it, I believe Luke's put it out on his Twitter. I have it on mine, somewhere on my timeline. Hampel had his glove on top of the wall, not reaching out over the wall, a la, we was a Yankee fan back in the day, World Series, right field, Jeffrey Mayer.
Oh, yeah, Jeffrey Mayer. Sorry,
It wasn't a Jeffrey Mayer home run robbing attempt, but he stuck his glove out very much in the confines of his seating area and caught the home run ball. And there was rumor that he was going to be banned or had been banned by Major League Baseball. I've since, in my research, found that to not be true. So he might have been there today. I wonder how close he was to catching that dramatic home run. Today, all 5 of them in the first 5 innings hit by the Angels.
He had plenty of chances.
But you hate this guy.
Yeah.
And I don't understand really why you hate this guy so much.
What's there to like? This guy stinks. First of all, anybody that brings any adult, he's going to be 48 this summer. First off, and he's going to ballparks is cool, but to go to chase home run balls and batting practice balls is ridiculous. Anyone who brings a glove, if you're 48 years old, like Hampel's going to be, and you bring a glove with you to the ballpark, that's enough reason to get banned right there.
Thank you, Luke. I co-sign the hell out of this.
Yeah.
Something we agree on, bro.
Chastised, yes. Banned, no.
It's ridiculous. But the worst part for Hampel is the lengths he goes for these home run balls. There's plenty of videos of him like trampling over kids. It's not about you and your stupid, pointless Guinness Book World Record.
What a loser.
He is. It's supposed to be, let these kids catch a home run or get a foul ball or even go scoop up the loose ball.
They haven't done the homework, though. He deserves it. He's done the analytics. He knows exactly where and at what time the ball's going to be hit to where it is. That's the legwork that he's put in. Give him his props.
I'll give him props for doing his homework. All good there. But it's also kind of like I always use that airplane example of you only hear about the crashes and not all the thousands of landings. Like we hear when Hampel gets one, how often is he like at the ballpark and he doesn't catch one? Right? How often is he in left field and Aaron Judge homers to right field, you doofus? And this guy is a story when he was in Colorado, I think it was just 2 years ago, where he tried to go to an area he wasn't permitted because he didn't have the ticket. Then he put out a video complaining about Coors Field and how terrible it is, the Rockies. He put the usher on camera, like he was filming the usher as he was complaining to this guy. He put it out there on YouTube to lambaste him. And anyways, the Rockies put out a statement saying, no, you can't. You don't have a ticket. You're not supposed to go there. Like you have to follow the rules just like anyone else. You're not any more special. Also, the ushers also said he picked up a ball. He stole a ball that was dropped by a kid and kept it for himself. And he later put out a video and apologized. This guy is such a loser.
The stuff with the kids, like
that's the whole
running
thing.
over kids, getting in the way of them, like that's a tough look always. And I get like the hate, for him. But this guy and your disdain for him got me thinking, like, when you go to ball games, whether it be basketball, football, baseball, like whatever, spectator sport, like, it's the most annoying type of fan, at these events. Watching the basketball game with PC the other night, it was just us two in the lounge watching the Cougs in the national title game. And I watch a game probably like in the minority of most people. I watch it in complete silence.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to really talk to you, while the game's going on. But PC's very different. PC's from New York. PC's a hockey fan, a boxing fan. He's very loud. Drops like every 4-letter word possible and adds other letters onto them.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Yeah. It's entertaining to some degree, but when you go to a ball game, I would imagine back in the day, many of you saw that kind of a fan at baseball games. You probably still see that kind of fan at Yankee games out in the right field bleachers or hockey games, like especially if you got seats close to the glass and you're really trying to be heard, not just by the other patrons around you, but by the players on the ice. What's the most annoying fan at a respective sporting event for you?
It's a good question. I probably have to really think about it, but just off the top of my head, I'd say it's the loud, uninformed fan. So, like, I was at the national championship game Monday night.
This person's usually drunk, too, by the way, when I add in.
That's true. Those are the worst. if you're the sober one and you got the drunk guy next to you just yelling the whole time and slurring his words. But I was at the national championship game the other night, and I expected, great basketball crowd. There was 2 dudes sitting in front of me where one had to ask the other what 1-and-1 is when it came to foul shooting. 2 dudes sitting behind me where one had to ask the other one, hey, what's this 1-and-1? Why are they only shooting 1 foul shot? And why are you at the national championship game? But there was a guy next to me who was decked out in Florida gear, and he was cheering the whole game, and he was making comments that I was like, oh, this guy knows basketball. He knows what he's talking about. Then he asked, when's Florida going to shoot free throws? And not in a snarky, we're getting screwed by the refs. Literally asking, how many fouls till we get to shoot foul shots? And 7. And then 10 for 2. He asked, well, Houston started the game with the basketball. Why are they getting it to start the second half? Well, there's a jump ball in the first half. It's an alternating arrow in college basketball. And then there's after the 2 free throws, Houston got the foul, and they called it technical, and the Florida big man back-to-back, so Houston shot 4 foul shots.
Yeah.
He was freaking out. Wait a minute, why are they shooting 4 foul shots? You only get 2 on a foul.
This game is so zany.
The referees don't know what they're doing right now.
And
I was like, why are you here in your Florida gear at the national championship game yelling the whole time, all 40 minutes, and you don't know the rules? Go home. So I think it's the loud, uninformed fans that if you're yelling good stuff that applies, that's fine. You're at a sporting event. Do it. But the person that's yelling and doesn't know what they're talking about, that's very annoying.
Yeah, that's a strong candidate right there. And this guy, there might be some crossover here with my least favorite fan at a sporting event. Because like I said, most of the time these uninformed fools that are being loud and obnoxious are also drunk. Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, people. You know me by now. Bijani, Luke, you've gotten to know me a little bit. Bijani, you've known me for years. If I'm at a Rockets, Astros, Texans game, I'm going to be drinking. I'm going to have myself a damn good time.
Yeah.
But these fools that go into public, whether it's a sporting event like we're talking about or otherwise, and get so drunk and obnoxious that you almost just feel embarrassed for them, like they're making an ass out of themselves that bad, those guys are the worst.
Yeah.
I hate it. And whenever they're right behind you especially, get the hell out of here.
I've never been, close to getting a foul ball or anything at a baseball game or having a close player interaction at any sporting event attended as a fan. But I've come really close one time to being a very central figure in one of the worst things you can see at a sporting event, and that's fights in the stands.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. It was after a Houston Cougar loss in a conference championship game at Old Robertson Stadium, and it was Sumlin's one of Sumlin's last games, or maybe it was his last game, whatever it was, and I was just kind of feeling kind of bummed out that, man, what are we going to do for a coach? We're going to lose this guy. What's a football program going to look like? And as everybody's walking off the field, the alma mater starts, and I'm standing next to this guy decked out in Cougar red, and he's singing the alma mater, and I'm just standing there kind of dejected and just, leaning over the rail watching all the players walk to the tunnel, and, here comes Sumlin, and he looks over at me and he says, he's talking crap while he's singing the alma mater, and his problem was fake Cougar fans, y'all aren't real Cougar fans, and da-da-da. And he looked over at me and he's like, this guy don't even know the words to the alma mater, and I'm like, I'm not singing it. But then I turned to him almost on a dime, and I started singing.
Wait, this is someone that said that to you?
No. It's
oh, my God, okay.
a loudmouth drunk fan.
Okay,
no, I was sulking over someone.
Yeah, I got you.
And I immediately turned to this guy, and I sang the rest of the alma mater to him in his face. And he got really upset.
That's so petty. I love it.
He got really, he asked for it. He got really upset and started talking crap, and my then girlfriend, but now wife, was right behind me, and he'd said something to make her mad, and then he started going at it with her.
That's
and
when
I was
it gets real risky.
My wife doesn't let me forget this, and he was an older gentleman, but I apparently, and I had a few too, I had at one point said, I'll knock the dust off of you, old piece of crap. And then that's when everybody came and it was like, all right, yeah, break it up.
But Johnny went full the fell on my shirt, Tony Soprano, bada bing, bada boom. Listen here, feller.
I was like, he was just getting on people, and then got on to me, and then got on to my wife, and I'm like, you can't have this, man.
The guy is drunk.
He was drunk.
While still singing the alumni song the whole time while you're beating the crap out of him.
Yeah, thankfully it did not go to that point.
Headed to the slammer.
It was close.
By the way, you said you've never caught a foul ball before?
No.
Or a home run?
That surprises me.
Because you could pay Zach Hampel $1,500 plus travel expenses to go to a game with him.
No.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were going to. Well, that's.
Oh, my.
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought you were going to say you could pay this guy. He'll go to the game. He'll catch the ball for you.
Ship it to you.
It's probably a package. The Hampel package. I'll catch you a foul ball. I'll autograph it and say, give you the classification. The foul ball, bottom of the second inning, count 3-2.
Good God. Please don't do that, folks.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, don't do that. You talk about a big waste of money. I'd rather buy a fart in a jar. That's a thing. All right, coming up next, 5 o'clock. Bet you didn't know that, did you? We'll have, what do they call this? I call this hot leads. You call it 5 o'clock fire. It's next on The Drive.
You're stupid. And you're ugly, just like your mum.
The Cougs came up just short in their bid.
other promotions for existing customers, subject to eligibility requirements, in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
5 o'clock fire brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at Woodlands Country Club tournament course. That is badass. If you have not seen it, ever been.
Another could have his ass whooped on by myself.
Ass whooped. Yeah. Clint's got to make that happen, man. Talks too much ish to not make that happen.
Exactly.
You know, just tell him you'll buy him a six-pack of Wolf Killers there, boy. And maybe that'll get his ass out there.
Clint, I'll buy you some Coors lattes, bro. Some silver bullets if you just hide that fear and come out for a golf match and get your ass whooped.
I'll be out there immediately.
That was good.
That's one of my favorite things that he says. Immediately. Like he purposefully mispronounces that word. It's fun.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
I'll tell you what there, boy. Oh, goodness. Hey, scoreboard check. We'll get to the Masters in just a second as part of our few things that we have for you on the 5 o'clock fire. First, little Astro news. Today, none. They're off. Good, because yesterday they were ass. However, their opponent for tomorrow for a brief 3-game homestand, one Lucas Aloysius Morrow. The L.A. Angels, that are also known as the L.A. drug dealers that hail from Anaheim, they played today in Tampa, as we were talking about in the previous segment. You talk about ass whooping. 11-1 over the Rays. Wow. I don't know if you've looked at the standings, and yeah, it's early, but doesn't matter. The Angels, WTF, dude. They're good. What's happening? They're 8-4. They're 8-4, and they just belted 5 dingers today.
Just like with the Astros, I got to wait to see more. Now, look, credit to the Angels. They did spend some offseason and show like they had some sort of commitment to actually trying to be good and compete this year, so we'll see. But as far as, what's tomorrow, April 11th, as far as series on April 11th goes, this kind of feels like a big early season series where you get the Angels in your building. Astro fans are already upset. The Angels are playing well, and this is kind of the opportunity to, I always call it that driveway. It's a driveway game where I grew up the youngest of 3 boys. Yeah. And so whenever I would feel good competing against my friends in the driveway, pick up hoops, then my brothers, I thought I could, now I can finally beat my brothers. And then they'd put me in my place. And I feel like this could be similar, where the Angels are off to this hot start, feeling good early in the season. They're coming to Houston. Here's a chance for the Astros very early in the baseball season to show, hold on, slow down. You're still the Angels.
I hope so. It is the Ron Washington effect, though, in the early going. I like that guy. I like him as a manager. There are, I don't know, like for me, little Dusty Baker vibes. You bring the old guy in, with all the knowledge and the ability to kind of create a culture and form his guys in the old school way of approaching the game of baseball.
I'm from a different generation.
Maybe bring some levity to a situation. Ron Washington's been one of those guys. He's had a lot of success, as a coach for a very long time in Major League Baseball. I want to see the Angels be good. I want to see the American League West be good in general, competitive. I take, a certain amount of fan pride in being within a vision, as opposed to hey, it's been a great run the last 8 years for the Astros, but in large the division has been pretty weak and not competitive. And hey, the Mariners are supposed to be good. Now they've been a pain in the ass at times, but not really. The Rangers, hey, they're supposed to be good. Not really.
Just over there grabbing each other's junk all the time.
Yeah, I want to see a good competitive division. I want to see a really good competitive series. And by the way, if you have wanted to see one of the best baseball players going in recent years, but haven't had the chance to, not because of money, not because you haven't had the time, not because the dude's always hurt, and Mike Trout, well, knock on wood for him and you, he's not hurt these days. In fact, he's playing some really good baseball. go out to the ballpark, Dyken Park, this weekend and maybe take that in.
For sure. The Angels are the only team in the division hitting right now. The other three are bottom 5 in the league, and the Angels are third in homers. You mentioned the 5 more, whatever it was they mashed today. So
it's not ideal.
They had 4 in the 5th inning alone.
Jeez.
It was an ass whooping.
They're mashing right now.
By the way, Ronel Blanco, Ryan Gusto, or Gusto, however you choose to pronounce his name. If you say Gusto, you got to go Gusto. Hayden Wisniewski are your 3 pitchers in the series against the Angels for the Astros. Up next on 5 O'Clock Fire.
5 O'Clock Fire.
Myself and Tyler's favorite time of the year, Masters time. It's underway, man, and what a really cool day it's been so far. Some familiar faces near the top of the leaderboard and some unfamiliar faces. In terms of age, also atop the leaderboard. My boy, Fred Couples, at the ripe young age of 65, has become the second oldest player in Masters history to break par.
Wow.
At the tournament in the first round. Today, Fred Couples notching a 1 under for the first round. He is currently in a very large list of players tied for 11th at the Masters. The leaderboard, as it stands right now, your top 4 guys are all finished. It's Justin Rose, who's the leader at 7 under. You've got Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler tied for second at 4 under, and Tyrell Hatton, who's been in the clubhouse, I feel like, for a long time now. He's tied for 4th along with Ludwig Aberg. They're both 3 under par. So there you go. There's your early look at the leaderboard for the Masters. Bryson DeChambeau, namesake, he's had a good day through 14. He's 2 under and a tie for 6th, along with Rory McIlroy, also 2 under. Jason Day and Harris English, also all tied for 6th. Some really good names to follow. The guys that you would expect to be there, Luke, are, and I would say for the question that you guys were discussing yesterday with Ron and Tyler, what are you looking for to kind of draw you to a television screen this weekend? You're looking at it. It's all very tight. Nobody's really running away with it. You know, you've got some old hats competing in the early going. Not atypical, though, for Fred to have a pretty good first round.
Someone shared a sign about a Met Fred Couples and said he was a great guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Was he talking about Couples or was he talking about Mickelson? Because we were talking about
both.
Mickelson.
He said both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Phil Mickelson also, I guess, was very nice, too, when they had met. And someone on the text line just said, Rory just double bogeyed hole 15. Love it. Can't stand Rory. I think that's one of those stories, though. If Rory is competing on Sunday to try to get his first, I think that really gets people to the TV, maybe even to hate watch, like that last texter from the 713. We'll see. But, yeah, I was going to ask you, have there been any big surprises so far today in terms of good or bad that you've seen in the first round?
Good. Yes, for me. I don't know the odds coming in, but it did. We had the same reaction, myself and Tyler, when I read Justin Rose's name at the top of the leaderboard earlier in the show. We both kind of looked at each other and were like, oh, damn, that's...
Hadn't heard that name since the war.
It's been a minute, man.
Yeah.
You want to know how old I am? I'm old. I remember Justin Rose coming in as like a 19-year-old, when I first started to take an interest in golf, and now he looks like he's, 49. He looks like he's in his early 50s. I don't know. He's showing a lot of gray up there, man. But he's
a little weathered.
Playing some damn good golf. 65, around a 65 today. I mean, I would say that's the good. The bad, I don't know. I haven't really had a chance to look and pay attention, but just a quick scroll of the scoreboard. I would say bad. Dustin Johnson, he's tied for 50th at 2 over. Charles Swipically, not strange to being near the top of a leaderboard as opposed to where they are right now. Tommy Fleetwood usually has a really good early round showing at the Masters. He's 1 over today. His round is done. Hideki Matsuyama, kind of the same fate. Xander Schauffele, some very familiar big-name guys that aren't competing. It's the first round, though. It's still early.
Yeah. I see, Mickelson's 3 over. That's too bad.
Screw that guy. No, really, screw that guy. I was just, it's a little golf sports hate for you.
Yeah.
You can't get behind him. All right, next up on 5 o'clock, fire!
Let's go, Fred Couples!
5 o'clock fire.
Who is this fella? Marlins minor leaguer Amarian Boyd gets 6 steals without even hitting the baseball.
Wow, dude.
He became the first minor league player in at least 20 years to steal 6 bases in a game without getting a hit when he pulled off that feat for High A Beloit, Wisconsin against Cedar Rapids. Boyd batting 9th and playing center field. Boy, this sounds very familiar. In a 10-0 win last night, reached on a fielder's choice, a walk, and a hit by pitch. He stole second and third base each time, walked again with nobody out in the 9th inning, but couldn't steal more bases because a runner was in front of him. Like, get the hell out of the way. Trying to set records here.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. Like, anomalous baseball feats, you know, wherever they're at, the minor leagues, Major League Baseball, I love them. I tell people all the time that are marginal baseball fans or that tell me that baseball's boring, or even if I hear it in passing, I say you don't get it. You could watch any baseball game at any point in time, no matter who's playing, and see something that you've never seen before, or see something that you haven't seen in a very long time.
That's right. That's their calling card. I love that, too. I always love the quirkiness. I'm obviously a big stat geek, so that's why I was always drawn to baseball. I love the quirkiness of baseball and the different stats you can get and the different records and everything. So I'm all for it. Did you see the other record, though, set by the Marlins minor leagues? Their other A team walked 22 batters in a loss. I think that was last night.
No.
And the clip was going viral because their broadcaster was
dying.
Yeah, sparing nobody. He did not care. Was very honest and frank in his broadcasting, which I get.
That's fun.
Yeah, I can understand being frustrated watching a team walk 22 guys. They lost something like 19-5 was the score against the Blue Jays minor league affiliate. But yeah, they're setting records down there in the Marlins minor leagues.
Good Lord, there was a miserable college game the other day with two teams in like a very lesser conference. I don't remember. They scored like 21 runs in one inning. I think it was Holy Cross and somebody. And it was the most painful way because there was no home runs. There were no triples. There was like maybe a double that all transpired with like fielder's choices, hit by 5 or like 8 walks in the inning. It was just miserable, just drug on forever. And what made it even worse, it was that the home team was the receiving end of that, and it was like bitterly cold outside.
Oh, man.
For the fans to endure that.
Yeah, brutal. I thought you were going to say the game, the college baseball game the other day with the one team that had 99 straight losses against the team with 42 straight losses.
Ended in a tie.
Yeah, it should have.
I thought you were going to say, yeah, it did actually. Like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I said this was familiar sounding with this Marlins minor leaguer. 6 steals without a hit. I stole 5 bases without a hit one time in high school. This was all I was known for. I was very fast.
Yeah.
But I was a slap hitter at best. I couldn't hit the damn baseball to save my life. So I would tell my teammates, before the game started, I led off. And I would say, I'm going to get hit. And I knew why I was going to get hit because high school pitchers, trouble with accuracy, location. I know they're going to throw fastballs and try to blow it by me as fast as they can because, I was a wee looking man. I would crowd the plate, and 9 times out of 10, I would get hit to lead off a baseball game. And I knew I was stealing second. I knew I was stealing third, mainly the last one just to piss my coach off. Shout out to Coach Bujnak. And I ended up doing that 5 times. And I, similarly to Amarian, I couldn't get my 6th or 7th because we had runners on miraculously ahead of me. We were not a very good baseball team my junior year. So it was kind of shocking that we actually had runners on ahead of me. But
from his
yeah, it was fun. All right, coming up next, that'll do it for 5 o'clock fire. Amen Thompson for the Rockets is the best what in the entire league? We will discuss next.
I feel like Kobe. The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues tomorrow. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley live from
versus New Orleans. It's the Battle of the Bayou. Y'all meet me there.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, no Ron Hughley, no Clint Stoerner, Sean Bijani, and Luke Morrow, along with our badass producer, Tyler Milner. Today, T-Mill, one of our loyal listeners and sponsor of Area 45, Tony from Flooring Outlet Viking Carpet 1, texted in the program as he was listening to our golf conversation. Says, mine as in his. So Tony and Clint golf cart will have a cooler, refreshing, full of Coors Lights, and we'll be popping the tops as we whip you, as in me, and Tyler's ass on the golf course. Now, I would caution you before you willingly challenge a golf outing. He thinks he's going to take all of our money.
Tony, you got jokes, Tony?
Tony's a good golfer. Tony's a very good golfer.
That's fun.
At least, I have not seen him play. I've heard him, and he'll text in and say, I shot 36 on the front, 39 on the back, today, da-da-da-da. I cannot call him a liar because I do not know. I just...
I will, Bijani. Tony, be better. 36, get the hell out of here.
I kind of believe it. I'm just saying, don't get too big for your britches. Don't put me in a challenge that's going to cost me hundreds of dollars.
I've never met Tony. I've heard him plenty on you guys' show, obviously, on Area 45. Great caller, great listener. We love him. But any guy that walks into a given room in a public setting and announces himself that way, Tony! I got a hard time believing they ain't stretching the truth a little bit with that golf score, Tone.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe one day we'll find out. I told him I'll do $1 a hole, but not $100 a hole. He's crazy.
I'll do 20 a hole with you, Tone.
Who do you think is the best golfer in the building?
In this building?
Yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah?
I got the answer.
Who?
Right here, baby! Yours truly!
Come on.
The pride and joy of Baytown Sterling Rangers golf right here. That's what I'm talking about.
We both played like ass the other day, but you did not get me on the golf course.
I didn't. You front nine especially. Fact.
The best golfer in the building. I don't know. I would put, I'm intrigued by Reggie.
Just told you, dude. It's me.
Well, but I confirmed that firsthand the other day.
That was just a bad morning, man. I drank a little too much the night before.
All right.
Didn't stretch. We didn't hit the range.
All right.
More excuses.
I'm intrigued by Reggie. I don't even know if he plays golf, but I'll say... I
know he swings them.
Does he?
Mm-hmm.
I will say, gun to my head, best golfer... It would be between Clint and John Lopez.
Okay, I can tell you right now, Bijani, I just feel like you're way off on this. I would put you ahead of both of those dingoes.
Well, I don't know. I'm coming off a bad day yesterday. It was really bad.
Yeah, but you got a old long swinging Bijani. You got a real natural, smooth stroke to you.
I do have to tip my hat to you. What do you call that? The video that loops around on Instagram.
Boomerang.
Yeah, the boomerang deal that you put out on social of me swinging when you and I played the other day. Like, very complimentary of
right.
You found a good moment.
Nah, man, for real, you got a good ass swing. I'm dead serious. I mean, the answer is me, but right behind me is probably you. It sure as hell ain't Lopez. I mean, some days Lopez is limping around these hallways.
The sleeper could be sitting right next to me, though. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Luke's one of those humble guys, I feel like. He's like, yeah, I kind of play every once in a while. I don't really have the time. And, he'll probably 80.
He'll have that annoying-ass, just awesome old man game where every stroke is just boring, but right down the middle. Nothing too long, nothing crazy, but it's right where he wants it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe one day we'll have to find out, huh?
Luke.
Maybe. Hey, Parker, Sarah, bring the 610 golf tournament back. How about that? And let us have at it. That would be fun. Just saying. Just throwing ideas out there,
Or take me and Bijani to one of these tournaments that Clint suck-ass gets to play in. We'll do better than him for y'all's team.
I know. He probably just rides around on the golf court and drinks his Wolf Killers. That's about it.
Give me a Coors Latte.
Coors Latte. All right, so I don't know if you saw this. I know you did, T, and I talked about it last night on Area 45 with Patrick Creighton. But De'Aaron Fox, former King, now Spur, baller, was doing this podcast, and he was asked to give his top 5 players that were the fastest. The question was about the fastest players in the NBA. And as he's going through the list, when he gets to Amen Thompson, it gets a little bit deeper. But here's De'Aaron Fox asked about the fastest players in the NBA.
This is the fastest NBA player at every position in the league.
Point guard, I still think is me. Like, I hit jogs. I'd be like, bro, I don't even sprint. Like,
That's tough.
And Keldon every day, he's like, yo, I'm faster than you.
Keldon swole ass to say he's faster than you.
2 guard, Donovan Mitchell or Zach LaVine.
Oh, that's a good answer.
3. Who we're counting as like 3s, though?
I had in my mind Amen Thompson, if we're counting him as a 3.
Yeah, I would say Amen Thompson.
Amen is ridiculous. His quick twitch. Like first step,
he's more athletic than his brother.
It's a demon versus demon right there.
I know.
Yeah, it's OD.
I've seen some people say he might be like one of the best athletes the NBA's ever seen.
He might be.
He definitely is, right?
No. He might be the best. He might be the best.
Oh, the best.
What makes you give him the crown for the best?
Bro, have y'all seen him?
I mean, I've seen him. Not in person, though, but...
Well, he guards me. So you got to go with those 2 and then like Zion. Zion's fast.
I thought it was his quickness, not necessarily like...
No, both.
His,
like top end speed, too. Wow. And Zion be running like he looking like he's running at. Nah, he be moving. And then center, who would you?
Low key, Alex Sarr is fast.
I guess we can go Alex Sarr.
Yeah, give the rookie nod.
Yeah.
That's a pretty impressive list, but obviously what stole the show and most of the conversation there is when he said Amen Thompson's not just the fastest at his position at the 3, but maybe the best athlete. The best athlete. What did you take from that analysis from De'Aaron Fox?
It was interesting. I haven't thought about it before. Then I was trying to think about it, and I would certainly put him up there. Now, The Ringer did just do an article yesterday calling him the best athlete in NBA history and putting him right in line with LeBron James as like the greatest athletes that the league has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't get too bogged down in the data, but they do provide some interesting context to try to back up their point where, for all these guys in the pre-draft process, like the combine, they go through these athleticism training exercises, and he's ranked as one of the best that they've had since they started doing it in 2013. They also say, for reference, his top it would be 23 miles per hour. Usain Bolt's top speed was 23.3 miles. So almost even.
Holy crap.
Even though Thompson is 2 inches taller and has a few pounds on him. And he's running, or what did I say, even? That's actually, almost as good as Bolt. Yeah. So
could he sustain that for like...
That's a good question.
What, I don't know, 60 more yards?
That's true. That might be and then the last thing I'll mention is that when they're comparing through the data, the fastest athletes, they said the closest comp to him was De'Aaron Fox, who we just heard Fox say that he is the fastest at his position. So that's pretty high praise. So
Man.
The data is there that at least currently he might be the best athlete right now in the league. I wouldn't have said that previously before reading this article. They make a really strong case. I would have put him up there.
When I think of like best athletes, and it's a list, so we're all going to have slightly different opinions and players on this whole thing, but I'm just thinking not at the 3, but just best athletes. De'Aaron Fox is certainly one of them.
Mm-hmm.
My mind went to like Jason Tatum, Giannis,
yes.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson is certainly one of them, but he's not as high profile yet as those other guys. And even though he plays in our city and we watch him on the regular, I had to like sit back and think. And I pulled that same thing up in the Ringer, and they had some video to go along with it. And when you look at him both on the offense and the defensive side, the mobility, the explosiveness, they made a great point in there. And to his ability to like close out, coming off of switches or picks, screens, whatever, where a typical player might get bogged down or trapped and not be able to go back out on the perimeter and contest a shot. that guy does on the regular. And I think the film that they showed was against Steph Curry.
Yeah,
him doing
right.
that against Steph. It was awesome. When you go back and you look and you realize it's like, why am I watching this? I'm watching this to kind of grade and analyze a guy's, just sheer talent level, skill set, athleticism, and what he is, but what he can be. Amen Thompson could be freaking special, man.
For sure.
It is pretty remarkable. And I asked the question, maybe it was to you a few weeks ago when we were doing a show last, like, what does Jalen Green look like in the postseason? What does Amen Thompson look like this postseason? Because similarly to the point that I made earlier about Jeremy Pena, what can a particular stage do for a guy that maybe is expected to step his game up? What could this stage do for guys like Amen Thompson, guys like Jalen Green, guys like Alperen Şengün? You think you know this team right now, but what do they look like when the lights are the brightest and it's win or go home?
It's true. He's the guy I'm certainly most excited about for the Rockets, not only for the playoffs, but like for the foreseeable future, for moving forward. I think there's just a lot of potential there. He's done things this year that very few people have done in terms of the combination of stats, the many different things he does on the floor, what he does defensively. And to your point, that household name or lack thereof, probably going to cost him Defensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a chance, kind of like March Madness is always that coming out party for a lot of people, for a lot of where they become those household names. This could be a chance for him where if he plays like he's been playing in the playoffs, more people are watching these games, you're paying closer attention. You see like, oh, wow, Rockets, they got this young stud down there that's going to be really good.
Yeah, I think he's got strong potential to be a conversation starter for the offseason, sure. And I hope they have a long sample size,
Sure.
to kind of grade him out. We hope, right? He's Luke Morrow, Sean Bijani in for Ron and Clint today. T-Mill has his best bets coming up in the final segment before we hand things off to Texans All Access. We'll do it next.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
This was a really good series for
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Man, you give Tony an inch, and he's going to take 12.
Probably takes 12 strokes, too.
Oh. He says Tyler's going to go down like a sack of bricks, but I'll buy him food and drinks afterwards. That's the carrot dangling in front of us that's going to try to get us out there. He's like, I'll buy you food with all of the money that I take from you. That's basically what is going to happen.
Well, Tone,
in his mind, anyway. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see, buddy. But I just don't foresee that happening. I foresee myself whooping your ass and then not buying you any dinner.
I would say maybe together we need to hit the range first before we do this.
Just kidding, Tony. I'd buy you some food, bro.
Good $5 biggie bag from Wendy's. How about that? We were just talking Rockets, Amin Thompson last segment.
Yeah.
So is tomorrow night, that late game against the Lakers, should that be like the final tune-up for the Rockets?
I don't know if I guess so. I don't know. It's interesting how you treat these. I think in general, in both cases, you shouldn't play your guys should be just like a preseason game. So you can run them out there for a little bit, maybe even the last game of the season too. I know part of the concern is because of the play-in round that extends the layoff a little bit longer for the normal playoff teams. So, if you're the Rockets, you take off last night essentially, five players did. And if you take off the next 2 games and then you have the play-in round, and now you're talking like, it's been a while. But I feel like basketball is one sport because it's not so much about timing like baseball, where I don't worry about rust. These guys are still going to get their shots up. That's the biggest thing. They're still going to be in the gym getting their shots up. They're still going to be running around, I assume, to a certain degree. So I don't worry about rust so much. I would like to see a little bit of these guys because I just want to see them match up against these teams that they might see in the playoffs one more time before the playoffs. Although maybe you don't want to show anything to your potential opponents.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, look, the Rockets just played the Lakers and lost, a week and a half ago. That was a game in which Jalen Green was benched for the final 4.5 minutes. It was a miserable night for him, miserable night for Fred VanVleet. The Rockets in large, as a team didn't really shoot the ball that well that night, and it was still close, 104-98. And, lo and behold, shortly thereafter, I think it was that game against Oklahoma City or Golden State, I can't remember, where Jalen Green had a really great finish to the game, scored like 10 straight points. Effectively was that guy that the Rockets, we all want him to be looking for somebody to step up, the closer, right? He was a closer, kind of put that game away. And I just wonder, given the fact that it's so tight, still between the 3 through 8 seeds, and really 7 in terms of it mathematically, being potential for the seeding to significantly change. Like the Lakers aren't locked into the 3. Still 2 games remaining in their schedule. The Nuggets, they're a game behind the Lakers. If the Nuggets win out and the Lakers lose out, the Rockets can have a small hand with just those 2 teams as an example in affecting the rest of the seeding in the Western Conference, which might impact who they play in the first round. And so I wonder if you kind of strategically planned for that these next 2 games, or is it really worth it just given the health concern by if you do lose a Fred VanVleet, or if you do lose XYZ player, exactly for Fred's case what he means to you and your team.
Yeah, I don't think anything is worth that health risk. Even just keeping these guys loose, trying to knock off another team to affect the standings. I don't think there's anything, none of that juice is worth the squeeze. That if you were to tell me any player were to get injured that impacts their availability for the playoffs, I don't see any sort of justification for that at this point of the season. But it is interesting. It came up briefly yesterday with the Clippers game, where the Clippers right now are the 5 seed, and so there was that idea of a win to affect the standings to potentially avoid the Clippers. Maybe you knock them down to the play-in round, which could potentially make them your first-round opponent, but maybe they don't even get out. There's that whole thought process, almost like mind games. You have to sort it out. And I'm sure there's somebody that they have, maybe in the analytics department, that crunches the numbers of like, hey, if we do beat the Lakers and this could happen, here's the different scenarios and how much we can impact things. And you could try to get a better matchup, but I don't know. I'd have to know the scenarios.
Well, and that's the thing I was just thinking about when you'd said, somebody in the analytics department is crunching these numbers. Like, you have to take into account, like, okay, here are all these potential teams. The only possibilities that the Rockets could play as a 7 seed, okay? The final 2 games, who are those teams playing? What's their status within an East or a Western Conference? Are they likely to play their stars and starters? Yes or no? And you're trying to parse all of this out. In and of itself, like, you were trying to pick like 4 weeks worth of NFL games like correctly with all of these different scenarios. Yeah. It's impossible. It's impossible. You gotta roll the dice the best you can. To me, if you're the Rockets, and I'd be interested to see what that lineup looks like tomorrow. Maybe Jalen kind of drew the short straw, so to speak, and he was the lone, regular made available in last night's game against the Clippers. He only played 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's by design, though. Maybe that's a choice by Jalen. It's like, hey, I need to get a little pregame in and a little playing time to kind of stay fresh. That's what I need, coach. Whatever. Maybe Alpe's that guy tomorrow against the Lakers. Maybe Amen's that guy. Maybe they do 2 and sit Jalen out. I don't know. There's got to be a plan, I would imagine. The second you learn, 1, you've cinched up a playoff spot, and then 2, the second, a couple of nights ago with that Laker loss, you cinched that 2 seed. What Ime knows what he's going to do, how he's going to approach the final 2 games.
Yeah, I wouldn't play anybody more than 10 to 15 minutes if I do put him out there, kind of like we saw with Jalen. And I would also tell him, like, don't treat it like, like you're playing with foul trouble. Like, I don't even play that hard on defense. Play almost not at, just not at full speed, because I don't want to risk anything. But if you want to get them just a little bit of run and keep them a little loose, that's fine. But give them maybe 1 quarter tops, and that's it. Because these games for the Rockets don't mean anything. And like I said, you got to make sure they're healthy and good to go. Now, Jalen Green is the one guy I would play and start each of the 2 games, because he does have a streak going on where he has started every game the last 2 seasons. It's one of the longer active streaks in the league. I don't know if he cares about it. If he does, though, go out there and start the game. And if he does start the last 2 games for the Rockets, he'd be the first Rocket to do that in 15 years. Again, I don't know if that's meaningful at all to him or the organization, but it's almost like Josh Allen, to keep his streak, took 1 snap against the Patriots and then sat the rest of the game. Like, I'd start Jalen Green, and then if you want to take him out the first dead ball, do that. But I do kind of like that idea of he has a chance for the second straight year to start every game. It's not something you see very often in the NBA.
Yeah.
So allow him to do that if he wants. But, yeah, don't play these guys very much, because you just need them to be healthy and even rested for the post shuffling. But the Rockets are still top 5 in their starters in terms of minutes played, whoever those starters are, meaning that the important players of this team still, even with the shuffling of the lineups and missing some games because of injuries, they have played a lot of minutes. So make sure they're rested and they're healthy for the playoffs. That's priority number 1.
Great point. Agreed. Coming up tomorrow, reminder once again, the show's going to be on location, not with me, but with you. Luke and Ron Hughley going to be out at Spectators Sports Bar and Grill in Sugar Land. At Spectators Bar and Grill in Sugar Land for the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit as it continues. Looking for the city's best crawfish. Luke will be an official judge tomorrow. Looking forward to that with the gloves or no gloves.
That's right.
It'll be fun. You'll have a great time. Make sure you check those guys out 2 to 6. T-Mill's best bets. I was looking at last night's selections for you, T, and you did make Rocket-related wager. You made 1 Rocket-related wager, right? Oh, no, you did not. You did not make 1 Rocket. Oh, yeah, you did. The James Harden. You
yes,
took the
okay,
under
right, yeah.
under 8.5 assists.
And that turd decided to cost me some money.
You took the under, and what did he finish with? Like 10 or 11, something like that?
Yeah, it was one of those. It was either 10 or 11.
10. Yeah, 10.
Son of a.
Yeah, because I had 9.5. He still beat that number.
This
jerk. Yeah.
All right, so what do you got on tap for Thursday's best bets?
Yeah, I typically try to give you folks at least about 5 best bet given the state of the NBA right now as we approach the playoffs and just a lot of guys starting, not starting, they're sitting, the way these seeds are all shaking out as these final regular season games go, I got 4 for you this evening. They are NBA plays. We're hitting 69% of our bets this week, which means money in your pocket, and that's a fun number to say. Here are your 4 NBA bets for Thursday night. And Luke, Bijani, y'all tell me if there's any you really like or you just hate and think I'm going to lose. Grizzlies, +2. They are hosting the T-Wolves. I am then on the Hawks at Nets, under 234.5 points in that one. That might be my favorite one of the evening. I'm also on the first half under for that same game. Hawks at Nets, under 119 in the first half. And then lastly, I got the Cavs +6 in the first half as they travel to Indiana to take on the Pacers.
Man, that Grizzlies T-Wolf, you talk that is a bet right there. 2 teams jockeying for position within the Western Conference. It's a home game tonight for the Grizzlies. Did you say you're taking Grizzlies +2?
Mm-hmm. At least that's what the line was earlier when I placed my wagers.
Man, okay.
Has it shifted?
I'm looking at Grizzlies. Oh no, yeah, it is plus. It's +2.5 now, actually.
Go get you that hook.
You know, the Grizzlies, large sample size, they've been sputtering, but they've still won 3 games in a row.
Yes.
And I think the Timberwolves have still lost, 6 out of their last 10 coming off of the other night.
Nice of them to do that. 6-10, chat at.
This time of year, I like the home team. I would take Grizzlies. I like that one.
Yes, sir. Let's ride.
You're going to roll the dice, roll them, man.
That's right, especially this time of year. I'm on the Timberwolves in that game, so hopefully.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But anyone betting on the NBA this time of year, good luck. It's tough.
It's scary. It's like final week of the NFL's regular season. The final